Chen Dong finds himself unexpectedly transported to another world, where he starts as the lowest-ranking servant in a powerful sect. As he navigates this new life, he encounters a cold and aloof outer sect sister, a seductive inner sect saintess, and a ruthless sect leader's wife. After waking up in a primitive forest instead of his modern home, he realizes he's inherited the body of another Chen Dong, who met a tragic end due to a minor offense. With a powerful new system at his disposal, he must learn to survive and thrive in a world filled with formidable warriors and dangerous politics. As he struggles to gain favor with the beautiful and powerful women around him, he must also contend with the harsh realities of his new existence. With every encounter, he discovers that charm and strength can be as deadly as any weapon. How will he climb the ranks, win their hearts, and avoid the fatal mistakes of his predecessor? Join Chen Dong on a thrilling journey of ambition, romance, and revenge in a world where beauty and power collide. Why is it so cold? Chen Dong was awakened by the chill, his drowsy eyes fluttering open as he sat up to check if his blanket had slipped off the bed. However, upon glancing around, his drowsiness evaporated instantly. The once cozy soft bed had vanished, replaced by a hard earthen floor, and the surroundings transformed from a modern house into a primeval forest. Have I traversed through time? He pinched his arm, feeling the sting, quickly realizing this was not a dream. Had I known, I would have exercised restraint. Indulging over 10 times in one day could truly be fatal. Chen Dong muttered in exasperation, recalling how he had succumbed to temptation after discovering an extraordinary film the previous night, unaware of the dire consequences it would bring. My head hurts. It feels like it could explode. Just then, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded into his mind, accompanied by a sharp pain that compelled him to press his temples. It turns out the previous owner of this body was also named Chen Dong. That certainly spares me the hassle of a name change and honors my ancestors. After a brief moment, Chen Dong regained his composure and began to sort through the information he had acquired. He found himself at Qiu Yue Peak, one of the 4 great powers of the Diyuan kingdom, belonging to the Qiu Yue sect. The master of Qiu Yue Peak was Bai Fuyao, ranked first among the outer disciples, possessing a 9th level of innate cultivation, just a step away from breaking into the Purple Mansion realm. As for his predecessor, he was merely a lowly servant of Qiu Yue Peak, with a cultivation level of only the 1st stage of acquired realm. Just yesterday, the predecessor had offended a steward of Qiu Yue Peak, resulting in his being killed on the spot, which allowed for Chen Dong's current transmigration. Why is it that others who traverse time become wealthy young masters, while I end up as a servant? This is utterly unfair. Chen Dong furrowed his brow, knowing that the steward he had offended was named Lu Quan, who held a 4th level of acquired realm. If Lu Quan were aware that he still lived, he would undoubtedly seek revenge that I cannot run, nor can I fight back. Am I to simply await my demise? While this world lacked the legendary deities of his previous life, it was home to formidable martial artists. The 9 realms of martial artists are acquired: innate, Purple Mansion, Yuan Dan, Fa Xiang, Nirvana, Venerable, Saint, and Emperor. Each major realm is further divided into 9 minor realms. Although there are merely 3 minor realms separating the 4th and 1st levels of acquired realm, they are worlds apart. Lu Quan could easily kill him with a single punch. I want to go back. I no longer wish to play this game. Chen Dong declared to the heavens. Ding dong. The strongest affinity system has been initiated. Binding host now. Ding dong. Host binding successful. Novice gift pack Yin Yang Jing has been distributed. Please check the attribute panel for details. Host. Chen Dong realm. 1st stage of acquired realm cultivation method. Yin Yang Jing. This is a growth type cultivation method. Currently at the 1st tier, lower grade. Martial skills. None currency. None. Currency will be rewarded when beautiful women develop feelings for the host. It can be used to purchase treasures in the system store. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Dong's ears, and a virtual panel appeared before him. This is a system. Having been an avid reader in his previous life, he was no stranger to such a golden finger. With a system, even a mere dog could overpower an immortal emperor and suppress all enemies in the world. I take back what I said earlier. This world is quite suitable for me, and I certainly do not wish to return. Chen Dong's attitude shifted dramatically. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, the entirety of Qiu Yue Peak resonated with 9 chimes. This is bad. Chen Dong's expression shifted, for Bai Fuyao summoned all the inhabitants of Qiu Yue Peak once a month for a reward and punishment assembly at the Grand Hall halfway up the mountain. This month's assembly was today. Since the bell has tolled, It is now impossible to arrive on time. I must find another way to remedy the situation. That as he raced towards the mountainside, he pondered strategies in his mind. Without the system, he would have been unafraid, confronting Bai Fuyao directly, declaring that he would no longer serve her, perhaps even uttering the phrase, "Do nobles and commoners not possess the same worth?" He could act as he pleased. However, now that he possessed a system, fear gripped him. Having traversed once, he had yet to experience the world's most beautiful women, cultivate the strongest techniques, or savor the finest wines. Dying without having done so would leave him utterly discontent. A quarter of an hour later, Chen Dong, drenched in sweat, arrived at the mountainside, gasping for breath. Before him stood a colossal palace 10 zhang high, where a coldly expressioned woman awaited at the entrance. Clad in a flowing white gown, her beauty was breathtaking, her skin flawless, with willow-like brows and starry eyes, and rosy lips. She was Bai Fuyao. Beside Bai Fuyao stood a young girl in a purple dress. Although slightly less beautiful, she possessed an elegant demeanor. She was her maid, Qiu Yue. You have some audacity to arrive late while the young lady is addressing everyone. How many heads do you think are enough to be severed? Qiu Yue's piercing gaze fell upon Chen Dong, who had just emerged from the crowd, and she immediately rebuked him. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned to look. "Miss Qiu Yue, I acknowledge my mistake." Chen Dong hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, sprinting to Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue, kneeling down with a thud. This was the only self-rescue method he could devise on his way there. He understood that no master would favor a servant who made excuses for their mistakes. "I remember you. Your name is Chen Dong, is it not?" Bai Fuyao spoke with an impassive expression, her tone imbued with undeniable authority. In response to the young lady, "I am indeed called Chen Dong," he replied, lowering his head. "You have taken good care of my steed, unlike the previous servants who were executed for skimming its rations for themselves. However, deeds must be met with consequences. Regardless of your reasons for being late today, you must face punishment, or else it would breach the rules," Bai Fuyao stated coldly. "I understand, and I am willing to accept the punishment." Chen Dong sighed in relief, knowing he had preserved his life. "Someone, bring the whip," Bai Fuyao commanded. A maid approached, holding a tray with a spiked red whip, which she placed in Bai Fuyao's hand. Crack, crack. Bai Fuyao wielded her whip and struck Chen Dong 3 times with considerable force. "Thank you, Miss Xia, for the gift of the whip." Chen Dong, suppressing the pain, managed to force a smile, fully aware that any hint of discontent could prove fatal. Such ruthlessness. "One day, I shall repay this tenfold." As he felt a searing pain radiate from his back, Chen Dong gritted his teeth, contemplating the severity of his injuries. Although he could not see the wounds on his back, he could surmise from the past punishments endured by other servants that his injuries were likely grievous, with flesh torn and blood flowing. "Indeed, your silence signifies your fortitude," Bai Fuyao remarked with a nod, retrieving 30 thumb-sized white stones from another maid's tray and tossing them at Chen Dong's feet. "I am always clear about rewards and punishments. You erred earlier, and I punished you. Now it is time to acknowledge your contributions. These 30 inferior yuan stones are your reward for diligently caring for my steed." Bai Fuyao's mount was a majestic azure horse, possessing innate strength, requiring daily sustenance of several dozen pounds of monster meat. Consequently, previous caretakers often pilfered a portion for their own consumption. The original owner of Chen Dong was an honest man who, despite salivating at the sight of monster meat, dared not steal. Little did he realize this would be the very reason for his survival today. "Thank you, Miss Xia. I shall ensure I care for Ji Feng with even greater diligence." Chen Dong picked up the 30 inferior yuan stones. Yuan stones served as the currency in this realm, and they were exceedingly precious. Just yesterday, the steward had killed the former owner over a mere 5 fragments of inferior yuan stones. Now, he had unexpectedly received 30 complete inferior yuan stones as a reward. It is worth noting that a single complete inferior yuan stone could be exchanged on the black market for 12 fragments. Well then, today's assembly concludes here. If you all work hard, you may yet become the next recipient of a reward." Bai Fuyao remarked, casting a glance at the crowd before turning and entering the grand hall. "Finally free. My knees are sore from kneeling," Chen Dong exclaimed as he rose from the ground. Ding dong. The host has successfully gained Bai Fuyao's favor, earning 100 system coins. The system shop is now open. Ding dong, a friendly reminder. The more beautiful a woman and the higher her cultivation, the greater her favorability, leading to an increase in the system coins earned by the host. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Is there a reward for this? A contemplative expression appeared in Chen Dong's eyes. Suddenly, he felt numerous malicious gazes directed at him, more precisely, at the yuan stones in his hand. Do they perceive me as an easy target? A cold smile crept onto Chen Dong's face as he instantly deduced the intentions of these onlookers. Chapter 2. Seizing opportunities. It turns out this little creature was merely feigning death yesterday. I had wondered why he was so easily defeated. However, this turn of events has granted me 30 lower-grade yuan stones without effort. Among the crowd, an elderly man with a goat beard cast a murderous glance at Chen Dong. This man was Lu Quan. Chen Dong, were it not for my meticulous management, you would never have received the reward from the young lady. Thus, all these yuan stones should be presented to me. He emerged from the throng, a facade of insincerity plastered across his face. Lu Quan, do not think you can monopolize these yuan stones. Indeed, those who witness must share in the bounty. I am not greedy. 5 will suffice. As Lu Quan approached Chen Dong, over a dozen others stepped forward from the crowd. Some were like Lu Quan, responsible individuals, while others were bodyguards or elderly maids. What a pity, 30 lower-grade yuan stones. It seems Chen Dong will leave with nothing. There was no remedy. His strength was simply too feeble. To gain and then lose is worse than never receiving a reward at all. He will likely be infuriated. Witnessing this scene, all the servants present began to whisper among themselves, their faces alight with the anticipation of entertainment. Particularly those who usually had poor relations with Chen Dong displayed expressions of schadenfreude, as if they were about to witness a most delightful spectacle. They all wished to carve a piece of the pie from me, yet I shall not grant you your desires. Chen Dong surveyed the densely packed crowd, numbering 400 to 500, over half of whom coveted his yuan stones. The individuals stepping forward were merely the more skilled. Those of lesser prowess dared not show themselves. Qiu Yue, were it not for your discerning eye, I would not have had the opportunity to achieve merit. I intend to bestow all these yuan stones upon you. Chen Dong understood that with his current strength, he could not possibly safeguard these yuan stones. Thus, it was more prudent to offer them willingly to another. Is that so? Qiu Yue's eyes brightened. Though she was quite affluent, 30 lower-grade yuan stones was no trivial sum. Were it not for the sake of appearances, she would have already demanded them from Chen Dong, rather than allowing others to intervene. Now, with Chen Dong's voluntary offering, she could benefit while maintaining her standing, making it a perfect arrangement. I would not dare to deceive you, Miss Qiu Yue, Chen Dong said respectfully. Given your graciousness, it would be unkind of me to refuse. Suppressing her joy, Qiu Yue waved her delicate hand, and the 30 lower-grade yuan stones were swept into her skirt. Ding dong. The host has successfully gained Qiu Yue's favor, rewarded with 60 system coins. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Dong displayed no surprise. This was precisely what he had anticipated. His choice of Qiu Yue was motivated by a desire to deny his adversaries, to secure her protection, and to test the conditions for triggering system rewards. I have gained something from this loss. Not only have I not incurred a deficit, but I have also profited, Chen Dong thought. His heart filled with elation. While some rejoiced, others were dismayed. The previously smug individuals abruptly halted, their expressions darkening. Though they would not hesitate to seize from Chen Dong, they would not dare to confront Qiu Yue, even with tenfold courage. Not to mention Qiu Yue's own formidable strength. Being at the 9th level of the acquired realm, even a collective effort would fall short of her prowess. Even if they could best her in combat, they would not dare show any disrespect. Who among them could forget that Qiu Yue was the confidant of the young lady? Offending her was akin to offending the young lady herself. Cursed be it. Chen Dong has given all the yuan stones to Qiu Yue. How can we seize them now? Such deep cunning. I underestimated him. The crowd exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resignation as they began to withdraw. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Lu Guanshi, what audacity you possess, daring to claim Qiu Yue's merit. Do you assume that apart from the young lady, you are the most esteemed on Wangyue Peak? Chen Dong, perceiving their intentions, would not allow them to achieve their desires. He had always been one to repay grievances. These individuals, who had regarded him as a soft target, aiming to divide all the yuan stones, were firmly etched in his memory. Miss Qiu Yue, please forgive me. I spoke in haste out of confusion. I hope you will show mercy and not hold it against an old servant. With the weight of this accusation, Lu Quan trembled, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Thud, 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 the stones beneath him broke the skin on his forehead, blood seeping forth. Yet he did not dare to cease, even redoubling his efforts. And you all? Did you not say that those who see must share? Why the silence now? Chen Dong turned to the remaining dozen individuals. Miss Qiu Yue, forgive me. I forgot to take my medicine this morning, which is why I spoke such madness. Miss Qiu Yue, spare me. I shall not dare again. Miss Qiu Yue, please forgive this old servant this once. I assure you, I shall not err again. The crowd was instantly gripped by terror. Though Qiu Yue appeared beautiful and gentle, she was, in truth, ruthless. There had been occasions when a servant, drunken and disrespectful, had met a gruesome fate the following day, suffering hundreds of cuts. As the crowd admitted their faults, Qiu Yue remained expressionless, offering no words of forgiveness, and they could only slap their own faces in self-reproach. Enough, rise. I hope you will remember this lesson in the future. Once she felt they had been sufficiently chastised, Qiu Yue commanded them to stand. She was well aware that Chen Dong was using her influence, yet for the sake of the 30 lower-grade yuan stones, she would let it slide. From this moment forth, Chen Dong is under my protection. Should any of you seek to trouble him without reason, you will be opposing me. Qiu Yue cast a cold glance at the crowd. Understood. The crowd hastily lowered their heads, not daring to meet her gaze. Very well. A look of satisfaction graced Qiu Yue's face as she nodded towards Chen Dong before turning to walk towards the main hall. You little creature, Qiu Yue may protect you for a time, but not for a lifetime. We shall see. As Qiu Yue departed, Lu Quan's eyes brimmed with resentment as he regarded Chen Dong, yet he dared not express his fury before the crowd, burying it deep within. What a cunning little wretch. Causing me to lose face before hundreds, this debt shall not go unpaid. On the surface, I cannot strike at you openly. However, I can resort to covert actions. With so many individuals around, I refuse to believe that Qiu Yue Gunyang can trace my movements. In due time, when Qiu Yue Gunyang forgets you, I shall ensure that you regret ever being born. The sentiments of the crowd were almost identical to those of Lu Quan, as they all cast disapproving glances at Chen Dong. Their earlier declarations of not daring to act against Chen Dong were merely a facade, born out of respect for Qiu Yue's authority. Their true thoughts, of course, were quite different. It appears these individuals have not yet relinquished their ambitions and intend to seek revenge in the future. Chen Dong could easily discern the intentions of the crowd, yet he felt no fear. After tonight, it remains uncertain who will exact revenge. He revealed a cold smile and descended the mountain, under the watchful and apprehensive gazes of those around him. I wonder what 160 system coins can procure. I sincerely hope it does not disappoint me. Upon returning to his room, Chen Dong eagerly opened the system shop, curious to see if there were any elixirs available to elevate his realm. Chapter 3. The Huang Ye Dan. First level, lower-grade warriors below the 4th layer of postnatal can break through a meridian after consumption, priced at 30 system coins. By Guidan. First level, middle-grade warriors below the 7th layer of postnatal can break through a meridian after consumption, priced at 100 system coins. Jin Yu Dan. First level, upper-grade warriors below the 1st layer of innate can break through a meridian after consumption, priced at 600 system coins. Chen Dong disregarded the latter two types of elixirs and directly tapped 3 times on the Huang Yadan. Ding dong. The host exchanged for 3 Huang Yadan, deducting 90 system coins, leaving 70 system coins remaining. As the system's voice resonated, a flash of white light appeared in his hand, revealing 3 white elixirs the size of longan fruits in his palm. What a delightful aroma, as if freshly refined. Chen Dong picked up 1 Huang Yadan and brought it to his nose, still feeling its warmth and inhaling its fragrance. Let me test the difference between the elixirs in the system store and those sold in the outside world. He tilted his head back and swallowed one, then sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to refine it. Half an hour swiftly passed. Phew, taking shortcuts proves effective. Chen Dong opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, excitement evident on his face. He had successfully opened his 2nd meridian, stepping into the 2nd layer of postnatal. What was even more remarkable was that the elixirs in the system store were of perfect quality, with no side effects upon consumption. Elixirs can generally be categorized into 4 grades. The lowest is termed as qualified, possessing only 50% of medicinal efficacy. Consuming this will generate a significant amount of Dan poison within the warrior's body, requiring several months to eliminate. Next comes good, which has 70% efficacy. It produces only a small amount of Dan poison, which can be cleared in about a month. Then there is superior, with 90% efficacy, resulting in merely a trace of Dan poison, which can be removed in around 7 days. Lastly, there is perfect quality, boasting a full 100% efficacy with no Dan poison produced upon consumption. The first 3 types of elixirs had appeared in Qin Yu Zone, while the last one existed solely in legends, never having been seen by anyone. No wonder Huang Yidan claimed that a warrior below the 4th layer of postnatal could achieve a 100% breakthrough to the 2nd layer with just 1 pill. Chen Dong understood and swallowed another Huang Yidan. Phew! I have broken through to the 3rd layer of postnatal. The higher the warrior's cultivation, the faster the refinement of elixirs. This time, he only took a quarter of an hour. I shall strive to break through to the 4th layer in one go. Gazing at the last Huang Yidan in his hand, he swallowed it without a moment's hesitation. Is this the power of the 4th layer of postnatal? 2/4 of an hour later, Chen Dong successfully opened his 4th meridian, witnessing a transformative change in his strength. Host, Chen Dong realm, 4th layer of postnatal cultivation method, Yin Jing. This is a growth-type technique, currently at 1st level, lower grade, martial skills. None currency. 70 elixirs are truly wondrous things. One can equate to a decade of arduous cultivation for an ordinary person. Lu Quan spent his entire life barely breaking through to the 4th layer of postnatal, while Chen Dong effortlessly achieved it in merely 3 hours. This is certainly not due to his extraordinary talent, but rather the merit of the perfect quality Huang Yidan. Regrettably, he could not exchange elixirs to gift to Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue, or else he could infinitely accumulate system coins. Chen Dong shook his head. If others were to discover he possessed perfect quality elixirs, the powerful figures of the Yuan nation would likely come descending upon him the next day. Such a suicidal act was something he would never commit. Creak. At that moment, a faint sound resonated, and the wooden door was pushed open from the outside. Had Chen Dong not broken through to the 4th layer of postnatal, he would have certainly failed to hear it. Who dares to seek me at such a late hour, and in such a sneaky manner? Chen Dong glanced at the beams of the room, and a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He stuffed his pillow and clothes into the quilt, then leaped onto the beams, quietly observing below. Creak. This time, the sound was louder, and the wooden door opened halfway, revealing 2 figures clad in black, cautiously stepping inside. Seeing the quilt bulging, the 2 figures exchanged relieved glances. In the next moment, both black-clad individuals drew daggers from their cloaks, stealthily approaching the bedside, and then stabbed fiercely downward. The 2 assailants stabbed repeatedly for over a dozen times before halting, pulling down the black cloth covering their faces to breathe heavily. Chen Dong, do not blame me. If you must blame someone, blame yourself for provoking Lu Guanshi recklessly. The speaker was a frail old man with a head full of white hair, looking exceptionally thin. He thinks that by pleasing Miss Qiu Yue, he can roam freely at Wang Yu Peak. Little does he know that without strength, all is mere talk. The other individual, also a white-haired old man, glanced disdainfully at the quilt riddled with holes. Enough, let us hasten our departure from Wang Yu Peak. Otherwise, we shall face dire consequences if discovered. The thin old man retrieved a piece of white cloth, intending to wipe the blood from his dagger, only to find it remarkably clean, with only a few fibers. Fear instantly spread within him, beads of sweat dripping onto the ground, echoing sharply in the silent room. What is wrong? The other old man, perplexed, looked at his trembling companion, confusion etched on his face. The dagger has no blood, the thin old man stammered. The other elder, now aware of the issue, approached and swiftly lifted the quilt, discovering that Chen Dong was absent, leaving only a stone pillow and a few garments. Not good, run. Realizing the situation, his face turned pallid with fright. He grasped his companion's hand, eager to flee. Nowhere to run. Wang Xian, Su Feng, since you dared to attempt my assassination, be prepared for death. Chen Dong leaped down from the beams, blocking the exit to prevent their escape. He was quite familiar with these 2. They were servants tending to the horses at Wang Yu Peak. However, he tended to the young lady's steed, chasing wind, while they merely cared for ordinary horses, denoting a significant disparity in status. Thus, they had often bullied him due to their seniority, and now they had the audacity to heed Lu Quan's instigation to assassinate him. Chen Dong, the 3 of us are all at the 1st level of postnatal cultivation. If we are pushed to our limits, even your youth and strength will not spare you from a grim fate. It would be wise to let us go. After tonight, we shall never cross paths again. The frail old man trembled as he gripped the dagger, yet his face betrayed a facade of bravado. Chen Dong, please remain calm. Although we have come to assassinate you, we have not yet succeeded. If you choose to fight us to the death, the only one who will rejoice is Lu Quan. Instead, let us turn hostility into harmony and treat this matter as if it never occurred. The situation of the other elder was scarcely better than that of the frail one, his expression laden with anxiety. Though both were at the first level of postnatal cultivation, they had long been drained by indulgence in wine and pleasure, leaving their current strength only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. In stark contrast, Chen Dong was in the prime of his youth, his abilities at their zenith. Should a confrontation arise, their chances of victory would be less than 30%, which is why they resorted to persuasion. Chapter 4 Interrogation with merely the two of you old fools. Do you truly believe you can engage me in a life-or-death struggle? Chen Dong let out a cold laugh, unleashing all his energy in an instant. He leaped before Su Feng, grasping his arms tightly and yanking him forcefully. A scream escaped Su Feng's lips, his face contorted in agony as his arms connected painfully with his heart, nearly causing him to faint from the torment. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Chen Dong pulled Su Feng's body, catching him off guard and sending him crashing to the ground before viciously stomping towards his face. Were you not quite pleased when you cursed me earlier? Why do you no longer wear a smile? Do you not enjoy laughing? Chen Dong pressed down with force, crushing Su Feng's head into an unrecognizable state, extinguishing his life completely. The next day, the fourth layer. Wang Xian stood frozen in shock at this scene, his legs betraying him as he remained rooted in place, his expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. Do not be dazed. I ask you, do you wish to live or die? Chen Dong kicked Su Feng's lifeless body aside and approached Wang Xian, delivering 2 resounding slaps to his face. I wish to live. Chen Yi, spare my life. Wang Xian, stunned back to reality by the strikes, fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in submission. Thud, thud, thud. Though over 60, Wang Xian was utterly terrified of death. Witnessing Chen Dong's might and Su Feng's tragic fate, he no longer dared to entertain thoughts of resistance. This is the sensation of power. It truly is captivating. However, the fourth layer is insufficient. I yearn for even greater strength. Chen Dong finally comprehended Bai Fuyao's sentiment, the ability to determine another's fate with a mere thought. Rise, I must inquire how Lu Quan communicated with you. Chen Dong straightened his chair, sitting with an icy demeanor as he regarded Wang Xian, exuding an aura of authority. Chen Yi, I can divulge everything, but you must promise to release me afterward. Wang Xian, rising from the ground, approached Chen Dong, bowing his head, his body still trembling. Spare the pleasantries. It depends on whether your information bears value. You may choose to die now or have a 50% chance of survival later. Decide. Chen Dong's expression turned cold. A mere first-layer waste dared to negotiate with him. Such ignorance was tantamount to courting death. Lu Quan sent us to assassinate you. Should we succeed, he would hastily escort us away from Wangyue Peak. If we fail, he would have you captured to meet the young lady by morning, claiming you killed a fellow disciple out of personal vendetta. Wang Xian's complexion shifted continually until he finally spoke, having been thoroughly intimidated by Chen Dong, too frightened to bargain further. What a vile scheme. Chen Dong slammed his palm against the table, his fury evident. Bai Fuyao had previously decreed that anyone who privately harmed a fellow disciple would face public execution at best, or be subjected to 1,000 cuts at worst. Should Lu Quan's conspiracy succeed, to placate the masses, he would undoubtedly be made an example of. If that is the case, why did you all flee at the outset? Did that not disrupt Lu Quan's plans? Chen Dong suppressed his inner rage, having conceived a clever method to unravel the conspiracy, even allowing Lu Quan to suffer a backlash. Initially, we believed we could easily eliminate you, hence we agreed. Upon realizing you were not in bed, naturally, we would not risk our lives for Lu Quan. Wang Xian's face displayed an awkward smile. Chen Yi, I have said all that I needed. May I take my leave? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chen Dong's gaze. Of course, you may leave, and I shall even escort you. You cannot simply absolve yourself of the crime of attempting to assassinate me with a few words. Such matters are far from simplistic. Only death can quell my wrath. No need. Chen Yi, I can leave on my own. Wang Xian, bewildered, assumed Chen Dong intended to protect his departure, hastily shaking his head in refusal. You are moving too slowly. I cannot rest easy without seeing you off. Chen Dong swiftly extended his hand, seizing Wang Xian's neck before he could react. With a sickening crack, Wang Xian's head fell limply, his face still bearing a smile. Few can maintain a smile before death. Perhaps it shall serve as compensation for revealing Lu Quan's conspiracy. Chen Dong discarded Wang Xian's lifeless body, adjusted his attire, closed the door, and made his way towards Qiu Yue's residence. Before long, he paused at the entrance of a palace halfway up the mountain. Who goes there? Halt! Two attending maidens, noticing someone approaching, immediately shouted. I am Chen Dong, seeking an urgent audience with Miss Qiu Yue. I implore you, esteemed sisters, to relay my request. Chen Dong retrieved 2 shards of low-grade yuan stones from his sleeve. I remember you. You were just praised by the young lady this afternoon. Wait here, I will inform her. One maiden discreetly accepted the shards, while the other turned to enter the grand hall. You may enter. Miss Qiu Yue awaits you within. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the maiden returned. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed sisters. Chen Dong expressed his gratitude. Proceeding inside the grand hall and moving leftward as per his recollection. Passing through the main hall, he arrived at a courtyard filled with osmanthus flowers, where a maiden in a purple dress sat upon a stone bench, leisurely sipping tea. I pay my respects to Miss Qiu Yue. Chen Dong quickened his pace, approaching and bowing his head in greeting. Qiu Yue replied indifferently, her gaze fixed on the teacup in her hand, showing no inclination to acknowledge him. You come to seek me at such a late hour. It must be for something significant. Allow me to guess. Has that group from earlier sought revenge upon you? Miss Qiu Yue possesses an uncanny foresight. Just moments ago, Lu Quan dispatched 2 individuals to assassinate me. Had I not fortuitously discovered a bottle of unknown elixir, which enabled me to break through to the 4th layer, I might very well be dead by now. Chen Dong, understanding that his strength could not be concealed from Qiu Yue, proactively concocted an excuse to prevent her from growing suspicious. Come closer to me. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qiu Yue's eyes as she set down her teacup and turned to face Chen Dong. Certainly. Chen Dong steadied his heartbeat, stepping closer, the distance between them narrowing to mere inches. Sniff, sniff. Qiu Yue inhaled a few breaths in front of Chen Dong, her expression revealing certainty. She gestured for him to stand back. Your fortune is commendable. That elixir must be Huangya Dan, and of superior quality, for it would be impossible to ascend 3 minor realms in a single night otherwise. Chen Dong was somewhat taken aback, surprised by Qiu Yue's keen insight, as she immediately discerned that he had consumed Huangya Dan with just a sniff. Although the quality was not accurately predicted, this was merely due to the fact that the Qingyu Zong had yet to produce a pill of perfect quality, rather than a reflection of her capabilities. The vial contained a pill known as Huangya Dan. He feigned a semblance of understanding, as if he were hearing this name for the first time. Your ability to transcend to the 4th layer of the acquired realm is undoubtedly attributed largely to Huangya Dan, which sufficiently attests to your considerable talent. It is indeed a pity that it had been previously overlooked. Qiu Yue retrieved a palm-sized tome from her sleeve and presented it to Chen Dong. This is a martial skill I practiced in the past. I now bestow it upon you. Thank you, Miss Qiu Yue. Chen Dong accepted it with both hands, observing the cover inscribed with the prominent characters, 1st grade superior martial skill, King Kong Fist. In this world, treasures and martial techniques are categorized into 9 tiers, with the 1st grade inferior being the lowest and the 9th grade superior being the highest. Although this King Kong Fist is merely a 1st grade superior skill, it remains exceedingly precious, as it cannot be obtained for less than several hundred inferior yuan stones. From this day forth, should Miss Qiu Yue require anything, whether it be ascending a mountain of blades or descending into a sea of fire, I shall not flinch. Chen Dong immediately knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty, aware that the presentation of such a valuable martial skill was an overture to win him over. It is commendable that you possess such thoughts. Rise. Qiu Yue nodded with satisfaction. Miss Qiu Yue, how should we address the matter concerning Lu Quan? Chen Dong inquired, standing up and articulating the purpose of his visit. Lu Quan has dared to lay hands on my people. He no longer deserves to exist in this world. You shall lead the way, and I will handle this matter. Qiu Yue expressed her disdain, dismissing Lu Quan as inconsequential, merely an insect that could be crushed at any moment. This way, Miss Qiu Yue. Chen Dong promptly bowed and led the way. Simultaneously, he heard the voice of the system. Ding dong. Qiu Yue has developed fondness for the host, rewarding 300 system coins. Chapter 5 Life and Death Battle with a creak. Chen Dong pushed open the wooden door and gestured for Miss Qiu Yue to enter. Miss Qiu Yue, time is of the essence. I have yet to attend to the corpses, hence the room carries a rather sanguinary scent. Qiu Yue shook her head dismissively, It matters not. I have often spent nights amidst the dead. These are trifles. As she spoke, she stepped into the room and approached the bed. Inhaling the air with keen attention, it appeared she had not fully trusted Chen Dong's words and had come to reconfirm the situation. Drag the bodies to the doorway. I shall stay here for the night to see what tricks Lu Quan can conjure come morning. She removed her embroidered shoes, revealing 2 exquisite and unblemished jade-like feet, and sat cross-legged upon the bed. Very well. Chen Dong dragged the corpses of Su Feng and Wang Xian to the entrance, leaving the door ajar, and found a clean spot to sit. Time swiftly passed, and the night soon faded into dawn. As the first light of day broke, Lu Quan appeared at Chen Dong's doorstep, accompanied by several others, trailed by dozens more. Chen Dong, no matter how great your abilities, you cannot escape death this time. Excitement flickered in Lu Quan's eyes, for after a night of intense contemplation, he had devised a flawless scheme. Regardless of Chen Dong's choices, his demise was inevitable. You dare to kill your fellow disciples out of personal vendetta. Today I shall present you to the young lady. Lu Quan halted at the entrance, casting a glance at the 2 corpses leaning against the wall, barely able to suppress a laugh. His only concern had been that Chen Dong might have disposed of the bodies too skillfully, leaving him unable to pin the crime on him. Little did he expect Chen Dong to be so foolish as to leave the bodies at the door, thereby blatantly revealing that he had committed murder the previous night. Lai San, go in and bring Chen Dong out. If he dares to resist, break his limbs. Lu Quan turned to a pockmarked man behind him and commanded. Understood, Lu Guan sure. Lai San flexed his muscles, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. As Lu Quan's trusted aide for many years, he understood the underlying implication of Lu Quan's words. Chen Dong was not to emerge unscathed. Chen Dong, cease your futile resistance and come out to meet your fate. He forcefully kicked the half-open door, striding in with an arrogant demeanor. However, the moment he laid eyes on Qiu Yue seated upon the bed, his smile froze, and he fell to his knees, trembling with fear. What is Lai San doing? Kneeling before that little brat Chen Dong? Ma Wu, go in and slap him, and while you're at it, bring Chen Dong out. Lu Quan frowned, issuing orders to another subordinate. Lai San always boasts, yet he crumbles at critical moments. I must handle this. Ma Wu cracked his neck and swaggered inside, intending to mock Lai San. Yet when he saw Qiu Yue on the bed, his face drained of color, and he knelt without a moment's hesitation. What on earth is happening? It seems I have been too lenient with my subordinates, allowing them to jest in such a crucial situation. Lu Quan, not delving deeper into the matter, assumed his subordinates were merely playing around and strode into the room. You too. Lu Quan had intended to reprimand his subordinates, but upon seeing Qiu Yue seated there, he immediately grasped the situation and swallowed his words. Miss Qiu Yue, what brings you here? He forced a flattering smile, bending forward as he approached. Last night, I came to see Chen Dong, and 2 ruffians ambushed me. I killed them on the spot, and stayed to ascertain who sent them. Qiu Yue opened her eyes wide. What? Su Feng and Wang Xian dared to lay hands on Miss Qiu Yue? They truly must have been emboldened. It is fortunate they are dead, otherwise, I would have made them regret their existence. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Quan's brow. Su Feng and Wang Xian were not fools. They would never have attacked Qiu Yue. It was clear that Chen Dong was their murderer, and Qiu Yue's words served as a warning to him. Oh, it appears Lu Guanshe is unaware of this matter. Seeing you arrive so early, I assumed you were the mastermind behind it all. Qiu Yue said with a smile that held a hint of mockery. I am wronged. Even if I possessed boundless courage, I would never dare to show disrespect to Miss Qiu Yue. Lu Quan grew anxious, realizing that if he could not satisfy her today, his fate would be sealed. To be frank, this morning I received news that Su Feng and Wang Xian were spies sent from another peak to target Miss Qiu Yue, which is why I hurried here. In his desperation, he could only conjure up a flimsy excuse riddled with holes. Who had informed him of this? How did he know Qiu Yue was with Chen Dong? The lie felt so hollow that Lu Quan regretted his words as soon as he finished speaking, wishing he could slap himself. You are quite considerate. Qiu Yue chose not to expose Lu Quan's deceit. Rising from the bed, Chen Dong immediately approached, taking hold of her delicate ankle, resembling white jade, and slipped it into her embroidered shoe. In light of your concern for my well-being, I shall offer you an opportunity for promotion. Qiu Yue stepped outside, stretching her body, her alluring curves drawing the attention of none, for none dared to gaze upon her. What opportunity? Lu Quan asked, trembling with trepidation as he followed. You and Chen Dong shall engage in a life-and-death battle. Should you prevail, I shall elevate you to the position of chief steward. Should he win, he will take your place. What say you? A cold glimmer flickered in Qiu Yue's eyes. Ah! Lu Quan was momentarily taken aback, nearly believing his ears had deceived him. What? Do you lack the courage? Qiu Yue teased. Of course I dare. Thank you, Miss Qiu Yue, for this splendid opportunity. Lu Quan quickly regained his composure and agreed, unable to conceal the joy that shone in his brow. He believed that his earlier concern had garnered Qiu Yue's favor, thus earning him this chance for advancement. And you? Qiu Yue turned her gaze to Chen Dong. I shall abide by Miss Qiu Yue's decision. Chen Dong replied respectfully, aware that Qiu Yue intended to facilitate his ascension. Such an opportunity was not to be squandered, especially since it would allow him to eliminate Lu Quan without consequence. In that case, you shall battle here. And it shall only conclude with one side's death. Qiu Yue stepped aside, granting the two men space. Xiao Chuxing, today I shall not hold back any longer. Speak your final words, if you have any. Lu Quan showed no regard for Chen Dong, considering him a mere waste of a postnatal first level, someone he could crush with a single hand. Such meaningless chatter. Chen Dong let out a cold laugh, his vital energy circulating from his dantian. Coalescing in his fist, and with a powerful strike, he hurled his punch forward. Chapter 6. Establishing Authority. Lu Quan, upon witnessing the situation, felt no fear. Instead, he retaliated with a punch of his own, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Bang! Ah, my hand! As their fists collided, Chen Dong stood unfazed, while Lu Quan staggered back several steps, his right arm hanging limply at his side. This is impossible. How can you also be at the 4th level of postnatal training? Terror flickered in Lu Quan's eyes, as the reality diverged sharply from his expectations. Nothing is impossible. Adhering to the principle of taking advantage of an opponent's weakness, Chen Dong did not hesitate. He stepped forward and delivered a powerful blow to Lu Quan's face. Bang! Caught off guard, Lu Quan endured the punch, his right cheek swelling grotesquely. Yet, this was only the beginning. Chen Dong unleashed another ferocious strike upon his left cheek, as if to vent all the grievances he had endured in the past. Bang! 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 Chen Dong continued to rain down blows until Lu Quan showed no signs of life, at which point he ceased his assault. With a thud, Lu Quan's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, attracting not a single glance from the onlookers, who gazed at Chen Dong with reverence. How does it feel now? Qiu Yue approached him and inquired. Much more comfortable. Chen Dong exhaled, reflecting on the benefits that power bestows. If one does not wish to become the next Lu Quan, one must diligently cultivate their skills. Qiu Yue patted Chen Dong on the shoulder before vanishing from the crowd's sight. Master Chen, I was coerced by Lu Quan. Lai Sun suddenly knelt before him. Master Chen, from now on, you are my leader. If you ask me to steal chickens, I shall not touch dogs. If you ask me to consort with courtesans, I shall not approach virtuous women. Ma Wu, lacking any dignity, also knelt, a fawning smile plastered across his face. You expect me to take you as my subordinates and allow you to tarnish my name with your misdeeds? Chen Dong's gaze turned icy as he simultaneously struck both men's heads with his palms. With a resounding crack, their skulls burst like ripe watermelons, leaving behind 2 headless corpses. What did you just witness? He wiped the blood from his hands and addressed the petrified crowd. I saw nothing. It seems my eyes have gone blind. I cannot see a thing. I saw Lai San and Ma Wu head-butting each other, both meeting their demise. The crowd hastily shook their heads, pretending they had witnessed nothing. However, some astute individuals recognized Chen Dong's potential, sensing that he had garnered Qiu Yue's favor, and sought to ingratiate themselves with him. Very well, you shall take care of these 5 corpses. Everything they possess is yours. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction, gesturing toward the youth who had just flattered him. Thank you, Master Chen, the boy exclaimed joyfully. The 5 were not virtuous individuals. They frequently extorted others and amassed considerable wealth. Although Chen Dong deemed their possessions trivial, they represented a significant fortune for him. How did I not think to say that? How did Xiao benefit from this? In the crowd, an elderly man, nearly toothless, watched with envy as the boy struck it rich, his eyes turning red with desire. A clever idea formed in his mind as he stepped forward. Master Chen, I have long known you are not an ordinary person. You merely lacked an opportunity to leap into greatness, and today, that has indeed come to pass. Chen Dong found this amusing, yet adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face. He chose not to argue with the old man. Can you really tell fortunes? The old man nodded, saying, in my youth, I learned a few rudiments from an otherworldly master. If Master Chen trusts me, I could make a calculation. Intrigued, Chen Dong replied, "Go ahead." The old man theatrically retrieved 2 copper coins, shaking them in his palm for a considerable time before revealing his open hand. According to the divination, Master Chen will experience a joyous event this year, one related to romantic entanglements. If I am not mistaken, it should involve Qiu Yue. A chill swept through Chen Dong's eyes. Is that so? The old man chuckled. I assure you, it is not wrong. In truth, he possessed no real fortune-telling abilities. He merely inferred that as a man, Chen Dong likely harbored feelings for a beautiful woman like Qiu Yue. By framing it positively, he hoped to earn a reward from Chen Dong, even if the latter knew it to be false. Old fool, Qiu Yue is like a celestial being, while I am merely a frog on the ground. How could we ever be a match? Chen Dong advanced, seizing the old man's collar and delivering several slaps without hesitation. If his words reached Qiu Yue's ears, he might not even realize how he would meet his end. The old man, dazed and seeing stars, struggled to find his words. He had only sought to gain a small benefit. Humph, let it be known, should anyone dare to speak ill of Qiu Yue in the future, this shall be their fate. After delivering the slaps, Chen Dong still felt it insufficient, so he decided to take it a step further, grabbing the old man and slamming him against a nearby stone. Bang! The stone shattered into fragments, and blood gushed from the old man's head. He raised a bloodied hand, attempting to utter something, but he perished before he could speak. No daring. Absolutely not. Understood. The faces of the onlookers paled, shocked by Chen Dong's unreasonable brutality, yet they dared not express any discontent, fearing they might be next. All right, you may all leave now. Chen Dong waved his hand, signaling for the crowd to disperse. He had acquired 300 system coins the previous night, which he intended to use to purchase Bai Guodan, aiming to break through to the 7th level of postnatal training as soon as possible. As Chen Dong entered the room, the crowd felt a wave of relief and hurriedly fled. Indeed, Chen Dong not only possessed exceptional talent, but also demonstrated unwavering loyalty, making him a worthy confidant to cultivate. Hidden in the shadows, Qiu Yue observed this scene with immense satisfaction. She suspected Chen Dong's fortunes extended beyond the single vial of Huang Yadan, but she cared little for that. As long as he remained loyal to her, it was sufficient. Ding dong, Qiu Yue's fondness for the host increased, rewarding him with 500 system coins. Just as Chen Dong returned to his chamber, he heard the system's voice, momentarily pausing in surprise. It appeared that Qiu Yue had been observing him in secret. Fortunately, he had not allowed joy to cloud his judgment, or the consequences would have been dire. Taking a seat in the spot where Qiu Yue had previously sat, he opened the system store and purchased 3 Bai Guodan. Ding dong, the host has purchased 3 Bai Guodan, expending 300 system coins, leaving a balance of 570 system coins. A beam of light flashed, and before him floated 3 elixirs, which were indeed Bai Guodan. They bore a resemblance to Huang Yadan, yet their aura was somewhat distinct, likely due to the nature of their raw materials. Chen Dong grasped 1 Bai Guodan and swallowed it, activating the yin-yang jing to refine its medicinal potency. Chapter 7. Postnatal Sevenfold. 3 hours later, Chen Dong refined the first Bai Guodan, breaking through to the 5th level of postnatal. 5 hours later, he refined the second Bai Guodan, reaching the 6th level of postnatal. 6 hours later, he refined the third Bai Guodan, attaining the 7th level of postnatal. At this moment, his strength should be second only to Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue on Wangyue Peak. Upon opening his eyes, Chen Dong felt the overwhelming essence within him, believing he could flatten a small mountain with a single punch. However, merely breaking through a realm was insufficient. He needed to practice martial techniques. The significance of martial skills was on par with that of cultivation methods. A postnatal warrior at the 3rd level, proficient in martial skills, could effortlessly defeat a postnatal warrior at the 4th level who lacked such abilities. He reopened the system store, navigating to the martial skill section. Low-grade 1st-tier martial skill scroll. Upon use, it allows one to master a low-grade 1st-tier martial skill completely, priced at 50 system coins. Mid-grade 1st-tier martial skill scroll. Upon use, it allows one to master a mid-grade 1st-tier martial skill completely, priced at 200 system coins. High-grade 1st-tier martial skill scroll. Upon use, it allows one to master a high-grade 1st-tier martial skill completely, priced at 500 system coins. The proficiency of martial skills is categorized into 4 levels: beginner, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. As the saying goes, while entry is easy, achieving perfection is difficult. Typically, mastering a martial skill to perfection requires countless hours of toil. However, The martial skill scrolls in the system store can eliminate that arduous training time, granting instant comprehension. Chen Dong's finger hovered over the high-grade first-tier martial skill scroll. A chime resonated, indicating that the host had purchased the high-grade first-tier martial skill scroll, deducting 500 system coins, leaving him with 70. The system's voice echoed as a white scroll materialized before him, measuring approximately 3 feet long and 1 foot wide. He placed the Vajra fist upon it. In an instant, the Vajra fist vanished, and a flurry of tiny characters began to appear on the white scroll, which then transformed into a radiant light that surged into his consciousness. This is... Chen Dong felt a momentary darkness before finding himself in a pitch-black space, where a white silhouette was executing an unknown fist technique. This was the perfected Vajra fist. Once he regained his bearings, his body instinctively mirrored the movements of the mysterious figure. Initially, he struggled to keep up, with many actions falling short. However, after several repetitions, his movements grew increasingly adept, nearly matching the mysterious figure's precision. Suddenly, the dark space dissipated, and Chen Dong reappeared in his room. No, that must have been my spiritual space. My physical body did not enter. As he approached the door, he noticed the outside world remained unchanged since his disappearance. The sun lingered in its original position. Yet, he had practiced the Vajra fist for at least 3 hours in that mysterious space, indicating that the sun should be close to setting. Is this the law of time? Chen Dong understood that once a warrior reached a certain level of power, they could comprehend the laws of time, creating their own realm of tranquility. In such a realm, a day outside could equate to 3 days within, granting them an additional 2 days for cultivation. This was indeed beneficial, alleviating concerns about his physical form being attacked, while he sought to comprehend martial techniques in the mysterious space. He shook his head and opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Dong Realm. Postnatal 7-fold cultivation method. Yin Yang Jing. This is a growth-type cultivation method, currently low-grade first-tier, martial skill, Vajra fist, high-grade first-tier, perfected, currency, 70. The next step is to break through to the innate realm. However, before that, I must devise a way to advance the Yin Yang Jing. Chen Dong frowned at the low-grade first-tier designation behind it. The higher the level of a cultivation method, the greater the amount of essence a warrior's dantian can harbor, and the more refined that essence becomes. If the Yin Yang Jing could advance to mid-grade first tier, his strength would at least double. This matter cannot be rushed. Careful planning is essential. Closing the attribute panel, Chen Dong exited the room. Although he had become a steward and was exempt from labor, he still needed to oversee the servants to ensure they did not slack off. Steward Chen. Greetings, Steward Chen. Along the way, many greeted him, as his reputation had spread throughout Wangyue Peak within mere hours. Where has Chasing Wind gone? Could it be that Bai Fuyao has departed? Arriving at the stable, Chen Dong approached the area where he used to work, only to find it empty. He inquired of a nearby youth laboring there. May I ask where Chasing Wind has gone? The youth paused his work, respectfully replying, 2 hours ago. The young lady took Chasing Wind away. Chen Dong waved his hand. I see. You may continue your work. Leaving the stable, he made his way up the mountainside, intending to seek out Qiu Yue to enhance their rapport. Steward Chen has arrived. Once again, the 2 maidservants stationed at the entrance of the main hall greeted him as he approached. Chen Dong nodded. I am looking for Miss Qiu Yue. One maidservant shook her head. I'm sorry. Miss Qiu Yue and the young lady left not long ago. Chen Dong inquired. When will the young lady and Miss Qiu Yue return? The other maidservant shook her head. We are not certain. We dare not inquire about the young lady's affairs. Judging by past occurrences, if all goes well, they may return in 2 or 3 days. Otherwise, it may take half a month. Chen Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. I see. Then I shall take my leave. The 2 maidservants exchanged glances, and suddenly, the one who had received the fragment of Yuan stone from Chen Dong the previous day spoke up. Wait. She produced 2 complete low-grade Yuan stones from her sleeve, stepping forward with a smile. Yesterday, we were thoughtless, and we hope Steward Chen will not hold it against us. Understanding their intentions, which stemmed from a fear of potential retribution, Chen Dong gently pushed her hand back. You 2 sisters have worked hard, and earning a few Yuan stones is not easy. Keep them for your own purchases. The maidservant furrowed her brows but soon relaxed, smiling. We did not consider this adequately. Steward Chen, having gained the favor of Miss Qiu Yue, naturally finds these 2 low-grade Yuan stones unworthy of his attention. As she spoke, she retrieved 4 more low-grade Yuan stones from her sleeve, adding, Although we sisters may have some dubious income, our expenses are substantial. This 6 low-grade yuan stones is the absolute limit we can offer. Chen Dong, perceiving that the two ladies had misunderstood his intentions, began to clarify, stating that no matter how many yuan stones they presented, he would not accept them. To him, wealth was merely an external possession, devoid of any significance. The two maidens exchanged glances of astonishment, as they had initially assumed that Chen Dong was dissatisfied with the modest offering and was attempting to negotiate for more. It now became evident that they had misjudged him. He genuinely held no affection for yuan stones. After retracting the yuan stones, the two maidens solemnly declared that should Chun Guanshe require assistance in the future, they would certainly not decline. Chen Dong did not take their words to heart, as he did not envision a day when he would seek help from these maidens. However, he refrained from rejecting their goodwill. Very well, should there be any matters requiring the assistance of the two sisters, I shall not be polite, he replied. The two maidens immediately brightened, responding with smiles. Chen Guanshe, take care. Chen Dong waved his hand and departed from the grand hall. The system did not trigger a reward. Likely due to the maiden's lack of extraordinary beauty, he mused as he walked. He did not believe their happiness was feigned. For an ordinary individual, 6 low-grade yuan stones represented a considerable fortune. It appeared he would need to devise a strategy to win over Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Dong sat upon his bed, contemplating how he might cultivate a profound fondness in the two ladies' hearts. For the next half-month, he made daily visits to the stable to see if Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue had returned. During the remaining hours, he dedicated himself to honing his martial skills. As for cultivating the yin-yang scripture, he abandoned it the very next day. After experiencing the rapid cultivation speed afforded by medicinal pills, he had grown disenchanted with the ordinary practice of meditation. One morning, as he remained enveloped in slumber, the sound of a bell abruptly roused him. Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue had returned, and there was an important announcement to be made. With only half a month having passed, and the monthly reward and punishment assembly yet to occur, the ringing of the bell must surely signify another matter. Chapter 8. Perilous Mission. Chen Dong descended from his bed, methodically donning his attire before shutting the door and hurrying towards the grand hall. Is anyone aware of the circumstances? It remains unclear, though it is likely connected to the young lady's departure over the past fortnight. Just wait, the young lady will emerge shortly. By the time he arrived, there were already 200 or 300 individuals gathered in the open space, engaged in discussions regarding the young lady's summons. Steward Chun. Numerous other stewards approached to greet him, to which he responded with a courteous nod and a smile. Merely a small man reveling in his moment of triumph. Among the crowd, a scarred guard observed this scene and scoffed coldly. Let him bask in his glory for a few days. There will be ample opportunities for retribution in the future. Another guard's eyes glinted malevolently as he cast a disdainful glance at Chen Dong. These two were among the many who had attempted to seize the yuan stones that Bai Fuyao had bestowed upon Chen Dong, only to be forced to kneel by him under the pretense of Qiu Yue's authority. Although whispers circulated that Chen Dong had slain Lu Quan, these two remained unfazed. The stewards of Wang Yue Peak typically possessed a cultivation level of only the 4th stage, while the guards were at least of the 5th stage. Moreover, they were among the elite of the guards, boasting a 6th-stage cultivation level, more than capable of easily dispatching Lu Quan. One by one, more individuals arrived. Half an hour later, a hush fell over the crowd. Bai Fuyao emerged from the grand hall, followed closely by Qiu Yue, both women bearing somber expressions. The atmosphere grew tense as everyone turned their gaze upward. The young lady has summoned you for a perilous mission. Anyone with a cultivation level above the 4th stage who is unafraid of death may participate. As Qiu Yue's voice resonated throughout the hall, amplified by her qi, everyone could hear her clearly. Upon hearing that there would be life-threatening risks involved, all eligible guards and stewards exchanged glances, yet none dared to speak. Unless absolutely necessary, no one was willing to take such a risk. A group of ineffectual individuals, who often displayed bravado amongst themselves, fell silent when faced with a serious matter. Seeing the lack of response, Qiu Yue's frustration boiled over. Had time not been of the essence, she would have relished teaching these people a lesson. It seems a change in management strategy is imperative. Those who are cowardly and indolent do not deserve to remain at Wang Yue Peak. Bai Fuyao was equally disheartened. She had not anticipated that those she had invested so much effort in nurturing would turn out to be such a useless lot. If it weren't for the young lady and Miss Qiu Yue, I might have perished from starvation long ago. Now that an opportunity has arisen, I would willingly face death. At that moment, Chen Dong stepped forward from the crowd, his face alight with fervor. Such an opportunity to enhance his standing would not be squandered. Most importantly, if no one volunteered, Qiu Yue would inevitably name someone to undertake the mission. Better to proactively step forward and maximize potential gains. Indeed, as soon as his words fell, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Bai Fuyao has developed affection for the host, awarding 200 system coins. Ding! Qiu Yue has developed affection for the host, awarding 100 system coins. Excellent! My efforts to promote you have not been in vain. I clearly did not misjudge your character. A look of satisfaction flickered in Qiu Yue's eyes. She addressed the others. Chen Dong, despite his youth, understands the importance of gratitude. While some of you have lived for years, your conscience having long been thrown to the dogs. I will participate in the mission. Count me in. Upon hearing Qiu Yue's provocation, some guards who initially had no intention of joining the mission suddenly flushed with embarrassment and stepped forward from the crowd. 16 individuals should suffice. Qiu Yue counted the volunteers. Rest assured, the young lady is known for her fairness in rewards and punishments. As long as you can return alive, you will be richly compensated with martial arts techniques, yuan stones, and medicinal pills. We shall fulfill the mission without fail. Serving the young lady is my duty. Even without rewards, I would still participate. Upon hearing of the generous rewards, the guards, invigorated as if spurred by a stimulant, began to boast enthusiastically. However, to their disappointment, Bai Fuyao did not spare them a glance, her attention fixed solely on Chen Dong. You are Chen Dong, correct? If you can return alive from this mission, I will promote you to the chief steward of Wangyue Peak, placing you on par with Qiu Yue. Chen Dong's heart leapt with joy. Thank you, young lady, for your faith in me. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Qiu Yue continued to regard Chen Dong. You will lead this operation. All guards will follow your command. Go and prepare. Reconvene here in half an hour. Yes. The crowd responded in unison before turning to leave the grand hall, making their way down the mountain. Midway, a dozen guards halted, surrounding Chen Dong. Kid, did you enjoy showing off just now? The scarred man remarked menacingly. You, a mere boy who hasn't even grown a full beard, think you can lead us? It's laughable. A bearded man mocked. Ha ha, Brother Wang is right. If you have any sense, you should voluntarily resign your position as leader to Miss Qiu Yue. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Thinking you can seize the opportunity and gain favor with Miss Qiu Yue will not put you above us. In this world, strength speaks volumes. The guards glared at Chen Dong with hostility. Had they not feared escalating the situation, they would have relished teaching him a lesson right then and there. While I prefer to avoid conflict, I am not one to shy away from it. You may bully others at will. But to dare provoke me is akin to an ancient tortoise consuming arsenic. You are courting death. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Dong's eyes as he clenched his right fist and struck towards the scarred man. You dare to strike first? Seeking death. The scarred man sneered contemptuously and countered with his own fist. Bang! The two fists collided. Chen Dong stood firm like a mountain, while the scarred man staggered back several steps, his face turning crimson. He blurted out, "Seventh stage?" Chen Dong retracted his fist and replied, "Indeed. Do you have anything else to say? I concede. With your strength, you are indeed qualified to be our leader." The scarred man lowered his head, resentment flickering in his eyes, yet a wise man does not suffer immediate loss. He could only bide his time for revenge. Chen Dong turned to the others. What about you? Donggu, from now on, you are my boss. Donggu, I have long perceived your innate leadership qualities. Henceforth, anyone who dares to question you shall be at odds with me. The guards, possessing meager cultivation levels of merely the 5th layer of acquired realm, and the more proficient ones barely reaching the 6th layer, swiftly altered their demeanor upon witnessing Chen Dong's formidable prowess. Excellent. Just moments ago, Miss Qiu Yue instructed us to gather at the Grand Hall in half an hour. I hereby issue my first command. Assemble at the Grand Hall in 15 minutes. Do any of you dissent? Chen Dong understood that these individuals were only temporarily subservient due to their inferior abilities. Should they surpass him one day, they would undoubtedly turn against him. However, he paid little heed to their potential betrayal, knowing that these feeble bullies would never transcend to the innate realm. The prospect of surpassing his cultivation was likely a mere figment of their imagination. No objections. The crowd shook their heads in unison, their faces adorned with ingratiating smiles, not daring to defy Chen Dong's command. Very well, off you go and return swiftly. Chen Dong cast a glance at the assembly before turning to descend the mountain. Brother Scar, shall we allow this brat to ride atop us henceforth? A guard remarked upon Chen Dong's departure. Indeed, Brother Scar. You were once our leader, and now you are overshadowed by this mere child. Can you endure such humiliation? Another guard stoked the flames. Humph, I merely engage in a temporary charade with him. Did Miss Qiu Yue not mention that the forthcoming mission is fraught with peril? At that critical juncture, we shall turn against him, ensuring he never returns. Provided there is no evidence, neither the young lady nor Miss Qiu Yue can hold us accountable. Brother Scar grimaced, rubbing his right arm, a fleeting shadow of pain crossing his face. That sounds prudent. Brother Scar is indeed astute. Let the boy revel in his moment of glory. He shall surely come to regret it. Upon hearing Brother Scar's nefarious scheme, the others revealed cruel smiles, as if envisioning the moment Chen Dong would beg for mercy. Chapter 9. The Millennium Snow Lotus. Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Dong found little to prepare, merely placing 2 clean garments into his satchel. When he rejoined the grand hall, all the guards had gathered. At that moment, a dozen servants approached, each leading a white steed. Chen Guanshi, these horses have been prepared for you by Miss Qiu Yue, a young servant said respectfully. I understand. You may leave now, Chen Dong replied, stepping up to a handsome white horse and mounting it with ease. The other guards, seeing this, swiftly saddled their nearest steeds. Suddenly, 2 voices rang out. Chen Dong turned to see Bai Fuyao riding a magnificent azure steed, while Qiu Yue sat atop a striking black horse beside her. Now that everyone is assembled, we shall set forth, Bai Fuyao declared, casting a glance at the group and cracking her whip, stirring a cloud of dust. Stay close, Qiu Yue instructed as she followed closely behind Bai Fuyao. Though her black horse did not match the speed of the wind, it was nonetheless a remarkable creature. Despite having lived 2 lives, this was Chen Dong's inaugural experience riding. However, although he had never ridden before, he had certainly observed enough horses in motion. He mimicked Bai Fuyao's technique, delivering a sharp crack of the whip against his steed's flank. The other guards, seasoned veterans, executed their movements with practiced finesse, maintaining a respectful distance of about a meter behind Chen Dong. The group rode tirelessly for 7 or 8 hours, only pausing to rest in a shaded area as the sun dipped below the horizon. Wang Yan, go gather some dry firewood. Lu Fei, lead a few men to keep watch, Chen Dong commanded, noticing Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue resting upon a clean stone. Understood, several guards replied, though their reluctance was palpable as they suppressed their simmering frustration. Before long, they gathered around the campfire. While we have a moment, let me elucidate the purpose of our journey and your roles, Bai Fuyao began, elegantly sweeping her hair aside, the firelight accentuating her already exquisite features with an alluring glow. Chen Dong swallowed nervously, turning his gaze away, anxious of being caught staring. Our destination is the Tiannan mountain range, where a lake nurtures a millennium snow lotus. However, the waters are teeming with golden armored crocodiles. I will confront the most formidable of these beasts, while Qiu Yue will provide cover. Your task is to swim to the center of the lake and retrieve the snow lotus. Bai Fuyao had recently broken through to the 9th level of innate cultivation and sought to advance to the Purple Mansion realm, which required 2 paths, the first being a gradual absorption of the world's essence over approximately 3 years, and the second, utilizing rare treasures rich in vitality, such as the Millennium Snow Lotus. She was confident that consuming the Snow Lotus would allow her to condense her Purple Mansion within 3 months. Miss, what cultivation level do these golden armored crocodiles possess? Chen Dong asked, his mind unclouded by the allure of beauty. If they were all above the 7th level of acquired cultivation, he would surely seize the opportunity to escape amidst the chaos. Rest assured, I will not lead you to your demise. The golden armored crocodiles you will face are all below the 7th level of acquired cultivation, Bai Fuyao reassured the uneasy guards. Chen Dong exhaled, relieved that none would exceed the 7th level. With his current strength, he could handle any 6th level crocodiles without a hint of trepidation. Miss, are you hungry? At that moment, Qiu Yue retrieved a box of pastries and a jug of water from her satchel, placing them before Bai Fuyao. Bai Fuyao acknowledged, having traveled all day and feeling the toll of her exertion as she savored a piece of bean cake. Come, everyone, partake, do not hesitate. The guards, witnessing this, began to unpack roasted chicken and beef from their own provisions. I seem to have forgotten to bring food. Chen Dong was taken aback. He had no experience with outdoor living and had naively assumed they would hunt and prepare a meal as they did in his past life. I neglected to mention that I brought food for you as well, Qiu Yue said, quickly understanding his predicament, and offered him a box of pastries. Thank you. Chen Dong hesitated, but ultimately succumbed to the temptation of the delectable treats and his growling stomach. He thought to himself that he must conserve his portion, as there were still 2 weeks ahead, and he needed to ensure he had enough to eat. Qiu Yue closed the box after eating just a few pastries, having not truly intended to prepare food for Chen Dong. Her words were meant to ease his hesitance to accept, and in reality, the share he received was taken from her own provisions. After finishing her snacks, Bai Fuyao reclined into the tent that Qiu Yue had prepared for her, while Qiu Yue set up a tent for herself. The others, however, were not afforded such comfort. Wang Yan, you lead 6 men for the first half of the night. Lu Fei, you lead 6 for the latter half, Chen Dong commanded before finding a clean stone to rest upon. Damn it. We're on guard duty while he sleeps. It's truly infuriating, Wang Yan, known for his scarred face, fumed upon hearing the orders. If he could have, he would have confronted Chen Dong, but he knew he was outmatched. Keep your voice down. Both the young lady and Miss Qiu Yue are present. Lu Fei, sporting a beard, shared Wang Yan's discontent, but understood that complaining would only lead to trouble. Let us endure for now. We can settle scores later. We must not let small grievances lead to greater losses. Lu Fei urged Wang Yan to step aside and speak quietly. You're right. I was too impulsive, Wang Yan replied, steeling himself as he glared at Chen Dong's retreating figure before leading his group to their watch. 6 days later, the group finally reached their destination. Ahead lies the lake. Tether the horses here, and we shall proceed on foot, Bai Fuyao instructed, dismounting and securing the reins to a sturdy tree. The essence here is remarkably rich, at least double that of Wanyu Peak. After Chen Dong dismounted, he surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the air was not only exceptionally humid, but also imbued with a remarkable vitality. The group advanced forward and soon came to a halt. Before them lay a lake spanning several hundred zhang, at the center of which rose a small island adorned with a snow-white lotus flower, standing half a meter tall. On the shimmering surface of the lake, countless golden-scaled crocodiles floated gracefully. They were none other than the golden-armored crocodiles. Chapter 10. The Plan in Action. Bai Fuyao's eyes gleamed with longing. The Millennium Snow Lotus was of paramount significance to her, as consuming it would spare her 3 arduous years of cultivation. Indeed, Chen Dong activated his yin-yang technique, allowing his vital energy to surge from his dantian into his limbs, always prepared to strike. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed, revealing a cerulean longsword in Bai Fuyao's grasp. With a clang, she unsheathed the sword, stepping upon the water's surface as she charged toward the largest of the golden-armored crocodiles. Most of these golden-armored crocodiles measured only 3 meters in length, with a few reaching 5 meters, but the one in the center was an impressive 15 to 16 meters long. It was none other than the golden-armored crocodile king, whose strength rivaled Bai Fuyao's own. A storage bag? Chen Dong noticed a palm-sized brocade pouch hanging from Bai Fuyao's waist. The earlier brilliance had emanated from within it. Legends spoke of storage bags containing a miniature space. Though they appeared merely a foot in size externally, the internal space could extend to several meters. Quickly, we must act. I cannot hold them off for long, Qiu Yue declared, drawing a white soft sword from her attire. Her embroidered shoes skimmed over the water, creating rippling waves as she sprinted toward the Millennium Snow Lotus. Hiss! The swarm of golden-armored crocodiles emitted furious roars upon witnessing this, opening their massive jaws as they converged. Dongge, it is time for us to move, Wang Yan urged. At that moment, only a dozen juvenile golden-armored crocodiles surrounded the Millennium Snow Lotus, their strength merely at the 4th level of postnatal cultivation. Excitement flickered in Wang Yan's eyes as he plotted in his mind. Once Chen Dong obtained the Millennium Snow Lotus and relaxed his guard, he would seize the opportunity to strike. At that point, not only would he avenge himself, but he might also earn favor with the young lady, perhaps even winning Qiu Yue's hand in marriage. All right, we shall proceed. Chen Dong nodded, aware that this was indeed the opportune moment. If the adult golden-armored crocodiles reacted and returned to the vicinity of the Millennium Snow Lotus, all their efforts would be in vain. Splash! With that, he leaped into the water, swimming towards the location of the Millennium Snow Lotus. Splash! All the guards followed closely behind him. To traverse the water, martial artists either had to reach the innate realm or cultivate a second-tier movement technique. Bai Fuyao belonged to the former category, while Qiu Yue belonged to the latter. Chen Dong and his companions lacked such abilities and could only employ the most primitive method of swimming, as they were all martial artists. Their stamina surpassed that of ordinary people, and they quickly covered the few hundred meters. Cough, cough. At that moment, Wang Yin signaled for the other guards to prepare, ready to strike at Chen Dong. Seeking death, Chen Dong's eyes glinted with cold light. He had long been aware of Wang Shan and the others' covert actions. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, while the latecomer suffers. His intention was also to ambush. As soon as he obtained the Millennium Snow Lotus, he would eliminate all these guards on the spot. Hiss! Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events occurred as 3 adult golden-armored crocodiles, each over 6 meters long, emerged from the water, blocking the path of the juveniles. Not good. These golden-armored crocodiles have developed intelligence and are using feigned weakness to lure us into their encirclement. Chen Dong's expression shifted as he realized that these 3 crocodiles were at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. The challenge of facing them alone was formidable. Alas, we have fallen into a trap. What cunning beasts! What should we do now? Panic ensued among the guards. The speed of the golden-armored crocodiles in the water was at least 3 times theirs. The current situation was dire. To continue swimming forward meant immediate death, while turning to flee would only delay the inevitable. Do not panic. If I am not mistaken, these 3 golden-armored crocodiles must be severely injured, their strength diminished, which is why they remain at their lair. Chen Dong quickly regained his composure, knowing that his survival now depended solely on his wits. Really? Donggu, you wouldn't deceive us, would you? They don't seem injured at all. The guards exchanged glances, their expressions betraying astonishment. The more they scrutinized the 3 golden-armored crocodiles, the more their hearts trembled, as they appeared anything but wounded. Would I lie to you? Chen Dong's countenance darkened. Look, we have lingered here for quite some time, yet these 3 golden-armored crocodiles dare not advance. It is clear they are merely bluffing. As the group peered forward, they noticed the 3 crocodiles incessantly rolling their green eyes, yet they did not move a muscle. Indeed, it seems that way. Ha ha. So it was just a bluff. You startled me. I thought we were doomed. Relief washed over all the guards as their tense hearts began to relax. Wang Yin, you lead 6 men to deal with the left golden-armored crocodile. Lu Fei, you take 6 men against the right one, while I will handle the one in the center. Chen Dong issued commands, then unleashed his vital energy, causing the surrounding lake water to part as he delivered a powerful punch toward the central golden-armored crocodile. Donggu has struck. It is our turn now. Let us see who can defeat the golden-armored crocodile first. That goes without saying, we will be quicker. Initially, the group harbored doubts about Chen Dong's words, but once they witnessed him take the lead, those doubts vanished. I just happen to need a new belt, and you shall suffice. Wang Yin drew his dagger with a cruel smile, leading 6 guards toward the leftmost golden-armored crocodile. Ha ha, I also happen to need a good pair of shoes. Lu Fei laughed heartily, eager not to be outdone by Wang Shan, and promptly led his 6 guards toward the right golden-armored crocodile. In an instant, all the guards surpassed Chen Dong's position, yet they remained blissfully unaware of the underlying danger. Dead friends do not hinder the path of the living. You have only yourselves to blame for crossing me. Chen Dong halted, gazing at the guards he had cleverly misled, a cold smirk gracing his face. He accessed the system shop and navigated to the talisman section. First-tier low-grade teleportation talisman. Allows teleportation up to 10 meters, priced at 30 system coins. First-tier mid-grade teleportation talisman. Allows teleportation up to 30 meters, priced at 100 system coins. First-tier high-grade teleportation talisman. Allows teleportation up to 100 meters, priced at 300 system coins. System, assist me in purchasing a first-tier high-grade teleportation talisman, Chen Dong commanded in his heart. Ding. The host has purchased a first-tier high-grade teleportation talisman, deducting 300 system coins. 70 system coins remain. As the system's sound faded, Chen found himself holding a yellow talisman inscribed with enigmatic tadpole characters. Simultaneously, a piercing scream pierced the air. Wang Yin and Lu Fei were swiftly dispatched by 2 golden-armored crocodiles. We had been deceived by Chen. The 3 golden-armored crocodiles were unscathed and in their prime. Chen, may you not find peace in death. Chen, I shall haunt you even in the afterlife. Despair flickered in the eyes of the remaining guards, for the chasm between the 9th and 6th levels of postnatal cultivation was insurmountable, leaving them with little strength to resist. Beast, take this. Chen disregarded the curses, acutely aware of the urgency of the moment. He feigned anger and launched a punch at the approaching golden-armored crocodile. With a hiss, an expression of disdain flickered in the anthropomorphized eyes of the crocodile as it prepared to snap its massive jaws at Chen. Just as the crocodile was about to seize him, the teleportation talisman in Chen's hand activated, causing his body to vanish from sight and reappear on a small island. The golden-armored crocodile, momentarily bewildered, wondered if it was hallucinating. It looked around but found no trace of Chen. Unable to comprehend, it abandoned its thoughts and pursued one of the fleeing guards. At last, the opportunity was within reach. Chen snapped a millennium-old snow lotus, casting a cold smile as he glanced back at the now lifeless guards, and swam in the opposite direction. Chapter 11. Qiu Wolf Pack. A golden-armored crocodile leaped from the water, attempting to ambush Qiu Yue from behind, but she sensed its approach and swiftly turned, delivering a decisive strike. The sound of the blade against the scales echoed, revealing that the crocodile's armor was 3 times harder than wrought iron, leaving only a faint white mark upon impact, failing to penetrate its defenses. Qiu Yue pondered whether Chen Dong had obtained the Millennium Snow Lotus. Her delicate brows furrowed as she retreated gracefully, lightly tapping the water's surface to draw the surrounding golden-armored crocodiles further away. As she turned her gaze towards the central island, her heart sank upon witnessing the grim sight before her. Numerous mangled corpses floated upon the water's surface, the remnants of the guards from Wangyue Peak. "Miss, we have fallen into a trap. There are still 3 postnatal 9th-tier golden-armored crocodiles lurking in the depths below. Everyone has perished," one of her companions reported anxiously. Qiu Yue recognized that lingering in this predicament served no purpose and swiftly retreated to the shore. How could this happen? Bai Fuyao's complexion paled as she kicked aside the golden-armored crocodile king in frustration, her eyes reflecting uncertainty. Ultimately, she steeled herself and climbed ashore. "Miss, it is my fault for not luring those 3 postnatal 9th-tier crocodiles out, leading to our comrade's demise and the failure of our mission." Qiu Yue lowered her head in guilt. "This matter is not your fault. I underestimated the Crocodile King. It must have gained intelligence to devise such a tactic," Bai Fuyao replied, her expression grim. Following this battle, as long as the Crocodile King possessed any sense, it would immediately consume the Millennium Snow Lotus and seek a safe location to refine it. What shall we do now? Should we return to summon another group of guards? Or is there another solution? Qiu Yue surveyed the golden-armored crocodile horde that had retreated to the island's perimeter, momentarily at a loss. No need. If all goes as expected, that Crocodile King will soon devour the Millennium Snow Lotus. There is no time to summon reinforcements, and we cannot defeat it alone, Bai Fuyao replied, her eyes closing in disappointment as she took a deep breath and departed from the lake. If only Wangyue Peak had one more postnatal 9th-tier warrior, we would undoubtedly succeed, Qiu Yue remarked as she followed her. It is not that simple. With those who only indulge in frivolities, unless we pour a significant amount of elixirs into them, even reaching the postnatal 7th tier would prove challenging, Bai Fuyao reflected, acknowledging the difficulty of the situation. The two conversed as they approached the location where they had previously halted their horses. "Miss, Qiu Yue, I have fulfilled my mission and successfully retrieved the Millennium Snow Lotus." Chen Dong emerged from behind a tree, kneeling on one knee with the precious lotus cradled in his hands. After fleeing in the opposite direction, he initially intended to keep the snow lotus for himself, but reconsidered the importance of system currency and returned. His decision to wait away from the lakeside stemmed from fear that the golden-armored crocodiles would attack him, as well as a desire to let Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue experience disappointment before revealing himself, thus earning their favor. "Chen Dong, you are alive?" Qiu Yue was momentarily taken aback, blinking in disbelief before a joyful expression illuminated her face. The Millennium Snow Lotus is finally in hand. Bai Fuyao, without glancing at Chen Dong, extended her trembling hand to grasp the snow lotus, her face alight with excitement. After careful inspection and confirming its quality, she placed it in her storage pouch, her demeanor once again turning cool and aloof. "Chen Dong, you have indeed lived up to my expectations. Upon our return, I shall promote you to Chief Steward." The recovery of the precious lotus greatly uplifted Bai Fuyao's spirits, and she found herself increasingly pleased with Chen Dong. "Thank you, Mississippi. It is my duty," Chen Dong responded respectfully, without a hint of arrogance. Bai Fuyao's satisfaction deepened at his demeanor. Ding dong, Bai Fuyao developed a favorable impression of the host, rewarding him with 1,000 system coins. Ding dong, Qiu Yue developed a favorable impression of the host, rewarding him with 500 system coins. As Chen Dong heard the system notifications, he became more convinced that his actions were justified. While the Millennium Snow Lotus was indeed a rare treasure, it paled in comparison to the treasures available in the system store. Rise. Quickly find a safe cave. I have sustained minor injuries and require some recuperation. Bai Fuyao suddenly felt discomfort in her chest, surmising that it was a lingering injury from her earlier battle with the Crocodile King, prompting her to furrow her brow. Understood, Chen Dong replied, rising and leading the way ahead. As night fell, they arrived at the entrance of a cave. How did you survive that encounter with the 3 postnatal 9th-tier, golden-armored crocodiles? Qiu Yue inquired curiously, perched on a stone with her chin resting in her hands. It was sheer luck. I thought I was doomed. But Wang Yin and Lu Fei stepped forward to cover me, allowing me to escape by a hair's breadth, Chen Dong expressed regretfully. What a pity. Such good comrades lost their lives to the crocodiles. One day, when I break through to the Zifu realm, I shall avenge them. Qiu Yue's expression turned sorrowful. I am sorry. I should not have brought up your painful memories. Chen Dong shook his head. It is all right. Although this loss weighs heavily on me, the dead cannot return to life, and one must always look forward. Just then, the sound of howling wolves echoed around them. Not good. It is the Qiu wolf pack. Qiu Yue's face paled as she stood alert, scanning their surroundings. Chen Dong, puzzled, asked, Is the Qiu wolf pack particularly formidable? Qiu Yue explained. Under normal circumstances, the Qiu wolf pack would pose little threat. But with the mist healing inside the cave, it would be disastrous if they disturbed her. As they spoke, dozens of silver moon wolves emerged from the woods, encircling them. These wolves resembled ordinary wolves, measuring over 2 meters in length and half a meter in height, the only distinguishing feature being their silver-white fur. The Wolf King howled upon spotting Chen Dong and Qiu Yue, commanding the others to tighten the encirclement. Warriors gain strength by consuming demon beasts, just as demon beasts can enhance their prowess by devouring warriors. It is said that some powerful demon beasts even capture warriors to entertain their peers, employing cruel methods. Intuition whispered to the Silver Moon Wolf King that by devouring Chen Dong and Qiu Yue, it would ascend to the realm of innate mastery. For this, it was willing to pay any price. These creatures regarded us as mere prey. Qiu Yue's face darkened with ire. She had only ever hunted magical beasts and had never before endured such humiliation at their hands. Fortunately, most of the Silver Moon Wolves possessed the cultivation of the 7th layer of postnatal mastery, with only the Silver Moon Wolf King reaching the 9th layer. Upon witnessing the strength of the Silver Moon Wolf pack, Chen Dong felt a sense of relief. As long as there were no innate beings among them, he possessed the means to safeguard himself. Chapter 12. Capturing Qiu Yue. You must protect the young lady here and ensure that no Silver Moon Wolves enter the cave while I go to slay the Silver Moon Wolf King. Qiu Yue's expression was grave as she drew her soft sword from her attire, charging boldly towards the pack of Silver Moon Wolves. Once the Wolf King was defeated, the ordinary Silver Moon Wolves would disperse on their own. A Silver Moon Wolf howled to the heavens, its crimson eyes gleaming with excitement as it lunged towards the approaching Qiu Yue. With a swift bend, she lowered herself, her knees nearly touching the ground, and with a decisive slash of her sword, she tore through the belly of the Silver Moon Wolf. The creature collapsed, intestines spilling forth as it convulsed before falling lifelessly to the ground. Such mindless beasts are indeed foolish, exposing their weaknesses so readily. A trace of disdain flickered in Qiu Yue's eyes. Yet her feet did not falter as she continued her advance towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Silver Moon Wolf King, recognizing Qiu Yue's fierce demeanor, commanded all the Silver Moon Wolves to attack simultaneously. 3 wolves exchanged glances and leaped towards Qiu Yue, staying low, barely a foot off the ground, in an apparent display of newfound cunning. Qiu Yue quickly sprang onto a branch behind her, evading their assault. As she landed, she pressed down forcefully on the branch until it bent, then released it with a sudden motion. The momentum propelled her several meters forward, landing beside the Silver Moon Wolf King. The Wolf King, taken aback, was unprepared for such a maneuver from Qiu Yue. In a panic, it raised its claws to defend against her incoming sword. A resounding thud echoed as Qiu Yue felt the overwhelming force reverberate through her blade, sending her crashing into a tree. Struggling, she plunged her sword into the ground to steady herself, feeling a metallic taste in her mouth as blood spilled forth. The Silver Moon Wolf King, bewildered by Qiu Yue's fierce aura, mistakenly believed her to be a formidable opponent. It had not anticipated that she was merely bluffing and was not its match at all. Excitement flashed in its eyes as it lunged towards Qiu Yue, jaws wide open to deliver a fatal bite. Was this to be her end? A foul stench assaulted her senses, dulling her already heavy head. In her prime, even if she were not a match for the Silver Moon Wolf King, self-preservation would have been effortless. However, after battling the golden armored crocodiles, her strength had dwindled to less than a third, and she had yet to recover when faced with the pack of Silver Moon Wolves. In that critical moment, Chen Dong appeared beside Qiu Yue, swiftly pulling her into his embrace and unleashing a powerful golden Buddha fist. The Silver Moon Wolf King, entirely focused on Qiu Yue, had not anticipated danger and was struck squarely on the head by Chen Dong's punch, foaming at the mouth before collapsing heavily to the ground. The remaining Silver Moon Wolves, witnessing their leader's demise, were gripped by fear and, with a collective howl, vanished into the forest. "Are you all right, Miss Qiu Yue?" Chen Dong inquired, returning to the cave entrance and gently laying Qiu Yue upon a stone. "Cough, cough. Thank you for saving me," Qiu Yue replied, her voice filled with astonishment. She had not expected Chen Dong to conceal such depth. Even if he had ambushed the Silver Moon Wolf King, his prowess was undoubtedly on par with her own. Most importantly, she recognized that the martial technique he had just employed was the golden Buddha fist she had gifted him. This signified that he had mastered a first-tier martial art to perfection in merely half a month. Such extraordinary comprehension dwarfed even Bai Fuyao's capabilities. "Do not mention it. Setting aside the great favor you have bestowed upon me, I would not idly watch a beauty such as yourself perish," Chen Dong said, his heart aching at the sight of Qiu Yue's pale complexion. In a moment of impulsive honesty, he revealed, "Yue, I must confess that I have harbored feelings for you since the very first moment I laid eyes upon you. However, at that time, I was merely an ordinary servant, unworthy of your company. Now that the young lady has chosen to elevate my status to chief steward, placing us on equal footing, and with my strength now matching yours, I believe it is time for me to declare my feelings." Chen Dong understood that this was the moment when Qiu Yue's defenses were at their weakest. If he missed this opportunity, the challenge of winning her affection would multiply many times over by morning. Having witnessed the fierce battle between Bai Fuyao and the golden armored crocodile king, his mindset had shifted. He no longer wished to be a mere observer. He aspired to be the one issuing commands. To achieve this, he was willing to set aside his conscience and engage in actions he had previously shunned, such as deception and coercion. His foremost goal was to elevate the rank of the Yin-Yang scripture, and currently, only Qiu Yue could assist him in this endeavor. "Why do you suddenly speak of this?" Qiu Yue, with a bashful demeanor, lowered her gaze, unable to meet Chen Dong's eyes. Had anyone from Wangyue Peak witnessed this moment, they would surely be astonished. "I knew you would never look upon me favorably, given my humble origins and lack of background." Chen Dong feigned disappointment. "And no, I actually like you too," Qiu Yue quickly interjected, her heart racing. Initially indifferent towards Chen Dong, her feelings had begun to shift after he heroically saved her life. Especially upon learning of his talent, her admiration blossomed into something deeper. Had Chen Dong been a waste of potential, even his act of saving her would not have stirred her heart. "Truly?" Chen Dong asked, filled with joy. "Indeed." Qiu Yue's voice was barely audible. "Splendid. Upon our return to Wangyue Peak, I shall propose to the young lady, requesting her to betroth you to me," Chen Dong exclaimed, elated, as he pulled Qiu Yue into his embrace, inhaling the scent of her hair, a look of pure bliss adorning his face. "Is this appropriate? What if the young lady sees us?" Qiu Yue protested softly. Qiu Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment. She attempted to break free but soon realized that Chen Dong's strength was insurmountable, compelling her to relinquish that notion. It was of no consequence, for the young lady had stated that she could only emerge at dawn. Chen Dong tightened his embrace. Had the surroundings not been so perilous, he would have been inclined to take more decisive action regarding Qiu Yue. Suddenly, a chime resonated in his ears, signaling that Qiu Yue had developed an affinity for her host, rewarding him with 500 system coins. Another chime followed, indicating that Qiu Yue's fondness for her host had increased further, bestowing upon him 2,000 additional system coins. Simultaneously, 2 notifications from the system echoed in his ears. If my conjecture is accurate, the 500 system coins must have been awarded for my gallant rescue, while the 2,000 coins stemmed from my confession. Chen Dong was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a generous reward for his declaration of affection. Chapter 13. Revenge. A night has passed. Is Miss still unwell? Qiu Yue leaned against a tree, stifling a yawn. She was merely at the postnatal 9th level, far from the point of needing no sleep. Was Bai Fuyao severely injured? Chen Dong stroked his chin, his gaze drifting towards the cave, deep in thought. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, countless stones cascading down the mountainside. Deep fissures, spanning several meters, appeared on the ground, revealing an unfathomable abyss, into which entire groves of trees disappeared. Why the sudden earthquake? Chen Dong interrupted his contemplation, steadying himself, confusion etched in his eyes. No, it must be that Miss has broken through to the Zifu realm. No wonder she has not emerged for so long. Qiu Yue approached joyfully, for the stronger Bai Fuyao became, the higher her own status would rise. The tremors persisted for half an hour before finally subsiding. With the Zifu established, she had shed her mortal coil, becoming akin to a demigod. Bai Fuyao emerged from the cave, her right hand resting behind her, her aura transformed dramatically. The postnatal realm unlocks 9 meridians. Each meridian opened amplifies one's strength exponentially. The innate realm unlocks 9 orifices, significantly enhancing both the quantity and quality of the energy within the dantian. However, while these realms bestow power beyond mortals, they do not extend one's lifespan. Without breaking through to the Zifu realm, one could live only up to 200 years at most. Yet, transcending to the Zifu realm alters that, immediately adding a century to one's lifespan, and each layer of Zifu constructed bestows an additional 20 years. There are even miraculous cultivators of the 9th Zifu realm who have lived to be 600 years old. Congratulations, Miss, on fulfilling your wish and entering the inner sect, Qiu Yue respectfully declared. Miss possesses extraordinary talent. Breaking through bottlenecks is as effortless as eating and drinking. Chen Dong stepped forward, offering his compliments. It is merely aided by external factors. There is nothing to be proud of, Bai Fuyao replied, though the upward curl of her lips betrayed her inner pride. She retrieved a palm-sized flying boat from her storage pouch, which instantly expanded to over 10 meters in length, hovering in the air. Come aboard. We shall return to exact our vengeance. Bai Fuyao stepped onto the flying boat, now truly capable of flight, unlike before when she relied on external force. Chen Dong leaped onto the boat and stamped his foot. Despite being crafted of wood, it felt remarkably sturdy. The floor remained unaffected even under his weight, clearly not made from ordinary timber. Excellent. I shall skin that golden-armored crocodile king and use its hide as a cushion, Qiu Yue exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Steady yourself. Bai Fuyao instructed just as the flying boat transformed into a streak of light, vanishing and reappearing 100 meters away. Miss, I have a question. Why did we not use the flying boat on the way here and instead choose to ride horses? Chen Dong voiced his curiosity. Do not be deceived by the size of this flying boat. In reality, controlling it requires an immense amount of energy. When we came, I was merely at the innate 9th level, and I feared I would have to land soon to replenish my energy, making it slower than riding a horse. Now that I have broken through to the Zifu realm, my Dantian's energy has increased tenfold, and its purity has tripled. Flying back to Wangyue Peak is no longer a challenge, Bai Fuyao explained, gazing down at the diminishing mountains below. I see, Chen Dong nodded. Oh no, miss. We forgot to bring chasing wind and black cloud with us. Qiu Yue suddenly recalled, her expression changing dramatically. Do not worry. Now that I have transcended to the Zifu realm, I no longer require mounts. Chasing wind has accompanied me for so long. Although it has no merit, it has endured hardships, so let it frolic in the Tiannan mountain range, Bai Fuyao replied dismissively. Since they had forgotten to bring the mounts, it was fated to be. All right, Qiu Yue said, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes. Black Cloud had grown up alongside her, and their bond was profound. However, since the miss had spoken, she could only comply. Stay here. I shall return shortly. The flying boat halted before a lake, and Bai Fuyao turned to command Chen Dong and Qiu Yue. Understood, they replied in unison. Beast, let us see how you boast now. Bai Fuyao's icy voice resonated across the lake, causing all the golden-armored crocodiles to emerge from the water. Upon recognizing the woman who had previously snatched their treasure, the crocodiles erupted into chaos, rushing towards the shore with the intent to tear her apart. Hiss! The golden-armored crocodile king's eyes flashed with fury. This woman in white was utterly unreasonable. Not only had she cunningly stolen the Millennium Snow Lotus, but she now dared to return and provoke them. It slammed its tail against the lake, launching itself into the air, crashing to the shore with a thunderous roar, its massive jaws opening wide to unleash its ultimate skill, death reversal, hoping to make Bai Fuyao regret her return. How dare you display such trivial skills in front of me? Bai Fuyao chuckled lightly, stepping forward to firmly plant her foot on the jaw of the golden-armored crocodile king while effortlessly lifting its upper jaw, preventing its massive mouth from closing. The golden-armored crocodile king's eyes widened in shock. It could not comprehend why, after just one day, the balance of power had shifted so drastically between them. It thrashed its enormous body, causing the ground to shake and producing a series of loud thuds, yet it remained unable to free itself from Bai Fuyao's grasp. She stood steadfast, unyielding amidst the tumult, as if she were the anchor of the sea, impervious to the raging storm. Since you have exhausted your options, it is now my turn to retaliate. With those words, Bai Fuyao seized the golden-armored crocodile king's jaw with her other hand, effortlessly lifting its body into the air, and with a powerful tear, she rent it asunder. The sound of tearing flesh echoed as the golden-armored crocodile king's body split in two, showering the area with a rain of blood. Boom! The carcass of the golden-armored crocodile king crashed heavily to the ground, rolling several times and stirring up a cloud of dust. Death reversal indeed came to fruition, albeit in an entirely different manner. A protective shield of energy enveloped Bai Fuyao, deflecting the blood and debris away, rendering them unable to approach her. Hiss! The golden-armored crocodile horde stood frozen for a moment, unable to believe that their leader had been vanquished in such an instant. In the next moment, they quickly snapped to attention, realizing they were no match for this woman, and scattered in all directions to escape. Where do you think you are going? Bai Fuyao profoundly comprehended the principle of eliminating threats at their roots. Although she deemed these inferior demonic beasts unworthy of her attention, she could not dismiss the possibility that one day, a particularly fortunate golden-armored crocodile might attain great power and seek vengeance. With a graceful leap, she drew her long sword from her storage pouch and pursued the fleeing golden-armored crocodiles. The surface of the lake was momentarily engulfed in sword energy, accompanied by cries of anguish and the sounds of explosions. Before long, the lake was shrouded in a dark mass of golden-armored crocodile carcasses. Even the once clear waters were now stained crimson, resembling a scene from the depths of hell. Clang! Bai Fuyao sheathed her sword and walked gracefully above the water's surface, a mere foot above it, her pristine embroidered shoes untouched by any speck of dust, while her long skirt billowed in the absence of wind, revealing her flawless calves. In this moment, she appeared as if she had stepped forth from a painting, a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Chapter 14. Bai Fuyao's cousin Miss Bai Fuyao, endowed with extraordinary abilities, effortlessly vanquished the golden-armored crocodile horde as if it were merely a mundane task. Chen Dong leaped down from the flying vessel and approached with flattering words. After all, compliments cost nothing, and he was more than willing to expend his breath. You all cut the useful materials. We shall return to Yue Peak shortly, Bai Fuyao stated, disregarding Chen Dong as she walked past him. Yes, Chen Dong replied, yet a wave of discomfort washed over him. He loathed being overlooked, particularly by Bai Fuyao. Her noble and ethereal demeanor had etched itself indelibly in his heart, a memory that would likely linger for a lifetime. Shall we proceed? Why linger here? Qiu Yue approached and nudged Chen Dong's arm, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. It's nothing. I simply didn't expect a Zifu realm warrior to be so formidable. Chen Dong shook his head, maintaining a neutral expression to conceal his thoughts from Qiu Yue. The two advanced, retrieving daggers to extract the valuable portions of the golden-armored crocodile king. Before long, the crocodile skin and teeth were stripped away and stowed in pre-prepared bags. What should we do with these ordinary golden-armored crocodiles? Chen Dong, drenched in sweat, gazed at the myriad of corpses floating on the water, feeling overwhelmed. The combined materials of these common creatures hardly equated to even a fraction of the worth of the golden-armored crocodile king's belly. Qiu Yue shook her head, her eyes dismissive of the ordinary materials now that she had the exceptional spoils of the golden-armored crocodile king. In that case, let us return. Chen Dong sighed in relief, nodding in agreement. Upon their return to the flying vessel, Bai Fuyao refrained from requesting the materials of the golden-armored crocodile king, steering the craft directly back to Yue Peak. As the sun set, the flying vessel appeared above Yue Peak. The journey there had taken 7 or 8 days, yet their return had consumed barely half a day, a remarkable difference. Miss, you have finally returned. 3 days ago, a young man arrived at Yue Peak, claiming to be your cousin. We dared not impede him. So we allowed him to stay. A servant hurriedly informed them as they landed. Bai Fuyao frowned. Is that so? She turned to Chen Dong, instructing, you should return and prepare. Remember to dress formally tomorrow, as I will announce your appointment as the chief steward of Wanhua Peak. Chen Dong bowed his head in acknowledgement. Yes, I shall prepare immediately. He dismissed the matter of Bai Fuyao's cousin, as it bore little relevance to him. Regardless of whether the claim was true or false. Back in his chamber, he retrieved a pristine outfit from beneath his bed, one he had purchased with years of salary, initially intended for his future wedding, though he lamented that opportunity had slipped away. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside, followed by Qiu Yue's voice. Chief Steward Chen, may I come in? Come in, Chen Dong replied, setting the clothing aside and turning to the door. Creak. Qiu Yue pushed the wooden door open and entered. She donned a purple dress, albeit a much shorter version than before, exposing her curvaceous, alabaster thighs to the air. Chen Dong's eyes lit up, his heart racing at the sight. Qiu Yue's current appearance was undeniably alluring. Even as a man of virtue, he found it difficult to avert his gaze. You needn't jest with me. Simply call me husband, he teased. Such words are premature. Whether the miss agrees is yet uncertain, Qiu Yue replied, her tone playful, though her face radiated joy. Without hesitation, she seated herself on the bed, fully assuming the role of the room's mistress. She was keenly aware that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Bai Fuyao would undoubtedly approve of her union with Chen Dong. If the miss disagrees, I shall elope with you, Chen Dong declared, confident that Bai Fuyao would not refuse his request. Should she do so, he would not remain idle. After all, one must adapt to survive. He could always seek refuge with Qiu Yue for a time. With the system's assistance, he would soon break through to the Zifu realm, rendering Bai Fuyao's descent irrelevant. Who would have thought you, appearing so earnest, would possess such audacity to contemplate betraying the miss? Qiu Yue remarked, astonished that Chen Dong would consider relinquishing his esteemed position as chief steward for her sake. By the way, here are 10 mid-grade yuan stones. The miss has stated she does not wish for the materials of the golden armored crocodile king, so we shall split them, she said, producing a pouch and pouring out 10 thumb-sized, translucent stones onto the bed. I know you dislike complications, so I converted them directly into yuan stones for you. Qiu Yue smiled. Chen Dong chuckled. The miss is indeed generous, 2,000 low-grade yuan stones. And she bestows them upon us, without hesitation. He accepted the yuan stones, feeling somewhat uneasy without any form of currency. Indeed, though the miss is frugal with the common servants, she spares no expense for those she regards as confidants, Qiu Yue declared proudly. That may be so, but if anyone else dared to voice such thoughts of betrayal, I would not let them off easily. Chen Dong quickly diverted the topic. By the way, what is the situation with the Mrs. Cousin? At the mention of the cousin, Qiu Yue's expression soured, her anger flaring as she exclaimed, do not even mention him. The Mrs. Cousin is nothing but a dandy, with sunken eyes and an insipid demeanor, clearly a man given to excess. While that in itself is not a grave matter, his eyes lit up with desire the moment he laid eyes on me. His gaze was utterly repugnant, making me feel uncomfortable, which is why I sought you out. Chen Dong's brow furrowed. He dares to set his sights on my woman. He must be courting disaster. Given the chance, I shall teach him a lesson. Qiu Yue shook her head. Let it be. His intentions may be unsavory, but he has yet to act upon them. It would be best not to provoke him. Setting aside his connection to the miss, his innate abilities far surpass ours combined. Chen Dong refrained from responding, harboring this matter in his heart. He vowed that once he transcended to the Xiantian realm, he would ensure that Bai Fuyao, his cousin, comprehended the meaning of regret. Not every woman in this world is worthy of admiration. Approaching the door, he secured it tightly, then returned with a smile, saying, Wearer, the hour is late. We must attend to our important matters. Qiu Yue's face flushed crimson. Though she had never been with a man, she instantly grasped Chen Dong's implication, and was promptly startled into rising from the bed, darting toward the door. No, I must return to my cultivation. I cannot stay the night here. Chen Dong seized her arm and swept her into his embrace, thinking that should he let this opportunity slip away, he might as well resort to self-castration. Cultivation is not an urgent matter. We have far more significant affairs to attend to. Embarrassed, Qiu Yue buried her head in Chen Dong's chest, her voice barely audible. I am still pure. Chen Dong, filled with excitement, reassured her, do not worry. I shall take full responsibility for you. He gently laid Qiu Yue back onto the bed and drew the curtains. Chapter 15. The advancement of yin-yang scriptures in the early morning. Within the confines of the room, Chen Dong awoke from his slumber. He gazed at the peacefully sleeping Qiu Yue beside him, a smile gracing his face. Ding dong. The host has gained Qiu Yue's favor, awarding 3,000 system coins. Ding dong. The yin-yang scriptures have advanced to the second tier, lower grade. The sudden voice of the system echoed in his ears, prompting him to swiftly access his attribute panel. Host. Chen Dong Realm. Postnatal 7th level cultivation method. Yin-yang scriptures. This is a growth-type cultivation method. Currently at the second tier, lower grade. Martial skill. Diamond fist. First tier, upper grade. Perfected. Currency. 5,570. Is it truly possible to gain favor in this manner? Chen Dong stroked his chin, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. However, what astonished him the most was the abrupt elevation of the yin-yang scriptures by an entire tier. The distinction between first tier, lower grade, and second tier, lower grade was as vast as the heavens and the earth. First, I shall elevate my realm to the innate level, and then procure a second-tier martial skill. Chen Dong resolved in his heart, opening the elixir section and purchasing 3 Jin Yudan. Ding dong. The host has purchased 3 Jin Yudan, deducting 1,800 system coins, leaving a balance of 3,770. Gazing at the 3 flawlessly white elixirs in his palm, he tilted his head back and swallowed them whole, then sat cross-legged on the bed to refine them. Innate realm, break through for me. An hour later, Chen Dong opened his eyes, letting out a roar in his heart. All 9 of his meridians had been unblocked, and his vital energy surged, breaking through the Shun Ke acupoint, expanding his dantian over 10-fold, with purity undergoing a monumental transformation. If previously a trace of his vital energy could only leave a mark on raw iron, now it could split stone and shatter tablets, a clear contrast. Next, I need to unblock the remaining 8 acupoints to establish the Purple Palace and transcend mortality. However, before that, I require a formidable second-tier martial skill for self-defense. Chen Dong opted not to hastily break through to the innate 3rd level, but instead opened the martial skill section. The former would at most amplify his power by 2 or 3 times, while the latter could increase his strength by 5 or 6 times. Feiyun Leg, second tier, lower grade, priced at 900 system coins Bagua Palm. Second tier, middle grade, priced at 1,500 system coins 5 Elements Fist. Second tier, upper grade, priced at 3,200 system coins Ding Dong. A friendly reminder from the system. The martial skills in the store do not require the host to cultivate. Upon exchange, they come with perfected proficiency. Without hesitation, Chen Dong exchanged for the 5 Elements Fist. The value reflects the quality. And a second-tier upper-grade martial skill would undoubtedly surpass a second-tier lower-grade skill. Ding dong. The host exchanged for the 5 Elements Fist, deducting 3,200 system coins, leaving 570. As the system's voice faded, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged in Chen Dong's mind, revealing the method to execute the 5 Elements Fist. Dare I ask, who in this world could achieve the perfection of a second-tier upper-grade martial technique in an instant? Perhaps, apart from me, this genius, no one else could accomplish such a feat. A smile spread across his face. The system's functionality was indeed convenient. Descending from the bed, he began to practice the 5 Elements Fist within the confines of the room. Although already at perfected mastery, to fully unleash its potential, he needed to familiarize himself with it a few more times. Soon, he was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Host, Chen Dong Realm. Innate first-level cultivation method. Yin-yang scriptures. This is a growth-type cultivation method, currently at the second tier, lower grade, martial skill. 5 Elements Fist, second tier, upper grade, perfected. Diamond Fist, first tier, upper grade, perfected. Currency. 570. Looking at his attribute panel, Chen Dong felt immense satisfaction. His strength had increased at least several dozen-fold compared to yesterday. The 5 Elements Fist, worthy of being a second-tier upper-grade martial skill, balanced offense and defense adeptly. Although his realm was merely at the innate first level, his power exceeded that of an average innate fourth-level practitioner. Approaching the bedside, Chen Dong donned a new outfit, as today marked the day he would become the chief steward, thus necessitating a more formal appearance. What time is it now? Sunlight streamed into the room as Qiu Yue raised her hand to shield her forehead, her bleary eyes fluttering open. It is nearly noon. If you do not rise soon, the young lady will send someone to fetch you. Chen Dong replied with a smile. It is all your fault for keeping me up so late yesterday. Otherwise, I would have awakened much earlier, Qiu Yue pouted, throwing off the covers and retrieving her clothes from the floor. How can that be my fault? If blame is to be assigned, it should be for your overwhelming charm. As a normal man, it is only natural that I could not resist, Chen Dong jested. Uft, I now understand. Your previous honest demeanor was merely an act, concealing a heart full of mischief, Qiu Yue remarked disdainfully. Now that you have discovered this, it is already too late. You have boarded my pirate ship and cannot escape, Chen Dong chuckled. Had I known you were this kind of person, I should have slain you with a sword long ago, Qiu Yue retorted with a huff. As the two exchanged playful banter, they stepped out of the room, heading towards the Great Hall. Qiu Yue, Miss Chun, upon their arrival at the Great Hall, the open space was already filled with people. Seeing Chen Dong and Qiu Yue enter, everyone immediately parted to create a path. Is this the feeling of commanding life and death over others? No wonder everyone yearns for advancement. Ignoring the sycophantic crowd, Chen Dong strode forward. He was about to become the chief steward of Yue Peak and needed to exude the authority of a superior. Ascending to the Great Hall, they stood with their backs to the crowd. Since everyone is present, I hereby announce that Chen Dong is now appointed as the chief steward of Yue Peak, with a status only subordinate to mine. After a considerable time, Bai Fuyao's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall, her gaze sweeping over all those present. Thank you, miss. I shall diligently manage Yue Peak from now on. Chen Dong respectfully bowed his head. I trust in your abilities, Bai Fuyao nodded. Cousin, I assumed you had some significant matter to attend to. It turns out you merely appointed a subordinate. At that moment, a pale-faced man in a yellow robe emerged from within the Great Hall, disdain etched across his features. My affairs do not require your opinion. If there is nothing else, please return. Bai Fuyao's expression turned cold as she issued an eviction order. Cousin, can you truly disregard familial ties so easily? If I were to become an outer sect disciple, you would gain an additional ally within the Qiu sect in the future. The yellow-robed man's expression soured, seemingly unprepared for Bai Fuyao's ruthlessness, leaving him humiliated before the crowd. With your innate talent, even through the outer sect assessment, it is fated that you will never transcend to the Zifu realm, rendering you unworthy to be my aide, Bai Fuyao declared coldly. You. The man in the yellow robe glared at Bai Fuyao, no longer addressing her as cousin. The selection process of Qingyu Zong is exceedingly rigorous, allowing only the most exceptional individuals within the same realm to gain entry. He had been eliminated in the first round during his previous 2 attempts at the outer sect assessment, and in his desperation, he sought Bai Fuyao's assistance. To his dismay, Bai Fuyao outright rejected him, showing him not the slightest courtesy, even when he invoked the name of his aunt. Cousin, I understand that your refusal to assist me must stem from unavoidable circumstances. The man in the yellow robe repressed his anger, his gaze turning towards the figure of Qiu Yue before him, a glint of greed flickering in his eyes. However, since I cannot join Qingyu Zong, I must prepare for the continuation of my lineage. Perhaps I could father a descendant of extraordinary talent. I implore you, cousin, to betroth Qiu Yue to me. Chapter 16 Refusal. If you desire to continue your lineage, there are countless beautiful women in the mortal realm. Qiu Yue has been by my side since childhood and has grown accustomed to it. It is unthinkable to marry her off. Bai Fuyao outright rejected the proposal, fully aware of her cousin's character, and would never push Qiu Yue into the flames. Dear cousin, you are mistaken. Marriage is no trifling matter. One must at least consider Qiu Yue's feelings. What if she is smitten with me at first sight? The man clad in yellow robes displayed a persistent demeanor, believing no mortal woman could ever compare to Qiu Yue. Even 10 of them combined would not match her one finger. Since you are so insistent, allow me to inquire on your behalf. Bai Fuyao turned to Qiu Yue and asked, do you wish to marry Bai Yin? Bai Yin was indeed the name of the man in yellow robes. Without a moment's hesitation, Qiu Yue shook her head in refusal. Miss, I do not wish to. Setting aside the fact that she was already with Chen Dong, even if she were not, she would still find Bai Yin unworthy. Well, you have heard the answer. You may leave now, Bai Fuyao stated with displeasure. Why? What makes me unworthy of you? Bai Yan's expression darkened upon hearing her words. As a scion of a prominent family, it was only natural that he would feel fortunate to have caught the eye of a servant like Qiu Yue. He could not fathom her immediate rejection, leading him to assume she was of noble birth while he was merely a poor lad. Master Bai, it is indeed a stroke of luck for a servant to catch your interest, but I must decline your gracious offer as I have someone I admire. Qiu Yue, despite feeling disgusted internally, maintained a smiling facade. As she could not afford to show disrespect to Bai Yan, who was still Bai Fuyao's cousin. I desire no other woman. I want only you. Bai Yan, of course, did not believe Qiu Yue's words, fully aware of his own merits. Missing this opportunity would mean he would never again find such an exquisite beauty. Enough. Qiu Yue has made her feelings abundantly clear. She has someone she cares for. Do not persist, Bai Fuyao frowned, her brows knitting together. She was uncertain if Qiu Yue truly had someone in mind, or if it was merely a convenient excuse. Neither mattered as long as she could send Bai Yan away. Growing up alongside Qiu Yue, whom she regarded as a sister rather than a servant, she wished to shield her from a life of misery. I may leave, but you must tell me who this man is. I am curious to know what makes him superior to me. Bai Yan fixed his gaze upon Qiu Yue. Qiu Yue found herself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Revealing Chen Dong's identity would undoubtedly bring him trouble, yet mentioning another man filled her with revulsion, leaving her in a dilemma. Regret flooded Qiu Yue's heart. Had she known, she would have claimed to be solely devoted to martial pursuits, uninterested in romantic entanglements. What? At a loss for words? Perhaps you simply have no one you like. And this is merely your excuse to reject me. Bai Yan relished in Qiu Yue's discomfort, feeling a flicker of regained pride. Qiu Yue's beloved is me. At that moment, Chen Dong stepped forward, grasping Qiu Yue's delicate hand. Setting aside his original intention to publicly declare their relationship, as a man, he could not stand idly by while his beloved was demeaned. What are you doing here? Qiu Yue attempted to withdraw her hand from Chen Dong's grip, but his hold was firm, rendering her efforts futile. Anxiety washed over her, and beads of sweat trickled down her cheeks, causing her to lose her composure entirely. I thought you had set your sights on an outer disciple of Qiu Yue's sect, which is why you looked down upon me. I never imagined your affections lay with a mere servant. Bai Yan was initially taken aback, but soon regarded Chen Dong with disdain. Had Qiu Yue's beloved truly been a disciple of the Qiu Yue sect, he would have departed from Wangyue Peak without a second thought. However, upon learning that her affection was directed towards a servant, his previously tranquil thoughts began to stir once more. When did you two become an item? How could you keep this from me? Bai Fuyao's eyes widened in surprise, astonished by the revelation of Chen Dong and Qiu Yue's relationship. It was not that Chen Dong was unworthy of Qiu Yue. In fact, she had hoped to unite them, believing it would strengthen their loyalty. However, Chen Dong had only just been appointed as the steward, and their intimate behavior indicated that their feelings had long been mutual. Given Qiu Yue's pride, it was quite uncharacteristic for her to be with someone like Chen Dong, who was previously unknown. In response to Miss Chen Dong and I only became involved yesterday. I had intended to inform you today, but alas, this incident occurred. Qiu Yue recognized that there was no point in regretting what had transpired. All she could do now was to remedy the situation. As long as Bai Fuyao supported their union, she need not fear any underhanded tactics from Bai Yan. I see. Bai Fuyao's eyes flickered with understanding, and everything suddenly made sense. Qiu Yue, your taste is quite lacking. This waste of a man is entirely unworthy of you. Only you and I are a match made in heaven. Bai Yan glared at Chen Dong, his murderous intent unmasked. A mere servant dared to vie for a woman against him, truly oblivious to the consequences. I love Chen Dong. No matter what he becomes in this lifetime, I will remain steadfast by his side. Master Bai should seek a more suitable wife. Qiu Yue's face darkened at Bai Yan's derision towards Chen Dong, yet she dared not retaliate, instead asserting her stance. Suitability is not for you to judge. I believe they are indeed a perfect match. Bai Fuyao stepped protectively in front of Qiu Yue, emanating the formidable aura of a Zifu realm warrior. With a few steps back, Bai Yan's face turned pale, devoid of any color. The disparity between a Zifu realm warrior and a congenital warrior was immense. The former could, with a mere thought, dictate the latter's fate. Although Bai Yan was aware that Bai Fuyao would not dare to kill him, fear gripped his heart, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Your name is Chen Dong, is it? If you are a man, then let us duel. Should I lose, I shall no longer pursue Qiu Yue. However, if I emerge victorious, you must depart from Qiu Yue and never approach her again. Bai Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the fear within him, and with a swift motion of his eyes, conceived a clever plan. Should Chen Dong act impulsively and fall into his trap, he could seize the opportunity to eliminate Chen Dong. In that scenario, no matter how furious Bai Fuyao might become, he would merely administer a beating, and once Qiu Yue lost her man, she would have no choice but to marry him. That wretched woman. Once I secure your hand, I shall ensure you endure torment every single day. As this thought ignited a fervor within Bai Yan, he could almost envision Qiu Yue, stripped bare upon the bed, suffering the consequences of his revenge. Chapter 17. Defeating the enemy with a single blow, Bai Gongzi suffered no punishment for his loss, while I, on the other hand, must leave Qiu Yue. Such a course of action, with only detriment and no benefit, is one I shall not undertake. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Bai Yan had humiliated him in front of so many people. If he did not reclaim his dignity, how could he maintain his standing on Wangyue Peak in the future? He stepped into the open, gesturing invitingly. However, if Bai Gongzi wishes to spar with me, I shall gladly oblige with all my strength. A smile appeared on Bai Yan's face as he leaped across to stand before Chen Dong. I thought you would not dare to fight me. It seems you possess a modicum of courage. Having succeeded in his scheme, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue's expressions changed drastically upon witnessing this scene. The movements of Chen Dong and Bai Yan were too swift. By the time they reacted, it was too late to intervene. Miss, what shall we do now? Bai Gongzi is a master of the innate realm. Chen Dong cannot possibly be his match. Qiu Yue was on the verge of tears, feeling profoundly moved. Knowing that Chen Dong wished to spare her any embarrassment, Chen Dong was far too impulsive. Bravery is commendable, but it must be tempered with self-awareness. The innate realm is not something that can be contended with by those of the acquired realm. Rest assured, should Chen Dong's life be in jeopardy, I will be the first to intervene and save him. Bai Fuyao furrowed her brow. Chen Dong's reaction was unexpected yet understandable. This indicated that Chen Dong genuinely cared for Qiu Yue. That is well. Miss, you must not falter. Reassured by Bai Fuyao's words, Qiu Yue felt a sense of relief. As long as Chen Dong was not in mortal danger, she could accept some injuries. If it were a master like you, I would naturally not dare to agree, but as far as I know, Bai Gongzi has merely recently broken through to the innate realm and does not concern me. Since Chen Dong was prepared to reveal his strength, he would no longer hold back. He sought to make Bai Yan regret provoking him. Such audacity. You, a mere servant, dare to utter such grandiose words. One might mistake you for an outer disciple of Qiu Yue's sect. Bai Yan bellowed, incensed that not only Bai Fuyao looked down upon him, but that Chen Dong, a servant, would do the same. If he did not establish his authority today, he would be mocked by all the servants upon his return to Wangyue Peak. Second-tier low-grade martial technique, rolling stone fist. Bai Yan shouted, and the sleeve of his right arm burst apart. His once normal skin had transformed into a grayish-white, covered with patterns resembling stone. With that, he stepped forward and launched a fierce blow towards Chen Dong's face. Come at me. Chen Dong showed no fear. The yin-yang classic circulated swiftly within him, and his vital energy filled his body in an instant. He unleashed the five elements fist to collide with Bai Yan's strike. Bang! With just that one clash, Bai Yan's body was sent flying, crashing into a pillar and falling to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth uncontrollably. The innate realm. Everyone stared at Chen Dong in shock, their faces reflecting disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. How difficult is it to reach the innate realm? Previously, among the hundreds on Wangyue Peak, apart from Bai Fuyao, the strongest was Qiu Yue, who was merely at the 9th level of the acquired realm, followed by a host of 7th-level guards. It could be said that without a fortuitous event, even if they lived to 100, they would have only a 1% chance of breaking through to the innate realm. And here was Chen Dong, a mere teenager, possessing such a level of cultivation. How could they possibly accept it? If there were any who were previously dissatisfied with Chen Dong's role as the steward of Wangyue Peak, upon witnessing his strength, none could harbor such thoughts any longer. An innate realm expert was beyond their combined capabilities. To entertain thoughts of rebellion would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, a certain death. It was not merely the innate realm that astonished them. The martial technique Chen Dong had just employed was exceedingly mysterious, surpassing any technique they had trained in thus far. Bai Fuyao observed Chen Dong on the clearing, her beautiful eyes glinting with intrigue. Although she had broken through to the Purple Mansion realm, she had yet to practice any third-tier martial techniques, and the most formidable technique she possessed was merely a second-tier high-grade sword art. While her sword art was indeed formidable among techniques of the same grade, it paled in comparison to Chen Dong's recent fist art. Is it possible that Chen Dong has actually won? At that moment, the most astonished person in the crowd was undoubtedly Qiu Yue, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Were it not for the pain of pinching her arm, she might have thought she was dreaming. Others may not understand Chen Dong, but she did. Just yesterday, he had only reached the 7th level of the acquired realm and could only wield a first-tier high-grade martial technique, employing stealth to defeat the 9th level Silver Moon Wolf King. Yet, astonishingly, within a single day, Chen Dong not only broke through to the innate realm, but also acquired a second-tier high-grade martial technique. What a vicious servant. I merely wish to spar with you, yet you strike with such force. Bai Yin raised his left hand to wipe the blood from his lips, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. Not only was his right arm hanging limply, but his shoulder was also shattered, rendering recovery impossible for over 6 months. Cousin, you must stand up for me. This servant publicly humiliated me while secretly disregarding you. Bai Yin sought to incite Bai Fuyao against Chen Dong, suggesting that perhaps Chen Dong was a spy sent by others, for he could not possess such profound martial skills otherwise. Miss, there must be a misunderstanding. Chen Dong is absolutely no spy. He is loyal to you. Qiu Yue quickly knelt, pleading for mercy, even though her heart was filled with doubts. Now was not the time to express them. Rise, we shall discuss this later. Bai Fuyao was not one to fall for such a crude scheme. She commanded 2 guards from the crowd, Ding Da, Ding Er. Take Bai Yin back. Yes. 2 burly men emerged from the crowd, approaching Bai Yin and respectfully saying, Bai Gongzi, this way, please. Cousin, you cannot let this servant go. I am your cousin. Bai Yin was left dumbfounded, having not anticipated that Bai Fuyao would not come to his aid. Chen Dong, Qiu Yue, both of you come with me. Bai Fuyao chose to ignore Bai Yin, first casting a glance at Qiu Yue and then at Chen Dong. Before turning to enter the grand hall, Qiu Yue, rising from the ground, followed her inside. Young Master Bai, I sincerely apologize. I have only just broken through to the innate realm and am unable to fully control my vital energy, which regrettably led to your grievous injuries. I hope you will not take offense. A sardonic smile appeared on Chen Dong's face as he stepped into the grand hall under Bai Yan's predatory gaze. He understood that Bai Fuyao's summons was undoubtedly related to the secrets of the 5 elements fist and the rapid enhancement of cultivation. Fortunately, he had already devised a strategy, so he did not betray any signs of fear. Chapter 18. Wudu Dan Chen Dong entered the grand hall, where Bai Fuyao sat regally on the throne, with Qiu Yue standing respectfully to her lower left. Miss, may I inquire as to why you summoned me? He asked, hastening his steps forward, his demeanor imbued with utmost reverence. You just employed an extraordinary martial technique. Where did you acquire it? Bai Fuyao inquired, resting her chin on her left hand while her right tapped thoughtfully against the armrest of her seat, her tone casual yet probing. Chen Dong hesitated, displaying an air of difficulty. Is there something you cannot share with me? Bai Fuyao's voice turned icily sharp. My life belongs to you. Miss, there is nothing you cannot know. Chen Dong quickly knelt, feigning fear as he trembled visibly. Very well, speak, Bai Fuyao said, clearly pleased with his performance, nodding approvingly. During a recent outing, I inadvertently stumbled upon the cave of a Zifu realm martial artist, and the technique I just used was acquired there, he confessed, lowering his gaze. A Zifu realm martial artist cave? You are indeed fortunate, Bai Fuyao mused, a contemplative glimmer in her eyes. Forgive me, miss, I beg for your mercy, considering my past contributions, Chen Dong pleaded, channeling his inner energy to force cold sweat from his forehead, which dripped onto the stone floor. Do you understand where you went wrong? Bai Fuyao's expression was frigid. Had it not been for Chen Dong's prior achievement in retrieving a Millennium Snow Lotus, she would have already taken his life. To dare keep the inheritance of a Zifu realm martial artist to oneself foretold a future where he might also hoard the inheritance of a Yuandan realm martial artist. Should his cultivation surpass hers one day, who could guarantee he would not develop ulterior motives? I should have presented all treasures to you upon my return, rather than keeping them for myself, Chen Dong admitted, constricting his blood vessels to pallor his complexion, appearing utterly terrified. I do not regard the inheritance of a Zifu realm martial artist as significant. The true error lies in your failure to inform me. Did you think I would covet the treasures within the cave? Bai Fuyao spoke sincerely, as her lineage rendered even the legacy of a Fa Xiang realm martial artist insignificant in her eyes. I would never dare, Chen Dong responded, feigning regret. Since you acknowledge your mistake, I shall spare your life. However, death is unavoidable, and you must consume this Wudu Dan. Bai Fuyao's jade-like hand glimmered as a black pill, the size of a longan, appeared, which she tossed at Chen Dong's feet. Understood. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dong picked up the Wudu Dan and swallowed it, fully aware that any sign of reluctance could cost him his life. This pill, crafted from 5 poisons, would cause his body to rot and perish within 3 days if the antidote was not taken in time. Rest assured, as long as you remain loyal to me, I shall provide you with the antidote annually. Bai Fuyao smiled, pleased with Chen Dong's talent. Unwilling to dispose of him unless absolutely necessary, her heart was warmed by his perceptiveness. I would never betray you, miss, Chen Dong vowed instantly. I believe you. Bai Fuyao waved her hand dismissively. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Excuse me. Chen Dong rose and bowed as he slowly retreated. Upon exiting the grand hall, he returned to his chamber, greeted by the respectful gazes of all the attendants. To think a mere Wudu Dan could control me. Bai Fuyao is rather fanciful, he mused, closing the door behind him and sitting on his bed as he opened the system shop to browse. Second-tier low-grade detoxification pill can neutralize any second-tier low-grade poison, priced at 1,500 system coins. Second-tier mid-grade detoxification pill can neutralize any second-tier mid-grade poison, priced at 3,000 system coins. Second-tier high-grade detoxification pill can neutralize any second-tier high-grade poison, priced at 5,000 system coins. If memory serves me correctly, the Wudu Dan is a second-tier low-grade. Chen Dong closed the system shop, realizing he possessed only 570 system coins, still short by 1,000 coins to purchase the second-tier low-grade detoxification pill. Just then, Qiu Yue entered his room, her face etched with concern. Donggu, you were too impulsive earlier. You should not have offended Bai Yin on my behalf. Nor should you have revealed the inheritance of a Zifu realm martial artist. Chen Dong's eyes brightened. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as he had fallen asleep. An idea to boost his favorability sprang to mind. Yue, you are my woman. I will not stand idly by while you are wronged, regardless of the cost. Indeed, he had struck upon a method of sweet talk. It was a well-known fact that most women, if not all, relish such flattery. As expected, no sooner had he spoken than the system chimed. Ding. Qiu Yue has developed a fondness for the host. Reward, 500 system coins. Touched by his words, Qiu Yue fell silent, her heart swelling with emotion. To have a man like him in her life made any sacrifice worthwhile. Rest assured, I will find a way to obtain the permanent antidote for the Wudu Dan from the miss. I will not allow you to live in fear. Chen Dong shook his head, saying, no need. I have no intention of betraying the miss, and it is unnecessary to waste time on this matter. Qiu Yue retorted firmly, no, this is my responsibility. I must resolve it. Chen Dong's expression turned grave. Do not request the permanent antidote from the miss. She will surely suspect your loyalty. My minor grievances are inconsequential. What matters is that you do not lose the miss's favor. Qiu Yue felt even more moved. A man like Chen Dong was indeed a rare treasure. She silently vowed to persuade the miss to provide the permanent antidote for the Wudu Dan. However, outwardly, she nodded. You have a point. I was being irrational. Ding. Qiu Yue has developed a fondness for the host. Reward, 500 system coins. Once again, the system's announcement resonated, and a smile crept onto Chen Dong's face. He now had enough system coins to purchase the second-tier low-grade detoxification pill. I have only recently broken through to the innate stage and need to solidify my realm. I shall remain indoors for the next 3 days, and all matters on the peak will be entrusted to you. Chen Dong crafted an excuse to dismiss Qiu Yue. Although the Wudu Dan only acted once a year, he feared potential side effects on his body and preferred to resolve it sooner rather than later. Indeed, take a few days to rest well. I shall manage the affairs atop the peak. Qiu Yue nodded, casting a lingering gaze at Chen Dong before reluctantly departing the room. Chen Dong stepped forward to close the door, returning to his bed to access the system shop, where he navigated to the elixir section and purchased a second-tier lower-grade detoxification pill. Ding dong. The host has purchased one second-tier lower-grade detoxification pill, deducting 1,500 system coins, leaving a balance of 70 system coins. He glanced at the elixir in his hand, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes. 1,500 system coins had vanished just like that. If only those coins had been used to enhance his cultivation, he would undoubtedly have advanced further. Bai Fuyao, I shall remember today's grievance. When my cultivation surpasses yours, I will settle both old and new scores alike. Chen Dong tilted his head and swallowed the detoxification pill, then opened his shirt to reveal that the area over his heart, once shrouded in darkness, was now gradually returning to its normal hue. The effects of the voodoo pill had been thoroughly dispelled. It was now time to confront Bai Yan. He fastened his shirt and stepped out of the door, pursuing the direction in which Bai Yan had departed. As the saying goes, one must eradicate the roots of the weeds. Since I have already crossed Bai Yan, it is imperative to eliminate the threat in its infancy. Chapter 19. The demise of Bai Yan. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended, darkness enveloped the land, rendering visibility to mere shadows. In an obscure grove, Bai Yan sat upon a colossal stone, rhythmically drumming his knees with his hands. My cousin is truly unreasonable, banishing me for a mere servant when I am her blood relative. Ding Da and Ding Er, seated by the crackling fire, exchanged glances, a sinister smile flitting across their faces upon hearing Bai Yan's grievances. Ding Da rose and approached, saying, "Young Master Bai, you are unaware that Chen Dong is a treacherous scoundrel, emboldened by the lady's favoritism." Ding Er chimed in, "Indeed, he disregards us as if we were mere chattel. But as a relative of the lady, how can he show such disrespect? If we do not teach him a lesson, he may grow even more unruly in the future." The two had grown envious upon witnessing Chen Dong's audacity and, upon hearing Bai Yan's lament, concocted a scheme to eliminate him. "I too wish to give Chen Dong a taste of his own medicine, but his martial prowess is far too formidable. I am no match for him," Bai Yan lamented. "What a fool! If not for his illustrious lineage, he would struggle even to find sustenance." Ding Da scoffed inwardly. He quickly interjected, "Young Master Bai, you are of noble birth and need not sully your hands with a servant like Chen Dong. You could enlist external assistance." Bai Yan paused. "External assistance? What do you mean?" Ding Da, exasperated, thought it astonishing that Bai Yan was so dense as to miss the implication. He pressed on. "For instance, you could hire an assassin to eliminate Chen Dong, or upon your return, inform your father of the humiliation you suffered at Chen Dong's hands, urging him to pressure the lady for retribution." Bai Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Yes. Why did I not think of that? When I return, I shall have my father intervene and instruct my cousin to have Chen Dong torn to shreds. If my father refuses to act, or if my cousin hesitates, I will seek out an assassin from the Shadow Pavilion to eliminate him. He shall not escape death." Ding Da mused, not entirely dim-witted. At least he grasps the essence of conversation. He donned a congenial smile. "Young Master Bai is truly astute. You see right through it." Ding Er observed Bai Yan lost in his fantasies, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Were it not for Bai Yan's potential usefulness, the brothers would have no desire to associate with him. Bai Yan snapped back to reality. "You are Ding Da, yes? Excellent. You have provided me with a splendid idea. Here is a mid-grade yuan stone as a token of my gratitude." He retrieved a mid-grade yuan stone from his storage pouch and handed it over. "Thank you, young Master Bai," Ding Da replied with a smile, though inwardly he cursed Bai Yan's lineage. To receive merely one mid-grade yuan stone was a paltry reward. Such a master would only inspire loyalty from a fool. Ding Er silently grumbled, "How miserly! Not even a proper reward. This is your due. As long as you diligently serve me, reward shall not be scarce," Bai Yan declared, oblivious to any discontent. He patted Ding Da's shoulder, exuding an air of generosity. "At your command, we would brave mountains and seas without hesitation," Ding Da said respectfully. Though internally he added, "I am merely deceiving you. My brother and I would never expend our efforts for someone like you." "Excellent. I relish dealing with intelligent individuals. Conversing becomes effortless," Bai Yan nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Chen Dong traversed the forest, having left a trace of his unique energy on Bai Yan during their previous encounter. Thus, even from 100 miles away, he could sense Bai Yan's location. An hour later, with the energy signature merely a mile away, Chen Dong halted to prepare for action. He accessed the system shop and navigated to the potion section. First tier inferior disguise pill allows for disguise for 3 minutes. Appearance, height, and aura will randomly change, undetectable by martial artists below the Purple Mansion realm, priced at 50 system coins. First tier middle disguise pill allows for disguise for 6 minutes. Same effects as above, priced at 100 system coins. First tier superior disguise pill allows for disguise for 9 minutes. Same effects as above, priced at 200 system coins. This is the one, Chen Dong decided, selecting the first tier inferior disguise pill for purchase. Ding. Purchase successful. 50 system coins deducted. Host now has 20 system coins remaining. As the system's voice faded, a white pill materialized in Chen Dong's hand. Without hesitation, he swallowed the disguise pill. Instantly, His facial structure transformed into that of a rugged man with sharp features, while his height increased by several centimeters. However, the most significant change was in his aura, which shifted from a dual-toned black and white to a vivid red. Even if Qiu Yue stands before me, she would not recognize my identity, Chen Dong remarked confidently, gazing at the unfamiliar reflection in a puddle. Time was of the essence. The first-tier inferior disguise pill's effects would last only 3 minutes, and not a second could be squandered. He leaped forward, racing towards his target. Before long, he spotted Bai Yin, who had succumbed to slumber atop the great stone. Meanwhile, Ding Da and Ding Er were engaged in hushed discussions by the campfire, their faces occasionally betraying lewd smiles. On this day next year, you shall be mourned. Chen Dong's eyes glimmered coldly as he stealthily approached Bai Yin, swiftly grasping his neck and twisting it with force. Crack! The sharp sound echoed as Bai Yin jolted awake, his eyes wide with disbelief at the suddenness of his demise. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave behind a toll, Chen Dong thought as he seized Bai Yin's storage pouch, stowing it away before discarding his lifeless body at Ding Da and Ding Er's feet. The reason he uttered such words was to divert attention, ensuring that Bai Fuyao would not suspect him of having slain Bai Yin. You are doomed, kid. I shall make you suffer 1,000 tortures. Upon regaining their senses, Ding Da and Ding Er sprang to their feet, their eyes filled with rage as they glared at Chen Dong. With Bai Yin deceased, the young lady would undoubtedly not let them off the hook, even if they bore no guilt in this matter. Their only means of survival rested upon capturing the individual before them and delivering him to Wang Yue Peak for the lady's judgment. 2 mere ants of the postnatal realm dare to speak so arrogantly? Chen Dong scoffed. As his words fell, he forcefully stomped his foot, instantly appearing before Ding Da and Ding Er. Before they could react, he raised his hands and struck them with 2 resounding slaps. The sound echoed in the air, and the 2 were sent flying several meters, collapsing unconscious to the ground. It was evident that one side of their faces had caved in. Such was the resilience of martial artists, for a mere mortal would have perished long ago under such blows. For now, I shall spare your insignificant lives. Chen Dong refrained from delivering a fatal blow, recognizing the utility in keeping Ding Da and Ding Er alive. Only if they returned to Wang Yue Peak and sketched his altered visage would Bai Fuyao be convinced he had not been responsible for Bai Yin's demise. Otherwise, after having clashed with Bai Yin in broad daylight, his unexpected death that very night would raise suspicions even among the simplest of minds. Those who dare to covet my woman shall meet this fate. Chen Dong disdainfully cast a glance at Bai Yin's lifeless body before turning to leave the woods, making his way back towards Wang Yue Peak. Upon returning to his chamber, he closed the door and retrieved the storage pouch from Bai Yin. I hope this brings me some surprises, he murmured as he infused his vital energy into the pouch. In no time, a slight opening emerged, gradually widening until it was fully ajar. Chapter 20. Framing indeed. As a scion of a prominent family, one has struck it rich. The storage bag possesses an approximate space of 3 zhang, with the left side brimming with miscellaneous items, while the right side is a heap of mid-grade yuan stones. Chen Dong roughly estimates there to be at least over 300. It is his first encounter with such a substantial sum of wealth. The wisdom of the ancestors rings true. Without unexpected fortune, one cannot thrive, and without night grass, a horse cannot grow fat. An ordinary innate early-stage martial artist struggles to earn merely 2 or 3 mid-grade yuan stones in a year. Accumulating over 300 mid-grade yuan stones would take more than a century of toil. Until I break through to the Purple Mansion realm, I must keep this storage bag a secret from everyone. Although the bag appears unremarkable, one cannot dismiss the possibility of Bai Yin having left a mark on it. If Bai Fuyao were to see it, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Chen Dong emptied the miscellaneous items into the furnace. These worthless objects were better off burned. Before long, all the refuse had turned to ashes. After addressing everything, Chen Dong tucked the storage bag into his bosom and lay down to sleep. The following morning, before dawn had fully arrived, the sound of bells echoed throughout Wang Yue Peak. It must be Ding Da and Ding Er returning. Awakened by the chimes, Chen Dong stepped outside, gazing towards the main hall, his heart already suspecting what was afoot. He touched the storage bag at his chest and walked towards the main hall with calm composure. Manager, he greeted. Upon seeing Chen Dong's arrival, the servants who had arrived earlier parted to create a path for him. At the entrance of the main hall, Qiu Yue paced back and forth, her face marred by worry. Yue, what has transpired? Why has the young lady summoned us all so suddenly? Chen Dong approached, feigning ignorance. Alas, you are unaware. Last night, young Master Bai was murdered by a robber on his way home. Qiu Yue paused, her voice heavy with sorrow. What? How dare a robber kill the young lady's kin? If I find out who it is, I shall have them torn apart. Chen Dong exclaimed in feigned shock, his expression one of disbelief, as if he had been struck by lightning. We do not yet know the identity of the assailant. However, Ding Da and Ding Air miraculously survived. They have seen the face of the killer and are currently sketching a portrait inside, Qiu Yue remarked, shaking her head. That is good, as long as they can depict the killer's likeness. He shall have nowhere to hide, even if he flees to the ends of the earth. Chen Dong nodded in agreement, everything unfolding as he had anticipated. The crowd waited outside the main hall for half an hour before Bai Fuyao swiftly emerged, holding a portrait. Ding Da and Ding Air trailed behind her, their heads bowed like withered eggplants, devoid of their former grandeur. Silence, Bai Fuyao commanded, her brow furrowing as she observed the raucous crowd below. She unleashed her qi and shouted, instantly silencing the assembly. All eyes turned towards her. Should anyone among you be able to locate the whereabouts of this person, a reward of 100 mid-grade yuan stones shall be granted. She tossed the portrait into the air, revealing the likeness of Chen Dong after he had consumed a transformation pill. 100 mid-grade yuan stones, a sum that would provide a lifetime of comfort for anyone who could find the person depicted. You think of feasting, but with 100 mid-grade yuan stones, I could surely break through to the innate realm. The thought of such wealth ignited greed in everyone's eyes, for 100 mid-grade yuan stones represented an astronomical figure to these servants, a dream they had never dared to envision. Now, the opportunity to claim it lay before them, and no one could resist the allure. One thing you must remember, the person in this portrait possesses strength above the innate realm. If anyone discovers his whereabouts, do not act recklessly, lest you provoke him. Bai Fuyao waved her jade hand, affixing the portrait to a stone pillar at the center of the clearing. What a grand display! Had I not just acquired Bai Yan's storage bag, I might have considered offering myself up. Chen Dong's expression mirrored that of the other servants. Yet while they were genuine, his was an act. The likeness produced by the transformation pill was random. Even if they searched for 100 years, they would never find the person depicted. Ding Da and Ding Air had served their purpose, and to prevent them from discovering that I was the one who killed Bai Yan, I must eradicate all traces. Miss, Yue has informed me of young Master Bai's fate. Please accept my condolences. Chen Dong stepped forward to offer comfort. Bai Yan was merely a waste. My concern lies not in his death, but that it occurred near Wanyue Peak, Bai Fuyao replied coldly. Although she was related to Bai Yan, she harbored no feelings for him, making it impossible for her to feel sorrow. Her fervent efforts to uncover the murderer stemmed from a desire to preserve her own reputation. Should others learn of this incident, they would surely mock her. How could the esteemed first disciple of the outer sect allow a relative to be slain at her doorstep? Miss, have you not noticed something amiss? How is it that young Master Bai, a martial artist of the innate realm, died, while Ding Da and Ding Air, mere postnatal martial artists, survived? Chen Dong pointed out. Are you implying that Ding Da and Ding Air colluded with the robber? Bai Fuyao turned to face Ding Da and Ding Air, a glint of murderous intent flickering in her beautiful eyes. Miss, this is a grave injustice. By the heavens, I do not know that robber. Otherwise, I would not have incurred such grievous injuries, Ding Da implored, kneeling in abject fear. Indeed, my brother and I have sustained such severe wounds that even if healed, we will bear lasting consequences. If we truly knew the robber, he would not have dealt us such heavy blows, Ding Air hastily added, his face pale with concern. Humph, perhaps this is merely a ruse on your part. Compared to your lives, enduring minor injuries is of little consequence. Chen Dong continued to slander. Chen Dong, you speak baseless accusations. Why would my brother and I harm young Master Bai without reason? Ding Da rose, glaring at Chen Dong. Precisely. Chen Dong, when have we ever offended you to warrant such a trap? Since you assert that my brother and I conspired with the bandits to assassinate Bai Gongzi, might I inquire about the motive behind such accusations? Ding Air's face was also a mask of indignation. Anyone falsely accused of being a murderer would undoubtedly be enraged, and given that Ding Da and Ding Air are victims themselves, their fury was even more pronounced. They even speculated whether Chen Dong possessed some unseen advantage, having overheard their discussions inciting Bai Yan to harm him, thus seeking revenge on the brothers. The motive seems rather apparent. As a scion of a prominent family, Bai Gongzi would undoubtedly carry a substantial amount of yuan stones, and it stands to reason that the two of you were tempted by greed, leading to collusion with the bandits to take his life, Chen Dong remarked coolly. My lady, please do not place your faith in Chen Dong's words. I possess but a few low-grade yuan stones, which you generously bestowed upon me before. I do not hold any of the ill-gotten gains belonging to Bai Gongzi. Dingda was at a loss for how to counter Chen Dong's claims and could only turn to Bai Fuyao for clarification. My lady, should you find even a single item belonging to Bai Gongzi on us, we shall confess our guilt. However, if you cannot uncover any such items, we implore you to dismiss Chen Dong from his position as the chief steward. A person who makes baseless judgments without evidence is unworthy of being the steward of Wangyue Peak. Ding Er, being the more astute of the two, recognized that the lady had already begun to harbor doubts. At this juncture, no amount of explanation would sway her belief. The only course was to allow her to search them, for only then would she be convinced of their innocence. Simultaneously, this would serve to implicate Chen Dong and make him regret his attempt to frame the brothers. Chapter 21. The scheme succeeds. Chen Dong's initial intention was to apprehend the murderer quickly. Even if he made a mistake, he should not be punished. If you truly have no connection to the bandits, I will compensate you with elixirs. Bai Fuyao, of course, would not acquiesce to Ding Er's demands. In her heart, even 10 Ding Das and Ding Er's combined would not be as significant as Chen Dong. A look of alarm crossed Ding Da's face as he suddenly remembered the mid-grade yuan stone bestowed upon him by Bai Yin, which was still hidden in his possession. However, before Ding Da could utter a word, Bai Fuyao waved her delicate hand, and his garments were instantly torn to shreds, leaving him exposed before everyone. With a clang, all the concealed items on Ding Da fell to the ground, apart from a few bottles and jars. The rest were merely low-grade yuan stones. Among them, one stone stood out, significantly larger than the others, unmistakably the mid-grade yuan stone awarded by Bai Yin. Ding Da, can you explain the origin of this mid-grade yuan stone? Bai Fuyao's beautiful eyes glimmered with a cold light. She had originally intended to search Ding Da and Ding Er under the belief that it was better to wrongly accuse than to let a guilty person go free. She never expected to find actual contraband on them. Mid-grade yuan stones were extraordinarily precious, far beyond the means of an innate realm martial artist. Miss, please allow me to explain. This mid-grade yuan stone was granted to me by young Master Bai, Ding Da stammered, his face paling as he forced out an explanation. Is that so? Bai Fuyao clearly did not believe him and continued to question. How could young Master Bai bestow such a precious item upon you? Have you accomplished some great feat? Ding Da was drenched in cold sweat, knowing he could not reveal that he had devised a scheme for Bai Yin to take revenge on Chen Dong, which led to the bestowal of the mid-grade yuan stone. To admit that would mean certain death. Ding Da, at this point, if you do not confess the truth, Miss Bai is exceptionally perceptive and has already discerned your little schemes. Chen Dong's eyes brightened. He had initially planned to eliminate Ding Da and Ding Er later if he could not utilize Bai Fuyao to do so. He never anticipated that they would possess a mid-grade yuan stone of unknown origin. This was akin to yellow mud falling into one's pants. Even if it was not excrement, it had turned into excrement. Unless Ding Da could clarify the source of the mid-grade yuan stone, he had already sealed his fate as an accomplice in the murder of Bai Yin. Chen Dong, do not slander me. If I were truly colluding with the bandits to kill young Master Bai, I should have dozens of mid-grade yuan stones on me, not just one. Ding Da exclaimed, his face filled with anger. He now realized that for both him and his brother to survive, they could only clench their teeth and deny any connection to the bandits. Setting aside the fact that the brothers truly did not know the bandits, even if they were indeed colluding with them, as long as there was no conclusive evidence, Miss Bai could not possibly convict them in front of so many people, could she? This is simple. You must have hidden the stolen goods for later retrieval once the storm passes. One mid-grade yuan stone is already sufficient for you two brothers to live comfortably for a time, Chen Dong mocked. Miss, please do not be swayed by Chen Dong's insinuations. My brother and I swear we genuinely do not know the bandits. Ding Da raised 3 fingers to the heavens in a solemn oath. If making an oath could absolve one of suspicion, the world would be in chaos, Chen Dong scoffed. Ding Da, I will ask you one last time, where did this mid-grade yuan stone come from? Bai Fuyao's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Miss, this mid-grade yuan stone was indeed granted to me by young Master Bai. No matter how many times you ask, this is the only answer I can give, Ding Da said with a bitter smile. In that case, you may die. Upon seeing Ding Da still obstinately resisting, Bai Fuyao felt a surge of uncontainable rage. Her expression turned cold, and with a graceful motion of her hand, Dingda was lifted into the air by an invisible force, his face contorted in agony. Boom. In the next moment, Dingda's body exploded, and blood was drawn into the air by the unseen force, coalescing into a puddle on the ground. Poor Dingda, believing that Bai Fuyao would not kill him without substantial evidence, never realized that in her eyes, he was merely an insignificant ant. His death was inconsequential. Brother, Ding Er cried out in despair, collapsing to his knees, feeling as though the sky had fallen. Ding Er, with Dingda already dead, if you do not wish to die, quickly reveal the whereabouts of the bandits, Chen Dong thought with cold amusement, stepping forward to reprimand him. Miss, whether you believe it or not, this mid-grade yuan stone was indeed bestowed upon my brother by young Master Bai. We have not betrayed our own. Ding Er managed a sorrowful smile. With his brother now in pieces, he felt no desire to live. He raised his hand and struck down upon his own crown, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Could it be that I have truly wronged them? Bai Fuyao observed the scene, her brows slightly furrowing, but in the next moment, she overturned that judgment. She would not be mistaken. The fault lay solely with the servants. Dingda and Ding Er were certainly connected to the bandits. Their refusal to confess and their willingness to threaten death were merely attempts to undermine her resolve. Bring Ding Er's body away and feed it to the dogs, she commanded coldly to a guard. Yes, Mississippi. A guard stepped forward from the crowd, glancing at Ding Er's corpse with a flicker of pity in his eyes. As a fellow guard of Wang Yue Peak, he felt a sense of sorrow for the fallen, yet he dared not show it and could only obey the Miss's orders. Miss, with Ding Er's suicide out of fear, it will be more difficult to find the bandits. Chen Dong approached Bai Fuyao respectfully. Having dealt with Dingda and Ding Er, he no longer feared exposure, as a weight lifted from his heart. It matters not, as long as we have the portrait. Unless the bandits escape from Diyuan Kingdom, we will be able to find them. Bai Fuyao waved her hand dismissively, having already devised a counterplan, which was why she had acted so decisively. Yet she was unaware that the person depicted in the portrait did not exist, and the true murderer was standing right before her. Miss is wise, Chen Dong continued to flatter. You several, clean this place up. Chen Dong, Qiu Yue, you two come with me. Bai Fuyao cast a glance at the bloodstains on the ground and commanded several maidens from the crowd before stepping into the grand hall. It was the first time I had witnessed the young lady take a life. Chen Dong followed closely behind, turning to glance at Qiu Yue beside him. This is merely a trivial affair. The young lady has likely claimed more lives than you have encountered. Qiu Yue shook her head as she walked. The two swiftly made their way into the grand hall. Chapter 22. The Outer Sect Examination. Qiu Yue, the matter of tracking down the whereabouts of the murderer is entrusted to you. Bai Fuyao, with her back turned to the two, immediately turned around upon hearing footsteps. Rest assured, miss, I shall swiftly locate the hiding place of the culprit, Qiu Yue replied with a nod. Chen Dong, you need not linger at Wang Yue Peak any longer. Tomorrow, you shall participate in the Outer Sect Examination. Bai Fuyao stated while looking at him. Miss, may I inquire as to why? Chen Dong feigned confusion, despite his heart racing. If he were to become an Outer Sect disciple of Qing Yuzong, he would shed his identity as a servant and ascend to a prominent status within the Deyuan Kingdom. In fact, on the surface, his standing would equate to that of Bai Fuyao, transitioning their relationship from master and servant to senior and junior disciples. However, he feared this was merely a test from Bai Fuyao, thus he dared not express his intentions directly, opting instead for a strategic retreat. Each advancement in the innate realm requires substantial resources. If you remain at Wang Yue Peak, it may take years for you to break through even a minor boundary. Only by becoming an Outer Sect disciple can you access certain exclusive resources, enabling rapid enhancement of your cultivation. Bai Fuyao understood this well. Yet the resources at her disposal were insufficient to extend significant aid to Chen Dong. Reluctantly, she resorted to this strategy. An innate realm warrior's servant held little value to her at present. Only when Chen Dong progressed to the Purple Mansion realm could he truly provide her with assistance. Moreover, with the presence of the Wudu Dan, Bai Fuyao had no fear of Chen Dong betraying her unless he surpassed her in cultivation within an exceedingly brief period, a feat she deemed impossible. Her own ascension to the Purple Mansion realm was not solely due to innate talent. It had consumed countless resources and time. Even if Chen Dong's aptitude were on par with hers, without sufficient cultivation resources, his journey to the Purple Mansion realm would take at least twice as long as hers. The gap between them would only widen, ensuring that Chen Dong could never surpass her. Understood, Mississippi. I shall certainly pass the Outer Sect Examination, Chen Dong affirmed with a nod. Now that he grasped Bai Fuyao's intent, he would not refuse such a rare opportunity. During this period, I shall engage in secluded cultivation to prepare for the inner sect examination. Unless there is something of utmost importance, please do not disturb me. Bai Fuyao signaled for them to leave with a wave of her hand. Farewell, Mississippi. I bid you farewell. Chen Dong and Qiu Yue responded in unison, bowing their heads as they swiftly exited the grand hall. Brother Dong, allow me to congratulate you in advance on passing the outer sect examination, Qiu Yue remarked as they walked, a glimmer of envy flashing in her eyes. She had been stuck at the post-heaven 9th level for an extended period, unable to break through to the innate realm. Without a breakthrough elixir, she feared she might remain stalled for another 2 or 3 years. What is there to congratulate? Once you break through to the innate realm, the mist will surely assist you in becoming an outer sect disciple, Chen Dong replied, shaking his head. However, the smile he could not suppress betrayed his delight. It was clear to all that he was exceedingly happy. Do not speak of it. With my talent, unless I acquire a second-tier or higher breakthrough elixir, it is uncertain when I shall reach the innate realm, Qiu Yue sighed with a bitter smile. A second-tier or higher breakthrough elixir. Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, mentally noting the name, as he planned to purchase one from the system store for Qiu Yue. He had always been generous towards his beloved. The only dilemma lay in how to explain its source. Considering that Qing Yuzong had yet to produce any elixirs of perfect quality, why not stay over tonight? You have yet to visit my room, have you? Qiu Yue dismissed her earlier concerns and decided to embrace the joy of the day. Then I shall stay. To be honest, I am indeed curious to see what your living quarters are like. Chen Dong expressed his interest. The two walked side by side toward the side hall. Before long, a quaint and elegant room came into view. Creak. Qiu Yue pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Chen Dong following closely behind. It was a remarkably simple room, devoid of extravagant decorations, merely furnished with ordinary pieces. I did not expect you to reside in such a humble abode given your status, Chen Dong remarked, surprised. He had remained in his old quarters due to the inconvenience of relocating after acquiring strength. If given a choice, he would certainly prefer to inhabit a larger room. I have no particular demands regarding my living conditions. As long as it is habitable, I am content, Qiu Yue replied with a smile. As they conversed, they entered the bedroom. This is... Chen Dong's gaze fell upon a large wooden tub by the bedside. I bathed too late yesterday and intended to wash this morning, but the mist summoned everyone before dawn. Qiu Yue's face flushed. I understand, Chen Dong said with a knowing smile. How rude. Qiu Yue, blushing, approached and playfully pinched Chen Dong's arm. Ouch, that hurts. How dare you assault your husband? Tonight, I shall teach you the meaning of marital authority. Chen Dong feigned pain, playfully pushing Qiu Yue onto the bed, drawing the pink curtain down amidst her startled exclamations. After a day and a night, the sound of the system echoed in Chen Dong's ears. Ding. The host has gained Qiu Yue's favor, rewarding 1,000 system coins. Ding. The Yin-Yang Classic has advanced to second-tier mid-grade. Looking at the smiling, slumbering Qiu Yue, Chen Dong opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Dong Realm, innate first-level cultivation technique. Yin-Yang Classic. This is a growth-type technique, currently at second-tier mid-grade. Martial skill. 5 elements fist, second-tier upper grade. Perfected. Currency. 1,020. How fitting that sleep comes with a pillow. Chen Dong smiled as he opened the system shop and navigated to the elixir section. Second-tier lower-grade breakthrough elixir. For warriors below the innate realm, it can break through bottlenecks, priced at 1,000 system coins. Second-tier mid-grade breakthrough elixir. For warriors below the 4th level of the innate realm, it can break through bottlenecks, priced at 2,000 system coins. Second-tier upper-grade breakthrough elixir. For warriors below the 7th level of the innate realm, it can break through bottlenecks, priced at 4,000 system coins. Just enough to cover the cost. Chen Dong extended his finger and clicked on the purchase option for the second-tier lower-grade breakthrough elixir. Ding. The host has purchased a second-tier lower-grade breakthrough elixir, deducting 1,000 system coins, leaving 20 remaining. As the system's voice faded, a flawless white jade elixir appeared in his hand. Although this method may waste some medicinal efficacy, a perfectly refined second-tier inferior breaking pill, even with only half its potency remaining, should effortlessly shatter the constraints of the innate realm. Chen Dong rose from his bed and made his way to the kitchen, where he retrieved a bowl. After placing the pill within, he filled the bowl with water using a ladle. In an instant, the pill dissolved, transforming into a bowl brimming with vibrant spiritual essence. This was the very method Chen Dong devised to conceal the pill's perfect quality, ensuring his safety from any life-threatening risks. Returning to his bedroom, he set the bowl upon the table and retrieved paper and ink from his storage pouch. This is a spiritual spring I stumbled upon, capable of aiding you in transcending the innate realm's barriers. Once he completed his note, he nestled the paper beneath the bowl and exited the room. Outer sect disciple, here I come. Chen Dong gazed towards the horizon, took a deep breath, and set forth towards the destination etched in his memory. Chapter 23. The Ascending Pavilion. As one of the four major powers of the Yuan Kingdom, Qiu Yue occupies an extensive area, with even its outer sect covering over 1 million square kilometers. The assessment for the outer sect takes place at the Ascending Pavilion, symbolizing that passing this evaluation grants one the opportunity to ascend to great heights. Departing from Wangyu Peak, Chen Dong casually captured a tiger for transportation, making his way towards the location of the Ascending Pavilion. As the sun approached its zenith, he finally arrived at the summit of the evaluation site. Go ahead. Chen Dong leaped off the tiger's back, affectionately patting its head, indicating it could depart. The tiger let out a reluctant roar, feeling aggrieved. It had been roused before dawn and had traveled the better part of the day without sustenance. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Dong showed no sign of gratitude, prompting the tiger to leave swiftly, shivering involuntarily at the memory of Chen Dong's formidable prowess. What a magnificent mountain! Chen Dong gazed at the ascending peak, a colossal edifice piercing the sky, far more awe-inspiring than Wangyu Peak. Taking a deep breath, he propelled himself upward. About half an hour later, the steep cliffs vanished, replaced by a majestic city wall. So many people. Chen Dong's gaze fell upon the towering stone gate, where hundreds of elegantly dressed young men and women were engaged in lively conversation. Judging by their demeanor, they were likely the offspring of prominent families. A quick assessment of their identities revealed that, in his previous status as a servant, he would have had no right to stand among them. However, having broken through to the innate realm, his aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. As long as he kept silent, no one would suspect his past. Ziliang, what is your confidence level for this assessment? One young man inquired. Not much, merely 99%, came the reply. Oh, and what accounts for the remaining 1%? I'm quite dashing. Should there be many envious, unattractive men targeting me during the evaluation, even my skill may falter against their combined efforts, and I could very well be eliminated. As Chen Dong approached, the crowd barely acknowledged him, their interest waning as they resumed their conversations, for his visage was unfamiliar and he did not appear on anyone's list of those to be courted. Content with solitude, he found a vacant spot to close his eyes and gather his thoughts while awaiting the assessment's commencement. Phew, I finally made it. I'm utterly exhausted. Shortly thereafter, a rotund figure clambered into view, drawing the attention of those present. Ha ha, this fellow is quite the sight, wearing such tattered clothing. Could he not have cleaned up a bit before attending the outer sect assessment? Surely, he must smell dreadful. Such a person does not deserve to stand with us. Laughter erupted from the crowd upon seeing the unexpectedly arrived chubby man. What is going on? Chen Dong opened his eyes and glanced towards the source of the commotion. Upon closer inspection, he finally comprehended why so many detested the newly arrived figure. The man's garments were not only caked in mud but also bore numerous patches, clearly indicating he hailed from a less fortunate background. The chubby man, upon hearing the mockery, felt his face flush crimson, rendered speechless. Wang Pongzi, you failed several times already. How dare you show your face at the outer sect assessment again? A man wielding a jade fan and possessing a sharp appearance stepped forward to ridicule him. Suyu, what concern is it of yours whether I participate in the outer sect assessment? Is Qiu Yue your family's property? Wang Shan felt an acute embarrassment, and upon hearing the jibes from his former adversary, his discomfort intensified, prompting him to mask his unease with anger. Humph, do not attempt to deflect blame. I am merely considering the greater good of Qiu Yue. If all the useless individuals like you lack self-awareness and repeatedly attend the outer sect assessment, Qiu Yue would have long since gone bankrupt. Suyu scoffed, snapping his fan shut dismissively. Yu Wangshan's face turned as red as liver, at a loss for a retort. Since his breakthrough to the first level of the innate realm at the age of 9, his progress had stagnated. And despite every effort, he had made no advancement. Reluctantly, he was compelled to attempt the outer sect assessment, hoping to find a solution within the sect's library. However, his first-level innate cultivation was insufficient to pass the evaluation, resulting in 6 consecutive failures. Today marked his 7th attempt, and should he fail again, he intended to abandon martial pursuits and lead a mundane life. What do you mean by what? Am I wrong in my statements? Your mother is a failure, and so are you. Truly a pair of mismatched mother and child. Qiu Yue, feeling a surge of pride as the crowd directed their attention towards him, intensified his humiliation of Wang Shan. Insult me as you will, but do not insult my mother. I demand you kneel and apologize to her. Wang Shan's eyes reddened at the mention of his mother being called a failure, and with an enraged roar, he drew an iron rod from his waist and charged at Qiu Yue, seeking death. Qiu Yue, wearing a disdainful expression, summoned his internal energy, and the jade fan in his hand radiated a brilliant glow. Breaking wind staff technique. Wang Shan bellowed as he leaped high into the air, tightly grasping the iron rod with both hands, descending with the force of thunder. I shall break you. Qiu Yue's eyes glinted coldly. Just as the iron rod was about to strike his head, he swiftly activated the mechanism on the jade fan. In the next moment, a dozen sharp metal shards erupted from the fan's tip, cleaving towards the descending iron rod. With a sharp crack, the sound resonated as the jade fan effortlessly split the iron rod in two. How is this possible? Wang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. There is nothing impossible about it. This jade fan is a genuine second-tier mid-grade weapon, far superior to your first-tier upper-grade firewood stick, Qiu Yue replied, his disdain growing. With that, he raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to Wang Shan's chest. Bang! Wang Shan's body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing onto the ground several meters away. Waste is indeed waste. Even without utilizing half of my strength. You have already crumbled under the pressure. After completing his actions, Qiu Yue did not spare a glance at Wang Shan, instead adopting a pose he believed to be quite suave. With a thud, Wang Shan rolled onto the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his eyes filled with despair. It was over, utterly over. If there had been a mere 10% chance of passing the outer sect assessment earlier, now, after sustaining severe injuries and being weaponless, his chances had plummeted to 0. The agony coursing through his body and the derision from the crowd paled in comparison to the desolation that engulfed his heart. Do not presume that feigning death will grant you leniency. Did you not demand that I kneel and apologize to your mother earlier? Now, I require you to kneel and bow in apology, or I shall render you incapable of self-sufficiency. Qiu Yue observed the admiration in the eyes of some young women in the crowd, and a sense of elation washed over him. He approached Wang Shan, who lay on the ground, and prepared to deliver a vicious stomp. Alas, Wang Shan was indeed pitiable. Had it not been for his mother's squandered cultivation, he would not have been subjected to Qiu Yue's bullying. Indeed, it was said that Wang Shan's mother was once one of the 3 most beautiful women of the sect, a powerful figure in the realm of Dharma manifestation. Had she retained her abilities, Qiu Yue would not even qualify to be Wang Shan's subordinate. Truly, a tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. A dragon swimming in shallow waters is played with by shrimp. Upon witnessing this scene, many voiced their indignation for Wang Shan. However, these were mere words. None would dare intervene against Qiu Yue. Setting aside Qiu Yue's formidable strength, not a single one could match him, and even those capable of contending with him would not risk offending such a powerful adversary over someone they did not know. By the way, I heard that Wang Shan's mother was once one of the sect's 3 beauties. I wonder if it is true. It is indeed true. Let me tell you, even though Wang Shan's mother has lost her cultivation, her charm remains undiminished. If I could spend a night with her, I would willingly forfeit a decade of my life. I would sacrifice 20 years. Upon hearing mention of Wang Shan's mother, some men in attendance wore lewd smiles. I would rather die than apologize, even if it means jumping off a cliff. You might as well abandon that hope. Wang Shan gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. He would never apologize to his enemy. In that case, I shall grant you your wish. Seeing Wang Shan's obstinacy, Qiu Yue was filled with fury and prepared to stomp down with full force. This kick would be merciless. If it landed, Wang Shan would either die or be bedridden for half a year. Stop! At that moment, Chen Dong rose from the ground, shouting with all his might, his body shooting forward like an arrow released from a bow, delivering a powerful punch towards Qiu Yue. Chapter 24. Brotherhood, who are you? Upon hearing the voice, Qiu Yue instinctively looked up, only to see a fist as formidable as iron rapidly enlarging, accompanied by the sound of air being cut. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the fist, his expression changed drastically, and without a moment's hesitation, he expanded his jade fan to its fullest, positioning it defensively before his chest. Bang! Chen Dong's fist struck the jade fan, instantly creating a deep dent. Qiu Yue's face paled, astonished by the force behind Chen Dong's blow. He staggered back a dozen steps before regaining his balance, unable to suppress a mouthful of fresh blood that escaped his lips. "Who are you? Why do you defend this good-for-nothing Wang Shan?" Qiu Yue wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, eyeing Chen Dong warily. When had such a formidable expert emerged among the candidates for the outer sect assessment? There had been no prior whispers of his presence. "Who I am is of no concern to you. As for why I intervened to assist Wang Shan, it is because I cannot abide the bullying of the weak." Chen Dong retracted his fist, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had exerted considerable strength, yet his opponent had only sustained minor injuries. This Qiu Yue, surviving my strike, was far superior to that waged by Yen. He was surely a standout among the elite of a prominent family. Though all three were at the first level of innate strength, their combat prowess differed vastly, as if they were separated by several minor realms. How unfortunate I am to have my moment of glory interrupted by a fool who champions the underdog. Qiu Yue seethed inwardly, vowing that once he broke through to the second level of innate strength, he would repay Chen Dong tenfold. However, on the surface, he closed his jade fan, feigning nonchalance, and smiled. "It appears that there are not many like you nowadays, brave enough to stand up for what is right. For your sake, I will spare Wang Shan this time, and I hope he learns from this in the future." Chen Dong nodded in agreement. "That's a relief. I prefer not to resort to force, as a gentleman speaks rather than strikes." Seeing Qiu Yue extend an olive branch, he seized the opportunity, eager to avoid unnecessary conflict before the outer sect assessment. Though he was confident in his ability to easily defeat Qiu Yue, there was no guarantee that the latter did not possess some hidden trump card, or that friends or family were lurking in the crowd. Having achieved his objective, he aimed to minimize the risk of injury. Approaching Wang Shan, Chen Dong crouched down to help him up, asking, "How are you holding up, Wang brother?" Cough, cough. Wang Shan coughed lightly, turning his head to look at Chen Dong in confusion. "We seem to be strangers, don't we?" Chen Dong smiled. "We were strangers before, but from now on, we shall be acquainted." Wang Shan blinked in surprise. "Why? To be honest, I see a reflection of myself in you, which makes me feel an unusual kinship." Wang Shan was perplexed. "What reflection?" Chen Dong released Wang Shan's arm, gazing skyward. His eyes filled with reminiscence. "In my youth, I was exceedingly foolish. Even the most rudimentary first-tier martial techniques took me years to comprehend. Yet, I did not abandon the martial path. Rather, I trained with doubled fervor until one day, I finally grasped the essence, mastering any technique after a single glance. In you, I see the spirit of tenacity I once possessed. Therefore, if you would honor me, I wish to become sworn brothers with you." Wang Shan, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "You truly wish to become sworn brothers with me? Is that sincere?" He harbored no doubts about Chen Dong's words, recognizing that he, a man of no means, had nothing for the other to gain. Chen Dong replied earnestly, "A gentleman's word is his bond. The heavens have smiled upon me. Fortune is finally turning in my favor." Tears welled in Wang Shan's eyes, and had there not been so many people present, he might have wept openly. Though he could not ascertain Chen Dong's age, he guessed that the young man's appearance suggested he was no older than 20. To have such a young, innate-level powerhouse, one who was invincible at his level, becoming his sworn brother was a beacon of hope. He would no longer be subjected to bullying. "Well then, I am Wang Shan, 23 years old. How about you?" Wang Shan, fearing Chen Dong might retract his offer, quickly extended his hand. "I am Chen Dong, 18 years of age." Chen Dong, equally anxious about Wang Shan's potential change of heart, swiftly grasped his hand. "In that case, I shall take the liberty of calling you my second brother." Wang Shan, suppressing his excitement, nodded in agreement. "Elder brother." Chen Dong dramatically took a few steps back, bowing respectfully to Wang Shan. "Very well, after the assessment, I will take you to meet my mother and share this wonderful news with her." Wang Shan stepped forward to support Chen Dong. "Agreed. Let us pass the outer sect assessment together and relay this good tidings to her." A spark of determination flickered in Chen Dong's eyes. "I shall not accompany you. You can attend the outer sect assessment alone." Wang Shan shook his head. "Why is that?" "There are numerous benefits to passing the outer sect assessment." "Are you not even slightly tempted, elder brother?" Chen Dong feigned ignorance. "I am aware of the advantages of becoming an outer sect disciple, but I am gravely injured and lack a weapon. It is utterly impossible for me to succeed." Wang Shan sighed. "Elder brother, you worry too much. With a younger brother like me, you will surely pass the outer sect assessment. Chen Dong patted his chest confidently. Is that truly so? I won't be a burden to you, will I? Wang Shan hesitated, uncertainty creeping into his voice. You will not. With your strength, even with an additional person, we will undoubtedly pass the outer sect assessment. Chen Dong was brimming with confidence. Before arriving, he had already gathered information regarding the Qiu Yue's outer sect assessment, which involved entering the mountains to hunt innate-level beasts. Regardless of the method employed, as long as one emerged with 10 innate-level beast cores in hand, one would be deemed successful in the assessment, irrespective of their own cultivation level. Given his prowess, he found hunting innate-level beasts below the 4th tier to be a manageable task. The difference between acquiring 10 or 20 cores was merely a matter of time. Then I shall humbly accept this arrangement. Wang Shan no longer hesitated. To claim he did not desire to become an outer sect disciple would be a lie. Wang Shan was indeed fortunate to forge a bond with such a powerful sworn brother. He was now certain of his success in the outer sect assessment. Why do I lack such good fortune? Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. Those who lacked confidence in passing the outer gate assessment cast envious glances towards Wang Shan. Suddenly, with a clang, the stone gate swung open, revealing 2 young men clad in white robes, who surveyed the onlookers awaiting outside. The outer gate assessment commences today. All of you may enter in an orderly fashion, they announced before disregarding the crowd and turning back within. Please, after you, Chen Dong gestured courteously. Indeed, Wang Shan nodded, unceremoniously striding inside. The pretense of authority can only yield temporary dominance. To earn genuine respect, one must possess formidable strength. A flicker of jealousy crossed Su Yu's eyes. Many shared similar sentiments, their expressions revealing a mix of disbelief and frustration. Just moments ago, Wang Shan had appeared so pitiful. Now, he exuded arrogance. One of the 3 beauties of Qiu Yue, a former powerhouse of the Dharma realm. I can hardly wait to meet Wang Shan's mother, Chen Dong mused, seemingly unfazed by the reactions surrounding him. He followed closely behind Wang Shan, undeterred by the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chapter 25. Mutation. Within the halls of the Tuatian Institute, several venerable elders, their hair and beards as white as snow, were seated behind a grand table, which was cluttered with palm-sized jade tokens. The oppressive aura emanating from these individuals surpassed even that of Bai Fuyao. If my instincts serve me correctly, they are all esteemed elders of the sect, masters in the Yuan Dan realm. Chen Dong stood amidst the crowd, assessing the identities of the elders before him. Silence. The elder seated in the principal position suddenly bellowed, rising from his chair. Do you see the jade tokens on the table? They are crafted by formation masters and contain a miniature space within. During your assessment, you must keep the jade token on your person and venture into the mountains to hunt the Xiantian realm beasts. Each time the jade token absorbs the inner core of a Xiantian beast, it will illuminate 1 point. Once it has absorbed 10 inner cores, it will shine fully, and the possessor will be deemed to have passed the outer sect assessment. Remember, the token is imbued with a sensing formation. Only the beasts hunted within the mountains will be effective. Now, step forward and retrieve a jade token. The elder reiterated his daily script, then returned to his seat. Finally, it began. I could hardly contain my impatience. 10 inner cores from Xiantian beasts is quite a formidable task. Heaven, grant me favor. May I encounter only first-level Xiantian beasts. The crowd surged forward, each grabbing a token from the table before returning to their original spots. The tokens were indeed anonymous, suggesting that the higher-ups of the sect intended to discover the most suitable outer sect disciples through a survival of the fittest approach. As Chen Dong examined the jade token in his hand, he noted that it was nearly indistinguishable from those of the others around him. This implied that should someone wish to take a shortcut, they could resort to murder to seize another's token. You must exit the mountains before sunset, or you will be considered to have failed the assessment. You may now depart. The elder at the head of the table signaled as he saw everyone had retrieved a token. Charge forth. Clear the way, let me go first. Chen Dong exclaimed. Is anyone interested in cooperating? We can split the inner cores we collect. The crowd swiftly streamed out of the courtyard, their excited chatter resonating through the air. Brother, let us set forth as well. Chen Dong secured the jade token at his waist and turned to Wang Shan. Indeed, Wang Shan replied, mirroring Chen Dong and fastening his token, then swaggering toward the courtyard's exit. Upon exiting the courtyard, a vast expanse of pristine forest unfolded before them. Such grand trees. Chen Dong remarked, surveying the surroundings, where towering trees, hundreds of feet high and 10 feet wide, loomed above, their branches obscuring the sky and allowing scant sunlight through. These trees are nothing remarkable. They merely appear spectacular in the outer sect, for within the inner sect, they are merely mediocre, Wang Shan replied, shaking his head, hands clasped behind his back, as if he were some grandmaster. Brother's lineage is exceptional. Your perspective far surpasses that of a younger brother. Chen Dong thought disdainfully, believing that a fallen phoenix is not as good as a mere chicken. There was nothing to boast about. Yet outwardly, he maintained a facade of deep respect. Of course, should you have any questions in the future, feel free to consult me. Wang Shan beamed at the praise. Having not received such flattery since his mother's cultivation had faltered, although his insights were not significantly superior to those of an average person, he relished the opportunity to feign superiority, leaving future matters for another day. Absolutely, Chen Dong replied courteously. As the two conversed, they ventured deeper into the woods, seeking the concealed Xiantian beasts. The ground was covered with dry leaves and scattered branches, producing a slight rustling sound beneath their feet. After a brief while, furious roars echoed from ahead, accompanied by violent tremors of the earth, as though a fierce battle was unfolding. Brother, our luck seems to be favorable. It appears a beast battle is occurring ahead, allowing us to reap the benefits, Chen Dong whispered, holding his breath and cautiously approaching the source of the commotion. Let us hope both beasts are of the Xiantian realm, thus saving us considerable effort, Wang Shan replied eagerly. Moments later, they arrived at the scene, where an imposing black tiger, its wings folded against its back, was locked in a fierce struggle with a gigantic python, its body covered in fiery red scales. A He Qiu and a Huolinmeng. Chen Dong's eyes widened in astonishment. Both the black tiger and the fire-scaled python were formidable mutated beasts, possessing the strength of the Zifu realm upon reaching maturity. However, the two beasts before them were merely a dozen feet in size, indicating they had yet to mature, likely possessing strength around the 7th level of the Xiantian realm. Fortunately, these beasts are not fully grown. Otherwise, even if severely injured, they would still be beyond our capabilities, Wang Shan remarked with relief. As the two conversed, the battle between the black tiger and the fire-scaled python intensified. With a thunderous roar, the black tiger opened its massive jaws and, seizing an opportune moment, pinned the fire-scaled python down with its limbs. Biting into its neck, the python, suffering a fatal blow, let out a mournful cry, its tail swiftly retaliating, coiling around the black tiger's neck. The two beasts were locked in a deadly stalemate. Boom. After an indeterminate amount of time, the black tiger could no longer withstand the struggle, collapsing heavily to the ground, its enormous red eyes flashing with a glimmer of unwillingness before closing slowly. Boom. Upon witnessing the demise of its adversary, the fire-scaled python momentarily gleamed with excitement, but in the next instant, its colossal body fell as well. Thus, two overlords of the forest perished together in the thicket. Second brother, wait here. I shall check if these two beasts are truly dead. Wang Shan suppressed his excitement and retrieved a dagger from his boot, proceeding toward the lifeless forms without awaiting Chen Dong's response. Initially, Chen Dong felt a twinge of guilt, but upon realizing Wang Shan's unscrupulous nature, he found solace. The forthcoming execution of their plan would be devoid of hesitation. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. He was no fool and would not be swayed by Wang Shan's deceitful words. The two demonic beasts were undeniably lifeless, and Wang Shan, while feigning caution, intended to monopolize the inner cores of these creatures. As anticipated, he approached the colossal carcass of the fire-scaled python, his hand trembling with excitement as he plunged it into the creature's abdomen. With a soft squelch, the once rigid scales of the python, now softened by death, offered little resistance to his dagger, which soon reached the depths of its body. Wang Shan expertly located the core and, with a gentle flick, extracted a crimson inner core the size of a longan. Swiftly, he grasped the fire-scaled python's inner core and proceeded to the body of the black-winged tiger, employing a similar technique to pierce its abdomen. In no time, he procured a black inner core of comparable size, securing it firmly in his grasp. Second brother, these two demonic beasts have perished. You may approach now. Wang Shan produced a jade plaque, and the two inner cores were instantly absorbed, illuminating a fifth of the plaque's surface. Elder brother's technique is quite deft. It seems you have ample experience with such endeavors, Chen Dong commented with a smile. He concealed his dissatisfaction, Recognizing that this was not the time for grievances, patience was essential for larger ambitions. Haha. In my earlier days of poverty, I often hunted demonic beasts to exchange their inner cores for yuan stones. Wang Shan laughed heartily, relieved to see Chen Dong unfazed by the two inner cores. His eyes gleamed mischievously as he feigned embarrassment. However, my hand wavered slightly earlier, and both inner cores were absorbed by the jade plaque. It is possible they cannot be retrieved. Chen Dong internally scoffed, perceiving Wang Shan's deception as futile. Yet, outwardly, he maintained an air of indifference, shaking his head with a smile. No matter. I initially intended to assist elder brother in gathering 10 inner cores from innate realm demonic beasts. Wang Shan, believing this proclamation, nodded with satisfaction. Second brother, your thoughts are commendable. Rest assured, when I achieve success, I shall not forget you. Despite lacking talent and cultivation, he possessed an uncanny knack for manipulation, effortlessly spinning grand tales. I trust your character, Qinyang thought bitterly, though he feigned agreement with a nod. In the ensuing hours, the two brothers scoured the mountains in search of innate realm demonic beasts. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, they finally amassed 20 inner cores. In the outer sect assessment, both of us have succeeded, Wang Shan declared, resting upon a stone, panting heavily. All thanks to elder brother. A flicker of disdain crossed Chen Dong's eyes. Aside from the initial 2 cores, the remaining 18 were all the fruits of his labor, while Wang Shan had merely played the lookout. Second brother is too modest. After all, you did all the work. Our contributions are equal, Wang Shan said, producing the now fully illuminated jade plaque, unable to hide his elation. Elder brother, it would be prudent to keep the jade plaque concealed. One can never be too cautious, as there may be ambushes along the way to seize a fully illuminated plaque, Chen Dong advised. Second brother speaks wisely. I have indeed let my pride cloud my judgment, Wang Shan acknowledged, promptly tucking the jade plaque into his sleeve. Where shall I hide it? Just then, a sinister voice echoed through the air. Almost immediately, 3 young men appeared not far from Chen Dong and Wang Shan. Among them was Qiu Yue. The very individual Chen Dong had previously repelled. After searching high and low, I find you here without effort. I was contemplating how to avenge myself, yet you have conveniently delivered yourselves to me. Qiu Yue sneered at Chen Dong and Wang Shan. He had initially aimed to rob the 2 fully illuminated jade plaques from the new disciples, but was unexpectedly presented with a fortuitous opportunity. Chapter 26 Complete Annihilation. Qiu Yue, how dare you appear before us again? Have you forgotten the lessons of the past? Upon seeing Qiu Yue and his companions, Wang Shan was frightened enough to rise from the stone, but upon recalling Chen Dong beside him, his fear dissipated instantly, and his courage surged. In a one-on-one confrontation, I would indeed be no match for Chen Dong. However, with 3 of us, we can easily deal with the 2 of you. Qiu Yue let out a cold laugh. He was no fool. Had it not been for the advantage of numbers, he would not have shown himself at all. How despicable, using numbers to bully the few. Have the guts to face my second brother in a one-on-one duel. Wang Shan, sensing the precariousness of the situation, resorted to provocation. Go dream your dreams in hell. Qiu Yue would not fall for such tricks. He turned to his 2 companions and instructed, you 2 hold Chen Dong back while I deal with this waste, Wang Shan. Understood, Qiu Yue. The 2 nodded and immediately activated their techniques, approaching Chen Dong as if facing a formidable adversary. Second brother, what should we do now? Wang Shan's legs trembled in fear. He had not anticipated Qiu Yue's cunning, losing all his previous bravado. There is no need for concern. This pair of worthless fools cannot stop me. Chen Dong remained unfazed. These 2 were merely of the Bai Yin caliber, and he could defeat one with a single punch. That's good. Second brother, you must protect me. Wang Shan sighed in relief. Such audacity, daring to underestimate us. I shall see what abilities you possess that make you so arrogant. The 2 youths were infuriated, their frustration reaching a boiling point as they had never encountered someone so brazen. Since you wish to witness my prowess, I shall oblige. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. The yin-yang scripture surged within him, and the next moment, he stepped forward, his right hand clenched into a fist, launching a strike towards the youth on the left with lightning speed. Come at me, the youth on the left roared, his body instantly emanating a brilliant light. His originally yellow skin transformed into a silvery hue, resembling a statue forged from pure silver. This was none other than the renowned second-tier superior body refinement technique, Silver Wall Technique. It is said that once mastered, the body becomes as impregnable as a fortress, impervious to blades and fire, a truly formidable skill. No wonder he is so fearless. He has cultivated the second-tier superior body refinement technique. Unfortunately, my 5 elements fist has reached perfection. Unless it is a third-tier or higher body refinement technique, it cannot withstand my power. A look of disdain crossed Chen Dong's face as flames erupted from his fist, representing the fire fist, one of the 5 elements fists. The 5 elements fist is a profound martial art, divided into 5 styles: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, with the fire fist being the most lethal. Crack! Chen Dong's fist struck the chest of the youth on the left, producing a sound of shattering, as the silver skin instantly faded, returning to its normal color. Bang! In the next moment, the youth's chest caved in, his body propelled backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Impossible! What martial art are you using that possesses such power? The youth coughed up blood, his eyes filled with disbelief as he struggled to comprehend how his years of training in the silver wall technique had been so effortlessly shattered. Your vitality has been extinguished. Knowing the martial art will do you no good. Remember in your next life to keep your eyes sharp and not offend those you cannot afford to. Chen Dong shook his head. Indeed, I regret listening to Qiu Yue and attempting to obstruct you. The youth's expression dimmed at the words, a tragic smile forming as his body crumpled to the ground, gradually turning cold. Second brother, well done. Now hurry and finish off the other one. Wang Shan was initially stunned, but then revealed an excited expression. Qiu Yue, damn you. The other youth, witnessing this scene, could not help but curse. Chen Dong's strength was clearly above the 4th level of the innate realm, far beyond what the 3 of them could contend with. I too am a victim, who knew Chen Dong had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Qiu Yue felt immensely frustrated. Had he known Chen Dong was hiding such depth, even with 1,000 lives, he would not have dared to intervene. But it was too late for regrets. From the moment you offended me, your fate was sealed. In a flash, Chen Dong appeared behind the other youth, and in his horrified gaze, he struck down with his palm onto the youth's shoulder. Thud! The youth was instantly pinned into the ground like a nail, only his head remaining above the surface. His eyes shattered, and blood gushed from his ears, nose, and mouth, his features unrecognizable, clearly lifeless. Run! Qiu Yue was utterly frightened, his mind filled with this singular thought. No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than he turned and fled without looking back. Where do you think you are going? Although casualties were not counted in the outer sect assessment, and regardless of how many lives were taken within, all would be forgiven upon exit, with no one pursuing the matter. Chen Dong understood the principle of eradicating the roots of trouble. With that, he glanced around, spotting a sharply pointed wooden spear beneath a patch of dry grass. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward, bent down to retrieve the spear, and aimed at the retreating Qiu Yue, channeling the yin-yang scripture to launch it forcefully. Ah! Qiu Yue let out a scream. Initially relieved that Chen Dong was not pursuing him, he contemplated revenge. Yet, he did not anticipate the sudden sound of breaking air behind him. Before he could turn, a wooden spear pierced his heart from behind. Qiu Yue staggered, unsteady, and fell from the branch. Second brother, take a moment to rest. I will handle the disposal of the bodies. Wang Shan rubbed his hands together, his gaze gleaming with greed as he looked at Qiu Yue's corpse in the distance. Without waiting for Chen Dong's response, he hurried to Qiu Yue's body, eagerly rummaging through it. After a while, he stood up, satisfied, carrying back several bottles and jars, placing them on the ground. He then approached the corpses of the 2 youths, repeating his earlier actions. Second brother, everything is here. Since you did the killing, you may choose first. Wang Shan gathered all the items together. For the time being, I am not in need of cultivation resources. My elder brother may take all of these items. Chen Dong regarded the tattered objects scattered on the ground with no interest whatsoever. In terms of elixirs, those available for purchase in the system shop are of perfect quality. As for martial techniques, the skills acquired from the system shop come with a mastery level of absolute proficiency, requiring no further practice. Regarding cultivation methods, the Yin-Yang Jing stands as the singular growth-type technique in the world, boundless in its potential. Compared to treasures from the system shop, these items, which are exceedingly precious to ordinary individuals, are rendered utterly worthless, merely occupying space. However, while Chen Dong may disdain these common treasures, he does not wish to appear foolish. He had observed Wang Shan deliberately conceal several of the most valuable items within his cloak, a sight not lost on him. The reason he refrained from exposing this was that the time for confrontation had not yet arrived. For now, He would allow Wang Shan to revel in his moment of delight in a few days. That joy would surely dissipate. "Thank you, second brother. I shall not be polite," Wang Shan declared as he retrieved a tattered cloth from within his robe, wrapping up all of the items on the ground. Once everything was managed, the two set off in the direction of the Dengtian Yuan. Chapter 27 Invitation. How could it be that only a mere half of the participants returned alive? Upon returning to Dengtian Yuan, Chen Dong discovered that only 200 or 300 individuals remained, whereas there had been 700 or 800 at the outset. Such a staggering mortality rate is undeniably brutal. Those who had illuminated their jade tokens stood on the left, while those who had not gathered on the right. The chief examiner glanced at the sky and addressed the crowd. Alas, yet another failure. Acquiring the inner cores of 10 innate realm beasts proved exceedingly difficult. I managed to secure only 3. With merely half a day at my disposal, had I been granted an entire day, I would surely have succeeded. Those who had failed the examination immediately became despondent, shuffling over to the right in a dejected manner. In contrast, those who had passed exuded vitality as they made their way to the right. With so many participants, only a handful had succeeded. It is no wonder that Bai Yin sought assistance from Bai Fuyao. Chen Dong surveyed his surroundings and noted that even with himself and Wang Shan included, there were barely 16 individuals. "Brother, you claim that the outer sect examination is so simple. How foolish must those who did not pass be?" Wang Shan suddenly inquired, his voice booming as if he feared others might not hear him. "What are you so smug about? It was merely good fortune that allowed you to cling to someone influential. With his abilities, even acquiring a single inner core from an innate realm beast is a tall order. It must have been Chen Dong who assisted him. Curse it, had we not been at Dengtian Yuan, I would have surely confronted him." The group of unsuccessful candidates erupted at Wang Shan's words, their eyes glinting with hostility. "Brother, this also depends on luck. Perhaps some possessed the strength yet encountered no innate realm beasts, resulting in their failure." Chen Dong was left speechless. Did Wang Shan truly lack awareness of how he had passed the examination? "Ahem, you do have a point," Wang Shan acknowledged, realizing he had overstepped, and he cleared his throat to ease the tension. "There's no need to fret about failing this time. Perhaps next time you shall succeed. Please place your jade tokens in the basket on the ground and descend the mountain." The chief examiner waved his hand, and 2 servant disciples emerged from behind, carrying a large basket. "Be off, return next month." Immediately, the unsuccessful candidates approached and discarded their jade tokens into the basket before turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, all those who had failed departed, leaving only a dozen or so who had succeeded. "Please place your jade tokens on the table," the chief examiner instructed, turning to face them. "Understood." Chen Dong and his companions orderly stepped forward, placing their jade tokens on the table before retreating to their original positions. "Excellent. None of you are imposters." The chief examiner examined the tokens, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. "Follow me to receive the benefits of outer sect disciples." Uncertain of what these benefits might entail, Chen Dong mused that with thousands of outer sect disciples, whatever they received would likely not be of significant value. In a short while, they arrived at the storage room of Dengtian Yuan, where hundreds of identical boxes were neatly arranged. "Each of you may take one, no more." The chief examiner halted. Chen Dong approached and lifted one box, finding it quite heavy, weighing several hundred pounds. How stingy. Not a single valuable treasure in sight. Lacking patience, Wang Shan opened his box immediately, prompting the crowd to peer inside, only to find 2 garments and 3 books. Silence. Although Qiu Yue is a grand entity, its daily expenses are astronomical. The opportunity to participate in the outer sect examination free of charge is already a tremendous act of kindness. How can you be so ungrateful? If you find these items lacking, you may forego them and leave them for other outer sect disciples. The chief examiner barked, his expression darkening. "I didn't say I would decline. I was merely jesting," Wang Shan quickly clarified, his visage shifting. "There are countless peaks in the outer sect. If you possess strength, you may seize others' peaks. If not, you will only be relegated to developing barren ones. Now take your belongings and leave the storage room." The chief examiner snorted derisively, ignoring Wang Shan, and turned to face Chen Dong and the others with a stern countenance. To think they must carve out their own peaks. Very well, I shall return to Wangyue Peak. However, before that, I must inquire where Wang Shan resides. Departing Dengtian Peak, Chen Dong contemplated as he observed the departing crowd. "Brother, do you have a place to stay? If not, you are welcome to live with me," Wang Shan approached and proposed. "Is that convenient?" Chen Dong feigned reluctance, though he was intrigued. Of course it is convenient. My home is spacious, just my mother and I, and many rooms remain empty. With you moving in, it will certainly become livelier, Wang Shan grinned. Then I shall stay at brother's house for a while. Chen Dong ceased to decline. As night fell, the two traveled in silence, hastening their pace. Before long, a courtyard spanning 3 miles came into view. Upon entering, they found pavilions and towers aplenty, with countless rockeries and water features, resembling a celestial paradise. Brother, isn't the scenery rather splendid here? Wang Shan said, a hint of pride in his voice. Indeed, it is quite lovely, Chen Dong nodded. He could not have anticipated that Wang Shan, despite his humble appearance, resided in a place even more grand than Wang Yue Peak. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances. Continuing forward, they encountered a narrow path flanked by unknown ancient trees adorned with exquisite lanterns. Up ahead is where my mother resides. She should still be awake, awaiting my good news, Wang Shan exclaimed with enthusiasm. By the way, what is your mother's name? Chen Dong inquired, curiosity piqued. My mother's name is Qiu Yue, Wang Shan replied without a second thought. Qiu Yue, a beautiful name, Chen Dong mused internally, then asked, by the way, why have I never heard you mention your father? Wang Shan shook his head. I have not seen my father since I was a child. My mother forbids me from mentioning him. Chen Dong, intrigued, queried, why is that? Wang Shan paused for a moment before responding. Perhaps he did something to hurt my mother's feelings. Let us not discuss him further. Chen Dong buried his curiosity, sensing there was a poignant story behind it. Nevertheless, since Wang Shan was reluctant to elaborate, he refrained from pressing for more details. As long as Wang Shan's father remained absent from Qingyu Zone, he would have the opportunity to pursue Wang Shan's mother. Mother, I have returned. I passed the outer sect examination. Wang Shan called out loudly in front of a pavilion. Shaner, I knew you could do it. A melodious voice soon echoed from the second floor, resonant and delightful. Chapter 28. Coercion and Temptation. Second brother. Let us enter, Wang Shan said as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. All right, Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Upon entering the room, they found the spacious hall devoid of any presence, yet the teacups on the table still emitted steam, indicating that someone had recently occupied the space. I'm parched, having not had a sip of tea for ages, Wang Shan remarked as he approached the tea table, pouring himself 3 cups in quick succession. After drinking, he reclined contentedly in the chair. Second brother, make yourself at home. Treat this place as if it were your own, he encouraged. Chen Dong chose a chair and surveyed the surroundings, noting the immaculate cleanliness, almost devoid of dust. It seemed that Qiu Yue might possess a mild obsession with cleanliness, he mused, lifting the steaming teacup before him, gently blowing on it, and then drinking it all in one go. Elder brother, this tea is exquisite, with a remarkably pleasant aroma. What is its name? Chen Dong inquired, curiosity piqued as it was his first time tasting such an unusual tea. Wang Shan's eyes widened in surprise at this moment, and he stammered, unsure how to respond. What is it? Is it a family secret? Chen Dong asked, puzzled. Not at all, Wang Shan shook his head, hesitating for a moment before awkwardly explaining. This tea is merely ordinary. The scent you detect is likely from my mother's lip balm left on the cup. I apologize. I was unaware this was a teacup used by Ani Chu, Chen Dong said, a look of regret crossing his face. Not a problem. It is your first visit. Wang Shan waved his hand dismissively. It is just a teacup, not a valuable item. Since you enjoy the fragrance, feel free to take it with you. Chen Dong hesitated. Isn't that inappropriate? What if Ani Chu discovers her teacup is missing? Won't she be upset? Wang Shan chuckled. My mother doesn't particularly like using items that others have touched. It would likely end up discarded anyway. It's merely a cup, she one-tea mind. Then I shall not be polite, Chen Dong said, no longer refusing, as he placed the teacup into his pocket. Shaner, how did you manage to pass the outer gate examination? Have you recovered from your ailment? Just then, a languid voice drifted from the staircase, and a woman, appearing to be in her 30s, descended gracefully. The woman possessed a delicate yet prominent nose, her lips naturally crimson, and her skin was as fair as snow, akin to exquisite white jade. Dressed in a splendid gown that accentuated her nobility and elegance, she exuded the unique charm of a mature woman, with every smile and gesture captivating those around her. Gulp! Chen Dong instinctively swallowed, his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he was not particularly drawn to women, the allure of the woman before him was irresistible. Why did you not inform mother of our guest's arrival sooner, so I could prepare? Qiu Yue paused upon seeing Chen Dong, her expression momentarily surprised. "Mother, allow me to introduce you. This is Chen Dong. My newly sworn second brother," Wang Shan stood to announce. "Newly sworn second brother?" Qiu Yue's brows furrowed slightly, revealing a contemplative look. "My success in the outer gate examination is entirely due to second brother's efforts. He had nowhere to stay, so I brought him here," Wang Shan explained. "Does this mean your illness has not improved?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Qiu Yue's eyes. "Mother, I have come to terms with it. If need be, I can abandon the martial way. Besides, my sworn brother is exceptionally capable. With him around, no one dares to bully me," Wang Shan insisted, forcing a smile to assuage his mother's worries. "It is all my fault. If I had still possessed my skills, I could have resolved your ailment," Qiu Yue lamented, fully aware of her son's feelings. "Today is a day for celebration, so let us not dwell on this. Mother, I have promised second brother he can stay here. You wouldn't want me to break my word, would you?" Wang Shan quickly shifted the topic. "Of course, since this young brother has aided you so greatly and sworn brotherhood with you, he may stay for as long as he wishes." Qiu Yue nodded in agreement. However, a moment later, her tone shifted abruptly. "Shaner, last night the strong winds created a gap in the pond in the front yard. Please go mend it." "Understood. I leave second brother in your capable hands." "Mother," Wang Shan nodded and left the room without noticing anything amiss. "Ani Chu, it is a pleasure. You may call me Xiao Dong." Chen Dong approached, greeting her as he watched Wang Shan exit. "Who are you? What is your purpose in getting close to my son?" Qiu Yue's gaze abruptly turned icy, the temperature in the room seeming to drop several degrees. "Ani, I do not understand your meaning. My bond with elder brother is genuine." Chen Dong feigned ignorance. "Spare me your childish tricks. You are far too inexperienced to play such games in my presence," Qiu Yue retorted with a cold smirk. "Ani, do you harbor some misunderstanding toward me?" "I swear, my bond with elder brother is devoid of ulterior motives." Chen Dong persisted in his ruse. "Do you think my skills have waned to the point where I cannot deal with you?" A glint of menace flickered in Qiu Yue's eyes. "Auntie, since you do not trust me, I shall take my leave." Chen Dong employed provocation, turning towards the door. Qiu Yue remained silent, her eyes glinting with amusement, as if observing a jester's performance. "Why do you not urge me to stay? Has my provocation been seen through?" Chen Dong felt a wave of unease wash over him as he was on the verge of departing. He had gone to great lengths to approach Qiu Yue. Leaving in such a manner would be a significant loss. "Very well, Auntie, you have bested me," Chen Dong sighed, stepping out but pausing as he observed that Qiu Yue had yet to call him back. He inhaled deeply and turned back into the room. "State your intentions plainly. Considering your assistance to Shaner, I may overlook your previous deceptions. Should you dare conceal anything, you will meet a dreadful fate." Qiu Yue appeared to have anticipated this encounter, leisurely taking a seat. As she reached for the previously poured tea, she discovered the cup was missing. Assuming it had been inadvertently broken by her son, she paid it no mind, retrieving another cup from the tea set, filling it with water, and taking a small sip. "Truthfully, my intentions are simple. It is you, Ani," Chen Dong stated directly, cutting to the chase. "I see," Qiu Yue replied, unfazed, fully aware of her own allure. Even an 80-year-old man would react to her charm. "If that is the case, then matters will be much simpler. I apologize, but at this moment, I find myself disinterested in men. If you think that residing here grants you an advantage to gain my favor, you are gravely mistaken." A faint smirk of derision graced Qiu Yue's lips, as she regarded a mere youth, still in the throes of adolescence, who dared to harbor intentions towards her. "Is that so? What if I were to claim that I could resolve the issue preventing my elder brother from breaking through his current realm?" Chen Dong stated calmly. The cup of tea in Qiu Yue's hand clattered to the ground as she stood up in disbelief, exclaiming, "What did you just say? Repeat that." Chapter 29 Agreement. I stated that I possessed a method to resolve my elder brother's inability to break through his current realm. Chen Dong echoed his previous words, questioning my credibility. "Why should I trust you?" Qiu Yue, having calmed herself, reflected on the futility of her own struggle as a former Fa Xiong realm expert, while a mere innate realm warrior claimed to hold the solution. "Very well. I will assist my elder brother in advancing to the second level of the innate realm tomorrow, and Aunt Chu may observe the process," Chen Dong proclaimed after a moment of contemplation. "What do you wish to gain in return?" Qiu Yue, acutely aware that nothing comes without a cost, suspected ulterior motives behind his proposition. "Engaging with astute individuals is always refreshing. I desire Aunt Chu's company for 3 days," Chen Dong declared, revealing his intention. "That is impossible." Qiu Yue swiftly rejected his proposal, asserting, "You may suggest an alternative, perhaps in the form of yuan shi. I am neither in need of yuan shi nor any other treasures. My only longing is for the unparalleled beauty of Aunt Chu." Chen Dong countered, shaking his head. "In that case, there is nothing further to discuss. You may take your leave." Qiu Yue's demeanor turned icy, issuing an eviction order. "Then I shall depart. But I must remind you that after tonight, should Aunt Chu seek me out, this agreement will no longer hold." Chen Dong rose, making his way toward the door while muttering to himself. "My elder brother is truly pitiable. Not only has he never seen his biological father, but even his mother, who has been by his side, shows him no affection, unwilling to invest anything for his future." Qiu Yue's face displayed signs of inner turmoil. Torn between two conflicting loyalties, one to her son and the other to her husband. Regardless of her choice, she foresaw a life of suffering ahead. "Wait," she suddenly blurted out as she observed Chen Dong's intent to leave the room, her instinct compelling her to retain him. "What is it? Has Aunt Chu reconsidered?" Chen Dong turned with a smile. The atmosphere shifted dramatically from earlier. "Should you facilitate Shannar's breakthrough to the second level of the innate realm, I will accompany you for one night." Qiu Yue resolved, determined not to witness her son live in perpetual discontent. "I stated 3 days. Aunt Chu has no other options." Chen Dong refused to concede. "I say one night, and if you insist on 3 days, then depart. I will not urge you to stay again." Qiu Yue remained steadfast, confident in her allure. She believed that if she held her ground, Chen Dong would ultimately succumb to temptation. "Very well, one night it shall be." Chen Dong relented, taking a step back. Many matters exist only in the realm of singularity and infinity. Once initiated, the second occurrence becomes significantly easier. As long as he could manage Wang Shan, Qiu Yue would be as pliable as a fish on a cutting board, easily manipulated. Creak. At that moment, Wang Shan entered the room, brimming with pride. "Mother, I have repaired the pond." "Shanner, you are truly remarkable." Qiu Yue quickly adjusted her demeanor, ensuring her son remained oblivious to the underlying tension. "Elder brother, it is getting late. Do you know where the guest room is?" Chen Dong approached. "I neglected to mention it." Wang Shan smacked his forehead. "I will take you there right away." He offered a slight bow to Qiu Yue. "Mother, I shall take my leave and not disturb your rest." Qiu Yue nodded. As they exited the attic, the two walked side by side. "Elder brother, my mother did not give you any trouble, did she?" Wang Shan inquired. "Not at all. Aunt Chu is very kind," Chen Dong replied with a smile. "That is good to hear." Wang Shan exhaled in relief. Despite his mother's seemingly amiable demeanor, she was not easy to converse with. Before long, they came to a halt. "Elder brother, this room has not been occupied since its completion. You shall stay here." Wang Shan gestured toward a pavilion surrounded on all sides by water. "Very well, rest early, elder brother." Chen Dong nodded, grasping the iron ring on his suitcase as he walked across the water to enter the pavilion. "This will suffice." Chen Dong ascended to the second floor, casually kicked open a room, and shut the door behind him. He placed his suitcase on the table, opened it, and removed its contents. At the top lay 2 sets of clothing, which he discarded without a glance, his focus shifting to 3 books. The first book contained a second-tier low-grade cultivation technique, Qingyu Gong. The second was a second-tier low-grade martial skill, Qingyu Quan. The third detailed the rules of the Qingyu sect, comprising 108 stipulations. External disciples who violated these rules faced severe consequences, ranging from the forfeiture of their cultivation to being skinned alive and having their souls extracted to light lanterns in the sky. These regulations applied solely to external disciples, exempting internal disciples, revealing that value begets preferential treatment. Chen Dong regarded the 3 books on the table with a flicker of disdain. Lying on the bed, he meticulously reviewed his plan for the following day, ensuring its flawless execution, and gradually succumbed to slumber. The next morning, before dawn had fully broken, Chen Dong awoke and promptly washed up before exiting the courtyard, hastening toward the direction of Wangyue Peak. "Good morning, steward." As the sun ascended to its zenith, he finally returned to Wangyue Peak, greeted warmly by the servants. Chen Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Creak. He arrived at Qiu Yue's room and pushed the door open without hesitation. "Who is it?" Qiu Yue, previously deep in slumber, awoke startled by the sound. Rising to peer outside. "Yue, it is I." Chen Dong entered the bedroom. "Donggu, you have returned. How did it go? Did you pass the external disciple assessment?" Qiu Yue's face lit up with excitement as she quickly threw off her covers and rushed toward him. Do you not recognize who your man is? The external disciple assessment was but a trifling matter. Chen Dong embraced Qiu Yue tightly, resting his head on her fragrant shoulder. I knew you would succeed. Qiu Yue's pride shone through as she nestled in Chen Dong's embrace, closing her eyes. By the way, Yue, have you broken through to the innate realm? After a moment of silence, Chen Dong suddenly inquired. Hee, with the spirit spring you provided, breaking through to the innate realm was effortless. Qiu Yue replied with a smile. That is splendid. Once you solidify your realm, I will provide you with additional doses of spirit spring to expedite your advancement to the Purple Mansion realm, allowing you to catch up to the young lady's cultivation. Chen Dong nodded. Donggu, you are far too kind to me. Qiu Yue expressed her gratitude, realizing the precious nature of the spirit springs that could facilitate such breakthroughs. Though she was unaware of how Chen Dong had acquired them, she surmised their quantity must be limited. You are the most significant person in my life. I would willingly lay bare my heart for you, not merely share some trivial sentiments, Chen Dong expressed with deep affection. The sound of a notification chimed, as Qiu Yue developed a fondness for the host, rewarding him with 2,000 system coins. Following this announcement, the voice of the system resonated. Chen Dong was not taken aback. This was precisely his intention. Henceforth, do not utter such ominous words. Qiu Yue feigned annoyance, yet the slight upward curve of her lips revealed her delight in his words. Very well, I shall refrain from such expressions, Chen Dong replied, his goal accomplished, filled with joy. How long do you intend to stay upon your return? Qiu Yue inquired. She understood that becoming an outer disciple of Qing Yu's sect granted the privilege to establish a mountain peak, and given Chen Dong's ambition, he would undoubtedly choose to relocate from Wangyue Peak. I am leaving shortly. I returned to Wangyue Peak solely to catch a glimpse of you. Chen Dong pondered before responding. You have yet to have breakfast, I presume? Please wait a moment. I shall prepare it now. Qiu Yue felt even more touched. After breakfast, Chen Dong returned to his room, closed the door, and accessed the system store, navigating to the elixir section. Second-tier low-grade Qi opening pill. Consuming it under the innate 4th level can open 1 meridian. Priced at 1,200 system coins. Second-tier medium-grade Qi opening pill. Consuming it under the innate 7th level can open 1 meridian. Priced at 2,400 system coins. Second-tier high-grade Qi opening pill. Consuming it under the innate 9th level can open 1 meridian. Priced at 4,800 system coins. One must invest to reap rewards. Though Chen Dong was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately clicked to purchase the second-tier low-grade Qi opening pill. The notification chimed, informing him that he had bought the second-tier low-grade Qi opening pill, deducting 1,200 system coins, leaving him with 820 system coins. As the system's voice faded, a yellow elixir materialized in his hand. He tapped his waist pouch, retrieving an empty elixir bottle, filled it with water from the kitchen, and placed the elixir inside. The pill visibly dissolved, transforming the ordinary spring water into a spiritual spring in an instant. Unless an unparalleled power had placed a restriction on Wang Shan, even with his modest talent, consuming a perfect quality second-tier low-grade Qi opening pill would enable him to break through to the innate 2nd level. Chen Dong shook the elixir bottle, sealed it, and stored it in his pouch, setting off towards Chu Yaoyin's courtyard. Chapter 30. Capturing Chu Yaoyin half a day later. Chu Yi, although I am handsome, there is no need for such hasty devotion, is there? As Chen Dong returned to his chamber, he was greeted by the sight of an exquisite silhouette seated in a chair. Enough idle chatter. Hasten to assist Shaner in breaking through to the 2nd level of Xiantian. Chu Yaoyin turned, a sigh of relief escaping her lips. She had arrived early to seek out Chen Dong, only to find the door ajar and the room devoid of presence. This sight chilled her heart. She feared that Chen Dong had been boasting and might have fled under the cover of night without the means to aid her son. After sitting quietly for a moment, her disappointment reached its zenith, and she contemplated leaving when, unexpectedly, Chen Dong appeared behind her. The initial despair transformed into joy, banishing her last lingering doubts. Fearing further mishaps, she urged Chen Dong to fulfill their agreement. Where is my elder brother? I shall assist him in breaking through the bottleneck at once. Chen Dong, equally eager, readily agreed. Shaner is in the training chamber. Follow me. Chu Yaoyin led the way. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at a sealed room where Wang Shan sat upon a mat, eyes closed, drenched in sweat, his expression one of profound anguish. With a sudden cough, Wang Shan expelled a mouthful of blood, crashing to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Another failure. It seems I am destined to remain at the 1st level of Xiantian for life. Qiu Yue's heart ached at this sight, and she approached, concern etched on her face. "Shaner, how are you faring?" Wang Shan quickly rose, forcing a smile. "Mother, I am fine, merely a slight injury to my internal organs." Qiu Yue admonished him. "You must not act so recklessly again. If anything were to happen to you, how could I live on?" Wang Shan shook his head. "Mother, do not worry. I shall not attempt to break through to the second level of Xiantian again." Qiu Yue refrained from responding and exchanged a meaningful glance with Chen Dong. Understanding her silent cue, Chen Dong stepped forward with a smile. "Elder brother need not be troubled. I possess a method to aid you in overcoming your limitations." "You have a method?" Wang Shan was taken aback. After all, countless renowned physicians had failed to resolve his predicament. Could his younger brother truly surpass their expertise? "I possess a treasure that will guarantee your success in breaking through to the second level of Xiantian." Chen Dong clapped his hands, producing a pill bottle. "What treasure is this? Such pure essence." Wang Shan took the bottle, opened it, and inhaled deeply, his eyes widening in surprise. Could it be a second-tier spiritual spring? Qiu Yue exclaimed, astonished. Though her cultivation had waned, her knowledge remained sharp, and she had a fair inkling of the contents within the pill bottle. Qiu Yue possesses keen insight. Indeed, the treasure within this bottle is the second-tier spiritual spring, acquired through great hardship on my part, Chen Dong affirmed. "Mother, is this second-tier spiritual spring very valuable?" Wang Shan inquired. "Certainly, it is exceedingly precious. Spiritual springs are rare treasures birthed from the essence of the heavens and earth, their numbers exceedingly scarce. Even a first-tier spring is a rarity, let alone a second-tier." Qiu Yue regarded Chen Dong with a complex expression, astonished that this seemingly heartless individual possessed such a treasure. "This second-tier spiritual spring is too valuable. I cannot accept it," Wang Shan declared, shaking his head. Yet, despite his words, he tightened his grip on the pill bottle, unwilling to relinquish it. "Shaner, this is a sincere gesture from Chen Dong. You should accept it. I shall compensate him with other treasures," Qiu Yue urged, discerning her son's pretense. "Indeed, elder brother, please accept it. I am confident that Qiu Yue will ensure I am compensated adequately," Chen Dong added with a smile. "Very well, then I shall not be polite." Wang Shan, initially only being courteous, now felt compelled to accept. With that, he tilted his head back and consumed the contents of the bottle, then settled into a meditative posture upon the mat. As time trickled by, Wang Shan's garments began to flutter without wind, his aura growing increasingly formidable. "Haha, I have finally broken through." Wang Shan suddenly opened his eyes, excitement sparkling within them as he leapt from the mat. Moments prior, he had successfully opened the second acupoint, ascending to the second level of Xiantian. Though uncertain if his physical ailments had been wholly resolved, one thing was clear. With sufficient second-tier spiritual spring, he could disregard any obstacles and ascend to the 9th level of Xiantian. This was splendid news. "Shaner, congratulations," Qiu Yue exclaimed, her joy genuine. "This is all thanks to my younger brother's efforts. Mother, you must ensure he is adequately rewarded. He must not be left at a loss." Wang Shan expressed his gratitude towards Chen Dong. The most prudent decision of his life had been to forge a brotherly bond with Chen Dong. Rest assured, Mother will compensate him shortly, Qiu Yue thought with a bittersweet smile, fully aware that her son was oblivious to the true nature of Chen Dong. Yet seeing her son so elated, she felt all sacrifices worthwhile. "That is well. Mother, younger brother, I shall venture out to test my newfound strength. I will not return tonight." "Be careful," Qiu Yue replied, having intended to send her son away for the night. Naturally, she would not refuse his proposal. "Elder brother, enjoy your outing," Chen Dong chimed in with a smile. Wang Shan left the hidden chamber, excitement coursing through him, leaving behind two individuals with ulterior motives. "Qiu Yue, I wonder when you shall fulfill our agreement?" Chen Dong initiated. "Why the rush? Fear not. I, Qiu Yue, am a woman of my word and shall not go back on my promises," Qiu Yue replied, her brow furrowed. "I am not in haste, yet such matters are best settled promptly. The longer we delay, the greater the chance elder brother may discover it," Chen Dong hinted. "Go clean yourself up. After dark, I shall visit your chamber," Qiu Yue said after a moment of contemplation. "Very well, I shall await your arrival, Qiu Yue." Chen Dong exited the chamber, exhilarated. Upon returning to his room, he disrobed and entered the bath. After cleansing himself, he donned a bathrobe and sat at the edge of his bed. As twilight deepened, Chen Dong waited for 5 or 6 hours. Just as he began to doubt Qiu Yue's commitment, the door creaked open. "Remember, after tonight, No one is to utter a word about this matter. If Shaner discovers it, I shall have no face to live on, and you shall not live either. Qiu Yue entered with an icy demeanor, lying down upon the bed and closing her eyes. Rest assured, I have genuinely sworn brotherhood with elder brother. I would never engage in anything that would harm him, Chen Dong fervently assured, closing the door and drawing the curtains. Chapter 31. The Realm of Purple Manor. The following morning, Chen Dong stretched luxuriously as he rose from his bed, the lovely companion beside him long gone, leaving only the lingering warmth of their shared cocoon. This was the life a man ought to lead. His past existence felt utterly wasted. He dressed, a smile gracing his features. Ding. The Yin-Yang Sutra advanced to the 5th tier, lower grade. Ding. The host gained the favor of Qiu Yue, receiving a reward of 100,000 system coins. The system's notifications chimed consecutively. Truly, the benefits reaped from a powerful practitioner of the Dharma realm far exceeded those of innate martial artists. Chen Dong was astounded. He was aware that winning over Qiu Yue would yield immense advantages, yet he had not anticipated such a delightful surprise. With these 100,000 system coins, he could strive for the Purple Manor realm and catch up to Bai Fuyao. No, he would surpass Bai Fuyao. Chen Dong accessed the system shop and entered the elixir section to make his purchases. Ding. The host purchased 2 second-tier, lower-grade opening chi pills, deducting 2,400 system coins, leaving a balance of 98,420 system coins. Ding. The host purchased 3 second-tier, middle-grade opening chi pills, deducting 7,200 system coins, leaving a balance of 91,220 system coins. Ding. The host purchased 3 second-tier, upper-grade opening chi pills, deducting 14,400 system coins, leaving a balance of 76,820 system coins. Upon the System S announcement, Chen Dong tilted his head back and swallowed all 8 opening chi pills without hesitation. After the Yin-Yang Sutra advanced to the 5th tier, a monumental transformation occurred, one of the benefits being the ability to instantly refine elixirs below the 5th tier. Boom. In an instant, all 8 of his major acupoints opened, and the space within his dantian expanded by hundreds of times. An overwhelming influx of heavenly and earthly essence surged into his body. The innate 9th level was still insufficient. Without pausing, Chen Dong opened the system shop again, re-entering the elixir section. Purple Manor Pill. This elixir is of 3rd tier, lower grade, and when consumed by an innate 9th level warrior, guarantees entry into the Purple Manor realm. Priced at 10,000 system coins. The Purple Manor realm, here I come. Chen Dong clicked to purchase the Purple Manor Pill. Ding. The host purchased the Purple Manor Pill, deducting 10,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 66,820 system coins. As the system's voice echoed, the Purple Manor Pill appeared instantly in Chen Dong's palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the elixir. Boom. The noise this time was tenfold greater. The entire cultivation chamber trembled, and had it not been for the formation on the walls, the structure would have collapsed. Was this the power of the Purple Manor realm? Indeed, it was beyond the reach of the innate realm. Chen Dong felt the immense essence coursing through him. With a mere breath, he could obliterate his former self. Bai Fuyao, for the humiliation you have inflicted upon me, I shall return it tenfold. A cold smirk graced Chen Dong's face as he opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Dong Realm. Purple Manor 1st Level Cultivation Method. Yin-Yang Sutra. This is a growth-type method, currently at 5th tier, lower grade. Martial technique. 5 elements fist, 2nd tier, upper grade, perfected, can be advanced. Currency, 66,820 system, upgrade the 5 elements fist. Chen Dong commanded in his mind. Any martial technique purchased in the system shop could be upgraded using system coins, provided it did not exceed his cultivation level. He found the 5 elements fist exceptionally useful and was unwilling to purchase another technique. Ding. The 5 elements fist advanced to 3rd tier, upper grade, deducting 20,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 46,820 system coins. As the system's voice faded, a surge of memories regarding the advanced version of the 5 elements fist flooded Chen Dong's mind. Merely possessing offensive martial techniques was not sufficient. He needed to cultivate a movement technique as well. A contemplative expression crossed his face. Although he could now kill opponents across several realms, he had a critical flaw. His speed was lacking. Against ordinary martial artists, he could deliver a single fatal blow. However, against faster practitioners, he might not even touch their garments. He opened the system shop and navigated to the martial technique section. Dragon Step, 3rd tier, lower grade, once mastered. Can cover 10 miles in a single step, priced at 8,000 system coins. Heavenly Polar North Star Step, 3rd tier, middle grade. Upon mastery can create 3 clones, priced at 16,000 system coins. Thunder Escape Technique, 3rd tier, upper grade. Upon mastery, as swift as lightning, priced at 35,000 system coins. If he were to buy, he would purchase the best. Chen Dong selected the Thunder Escape Technique and clicked to buy. Ding! The host purchased the 3rd tier. Upper grade movement technique, Thunder Escape Technique, deducting 35,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 11,820 system coins. Feeling the fragments of memory in his mind, Chen Dong closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed. After a considerable time, he excitedly opened his eyes. Host, Chen Dong Realm. Purple Manor 1st Level Cultivation Method. Yin-Yang Sutra. This is a growth-type method, currently at 5th tier, lower grade. Martial Techniques. Thunder Escape Technique, 3rd tier. Upper grade, perfected, cannot be advanced. 5 Elements Fist, 3rd tier, upper grade, perfected, cannot be advanced. Currency, 11,820. Gazing at the significantly altered attribute panel, Chen Dong realized he had finally acquired a modicum of self-preservation in this perilous world. His next task was to control Wang Shan, thereby securing leverage over Qiu Yue. Achieving such immense benefits from a single dual cultivation session, if he could engage in a few more. Breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm would not be a mere dream. Chen Dong pondered in his mind how he could ensure Qiu Yue's complete submission. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. Shortly after, Wang Shan's voice resonated from beyond. Second brother, are you awake? Chen Dong returned to his senses, temporarily setting aside his thoughts, and rose to open the door. Elder brother, did you enjoy yourself last night? Wang Shan replied with enthusiasm. Of course. I dealt a severe blow to an old enemy of mine. You wouldn't believe how green his face turned with rage. Oh, who is this enemy of yours? A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Chen Dong's eyes. His name is Situ Deng. He passed the outer door examination a month before I did. However, thanks to your spiritual spring, I will surpass him to break through to the innate 2nd level first and defeat him. Wang Shan shared this information without suspicion, as it was common knowledge. Situ Deng. Chen Dong silently committed this name to memory. By the way, how did my mother compensate you last night? Wang Shan suddenly recalled something. Aunt Chu gave me something exceedingly precious. As for what it is, I shall keep it a secret for now. If you wish to know. Elder brother, you might as well ask Aunt Chu yourself, Chen Dong replied, feigning mystery. Forget it. I have no interest in any treasures. As long as you, my second brother, do not feel at a loss, that suffices. Wang Shan waved his hand dismissively. At a loss? On the contrary, I have profited handsomely. Chen Dong, recalling the numerous benefits he had gained, could hardly suppress the smile that played at the corners of his lips. Very well then. Wang Shan nodded, stating, in the coming days, I shall focus on reviewing my martial arts techniques and will not leave the training chamber. Should you require anything, please convey it to my mother. Chen Dong nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I understand, elder brother, you may proceed with your tasks. Wang Shan waved his hand, saying, until we meet again. Watching Wang Shan vanish from sight, Chen Dong lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before heading towards Qiu Yue's chamber. Chapter 32. Conspiracy. Had my cultivation still been intact, I would not have suffered such humiliation. Qiu Yue sat in the bathtub, her bare body drenched, continuously pouring water over herself, her face etched with pain. Just then, footsteps echoed outside. Shaner, your mother is bathing. Please wait a moment. Qiu Yue snapped back to reality, quickly regaining her composure, unwilling for her son to sense anything amiss. Qiu, I am not your elder brother. Chen Dong pushed the door open with a creak, entering the room with a smile and shutting the door behind him. You beast, get out of here. Qiu Yue exclaimed in shock, her anger bubbling forth as she processed the situation. It is said that a day as husband and wife grants 100 days of grace. Since you and I have already crossed that line, must we still maintain such distance? Chen Dong stepped forward, looking down at Qiu Yue, casually stirring the water in the tub. I have fulfilled my promise. Our grievances are settled. If you are a man, do not disturb me again, Qiu Yue said coldly. My elder brother came to see me earlier, inquiring if I had found the 2nd-tier Lingquan. I did not respond immediately, but told him to wait for my news. Chen Dong remarked nonchalantly. Qiu Yue fell silent for a moment before speaking. I will have an old friend search for the 2nd-tier Lingquan. You need not concern yourself with it. If Shaner asks you about the second-tier Lingquan again, simply tell him there is none. Chen Dong nodded. I understand. After speaking, he turned and left the room. A woman like this is only interesting to conquer. Qiu Yue, you cannot escape my grasp. Chen Dong was undeterred by his failure, as he had a backup plan. Exiting the courtyard, he glanced at the direction and soared toward the nearest mountain peak. Qingxiu Peak. The weather today is splendid, perfect for relaxation. Lin Yun emerged from his cave dwelling, stretching lazily, intending to head to Miaoxiang Tower for a couple of chickens when he noticed someone swiftly flying toward him from the sky. This is a master of the Zifu realm. His pupils contracted instantly, and he stepped forward respectfully, saying, Senior, what brings you to my humble abode? I must inquire, where does Situ Deng reside? Chen Dong landed, inquiring. In response to your question, Situ Deng's cave dwelling is called Tiandu Peak, located 30 miles to the south, Lin Yun replied, suppressing his curiosity. Thank you for the information. Chen Dong nodded and then unleashed his energy, striking down forcefully. Lin Yun's face expressed astonishment. Before he could react, Chen Dong's hand was already above him. With a resounding crash, Lin Yun was obliterated, reduced to dust, vanishing from existence. After this, Chen Dong flew rapidly toward the location Lin Yun had mentioned. Tiandu Peak. Damn Wang Shan, once I break through to the second layer of innate, I will definitely reclaim my honor. Situ Deng glared at his swollen reflection in the mirror, unable to suppress his anger. The previous day, while drinking with friends, Wang Shan had suddenly appeared and beat him without a word. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. How could Wang Shan, who was said to be unable to break through, suddenly attain the second layer of innate? Situ Deng thought to himself, frustration gnawing at him. This must be the place. After some inquiries, Chen Dong arrived at Situ Deng's Tiandu Peak. At this moment, he was entirely enveloped in black clothing, unrecognizable even to his own parents if they were revived. Is Brother Situ here? Chen Dong channeled his energy, projecting his voice across a 10-mile radius. Who comes seeking me at this hour? Situ Deng's face showed a hint of confusion. After contemplating, he opened the door to his cave. Who might you be? What brings you to me? Upon seeing the figure clad in black, Situ Deng's expression turned wary, ready to strike at any moment. Brother Situ, do not be alarmed. I am not a villain. I have come to offer you a fortuitous opportunity. With a flick of his mind, Chen Dong summoned the hundreds of mid-grade yuan stones he had obtained from Bai Yan, letting them fall before Situ Deng. These are mid-grade yuan stones. Situ Deng's breath quickened, and a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. It was his first time seeing such a quantity of mid-grade yuan stones. Indeed, with these mid-grade yuan stones, Brother Situ will surely break through to the fourth layer of innate swiftly, Chen Dong affirmed. Who are you to bestow upon me so many mid-grade yuan stones? What is your intent? Although greed clouded his mind, a sliver of rationality reminded Situ Deng that such windfalls rarely came without strings attached. You are indeed cautious, Brother Situ. The reason I present you with these mid-grade yuan stones is that I have a favor to ask. Chen Dong said with a smile. What favor? The wariness in Situ Deng's eyes lessened. I wish for you to give Wang Shan a severe lesson, Chen Dong stated plainly. You mean, after I break through, to seek revenge on Wang Shan? Situ Deng asked hesitantly. Precisely, Chen Dong nodded again. Situ Deng was momentarily stunned by this unexpected windfall. He had long harbored a grudge against Wang Shan, planning to take revenge once he reached the second layer of innate. Now, someone had come to him with benefits, urging him to punish Wang Shan. When had such good fortune ever occurred? What? Are you unwilling, Brother Situ? Chen Dong inquired. Willing. Of course, I am willing. Situ Deng nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at rice. He was no fool. He would not let such an opportunity slip by, regardless of the intentions of this figure before him. The fact that he had received hundreds of mid-grade yuan stones was undeniable. Very well, I shall await your good news, Brother Situ. With a flicker, Chen Dong vanished from sight. Wang Shan, your time of reckoning is upon you. Excitement flickered in Situ Deng's eyes as he hastily gathered the yuan stones, closed the door, and set off toward the gathering place. Qiu Yue, I do not believe you can maintain your composure after this. Chen Dong, hidden in the shadows, smiled upon achieving his goal. He discarded his black attire, incinerating it in flames, and flew back to Qiu Yue's courtyard. Time passed swiftly, and soon 3 days had elapsed. Wang Shan, come forth and meet your demise. Early that morning, Chen Dong had just awakened when he heard shouts of curses from outside the courtyard. They have finally arrived. He quickly donned his clothes, leaped into a large tree, and peered toward the source of the commotion. There stood Qiu Dong, brimming with confidence, his aura unmistakably transformed into the fourth layer of innate. Chapter 33. Silencing the witnesses. Qiu Dong, who bestowed upon you the audacity to provoke me. Is the lesson from a few days ago insufficient? Wang Shan emerged from the training chamber, a cold smirk gracing his visage. Enough of your prattle. The past is past, and the present is now. Remember, the tides of fortune shift every 30 years. The current me is no longer the same as before. Qiu Dong displayed an expression of disdain. Having purchased 3 opening spirit pills with several hundred medium-grade yuan stones gifted by a mysterious benefactor, he had already attained the 4th level of innate. Wang Shan, merely at the 2nd level of innate, was hardly worthy of his regard. Is that so? Allow me to witness your progress over the past few days. Provoked, Wang Shan ceased his words and drew the iron rod from his waist, executing the recently learned spirit serpent staff technique. With a firm stomp, his hefty frame soared into the air, spinning continuously and conjuring a whirlwind as he charged towards Qiu Dong. Then watch closely. Qiu Dong sneered, conjuring a large, pitch-black blade, about half a meter in size, into his grasp. With a thunderous shout, he gripped the sword tightly, his body shooting upwards like a fully drawn arrow, aimed directly at Wang Shan. Clang! The staff and blade collided. The resounding metallic clash echoing throughout the courtyard, sparks raining down like fireflies. I expected something remarkable from you, but it seems you are nothing extraordinary. Doubt clouded Wang Shan's mind. His recent breakthrough to the 2nd level of innate was solely due to the 2nd-grade spirit spring. Qiu Dong's talent was not significantly superior to his own. How could he have also advanced to the 2nd level? Had he encountered some fortuitous opportunity during this time? Nonetheless, Wang Shan maintained an air of indifference, feigning surprise at Qiu Dong's enhanced strength. Is that so? A cruel smile crept across Qiu Dong's face as he unleashed his full innate 4th level energy, channeling it into the blade. Crack! In an instant, the iron rod in Wang Shan's hands shattered into 2 pieces. Seizing the moment, Qiu Dong delivered a powerful kick to Wang Shan's chest. Bang! Wang Shan's corpulent body crashed to the ground, creating a massive pit several meters wide. Impossible! How could you be at the 4th level of innate? Lying on the ground, disbelief filled Wang Shan's eyes. There is nothing impossible. Remember, one must treat a scholar with renewed respect after 3 days apart. Qiu Dong leapt into the pit. Wang Shan, did you ever consider that a day like this would come when you tormented me a few days ago? He approached Wang Shan, squatting to grasp his right arm, and twisted it with force. Ah! Wang Shan emitted a wretched scream, his face contorted in agony, before losing consciousness. Not enough. Qiu Dong, witnessing this, felt no pity. Instead, he wore a sadistic grin as he seized Wang Shan's left arm and twisted it violently. Ah! Poor Wang Shan, who had succumbed to unconsciousness from pain, was now jolted awake once more. Qiu Dong, you will meet a terrible end. Wang Shan ground his teeth, blood frothing from his mouth. I cannot predict my own fate, but you are certainly doomed today. Qiu Dong rose, placing his right foot upon Wang Shan's left knee, then crushed it down with force. Crack! Ah! A sharp sound rang out as Wang Shan's left knee shattered, and he let out a mournful cry before slipping into unconsciousness again. There is still one more. Qiu Dong moved to the other side, placing his foot upon Wang Shan's right knee and pressing down with ferocity. Ah! Wang Shan awakened once more, writhing in pain. Just kill me, put me out of my misery. Qiu Dong shook his head. I will not commit an act that violates the rules of the sect. Besides, watching you languish in a wheelchair in your next life will be far more satisfying than ending your life. You will not have a good death. Wang Shan's eyes were bloodshot, filled with fury as if they could ignite. Feel free to curse me here. I shall take my leave. Qiu Dong remained unperturbed, having taken his revenge, allowing the other to vent his anger. Thief, do not leave. How dare you harm my elder brother? Leave your life behind. At that moment, an enraged voice echoed. Soon after, Chen Yang's figure appeared from the distance, glaring fiercely at Qiu Dong. It's you? Qiu Dong was taken aback, recognizing the individual before him as the mysterious benefactor who had gifted him several hundred medium-grade yuan stones 3 days prior. 5 Elements Fist. Chen Dong did not respond, but instead unleashed the 5 Elements Fist with a thunderous roar. A fiery orb shot forth from his fist, rapidly expanding to a size of 3 zhong, hurtling towards Qiu Dong with overwhelming ferocity. This is bad. Qiu Dong's expression shifted dramatically. Even he understood that an innate realm warrior could not unleash such a formidable attack. Only a Zifu realm warrior possessed the devastating power to wreak havoc on such a scale. Breaking mountain blade technique. With no time to question the cause, he summoned all his energy and launched a desperate strike at the approaching fiery fist. Boom! The flames soared to tens of thousands of degrees, and in an instant, Qiu Dong was reduced to ashes. Did you not instruct me to teach Wang Shan a lesson? Why now do you defend him, and even seek to kill me? Countless doubts flashed through Qiu Dong's mind before his consciousness faded into the abyss of darkness. Elder brother, how are you? After vanquishing Qiu Dong, Chen Dong knelt before Wang Shan, concern etched on his face. Cough, cough. I'm fine, I won't perish. Wang Shan coughed weakly. Thank goodness you arrived, or I would have met my end. Who was that person to inflict such severe harm upon you, elder brother? Chen Dong inquired, indignation evident in his voice. In my rage, I acted impulsively and killed him. Otherwise, I would have made him suffer tenfold for the injuries you endured. Cough, cough. That person was Qiu Dong, the enemy I mentioned to you a few days ago. Wang Shan elaborated. I see. Chen Dong nodded. Elder brother, bear with it. I will carry you inside to heal your injuries. I can endure. Wang Shan nodded. Chen Dong supported Wang Shan's back with one arm and his legs with the other, lifting him as they made their way toward the courtyard. Hiss! Wang Shan grimaced in pain, beads of cold sweat dripping down, yet he gritted his teeth and refrained from voicing his agony. And Chu, come quickly. Elder brother has been gravely injured. Chen Dong shouted at the entrance of Chu Yaoyin's abode. Having heard the sounds of conflict earlier, Chu Yaoyin, despite lacking cultivation, was unable to assist and thus refrained from venturing outside. Who could have anticipated that shortly thereafter, she would see her son, his limbs severed, appearing at the door. Shaner, what has happened to you? Chu Yaoyin stepped out from her room, her voice trembling with concern. Chapter 34, The Proactive Chu Yaoyin Mother. I am fine. You need not worry, Wang Shan forced a smile. Nonsense. You are grievously injured. How can you be fine? Chu Yaoyin said, her heart aching. Chu Yi, this is not the time for such discussions. Where is the healing room? We must hasten to assist my elder brother, Chen Dong reminded. Follow me. Chu Yaoyin, jolted back to reality by this reminder, immediately took the lead. Creak. Upon reaching the healing room, Chen Dong placed Wang Shan in the medicinal pool and quietly withdrew. After a considerable amount of time, Chu Yaoyin emerged from the room, her face weary. Chu Yi, how is my elder brother? Chen Dong approached and inquired. Shaner has only suffered minor fractures in his arms. With 6 months of rest, he will recover. However, his legs have sustained shattering fractures, unless he obtains a miraculous elixir. He shall spend the rest of his life confined to a wheelchair, Chu Yaoyin lamented. It was worth the several hundred mid-grade yuan sure I spent. Situ Lading truly delivered, Chen Dong thought with joy, promptly accessing the system shop and navigating to the healing treasures section. Bone mending pill, first tier low grade. Instantly heals ordinary fractures upon consumption, priced at 100 system coins. Continuation pill, second tier low grade. Heals all non-shattering fractures within a month. Priced at 2,000 system coins. Creation ointment, third tier low grade. Capable of treating all external injuries. Priced at 10,000 system coins. System, procure a portion of creation ointment. Chen Dong commanded in his mind. Ding. The host has purchased one portion of creation ointment, deducting 10,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 1,820 system coins. As the system's notification concluded, a wooden box, palm-sized, appeared in Chen Dong's hands. Chewy. This is the creation ointment passed down in my family. It can heal all external injuries. He opened the wooden box to reveal a crystal-clear ointment emitting a fragrant aroma of herbs. Is it truly? A glimmer of hope flickered in Chu Yaoyin's eyes as she reached for the wooden box. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong took a step back, leaving Chu Yaoyin grasping at air. Chu Yi, this creation ointment is a treasured heirloom, crafted from numerous rare herbs. It is exceedingly precious. In an instant, Chu Yaoyin comprehended Chen Dong's intention. Taking a deep breath, she asserted, rest assured, I will ensure you are not at a loss. If Shaner's injuries can heal, I will accompany you for 3 days. Chen Dong handed over the wooden box. Under normal circumstances, given my relationship with elder brother, it would be free of charge. However, I hold great affection for Chu Yi, which is why I resorted to this measure. I hope you do not hold it against me. Chu Yaoyin accepted the wooden box without responding or even glancing at Chen Dong, turning to enter the healing room. Approximately a cup of tea later, Second brother, thank you for the creation ointment. Otherwise, my elder brother would have been confined to a wheelchair for life. Wang Shan emerged from the healing room, brimming with vitality, demonstrating a set of martial arts moves, showing no trace of his previous grave injuries. Elder brother, you are being too polite. Our bond does not necessitate such words, Chen Dong smiled. Shan'er, now that you are healed, do not engage in vigorous activity, Qiu Yue admonished as she stepped out, frowning. Mother, you worry too much. The creation ointment from second brother is miraculous. Not only have I recovered from the injuries inflicted by Sidu Leidang, but even my old wounds have healed, Wang Shan replied nonchalantly, feeling lighter than ever. He deemed the beating he received worthwhile. Do as you wish. Qiu Yue sighed, realizing that further admonishments would fall on deaf ears. She gazed at the empty box in her hand, deep in thought. Who exactly is Chen Dong to possess such a remarkable treasure? If the efficacy of the creation ointment were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire Deyuan kingdom. Even at her peak, acquiring such a miraculous item would have been a near impossibility. Elder brother, since your injuries have healed, I shall return to my cultivation, Chen Dong said with a slight bow. Good, Wang Shan nodded. Shan'er, look at Xiao Dong. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he also works diligently. If you were to exert even half the effort he does, you would not have suffered such a severe beating from Sidu Leidang, Qiu Yue remarked, displeased, as she watched Chen Dong leave. Mother, do not worry. From now on, I shall cultivate for more than 12 hours each day, Wang Shan replied awkwardly. Night fell, clouds obscured the sky, obscuring the stars. Creak. The door to Chen Dong's room swung open, revealing Qiu Yue clad in a black sheer garment, her face flushed. This garment was initially intended as a birthday surprise for her husband, but alas, he had passed away before she could don it. Is this an attempt to seduce me? Chen Dong turned, his gaze fixed intently on Qiu Yue. Husband, do you think this garment is beautiful? Qiu Yue's cheeks flushed pink as she bit her lip, her gaze shifting nervously, unable to meet Chen Dong's eyes. What did you just call me? Chen Dong was taken aback. Taking a deep breath, Qiu Yue resolved to proceed without hesitation. She thought to herself, I can be your woman, but only on the condition that you agree to 3 terms. Chen Dong, filled with joy, inquired eagerly, what are those 3 terms? First, you must unconditionally support Shan'er in his cultivation, ensuring he reaches at least the Fa Xiang realm. Second, this arrangement must remain between the 2 of us. No third party can be informed. Third, you must procure a treasure capable of restoring my Dantian and present it to me. Qiu Yue laid out her 3 stipulations. Qiu Yi's terms are indeed stringent. Most would find them impossible to fulfill. Yet, for me, they pose no challenge. I agree to all of them. Chen Dong sighed in relief, having anticipated far more daunting demands. Very well, since you have agreed to all. I hope you will honor your word. Qiu Yue, having achieved her objective, no longer hesitated. You need not worry on that front. I have never been one to deceive, Chen Dong assured with a nod. Meanwhile, in another part of the cultivation room, though Situ Leidang was deceased, Ma Tianqi and Bai Yunfei remained. If I wish to prevent a repeat of today's events, I must not allow myself a moment's reprieve. Wang Shan swung the iron rod in his hand, sweat dripping continuously from his chin, yet he seemed impervious to fatigue, exerting himself with increasing vigor. I have finally grasped the fundamentals of the spirit serpent staff technique. After 3 hours, he ceased his movements, wiping the sweat from his brow with a towel. Regrettably, his cultivation had shown no sign of improvement. If only I could obtain a vial of 2nd-tier spirit spring, I would undoubtedly break through to the 3rd level of innate cultivation. As this thought crossed his mind, Wang Shan chuckled to himself. A vial of 2nd-tier spirit spring is exceedingly precious. It would be remarkable for second brother to provide just one, let alone entertain thoughts of acquiring a second. Chapter 35. The celestial demons from beyond. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had swiftly passed. The abundance of system coins before me was sufficient for me to break through to another grand realm. Chen Dong gazed at the attribute panel before him. Host, Chen Dong realm. Zifu 1st level technique. Yin-Yang Jing. This technique is of a growth nature, currently at the 5th tier, medium grade, martial skills. Lei Dun Fa, 3rd tier, upper grade. Perfected, cannot be further advanced. Wu Xing Quan, 3rd tier, upper grade, perfected, cannot be further advanced. Currency, 110,000 knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, followed by the enthusiastic voice of Wang Shan. Second brother, hurry out. There's a spectacle to behold. Chen Dong closed the attribute panel and rose to open the door. Elder brother, what spectacle has you so jubilant? Wang Shan exclaimed with excitement. I just received word that the 3 top experts of the outer sect will participate in the inner sect assessment at noon today. We must hurry, lest we miss it. The participation of the 3 top experts of the outer sect in the inner sect assessment piqued Chen Dong's interest. Now that he was also at the Zifu realm, he wished to partake as well, if possible. The venue for the inner sect assessment was located at the main peak of the outer sect, Hualong Peak. By the time Chen Dong and Wang Shan arrived, the place was already teeming with people. It was evident that they were not the only ones eager to witness the event. Second brother, look. Those 3 are the top 3 experts of the outer sect, each a master of the Zifu realm. Wang Shan pointed to the 3 young men and women standing on the central platform. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong turned his gaze and immediately recognized the woman in white standing at the center as Bai Fuyao. As for the 2 men, he was unfamiliar with them, having only heard of their names. The one on the left was clad in a black robe, standing tall and proud like a pine tree. He was likely Xiao Han, ranked 2nd in the outer sect. The other, with silver-white hair radiating a sacred aura, was probably Yi Kong, ranked 3rd in the outer sect. Silence. A voice resonated like a great bell, causing everyone to be startled and look towards the source. A golden streak of light was rapidly approaching from the direction of the inner sect, arriving above the crowd in the blink of an eye. I am Huangding Tian, and I shall preside over this inner sect assessment. As the golden light dissipated, an ethereal old man appeared on the platform, a formidable figure of the Xiang realm. Chen Dong's gaze sharpened, feeling an immense pressure. Salutations, Elder Huang. Bai Fuyao, Xiao Han, and Yi Kong bowed in unison to Huangding Tian. There is no need for such formality. Huangding Tian waved his hand, and an invisible force lifted the 3. He then spoke solemnly. The inner sect assessment is fraught with peril, and one may lose their life at any moment. I ask you, are you willing to participate? We willingly participate, the 3 replied in unison, without a hint of hesitation. Very well. In that case, I shall release the celestial demon from beyond. Huangding Tian nodded, ceasing further persuasion, and retrieved a white bottle from his robes. The bottle was about half a meter tall, covered in a myriad of colorful, mysterious symbols, unmistakably a treasured artifact even to the uninitiated. Huangding Tian uncorked the jade stopper, and immediately, a mass of black mist surged forth, suspended in the air. In the next moment, 2 crimson eyes abruptly appeared within the black mist, exuding a fierce, domineering, and bloodthirsty aura. Jia jia jia, I have finally emerged. A laugh echoed from the black mist, startling all present. What on earth was this creature? Conling Wang, if you refrain from killing, I can keep you released for an extended period, Huangding Tian remarked coldly. Think not. Since you are using me to assess disciples, I shall certainly seize the opportunity to feast. The black mist chuckled sinisterly. Humph, a dog cannot change its nature. Once the assessment concludes, I shall seal you back into the Zhang Tian bottle. Huangding Tian ignored the black mist and turned to the 3. You merely need to withstand the onslaught of this celestial demon from beyond for 5 minutes to pass the inner sect assessment. However, I must warn you beforehand. This demon has a particular penchant for human flesh. Should you fail, only death awaits. Is there still time to withdraw? My resolve is firm, Bai Fuyao stated with unwavering determination. I too am resolute. Xiao Han followed suit. I am likewise committed, Yi Kong nodded. Very well, I wish for you 3 to all succeed in the inner sect assessment. Huangding Tian, having shown enough benevolence, ceased further discourse and ascended into the air. Jia jia jia, what a delectable scent. Only human flesh possesses such fragrance. It has been ages since I last savored it. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. The celestial demon from beyond sniffed the air excitedly. Audacious fiend. You dare to speak so brazenly even as death approaches? Allow me to teach you a lesson. Xiao Han had long forgotten the elder's warning. With a thought, his sword flew from his waist, slicing towards the celestial demon with terrifying force. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me. The celestial demon disdainfully regarded the oncoming sword, exhaling a plume of black mist that immediately enveloped the sword. Then, to Xiao Han's disbelief, the flying sword was instantaneously transformed into molten iron, plummeting to the platform below. Impossible. My Lingyan sword? Xiao Han gasped in shock. This sword was a 3rd-tier upper-grade treasure, one he could never afford. However, In an effort to increase his chances of passing the inner sect assessment, he had shamelessly borrowed it from his cousin. Little did he know that before even passing the assessment, the Ling Yun sword would be destroyed by the celestial demon. Young man, weren't you quite arrogant just now? Now it's time for my counterattack. The celestial demon laughed heartily, opening its mouth wide and sucking in, causing Xiao Han to feel an overwhelming force pulling him forward. Help me, senior sister Bai. Junior brother Yi, save me. Xiao Han cried out in terror. Fiend, cease this at once. Bai Fuyao focused her thoughts, and a sword, entirely purple and crackling with lightning, emerged from her storage pouch. It was the purple thunder sword she had just refined. Having learned from Xiao Han's experience, she refrained from directly commanding the purple thunder sword to attack the celestial demon. Instead, she conjured a massive Qi sword in the sky, measuring 100 zhang in length. In the next instant, the Qi sword, imbued with the might of creation, cleaved fiercely towards the celestial demon. Not bad, but insufficient. The celestial demon chuckled lightly. A wisp of black mist escaping from its form, transforming into an impenetrable protective barrier. Boom. The Yuanqi Chongjin struck the protective shield, immediately leaving it marred with cracks. However, it did not shatter. Such formidable fortification, thought Bai Fuyao, her expression shifting. You have offended me. No one in heaven or on earth can save you now. The extraterrestrial demon erupted into maniacal laughter, inhaling deeply once more, conjuring a vortex several times more powerful than before. No, I do not wish to die, Xiao Han exclaimed in terror, shaking his head, yet utterly devoid of any means to escape as his body was swiftly drawn aloft towards the extraterrestrial demon. Youngster, be more observant in your next life. The demon opened its gaping, obsidian maw and devoured Xiao Han whole, then chewed vigorously, dislodging several bones. Delicious beyond compare. This is the true delicacy of the world. It licked its lips and turned its gaze toward Bai Fuyao and Ye Kong. Chapter 36. The immortal body. Upon witnessing this scene, countless outer sect disciples expelled their recently consumed breakfast in horror. Some of the more timid ones collapsed to the ground, their trousers dampened, eyes wide with terror. Monster, I shall fight you to the death. Ye Kong roared, unleashing the entirety of his inner energy. A blood-red spear materialized before him, exuding an overwhelming aura. In the next moment, his silvery hair transformed into pure white. His face became lined with wrinkles, and he appeared as a weary old man. This was his family's secret technique, the sacrificial art. This technique could only be employed once in a lifetime, consuming a significant portion of one's lifespan. The price was steep, but the benefits were extraordinary, as it magnified the power of his next attack tenfold. Rather than being devoured by the extraterrestrial demon, he chose to fight with all his might. You dare to use forbidden techniques and risk your life? The extraterrestrial demon's expression grew grave. Although it was an immortal being, it still feared pain, realizing that Yi Kang's attack could indeed harm it. Ah, so you too can feel fear. It seems I was right to act. Yi Kang laughed heartily. Just then, the blood spear fully formed. He grasped its shaft and lunged at the extraterrestrial demon. Curse it. Had I known, I wouldn't have devoured a human first. The extraterrestrial demon muttered under its breath, regretting its decision to indulge before subduing all three disciples. Now, pushing Yi Kang to the brink of madness would result in unnecessary complications. Yin Ming escape. The extraterrestrial demon bellowed, releasing 3 strands of black mist that coalesced before it into a 3-meter-tall ghostly shield. Crack! The blood spear struck the shield with all its might, shattering it and dispersing the black mist back into the demon's body. Die! Yi Kang shouted with fervor as the blood spear, still infused with residual power, struck the extraterrestrial demon. Sizzle! The demon's body was scorched by the blood energy, instantly disintegrating into fragments that scattered in the air. Ha ha ha! I have passed the inner sect assessment. Yi Kang's grip on the blood spear dissipated, and he collapsed to his knees, tilting his head back in laughter. Senior brother Yi is incredible. In the history of Qiu Yue sect spanning thousands of years, only a handful could claim the feat of slaying an extraterrestrial demon during the inner sect assessment. Yi Kang was now destined for lasting fame. In my opinion, senior brother Yi is the foremost disciple of the outer sect. Nay, even among the inner sect, he is exceptional. The outer sect disciples erupted into fervent admiration, astonished by the spectacle. Thanks to you, junior brother Yi, I am able to pass the inner sect assessment. Consider this a favor I owe you, Bai Fuyao said, approaching and bowing deeply. There is no need for such formality, senior sister Bai. I did this for my own sake as well, Yi Kong replied, waving his hand with a smile. Though he had sacrificed a considerable portion of his lifespan, passing the inner sect assessment was worth it. Opportunities to acquire life-extending treasures could arise in the future. Wait, that extraterrestrial demon is not dead. In the crowd, Chen Dong noticed something amiss, his expression shifting. He could distinctly sense the demon's vitality rapidly recovering, perhaps on the verge of resurrection. Alas, what a calamity! Huang Dingtian shook his head, a glint of pity in his eyes. If the extraterrestrial demon could be so easily slain, humanity would not have languished in servitude for eons. Kik. For thousands of years, I have roamed the world. Even those at the Dharma realm have fallen to me. Though my strength may now be but a fraction of what it once was, you, a mere Zifu realm cultivator, cannot hope to kill me. At that moment, a sudden change occurred on the arena. The dispersed black mist swiftly gathered once more into a mass, two crimson eyes appearing within. The extraterrestrial demon had resurrected. Junior brother Yi, be cautious. Bai Fuyao's face paled as she urgently warned. Impossible. After enduring my sacrificial art, it still lives. Yi Kong felt the terrifying aura behind him, every hair on his body standing on end. Yet before Yi Kong could react, a gaping maw, reminiscent of an abyss, engulfed him from behind. Crack. The extraterrestrial demon savored its delectable meal, soon ejecting a few bones. Ugh, the elderly taste terrible, their flesh is too tough compared to the young. The extraterrestrial demon grumbled, then turned its gaze to Bai Fuyao. Fortunately, there is a tender young maiden here, and a virgin at that. I shall savor this one slowly. Bai Fuyao's face drained of color as she gripped her Zile sword, trembling in panic for the first time in her life. Even with the three working together, they were no match for the extraterrestrial demon. How could she survive alone? It was over. They were destined for annihilation. What exactly was this extraterrestrial demon that it could resurrect? Did it truly possess an immortal body, impervious to death? Despair filled the eyes of all present, as they unanimously believed Bai Fuyao would meet the same fate as Xiao Han and Yi Kong. These young people today do not heed the advice of their elders at all. Huang Dingtian sighed. He had clearly stated before the assessment that if the three could endure for 5 minutes against the extraterrestrial demon, they would pass. Who would have thought these outer sect disciples would be so reckless as to attempt to kill it? In his hundreds of years presiding over the inner sect assessments, those who passed always possessed ample life-saving treasures, managing to endure until time expired. Those who attempted to actively slay the extraterrestrial demon ended up in utter destruction. I would rather die than allow the extraterrestrial demon to achieve its desires. A resolute glint flashed in Bai Fuyao's eyes. Aware that her demise was inevitable, she resolved to end her life on her own terms, hoping to inflict some damage on the demon in the process. She refused to believe the extraterrestrial demon could resurrect infinitely without consequence. With that thought, Bai Fuyao gathered her entire inner energy into her dantian and shouted, "Monster! You are not worthy to consume me." As her words fell, she charged at the extraterrestrial demon with all her might. Attempting to self-destruct? It won't be that easy. The extraterrestrial demon, seeing through Bai Fuyao's intentions, chuckled dismissively. As she closed the distance, mere 10 zhang away, the demon suddenly exhaled a cloud of black mist that enveloped Bai Fuyao entirely. Clang! The Zile sword slipped from Bai Fuyao's grasp, clattering onto the arena. And her body swayed before collapsing. Oh no, why can't I move? All my energy has dissipated. Lying on the ground, Bai Fuyao was engulfed by terror. Ha ha ha, little beauty, I am coming. The extraterrestrial demon laughed lecherously, flying towards Bai Fuyao. Chapter 37. The might of the Yin-Yang classic cease at once. At that moment, Chen Dong's figure materialized upon the arena, unleashing the 5 elements fist upon the extraterrestrial demon. Where did this brat come from, daring to interrupt my enjoyment? The extraterrestrial demon stared in astonishment, but quickly regained composure, immediately exhaling a plume of black mist. Boom. The temperature of the fiery fist soared to over 10,000 degrees, and with a mere glance, the black mist was incinerated in an instant. Impossible? The extraterrestrial demon's eyes flickered with disbelief. How could a mere Zifu realm cultivator obliterate his innate demonic energy? In the next moment, the fiery fist collided with the demon's body, shattering it into countless fragments. Though both were of the first level of Zifu realm, Yi Kang's desperate strike fueled by life essence paled in comparison to Chen Dong's casual punch. Who is this person? I don't know. I've never seen him before. When did such an individual appear in the outer sect? Witnessing this spectacle, everyone stood in stunned disbelief for a moment before swiftly inquiring about Chen Dong's identity. This person is Chen Dong? The one most astonished was undoubtedly Bai Fuyao, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Chen Dong. Were it not for the tingling sensation coursing through her body, she might have thought this a mere dream. Just a few days prior, Chen Dong had been an ordinary innate realm warrior, easily at her mercy. Little did she expect that within mere days, Chen Dong's prowess had escalated to such terrifying heights, effortlessly slaying the extraterrestrial demon with a single punch. What transpired during these few days? What fortuitous encounters had Chen Dong experienced? Did it relate to the outer sect examination? Countless questions swirled in Bai Fuyao's mind. Yet no one was there to provide answers. What a formidable martial technique. Though only of the third tier, its power rivals that of the fourth tier, Huang Dingtian mused. Curiosity piqued as he beheld this extraordinary martial skill for the first time. You're finished, brat. Now I am truly angered. Just then, the extraterrestrial demon's body reassembled, revived once more. Its crimson eyes fixed intently on Chen Dong, radiating an unyielding determination for vengeance. Huang Dingtian hoped the youth would exhibit some wisdom and refrain from a head-on confrontation with the extraterrestrial demon. Despite the formidable nature of Chen Dong's martial art, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the demon, Huang Dingtian remained skeptical. The extraterrestrial demon could only be truly slain through special means. Ordinary martial arts would merely result in repeated resurrections. If Chen Dong chose to flee, he would surely survive for 5 minutes. Should he engage in a direct confrontation, he would ultimately face demise once his vitality was depleted. Is that so? Chen Dong scoffed, eager to witness how many times the extraterrestrial demon could resurrect. 5 Elements Fist. He bellowed, once again employing the 5 Elements Fist, and a blazing fist surged forth toward the extraterrestrial demon. Boom. As expected, the demon's body was obliterated, yet it soon revived again. No martial art can slay me, brat. Cease your futile resistance, and allow me to consume you. The extraterrestrial demon laughed heartily, its voice dripping with mockery. You revive once, I shall slay you once. If you revive 100 times, I will kill you 100 times. I wish to see if you are truly unscathed. Chen Dong's gaze turned icy, and another fiery fist materialized before him, charging toward the extraterrestrial demon at full speed. Boom. Once again, the 5 Elements Fist effortlessly dispatched the extraterrestrial demon. Yet, before long, it resurrected yet again. Sigh, another reckless youth, Huang Dingtian lamented. The extraterrestrial demon was clearly attempting to provoke Chen Dong, seeking to exhaust his energy through repeated attacks until the moment of counterattack arrived. Yet, Chen Dong remained oblivious to this, continuously launching assaults. Though it appeared cathartic as he repeatedly annihilated the demon, it inflicted no substantial damage. Brat, are you unable to continue? The extraterrestrial demon taunted. No, at this rate, I shall exhaust my energy before the demon is slain. Chen Dong quickly regained clarity, realizing this was the demon's treacherous scheme. Could it be that the extraterrestrial demon truly could not be killed? No, I refuse to believe it. All living beings must meet their end. His mind raced as he pondered the demon's weaknesses. However, being unfamiliar with the nature of the extraterrestrial demon, he found himself at a loss. It seemed his only option was to resort to the Yin-Yang Classic. After a lengthy deliberation, Chen Dong resolved to employ his trump card. If he could not vanquish the extraterrestrial demon, he would switch to a defensive strategy, biding time until the 5 minutes elapsed. Though I know not what you are, for you to compel me to unleash my full potential, you may at least die with honor. Chen Dong executed the 5 Elements Fist, conjuring a 3-zhang-sized fiery fist before him. However, rather than launching an immediate attack, he extracted a wisp of his innate energy from his dantian and infused it into the 5 Elements Fist. In the next moment, the originally crimson fist transformed into a striking black and white hue, emanating an ancient and desolate aura. Perish. With a thought, the enhanced 5 Elements Fist surged forth toward the extraterrestrial demon. This is the essence of heaven and earth. Impossible. How could such a thing arise in Yuan? A place where not even birds would deign to alight. The extraterrestrial demon trembled with dread. An unprecedented sense of crisis rendered it unable to maintain composure. Disregarding its pride, it pleaded for salvation from the heavens. Old Huang, I'm done playing. Please place me within the Zhang Tian bottle. Never had the extraterrestrial demon yearned so desperately to remain within the confines of the Zhangtian bottle. What is the Kanglin king plotting? Huang Dingtian furrowed his brow. With his experience, he could not fathom the immense power of the Yin-Yang classic, mistaking Chen Dong's actions for a similar technique to the self-sacrifice technique. Huang Dingtian admonished, Kanglin king, do not attempt any tricks. Simply complete the inner sect examination, or you shall face dire consequences. Internally, the Kanglin king cursed vehemently. He had no intention of employing any tricks. The one employing deceit was the demon before him. Setting aside the fact that its immortal body was merely a half-finished product, even the clan's ancestors, who had perfected the immortal body over thousands of years, would be unable to withstand a martial technique empowered by the essence of heaven and earth. One can only blame him for frequently deceiving Huang Dingtian in the past, and now, at this critical juncture, when he speaks the truth, the other party remains utterly incredulous. Father, mother, I can no longer fulfill my filial duties. A sorrowful expression flickered in the eyes of the Kanglin Wang as he beheld the imminent threat of the mutated Five Elements fist, and he charged directly towards it. The deafening roar of the explosion echoed incessantly, resonating throughout the entirety of the outer sect. Meanwhile, the outer sect disciples observing from the periphery felt their earlobes burst with blood, with some even rendered deaf, leaving nearly all of them collapsed on the ground. This time, everyone waited a considerable duration, yet there was no sign of the extraterrestrial demons resurrecting. Chapter 38. The Saintess. How could this be possible? Huang Dingtian's mind was engulfed in a void, utterly shattering his previous understanding. It is widely known that to vanquish an extraterrestrial demon, one must first purify the demonic energy within. Otherwise, no matter how many times one kills it, it will resurrect. Yet at this moment, Chen Dong had merely employed a mysterious forbidden technique to slay the extraterrestrial demon. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation throughout the entire Yuan kingdom. What is your name? Huang Dingtian's thoughts remained restless as he feigned calmness and descended from the air. In response to Elder Huang, the disciple's name is Chen Dong. Chen Dong replied respectfully. I must inquire, what secret technique did you just use? Huang Dingtian asked impatiently. Secret technique? I did not employ any secret technique. Perhaps Elder Huang misjudged? Chen Dong feigned confusion. Impossible. If it were not a secret technique, how could you have slain the extraterrestrial demon? Huang Dingtian's expression darkened. He assumed Chen Dong was merely disbelieving and had concocted a rather clumsy excuse. Since I learned to speak, I have never uttered a single lie. Chen Dong shook his head. I truly did not use any secret technique. The ability to vanquish the extraterrestrial demon must be related to my unique constitution. Unique constitution? Huang Dingtian's brow furrowed in contemplation. Countless extraordinary physiques exist in the world. For instance, the legendary innate Tao body, which possesses an extraordinary affinity for vital energy, allowing for rapid cultivation without encountering bottlenecks. Similarly, there is the renowned Mu Ling body from ancient times, known for its formidable recovery ability. Regardless of the severity of injuries, as long as there is a breath left, it can eventually heal. Setting aside these distant examples, within the Qiu Yue sect, there are two individuals possessing unique physiques. One is the sect's eldest disciple and saintess, Su Wan, who possesses the 10,000 Wonders body, capable of captivating hearts with a mere smile, ensnaring even the most innocent of boys in a web of enchantment. The other is the sect's second disciple and saint, Huang Fu Jingyun, who possesses the hard-eye body, enabling him to have perfect recall and swiftly master martial skills, making him extraordinarily powerful. Extend your hand. Huang Dingtian, harboring doubt towards Chen Dong's words, insisted on verifying the matter himself. Certainly, Chen Dong stepped forward and raised his arm. The truth shall be revealed with a mere touch. Huang Dingtian thought with a cold smirk, extending his hand to rest upon Chen Dong's arm, continuously channeling vital energy into him. If this individual truly possessed a unique constitution, he would apologize afterward. If not, he would have no qualms about employing severe interrogation to extract the secret technique capable of slaying extraterrestrial demons. Old fool, do you think a mere figure in the Fa Xiang realm can discern my true nature? Chen Dong outwardly displayed no reaction, while secretly channeling the Yin-Yang scripture. Such formidable constitution. Within him resided a natural blend of black and white energies. The white energy was extraordinarily pure, seemingly capable of purging all evil from the world. The black energy was chilling and sinister, as if it could devour all that exists. After a prolonged moment, Huang Dingtian withdrew his hand, his complexion turning ashen, devoid of color, lips trembling slightly, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, oblivious to it all. He felt immense regret, realizing he should not have allowed greed to cloud his judgment and offend Chen Dong. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, Chen Dong would undoubtedly break through to the Nirvana realm in the future, ascending to the position of sect master of Qiu Yue sect. At that point, Huang Dingtian would find himself with no place to hide. Elder Huang, I spoke no lies, did I? Chen Dong noticed Huang Dingtian's condition, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ha ha ha, the weather today is splendid. Have you had breakfast? Huang Dingtian chuckled awkwardly, lost for words. Elder Huang truly has a sense of humor. Chen Dong recognized that he had successfully intimidated Huang Dingtian and graciously offered him an avenue of retreat. Although he had simulated a powerful constitution using the yin-yang scripture, his cultivation level was still only at the first stage of Zifu. Even if he could fight beyond a major realm, it would only equate to the first stage of Yuan Dan. Each elder within the sect was a figure of the Fa Xiang realm. Even Huang Dingtian, the weakest among them, was at the first stage of Fa Xiang, a status he could not afford to offend. Thus, Chen Dong chose to withdraw gracefully rather than press his advantage. Indeed, I was merely jesting. One grows old and seeks to engage in different amusements. I hope you do not take offense. Huang Dingtian immediately nodded in agreement. As he spoke, a glimmer emanated from the storage pouch at his waist, revealing a thumb-sized piece of white jade in his hand. This is the Inshun Yu I acquired at the auction not long ago. It possesses calming and demon-repelling properties. I present it to you as an apology. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed Huang Dingtian's eyes. This was something he had spent a significant portion of his wealth to procure. However, gaining Chen Dong's forgiveness, or even establishing a rapport with him, made it all worthwhile. As it is a gift from Elder Huang, I shall graciously accept it, Chen Dong stated as he took the Inshun Yu. He had long been aware of the jade's reputation, known for its numerous and valuable effects. Although he had no use for it personally, it could be gifted to someone or sold for a handsome sum. Finally, it was over. Huang Dingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead in dismay, exclaiming, "Oh no, how could I have forgotten such an important matter?" He promptly retrieved a jade tablet from his storage pouch, his fingers moving rapidly over it. After a brief moment, he put the tablet away. The sect master has issued an edict that any disciple with a unique constitution must be reported to him immediately. I have already sent word of your unique constitution to the sect master and the other elders. They will be here shortly, so please do not leave. Chen Dong nodded. I understand. He was not surprised. With a population of billions in the Yuan Kingdom, those with unique physiques were few and far between. If the sect master had not issued such a command, he would have found it odd. Time passed slowly as everyone awaited. I heard from Elder Huang that another disciple with a unique constitution has emerged in the sect. I wonder who it is. A voice, alluring and enchanting, resonated, causing everyone to look towards the inner door. There, against the backdrop of the sky, a woman clad in a tight-fitting red palace dress approached, her bare feet resembling flawless jade, gliding effortlessly through the air. The woman appeared to be merely in her 20s, yet her figure was undeniably voluptuous. With ample bosom and generous curves, her skin as fair as snow, truly a rare beauty in this world. The actions of the saintess were remarkably swift. Although I was clearly the last to convey a message to you, I arrived the fastest, Huang Dingtian jested. At this moment, the identity of this woman became evident. She was none other than the saintess of the Qiu Yue sect, Su Wan. Chapter 39. The appearance of the master. I happened to have business at the outer sect, and, upon seeing Elder Huang's message, hurried over. Su Wan, with her myriad charms, smiled enchanting as she spoke. She glanced at Chen Dong and mused, could this person possibly be the one with a special physique? Saintess's piercing gaze confirmed it was indeed him. Huang Dingtian nodded in affirmation. Is that so? I am curious to know how this person's physique compares to mine. With a graceful step, Su Wan approached, her delicate fingers already resting on his arm before Chen Dong could react. Moments later, disbelief filled her lively eyes, and her cherry lips parted in astonishment, wide enough to accommodate an egg. This junior's physique is indeed formidable. I am taken aback. How shall you compensate me? Regaining her composure, she feigned nonchalance, her fingers tracing Chen Dong's chest as she teased, with the treasures the saintess possesses, junior brother has nothing of worth to offer. How about dedicating yourself to me instead? Feeling the smoothness of Su Wan's touch, Chen Dong's heart raced uncontrollably, and, almost instinctively, he grasped her jade hand. This action left everyone momentarily speechless. Ahem, the saintess already has a fiancé, who is our sect's saint's son. Huang Dingtian coughed awkwardly. Is that so? I was unaware. There is a saying, ignorance is bliss. Chen Dong's face displayed a hint of regret, yet his grip tightened further. How amusing you are, junior brother. Su Wan laughed softly, her expression unchanged, but secretly, she channeled her energy to push Chen Dong away, retracting her hand. Initially, she merely found Chen Dong intriguing and wished to tease him, never anticipating such a turn of events. The news of her engagement to Saint Sun Huangfu Jingyun had long circulated throughout the entire Diyuan kingdom, with even the most insignificant disciples in the sect being aware of it. It was surprising that Chen Dong, an outer disciple, remained oblivious. Of course, it was also possible that Chen Dong was a lecherous devil, willing to risk the wrath of Saint Sun Huangfu Jingyun to take advantage of her. The emergence of another disciple with a special physique within the sect was indeed a stroke of fortune. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated, followed by a radiant purple light appearing from the horizon. As the light dissipated, a remarkably handsome young man clad in purple emerged. Congratulations on your improved agility, Saint Sun. It now rivals that of a first-layer martial artist in the Dharma realm, Huang Dingtian complimented. It is merely luck, nothing noteworthy. Huangfu Jingyun waved his hand dismissively. He cast a fleeting glance at Chen Dong, seemingly indifferent, before approaching Su Wan and teasingly remarked, Wanner, you have grown even more beautiful in the few months since we last met. Are you implying that I was not beautiful enough before? Su Wan arched an eyebrow. That is not what I meant. I meant to say you are more beautiful now, though in my heart. You have always been the most beautiful in Diyuan kingdom, Huangfu Jingyun stammered, having stumbled over his words. All right, I forgive you this time, but do not let it happen again. Su Wan chuckled lightly, having only jested. By the way, the outer disciple with the special physique that Elder Huang mentioned is this one. Huangfu Jingyun promptly shifted the topic. Indeed, this junior brother possesses not only a special physique, but is also stronger than both of us. Su Wan nodded. It seems it won't be long before the title of the sect's top genius changes hands. Is that so? A hint of malice flickered in Huangfu Jingyun's eyes. He could tolerate Su Wan being more talented than himself, but would not allow any other man to surpass him. However, given the current company, it was not an opportune moment to act. He would have to devise a plan to eliminate Chen Dong, his rival, later. As he contemplated this, Huangfu Jingyun maintained a pleasant facade and extended his hand, saying, I am Huangfu Jingyun. May I ask your name, junior brother? In response to the Saint's son, I am Chen Dong. Although Huangfu Jingyun masked his intentions well, Chen Dong, having cultivated the yin-yang scripture, possessed acute senses and instantly detected his hostility. Could it be that Huangfu Jingyun was aware of my advance on Su Wan? Chen Dong dismissed this notion quickly. Huangfu Jingyun had arrived after Su Wan had pushed him away. It was impossible for him to have witnessed the incident. If that were the case, it could only mean one thing. Huangfu Jingyun was a hypocrite, harboring jealousy upon realizing my superior talents. Excellent name. Junior brother Chun is the third disciple in our sect with a special physique. The other two are myself and the saintess. We should grow closer in the future, Huangfu Jingyun smiled. Junior brother has a long way to go in his cultivation. I hope you do not mind if I seek your guidance in the future, Saint Sun, Chen Dong replied with a smile. Do not mention it. You have already passed the inner sect examination. From now on, you may call me Brother Huangfu. As for any questions regarding cultivation, rest assured, I shall share all my knowledge with you, Huangfu Jingyun thought to himself, relishing the idea of Chen Dong approaching him, for he welcomed it. Though both harbored ulterior motives, they interacted cordially, and anyone unaware would assume they shared a close bond. Ha ha ha, I was the first to arrive. This outer disciple with a special physique will become my disciple. A carefree laugh echoed, and a massive gourd, measuring over 10 feet, appeared in the sky. Perched atop, it was a disheveled, inebriated man. Drunken master, you still cling to that wager. Allow me to suggest you concede, Huang Dingtian chuckled. Bah, I will never concede. Close your crow's mouth. The scruffy man retorted angrily. As he spoke, the gourd beneath him rapidly shrank to merely 5 or 6 inches, hanging from his waist. Do not mislead the disciples. Only I can properly teach those with special physiques. Another elder appeared at the arena, disdainfully declaring, Jian Shang, you are no better than drunken master. Frankly, Neither of you deserves to take on a disciple with a special physique, a bald elder interjected. More and more elders gathered at the arena, disregarding their dignity in their eagerness to claim Chen Dong as their disciple. You are all hundreds of years old. How can you still bicker like children? What a disgrace. At that moment, a voice imbued with comfort and warmth rang out. In the next instant, a kindly middle-aged man descended from the heavens. Greetings, Sect Master. Upon seeing him, everyone immediately bowed in respect. This man was none other than Qiu Yue, the true ruler of Qiu Yue sect and one of the few Nirvana realm powerhouses in Deyuan Kingdom. Chapter 40. Apprenticeship. Everyone, rise. Qiu Yue raised his hand, lifting everyone off the ground. He then approached Chen Dong, releasing his divine sense to investigate. Indeed, it was a unique physique, and a remarkably powerful one at that. He nodded in satisfaction, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Master, I was the first to arrive after receiving the news. By rights, this individual should be my disciple. The disheveled Taoist swaggered over to Chen Dong and shamelessly grasped his right arm. Nonsense. A mere drunkard like you can produce what kind of disciple? A figure with a massive sword strapped to his back, exuding a far greater aura than the disheveled Taoist, spoke with disdain. Indeed, as the saying goes, a renowned master produces exceptional disciples. All of you are my defeated subordinates, so it would be best not to squander talent. This speaker was a bald elder dressed as a monk, nodding earnestly. This is my disciple. Do not compete with me. What if I do? Release me, or I shall not hold back. The disheveled Taoist clutched Chen Dong's right arm, while the sword-bearing man seized his left arm, leaving the bald monk fuming as he found himself without a hold. Enough with the bickering. Qiu Yue unleashed his imposing aura, halting the elders in their tracks. You are all the pillars of the sect. If you quarrel over a disciple, it will not benefit the sect's interests. Here's what we shall do. I shall concede slightly and accept this disciple as my third apprentice. This way, there will be no need for contention among you. What do you all think? Qiu Yue's tone suggested he was suffering a great loss, yet his words ignited silent outrage among the elders. How shameless. He already possesses 2 disciples with unique physiques and still seeks a third. If there were a competition for shamelessness, the sect leader would win hands down. If this was considered a loss, then I would rather face daily defeats. Despite their inner grievances, the elders maintained smiles of flattery on their faces. Master's wisdom is unparalleled. Only a powerful leader like you deserves to mentor disciples with unique physiques. I wholeheartedly agree. Qiu Yue nodded, smiling. In that case, return and prepare gifts. 3 days from now, I will announce to the Deyuan Kingdom that I have taken a third apprentice. How utterly shameless. Not only have they failed to seize a disciple, but they must also offer gifts. The elders bore their frustrations silently, forced to wear smiles. I will prepare immediately. Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint your third disciple. 3 days later. With that, the elders took flight from the arena. Your name is Chen Dong, correct? Would you be willing to become my disciple? Qiu Yue inquired, gazing at Chen Dong. You are about to announce this to the Deyuan Kingdom. If I were to refuse, would I not be crushed? Chen Dong silently scoffed, realizing that his own shamelessness paled in comparison to others. I am willing to be your disciple. He promptly stepped forward, kneeling on both knees and bowing 9 times with a resounding thud. Very well, from this moment on, you are my third disciple. Qiu Yue suppressed his excitement. He gestured towards Su Wan and Huangfu Jingyun, saying, You have already met these 2. They are your elder sister and second brother. Greetings, elder sister. Greetings, second brother. Chen Dong rose and clasped his hands in salute. You need not be overly formal, junior brother. I came in haste today and have no gifts prepared for you. I shall make it up to you in a few days. Su Wan smiled gently, her lips curling into a soft grin. I am uncertain of the weapon you use, but I have a set of newly crafted battle attire to gift you. Huangfu Jingyun retrieved 4 items from his storage bag, a robe, boots, a belt, and a crown, all pristine white. Isn't this a bit too extravagant? Chen Dong's eyes sparkled with desire. Recognizing that these 4 items were treasures of at least the 4th tier. Once donned, they would not only be visually stunning but also possess formidable defensive capabilities, a rare ensemble indeed. Yet, in a bid to leave a favorable impression on Qiu Yue, he feigned refusal. Ha, not at all. You are my little brother. Even treasures 10-fold more valuable would be worth it. Huangfu Jingyun's heart ached. This battle attire had been commissioned through borrowed funds, and he had yet to wear it even once. However, he shared the same intent as Chen Dong, to leave a good impression on Qiu Yue. Since that is the case, I shall not decline. Chen Dong accepted the items, placing them into his storage bag. Although I am the sect leader, I am quite impoverished and have little of value to offer. Chu Mufeng revealed a contemplative expression. Moments later, he produced a token from his robe. This is the token for entering my residence. With it, you may enter at any time. Chen Dong hesitated. Master, I fail to see the usefulness of this token. Chu Mufeng's face turned awkward. He forced a calm demeanor. Who says it is useless? My residence contains a 6th-tier formation, and the natural energies there far exceed those of other places. Moreover, your master mother often stays in the residence. If you encounter any issues in your cultivation, you may consult her. Thank you, master. I understand. Chen Dong's eyes glimmered with excitement as he accepted the token. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Your entry procedures will be handled by Xiao Wan. Chu Mufeng had initially intended to gather a 5th-tier spirit herb, but, upon hearing news of Huang Dingtian, had promptly abandoned his goal to arrive here. With his objective achieved, he needed to set off again, lest he miss out on everything. Farewell, master. The three of them bowed deeply. Once Chu Mufeng disappeared, the trio straightened. Junior brother, I have pressing matters to attend to as well, so I must take my leave. Once you enter the inner sect, we shall grow closer. Huangfu Jingyun forced a smile, knowing that the borrowed yuan stones were at high interest. If not repaid within a day, he would owe several thousand inferior yuan stones. Thus, he planned to hunt ferocious beasts day and night to fill this gap. Second brother, travel safely. Chen Dong nodded. As he watched Huangfu Jingyun depart, Suwan turned her gaze back to him, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Junior brother, let us proceed with the entry procedures for the inner sect now. Just as Chen Dong was about to agree, his peripheral vision caught sight of Bai Fuyao lying on the ground not far away. He expressed his apologies to Su Wan. Senior sister, please wait a moment. I need to attend to a matter. As his words fell, Chen moved swiftly, crouching beside Bai Fuyao and gently grasping her delicate hand, channeling his vital energy into her. Before long, the rosy hue returned to Bai Fuyao's face, and she gradually regained her senses, rising slowly from the ground. Gazing at the unfamiliar Chen before her, a flicker of complexity passed through her eyes. She opened her mouth as if to speak, yet hesitated and swallowed her words. Chapter 41, A Unique Gift. What? Has Bai Shimi forgotten me? Chen Dong wore a smile that was neither genuine nor false. Thank you for your life-saving grace, Chen Shixiao. Bai Fuyao, despite being overwhelmed with countless thoughts, could only lower her head in gratitude at this moment. Junior brother, is this Shimi your beloved? Suwan approached with a teasing tone. Elder sister, please refrain from mocking me. Chen Dong shook his head, explaining. This Bai Shimi and I share a profound connection, which is why I rescued her. Is that so? Suwan appeared skeptical as she circled around Bai Fuyao, her lively eyes darting with intent, and a thought quickly formed in her mind. Bai Shimi, how familiar are you with the sect's regulations? Bai Fuyao was taken aback, regaining her composure to respectfully reply. In response to the holy maiden's inquiry, I am well versed in all the rules of the sect. Excellent. If that is the case, then you should be aware that every outer sect disciple may only participate in the inner sect assessment once in their lifetime. Should they fail, if they survive, they shall be expelled from the sect, Suwan remarked with a smile. Bai Fuyao felt as though she had been struck by lightning, forcing a smile onto her face. I understand. I will prepare and descend the mountain tomorrow morning. As she spoke, she turned to leave the arena. Wait a moment. Suwan halted Bai Fuyao's movement, a cunning glint in her eyes. I possess a method that could allow you to remain in Qingyu Zone. Bai Fuyao paused, trembling as she lifted her head. Is the holy maiden serious? Suwan, seeing her plan take effect, revealed a charming smile. This holy maiden never lies, but there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you wish to stay in Qingyu Zone, you must pay a price. It is up to you to decide if you are willing. Price? Bai Fuyao murmured to herself, a look of realization dawning in her eyes. Indeed, she had no close ties with the holy maiden. It was reasonable to consider that the other party had ulterior motives for helping her. However, did she have an alternative? A sense of confusion washed over Bai Fuyao. She hailed from a remarkably large family, with her parents managing the clan's affairs and her grandfather being an elder. With such a prestigious background, the advantages she enjoyed were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Not only had she been guided by esteemed masters since childhood, but she also had access to various martial arts techniques and daily exposure to the essence of Yuan Dan realm beasts to establish a solid foundation. However, All of this came at a price. The prerequisite was that Bai Fuyao must pass the inner sect assessment of Qiu Yue and subsequently become a steward, ultimately achieving the status of a Fa Xiang realm elder. Should she fail to meet this goal, she would be summoned back to her clan to be wed off to another powerful family, thereby recovering the investment placed in her. The mere thought of marrying the heartless offspring of those prominent families sent a shiver down Bai Fuyao's spine. She would rather die than return. With this in mind, Bai Fuyao steadied her emotions, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. May I ask what the price the holy maiden speaks of? Su Wan glanced at Chen Dong. A knowing smile gracing her lips. My junior brother has just entered the inner sect and has yet to select a maid. She trailed off, leaving the implication hanging in the air. It was evident that Bai Fuyao was not foolish enough to miss the meaning. The holy maiden's intention. Could it be that I am to serve Chen Xixiang as a maid? Bai Fuyao gasped in astonishment. Precisely, Bai Shimi. What are your thoughts? Su Wan inquired. Bai Fuyao fell silent. Under any other circumstances, even if it meant serving another man, she would have readily agreed. Yet, the individual in question was Chen Dong, the very servant who had been tending to horses on her mountain just days prior. This predicament left Bai Fuyao in a state of turmoil. To refuse meant facing the prospect of being forced into an unwanted marriage. To accept meant enduring potential humiliation at Chen Dong's hands. The thought of becoming Chen Dong's maid filled her with dread, as she could only imagine how he might seek retribution for her past actions. What? Does Bai Shimi believe she would be at a disadvantage? Su Wan, noticing Bai Fuyao's prolonged silence, displayed an expression of displeasure. Let us not forget that my junior brother possesses a unique constitution and is destined to become a formidable figure within the great Yuan nation. Even if he is merely the disciple of the sect leader, it is you who would be elevating your status. After becoming his maid, your standing would surpass that of an ordinary inner sect disciple. Are you not satisfied? Bai Fuyao bit her lip. Her delicate hands clenched tightly as she wrestled with her inner turmoil. After a long pause, she released her grip, feeling as though all strength had drained from her body, forcing a smile. Since the holy maiden has offered me such a remarkable opportunity, it would be ungrateful not to cherish it. Su Wan's smile returned. Excellent. Now go and greet my junior brother. Bai Fuyao took a deep breath, nervously approaching Chen Dong, clasping her hands together and softly uttering. Fuyao pays her respects to the young master. Chen Dong, however, ignored Bai Fuyao and instead looked at Su Wan in confusion. Elder sister, what are you doing? I do not require a maid. Su Wan, adept in understanding the hearts of men, recognized that Chen Dong likely yearned for such a beautiful maid, but was merely feigning reluctance due to the presence of others. At this moment, all it would take was for her to provide him a way out, and he would undoubtedly agree without hesitation. Junior brother, I am merely considering Bai Shimi's plight. As a frail woman, if she were to be expelled from the sect, who knows what suffering she would endure. Extend a little kindness, and you will have done a good deed by accepting Bai Shimi. Having resolved to become Chen Dong's maid, Bai Fuyao had already steeled her heart. Seeing Chen Dong about to refuse, she immediately knelt, her eyes filled with a pitiful yearning. Chen Xixiang, please have mercy on Fuyao. If I am expelled from the sect, I truly do not know where I would go. Chen Dong hesitated, and after a moment, he sighed. If that is the case, I shall reluctantly accept Bai Shimi. Alas, you have truly put me in a difficult position. Bai Fuyao was overwhelmed with joy. Standing to express her gratitude. Thank you, young master. Fuyao shall serve you diligently from now on. Junior brother, can we now proceed to handle the formalities for entering the inner sect? Su Wan, pleased with her success, maintained a cheerful demeanor. I fear that may not be possible. I still have some matters to attend to, and it will take a few days before I can enter the inner sect, Chen Dong replied after a moment of contemplation. As he still needed to arrange for Qiu Yue and Chu Yaoyin, and also resolve matters with Wang Shan. He would not permit Chu Yaoyin to harbor feelings for another man, even if that man were her own son. Very well, here is the token from the senior sister. Once you have resolved the matter, come find me. Su Wan presented a token and approached Chen Dong, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. Since you have already accepted Bai Shimi, I shall not provide any further compensation for the meeting gift. While you may conceal your intentions from others, you cannot deceive your elder sister. Chen Dong, possessing an exceptionally thick skin, felt no embarrassment upon having his motives exposed. He accepted the token and replied in a similarly hushed voice. Thank you, senior sister, for this generous gift. I am exceedingly pleased. Su Wan shook her head with a chuckle, her form transforming into a radiant light as she departed from the arena. Chapter 42. Serving the Night Xiao Yao. Let us return. Chen Dong withdrew his gaze and turned to Bai Fuyao. Xiao Yao. Bai Fuyao was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, realizing that the past was no longer relevant. She nodded with a hint of humiliation. All right, very well. Chen Dong and Bai Fuyao soared off the arena, leaving the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Who exactly is this Chen Dong? How come he has never been heard of before? Given his age, he must have only recently entered the outer sect. The outer sect's most beautiful maiden serving as a maid. What a privilege. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. His younger brother's prowess is astonishing, and he has even become the third disciple of the sect leader, taking Bai Shiji as his maid. Wang Shan, recovering from his shock, was filled with excitement. Having such a powerful younger brother means he could walk unchallenged within the sect from now on. Ha ha ha, my fortunes have finally turned. He laughed heartily, plotting his revenge against those who had previously bullied him. At Wang Yu Peak, within the main hall, Chen Dong sat in the position previously occupied by Bai Fuyao, observing the anxious Bai Fuyao below. Do you harbor any discontent in becoming my maid? He inquired. Bai Fuyao's body tensed as she heard Chen Dong's question. Without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head. This servant dare not. So you do have grievances within, yet your strength does not allow you to voice them? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. This servant has none. To remain here is solely due to the master's grace. I am grateful, not resentful. Bai Fuyao immediately knelt, lowering her head to explain. Such words need not be spoken again. I am no child of 3, Chen Dong remarked disdainfully. I understand that this sudden change in status must be difficult for you to accept, but this world is unforgiving. Power dictates everything. Bai Fuyao forced a smile. This servant understands. I shall never harbor treachery against you, master. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, your ability to adapt swiftly to this new role proves you possess some worth. However, I dislike being called master. From now on, refer to me as owner. Owner, Bai Fuyao uttered with a sense of humiliation. Excellent, splendid. Chen Dong exclaimed thrice in delight. Prepare for me. I wish to bathe. And remember to dress lightly for the evening's duties. Bai Fuyao's body stiffened at his words. She had anticipated this day, yet did not expect Chen Dong to be so eager. Taking a deep breath, she bitterly thought, this servant shall prepare at once. With that, Bai Fuyao stood and left the grand hall, head bowed. Mississippi. Are you all right? Qiu Yue, rushing towards the hall, noticed Bai Fuyao's despondent exit and inquired. Qiu Yue, do not call me miss any longer. The owner would disapprove, Bai Fuyao replied, relieved to see Qiu Yue's unwavering attitude. At least one person had not misjudged her. No, you shall always be my miss. Qiu Yue insisted, having just learned of the events atop Hualong Peak. Initially, she had doubted the rumors, deeming them too absurd to be true, thinking only a fool would believe them. It was only upon witnessing Chen Dong soaring back to Wang Yu Peak, with Bai Fuyao trailing behind like a maid, that she accepted the truth. In that moment, Qiu Yue felt a surge of conflicting emotions. She was delighted that Chen Dong had rapidly advanced in strength and secured the position of the sect leader's third disciple. Yet, she felt a twinge of sadness, knowing that for Bai Fuyao, with her proud nature, becoming a former servant's maid would be more painful than death. Listen, Qiu Yue, if you continue to call me miss, it will bring me no benefit, only a host of troubles. If you truly value our past friendship, call me elder sister instead, as I am a few years your senior. Bai Fuyao shook her head. Were it not for her knowledge of Qiu Yue's simplicity, she might have suspected ill intentions. Very well, Qiu Yue reluctantly acquiesced. In the future, if my husband has any commands, just let me know. There's no need for you to act personally. Bai Fuyao assented outwardly, but inwardly she chuckled bitterly. Some matters could not be handled by others. For instance, at present, with Chen Dong requesting her services, how could Qiu Yue possibly substitute her? Unless Qiu Yue possessed the art of disguise, enabling her to mimic Bai Fuyao perfectly. Setting aside the fact that no such miraculous technique exists in this world, even if it did, it was beyond the reach of their humble selves. Then I shall take my leave, Shao. Elder sister, take care, Qiu Yue said, inadvertently slipping up before hastily correcting herself. You too. Take care, Bai Fuyao replied, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately mustering the courage to speak. The Chen Dong of today was no longer the same as before. Her sister must never act impulsively again. Qiu Yue understood Bai Fuyao's implication but dismissed it. Sister, you worry too much. My husband is not the type to be heartless. Bai Fuyao ceased her attempts to dissuade her, sighing, that is for the best. After bidding farewell, Qiu Yue entered the grand hall. Yue, you have arrived. Chen Dong called upon hearing footsteps. Qiu Yue approached from behind and began gently massaging his shoulders. After a while, seeing Chen Dong's relaxed expression, she spoke up. Husband, Bai Fuyao once did me a great favor. Could you not, for my sake, spare her a little? Chen Dong declined. Yue, this matter is not for you to concern yourself with. I am well aware of it. Unwilling to give up, Qiu Yue pressed on. Husband, is there truly no possibility? Yue, your kindness is excessive. Has Bai Fuyao spoken to you about anything? Chen Dong's expression darkened. And no, Bai Fuyao did not speak ill of you. Rather, she praised you greatly. Qiu Yue hurriedly clarified, sensing Chen Dong's ire. She would not dare, Chen Dong scoffed. Given Bai Fuyao's past deeds towards me, I would certainly not let her off easily. However, for your sake, I can assure you that I will not compel her to do anything she despises. How does that sound? Are you satisfied now, Yue? Very much so, exceedingly so. Qiu Yue's face brightened with joy. Since my esteemed husband has granted me a wish, should I not also fulfill one of his desires? Chen Dong chuckled. Please do not hesitate to express your wish. I assure you that I shall not decline any request within my means. Qiu Yue nodded in agreement. Very well, I crave the delectable Shirlin fish from the stream at the foot of Qingyan Peak. Please fetch a few for me to prepare a soup. Qingyan Peak, a modest hill to the left of Wangyue Peak, is currently uninhabited and features a stream teeming with succulent and tender crucian carp. Chen Dong's intention was to temporarily distract Qiu Yue. Very well, I shall go catch them at once. Qiu Yue, unsuspecting of any ulterior motive, left the grand hall with excitement. Chapter 43. The demise of Wang Shan. As evening descended, time swiftly passed. Within a spacious chamber, a massive wooden tub emitted wisps of steam, cradling a bare-bodied man who luxuriated within its warmth. Are you not feeling well? Have you not eaten? Chen Dong closed his eyes, a visage of pure enjoyment gracing his features. Yes, master, Bai Fuyao replied, diligently pouring water to cleanse Chen Dong's body. All right. After a brief interval, Chen Dong rose from the tub. Arms outstretched, Bai Fuyao, quick of hand, seized a clean towel nearby to dry his form. The following morning, upon awakening, Chen Dong immediately accessed his attribute panel. Host, Chen Dong Realm. Zifu First Level Cultivation Technique. Yinyang Jing. This technique is of a growth type. Currently at the 5th tier, upper grade, martial skills. Thunder Escape Technique. 3rd tier, upper grade, perfected, unable to advance. 5 Elements Fist. 3rd tier, upper grade, perfected. Unable to advance. Currency, 119,000 indeed. As I had anticipated, Chen Dong shook his head and closed the attribute panel. Observing Bai Fuyao, who slept soundly with tears adorning her cheeks, he donned a pensive expression. Never mind, it is best to allow them to remain in the outer sect. Chen Dong exited the room, soaring towards Chu Yaoyin's courtyard, intent on resolving the matter of Wang Shan before entering the inner sect. Arriving at a familiar place, he pushed the door open and entered without hesitation. Who is it? Chu Yaoyin, seated at her vanity, turned swiftly upon hearing the doors creak. It is I. Chen Dong approached and enveloped the beautiful woman from behind. Husband, why have you returned? Chu Yaoyin's heart brimmed with joy, though her face betrayed no emotion. I thought you would be accompanying the outer sect's most beautiful woman these past few days. What outer sect beauty? In comparison to you, my dear, she pales in insignificance, akin to a wild hen beside a phoenix. Chen Dong was well aware that these words stirred Chu Yaoyin's jealousy, and he knew precisely what to say in this moment. Such words, go deceive those little girls with them. I remain unconvinced. Despite her protestations, the subtle upturn of her lips revealed her delight in his words. I swear, if I utter a single lie, may thunder strike me down. Chen Dong raised 3 fingers in a solemn vow. Very well, I shall believe you, Chu Yaoyin chuckled. Meanwhile, Chen Dong opened the system store, visible only to him. Puppet Talisman. Upon activation, this talisman can transform into the likeness of any individual for a duration of half an hour. Note, a first-tier low-grade puppet possesses a cultivation level of the 3rd layer acquired. A first-tier mid-grade puppet possesses a cultivation level of the 6th layer acquired, and so forth. In his mind, Chen Dong commanded, System, assist me in purchasing a 4th-tier upper-grade puppet talisman. Ding. Host has purchased a 4th-tier upper-grade puppet talisman, deducting 30,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 89,000 system coins. As the system's voice faded, Chen Dong found a yellow talisman in his grasp. Seizing the opportunity while Qiu Yue was distracted, he activated the talisman and cast it out of the room. Outside, a flash of light erupted as the yellow talisman transformed into a young man clad in purple robes, resembling Huangfu Jingyun. What a remarkable talisman! Only the system store could possess such extraordinary treasures. Huangfu Jingyun assessed his form, ensuring no flaws were present, before striding towards the training chamber of Wang Shan. Inside the training chamber, Wang Shan laid aside his iron staff, sitting on the ground, panting heavily. He mused with delight. It appears I possess some talent. The Ling Snake Staff technique is not far from small success. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the chamber door was flung open, and in walked the purple-robed youth, the manifestation of Huangfu Jingyun via the puppet talisman. Saint Sun, what are you doing? Wang Shan exclaimed, startled, as he leapt to his feet, confusion etched across his face. Die! Huangfu Jingyun immediately closed the distance, delivering a swift palm strike to Wang Shan's chest. Bang! Wang Shan was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the wall, blood spewing forth as he collapsed, unconscious. Blame it on your being Qiu Yue's son. I am merely following orders, Huangfu Jingyun sneered, vanishing from the chamber moments later. So it concerns my mother. A fleeting thought crossed Wang Shan's fading consciousness. In a flash of yellow light, Chen Dong found himself clutching a talisman, the very puppet talisman. By the way, how has my elder brother been lately? Has he broken through to the innate third layer? He shifted the conversation towards Wang Shan. Not yet. Shan'er remains the same, Qiu Yue replied, shaking her head, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Creak. At that moment, the door was suddenly thrust open, and Wang Shan staggered in, blood spilling from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Shan'er, what has happened to you? Qiu Yue hastily set aside her cosmetics and rushed to Wang Shan's side, crouching to examine him. Yet, upon inspection, her heart sank. For Wang Shan's internal organs had been shattered by vital energy, his breaths becoming shallow. Chen Dong's face contorted with urgency. Aunt Chu, how is my elder brother? Qiu Yue remained silent, shaking her head repeatedly, tears cascading down to the floor. My Shan'er, who could be so cruel as to strike down such a kind soul? Feigning shock, Chen Dong exclaimed, What? Is my elder brother beyond saving? He quickly knelt beside Wang Shan, supporting his body and channeling vital energy into him. Cough, cough. Mother, if I could see you once more before I depart, I would have no regrets. After an indeterminate time, Wang Shan weakly regained consciousness, his voice barely above a whisper. Shan'er, tell your mother, who is it that seeks to take your life? Qiu Yue's eyes brimmed with vengeance. I shall ensure that person pays dearly, even if it costs me my life. Cough, cough. It was Huangfu Jingyun. Wang Shan turned to Chen Dong. Second brother, it is upon you to avenge me. Had it not been for Chen Dong, Wang Shan would never have revealed the identity of his assailant, understanding that doing so would only condemn his mother to a fate worse than death. Yet with Chen Dong's presence, he felt emboldened, confident that his brother's talent would assure retribution. Chen Dong wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Elder brother, rest assured, Aunt Chu shall be entrusted to my care. As for Huangfu Jingyun, I shall not let him go unpunished. He speaks with remarkable cunning, merely stating the intent to eliminate Huangfu Jingyun without mentioning the desire for vengeance on behalf of Wang Shan. However, Wang Shan is destined to remain oblivious to the underlying flaw in this assertion, a look of contentment gracing his features as he slowly closes his eyes. Nangong Xian, it must be you who has incited Huangfu Jingyun to act thus. Qiu Yue rises, her gaze fixed intently on the direction of the inner gate. Why, when I have already become a mere shadow of my former self, do you still refuse to grant me reprieve? Must I endure the sorrow of sending my white-haired parent to mourn the black-haired? Chapter 44. Entering the inner gate, Qiu Yue, who is Nangong Xian? Do you harbor some deep-seated grudge against her? Chen Dong inquired with curiosity. Qiu Yue cast a profound glance at Chen Dong, and after a lengthy pause, she elucidated meaningfully. Nangong Xian is the wife of Chu Mufeng, which makes her your master's wife. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Dong's eyes. The name was indeed familiar, as she was renowned as the foremost beauty among the three great beauties of Qingyu sect. However, I have yet to formally acknowledge him as my master, and thus Nangong Xian cannot yet be considered my master's wife. With a cold laugh, Qiu Yue retorted, What difference does it make if it happens sooner or later? Do you truly think you could refuse Chu Mufeng? After a moment of silence, Chen Dong decided to adopt a strategy of retreating to advance. If you dislike it, Qiu Yue, I shall refrain from entering the inner gate. Qiu Yue fell silent as well. After a brief interval, she shook her head and remarked, "Very well, you may enter the inner gate." Although Nangong Xian is not of good character, Chu Mufeng's integrity remains commendable. Chen Dong felt a sense of relief wash over him. Fearing that Qiu Yue might genuinely prevent his entry, he hastily shifted the topic. "Qiu Yue, what animosity exists between you and Nangong Xian that would compel her to act against my elder brother, a junior?" A reminiscent glint appeared in Qiu Yue's eyes. This tale dates back many years, when Nangong Xian and I were inseparable friends. One day, while we explored a sage's cave, we stumbled upon a 6th grade inferior breaking realm pill. Just as I intended to verify its authenticity, Nangong Xian launched a surprise attack on me. Caught off guard, I was severely injured and lost consciousness. By the time I awoke the next day, my Dantian was ruined, and Nangong Xian had absconded with all the treasures from the cave. Chen Dong sensed a discrepancy. "Wait a moment, Qiu Yue, you mentioned that Nangong Xian acquired that 6th grade inferior breaking realm pill. But I have heard that only Chu Mufeng has reached the Nirvana realm in Qiu Yue sect." Qiu Yue scoffed. "Breaking through to the Nirvana realm is no simple feat. Nangong Xian's talent can only be deemed average. Even with that 6th grade inferior breaking realm pill, she would only possess a 30% chance of successfully advancing to the Nirvana realm. Clearly, she failed to break through and sustained serious hidden injuries, which is why she has remained in the cave for decades." Understanding dawned upon Chen Dong. As the saying goes, where there are deities, there is retribution. With all the misdeeds Nangong Xian has committed, it is only fitting that she faces such consequences. Initially, I had let this matter pass. Now, rendered powerless, I have extinguished any thoughts of vengeance. Yet, Nangong Xian should not have acted so ruthlessly toward Shan, stripping me of my only hope. The hatred in Qiu Yue's eyes seemed to solidify. "I shall expose Nangong Xian's past deeds, ensuring that all of the Yuan kingdom knows what manner of person she truly is." A sense of foreboding gripped Chen Dong. If Qiu Yue were to pursue this course of action, he risked being unmasked. "Wait, Qiu Yue, I believe such a course is imprudent." Qiu Yue looked perplexed. "What makes it imprudent?" "Setting aside the fact that few would believe your words. Even if a small number did, the consequence would be that Nangong Xian would resort to silencing those who believe you." Chen Dong pondered for a moment and then offered a suitable excuse. "You make a fair point. I was too impulsive." After contemplating seriously, Qiu Yue realized that such actions would not harm Nangong Xian in the least, and she expressed her frustration. "Then what do you propose? Should I simply let the murder of my son go unavenged?" Seeing Qiu Yue swayed by his words, Chen Dong felt his tension dissipate and smiled. "But you have me, right? Would you truly confront Chu Mufeng for my sake?" Qiu Yue regarded him with disbelief. Though she was aware of her own allure, she did not consider it sufficient to challenge a Nirvana realm warrior. With over 10 billion people in the Yuan kingdom, only a handful had achieved Nirvana. "In my heart, your significance surpasses that of anyone else. Even more than myself," Chen Dong asserted earnestly. "Do not speak of merely opposing one Nirvana realm warrior. I would gladly face all warriors of the Yuan kingdom for you." A slight tremor coursed through Qiu Yue's delicate frame, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, her exquisite visage reflecting profound emotion. She parted her ruby lips, wanting to express something but was rendered speechless by her feelings. "Thank you," she finally managed to say after a prolonged silence, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "There is no need for gratitude. We need not be so formal between us." Chen Dong embraced Qiu Yue, whispering softly in her ear, "However, you must grant me some time. Slaying a Xiang realm warrior is no trivial task." "Indeed, I am not in haste. Take all necessary precautions," Qiu Yue replied, a smile of happiness illuminating her face. She silently vowed that regardless of any future transgressions by Chen Dong, she would remain steadfast. "I will exercise caution," Chen Dong gently reassured her, patting her back. He had not anticipated that what began as an attempt to frame Huangfu Jingyun would unravel into such a poignant narrative. Fortunately, the outcome was more favorable than he had feared, as Qiu Yue had never suspected him of being the murderer. He could even sense that her heart had completely returned to him, unlike before when they merely maintained appearances. After embracing for a while, they found a propitious location to inter the remains of Wang Shan. That evening, the two engaged in fervent dual cultivation until exhaustion claimed them, leading them to slumber. The following morning, Chen Dong, bearing Su Wan's token, approached the entrance to the inner gate. Stop! Who are you? And what business do you have at the inner gate? The guarding sentinel barked loudly upon noticing an approach to the formation. I am Chen Dong, the third disciple of the sect master. This is my senior sister's token, Chen Dong declared, raising the token in his hand. Greetings, young sect master. Upon recognizing the holy maiden's token, all guards promptly knelt on one knee. Rise. Lead me to meet my senior sister. Chen Dong commanded as he tucked away the token. Young sect master, this way please. The holy maiden has instructed that you be taken to her immediately upon your arrival, one guard replied respectfully. The two proceeded towards the formation, passing through it. In the next moment, a flash of light enveloped them, transporting them to a brand new realm. The spiritual energy in the inner gate was incredibly thick, at least 3 times that of the outer gate. Even a pig could likely attain sentience after remaining here for a while. Chen Dong felt as though, with each breath, a small amount of spiritual energy was drawn into his body. This indicated that even without actively cultivating, one could enhance their strength simply by existing within the inner gate. After half an hour, the guard stated, Young sect master, the peak ahead is where the holy maiden resides. I lack the authority to accompany you further. Understood. Chen Dong nodded and leapt upward, soaring into the air. Chapter 45. The Bet guided by the token. Chen Dong encountered an ancient pavilion where 2 young and beautiful maidens stood. Young sect master, the saintess has been waiting for you for quite some time, the 2 young women said as they stepped forward and bowed, their faces adorned with flattering smiles. Chen Dong nodded. I apologize for keeping the senior sister waiting. Please lead the way. He followed the 2 maidens through numerous courtyards until they arrived at the entrance of a room filled with a fragrant aroma. The young sect master and the saintess are waiting for you inside. We shall not intrude, the 2 maidens said as they paused and bowed their heads in departure. With a creak, the door opened easily as Chen Dong pushed it, stepping inside. Junior brother, why have you kept your senior sister waiting for so long? Su Wan reclined upon a bed, her jade arm propping her head, her eyes glimmering with a bewitching allure. Senior sister, please do not be angry. My sworn elder brother was murdered by villains, and I had to attend to the aftermath, hence my delay. Chen Dong replied with a smile, his gaze wandering around, unwilling to miss any delightful scenery. Who would dare be so audacious as to commit murder within the Qiu Yue sect? If I were to catch them, I would surely flay them alive, Su Wan inquired with curiosity. There is no need for you to concern yourself, senior sister. I already know the identity of the murderer. I shall wait until I possess the strength to exact my revenge, Chen Dong thought to himself, realizing that revealing this information would only lead to his own demise. In that case, I shall not pry further, Su Wan said, picking up a token from the pillow beside her. Your identity token has been engraved, come and take it. Senior sister, are you trying to tempt me? Chen Dong asked. The distance between them was merely a dozen meters. Su Wan could easily toss it to him without him needing to approach. Junior brother, you are indeed clever and perceptive, Su Wan smiled charmingly. But I wonder how brave you are. Would you dare to risk offending the saint's son in order to indulge in some playful intimacy with your senior sister? Why would I hesitate? Chen Dong, provoked, stepped forward, extending his hand towards Su Wan's thigh. Junior brother, stop. Su Wan intended to test whether Chen Dong was different from other men. Now that her objective was achieved, and realizing he was no different from those lustful fellows, she felt a sense of disappointment and refused to be taken advantage of. Senior sister, this is where you are mistaken. Is it amusing to toy with me? Chen Dong, inferior in strength, had no choice but to retract his hand and express his dissatisfaction verbally. Haha, junior brother, do not say that I am not giving you a chance. 1 year from now is my wedding day with the saint's son. If you can surpass him in strength during this time, I shall gift you my purity. Su Wan retreated her beautiful leg from the blanket, denying Chen Dong any advantage. Is that for real? Chen Dong's brows shot up. Such an opportunity was not one he could reject. Indeed, Su Wan nodded, confident in her own capabilities. Chen Dong, currently at the first stage of the Purple Mansion realm, could at most reach the pinnacle of that realm within a year, while Huangfu Jingyun was at the 9th pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm and might even break through to the Law Manifestation realm in that time. Thus, this was a wager with no chance of victory. Very well, I have reserved your purity, senior sister, Chen Dong declared as he drew the token to him with a swift motion. Upon inspecting it, he saw his own likeness and name on the front, while the back bore several intricate patterns. Your cave's location is inscribed on the token. I have other matters to attend to, so I will not see you out. Su Wan concluded her invitation. Farewell, senior sister, Chen Dong replied, not lingering as he turned to leave the room. Underestimating me. I hope you won't regret it in a few days, he thought, eagerly anticipating the moment he would see regret on Su Wan's face. As the third disciple of Chu Mufeng, Chen Dong's cave was situated near the inner sect's main peak, specifically on a mountain to the left of Su Wan's peak. He wondered how many system coins a medicinal pill suitable for the Purple Mansion realm would require. Upon entering his cave with the token, he proceeded to the training chamber to check the system store. Third-grade low-tier spirit setting pill. For warriors below the 4th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, can establish a layer of Dao Foundation, priced at 10,000 system coins. Third-grade middle-tier spirit setting pill. For warriors below the 7th stage of the Purple Mansion realm, can establish a layer of Dao Foundation, priced at 20,000 system coins. Third-grade high-tier spirit setting pill. For warriors below the Yuan Dan realm, can establish a layer of Dao Foundation, priced at 30,000 system coins. System, assist me in purchasing 2 third-grade low-tier spirit setting pills, 3 third-grade middle-tier spirit setting pills, and 3 third-grade high-tier spirit setting pills, Chen Dong commanded inwardly. Ding. Host has purchased 2 third-grade low-tier spirit setting pills, deducting 20,000 system coins. Ding. Host has purchased 3 third-grade middle-tier spirit setting pills, deducting 60,000 system coins. Ding. Host has purchased 3 third-grade high-tier spirit setting pills, deducting 90,000 system coins. Ding. Host has 39,000 system coins remaining. Fortunately, after cultivating with Qiu Yue for an entire night yesterday, she was quite delighted, and he obtained 120,000 system coins. Otherwise, he would not have had enough to purchase the pills today. Chen Dong retrieved the pills from the system space, swallowed them all in one go, and began to refine them using the yin-yang scripture. Before long, all the spirit-setting pills were refined. Originally, Chen Dong had only established a single layer of Dao Foundation in his dantian, but now it had transformed into 9 layers, increasing his strength manifold. He gazed at his attribute panel. Host, Chen Dong Realm, 9th stage of Purple Mansion cultivation method. Yin-yang scripture. This cultivation method is of the growth type, currently a low-tier 6th grade. Martial arts. Thunder escape technique. 3rd grade high tier, perfected, cannot be advanced. 5-element fist. 3rd grade high tier, perfected, cannot be advanced. Currency. 39,000 with my current strength. Aside from Su Wan and Huangfu Jingyan, the other inner disciples should not pose a challenge. After closing the attribute panel, Chen Dong pondered for a moment before flying towards Chu Mufeng's cave. As a disciple, it was essential to pay respects to his master upon entering the inner sect. Otherwise, rumors would surely spread behind his back. Meanwhile, the other 3 major forces within the Diyuan kingdom had also learned of the emergence of a disciple with a unique constitution within the Qingyu sect. Following Chu Mufeng's invitation for the disciple selection ceremony, the 3 major forces convened in secret, plotting to humiliate the Qingyu sect on that day. Unbeknownst to Chen Dong, even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed. In the face of absolute strength, any schemes and plots would be futile. Time passed swiftly, and soon 3 days had elapsed. The disciple selection ceremony held by Chu Mufeng officially commenced, with countless forces orderly entering the Qingyu sect. However, the majority of these forces could only remain outside the sect, with only the 3 major forces possessing the qualification to enter the inner sect. Chapter 46. The Betrothal at Dawn. Chen Dong meticulously arranged his attire, donning the gift bestowed upon him by Huangfu Jingyun, and soared towards Jingxin Peak. As the foremost peak of the Qingyu sect, it ascends over 100,000 zhang and spans several thousand li. Even with Chen Dong's cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the Zifu realm, it took him more than an hour to reach the summit. At this moment, Jingxin Peak was teeming with people, with nearly all members of the inner sect in attendance. Little sect master, he was greeted by many along the way, to which he nodded in acknowledgement before ascending to the grand hall at the top of the steps. The first sight that met his gaze was the hundreds of spirit tablets honoring the past sect masters of the Qingyu sect. Below, Chu Mufeng sat regally upon a golden chair, flanked by a dozen elders of varying ages. Greetings, master. And esteemed elders, Chen Dong approached and bowed respectfully. Donger, stand behind me for a moment. The representatives from the Huang family, Tianma Hall, and the Beastmaster sect have yet to arrive. Chu Mufeng instructed with a nod. The three factions he mentioned were indeed the other three dominant powers of the Diyuan kingdom, standing alongside the Qingyu sect in prominence. Yes, Chen Dong replied, taking his position behind Chu Mufeng and closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. Ha. Congratulations, Sect Master Chu, on receiving another disciple. A hearty laugh echoed from the entrance after some time. Everyone turned to see an elderly man in a green robe stride in, a green monkey perched on his shoulder. Following him were dozens of curious young men and women, each accompanied by a small animal. It was none other than Qing Songjinren. Chu Mufeng gestured, "Please, take your seats. The disciple accepting ceremony will commence shortly." It was evident that this group belonged to the Beastmaster sect. Old Ghost Chu, you are truly fortunate. After previously accepting 2 disciples with unique physiques, you now have a third. A burly man entered the hall, his voice laced with envy. Behind him followed several young men and women clad in black. Brother Tsongyan, there is no need for envy. Perhaps your fortune will surpass mine in the future. Chu Mufeng stroked his beard. As time passed slowly, half a day elapsed until noon approached. Sect Master Chu, I apologize for the delay. I encountered some matters on the way. A striking young man clad in a 5-clawed python robe entered the hall, an apologetic expression on his face. Behind him trailed 5 or 6 elderly men dressed like eunuchs, each emanating immense power. It's of no consequence. We are not in a hurry. Chu Mufeng felt a surge of irritation but refrained from expressing it towards a junior, choosing instead to remember this incident for later. The leaders of both the Beastmaster sect and Tianma Hall were peak law manifestation realm experts, holding positions within their sects that ranked among the top 3, granting them considerable respect. However, the royal family had sent only a junior, and even if he was the crown prince of the Diyuan kingdom, it felt like a slap to his face. Once everyone was seated, Chen Dong stepped forward from behind Chu Mufeng and knelt before him. A maid promptly brought a cup of tea, which he raised above his head with both hands. Master, please enjoy this tea. Chu Mufeng accepted the teacup, took a small sip, and then set it down. From this day forth, you shall be my third disciple, Chu Mufeng. As my disciple, you must remember 3 principles. First, do not betray your master or ancestors. Second, do not bully the weak. And third, do not engage in criminal activities. Can you abide by these? After bowing his head 9 times, Chen Dong rose and declared, I vow to uphold these 3 principles and will not violate them, lest I invite divine retribution. Good. Rise. Chu Mufeng nodded in satisfaction before turning to the elders beside him. This is Xingyun iron, forged from celestial meteorites, indestructible by anyone below the Nirvana realm. This is Zixing peach, which sprouts every 300 years, flowers every 300 years, and bears fruit only once, enhancing one's mental prowess upon consumption. This is the Lingue escape, crafted from the shell of a 5th-tier spirit turtle. With sufficient vitality, it can withstand any attack from a law manifestation realm warrior. The elders immediately understood Chu Mufeng's intentions and stepped forward to present their pre-prepared gifts. Chen Dong graciously accepted them all, placing them into his storage pouch. The Beastmaster sect is not as affluent as the Qingyu sect. We have little of value to offer, but I hope the little sect master does not find this trivial. Qing Songjinren pulled a silver ring from his sleeve, the renowned Beastmaster ring. Donger quickly thanked Qing Songjinren, Chu Mufeng said, his eyes lighting up. A first-tier Beastmaster ring has a single restriction, capable of capturing beasts at the postnatal realm. A second-tier Beastmaster ring has 2 restrictions, allowing it to capture beasts at the innate realm. The ring presented by Qing Songjinren, however, boasted 6 restrictions, enabling it to capture beasts at the Nirvana realm. Of course, in theory, this was true. In reality, not to mention the absence of Nirvana realm beasts in the Diyuan kingdom, capturing one would require at least 5 Nirvana realm warriors to act simultaneously. Nevertheless, this item was undoubtedly a treasure. Thank you, Qing Songjinren. Chen Dong had heard numerous tales regarding the Beastmaster ring and had a rough idea of its value, promptly stepping forward to accept it. Qing Song is truly stingy. The Beastmaster ring may be precious to others, but it is quite ordinary for your sect, Song Yin teased, producing a palm-sized black stone from his storage pouch. This is a stone formed from the blood of earth demons. Refining it can significantly enhance one's physical strength. Its value is immeasurable. Brother Tsongyan, you are most generous. Chu Mufeng expressed his admiration, for this was a treasure that even he coveted. It is well known that most warriors cultivate their vitality without emphasizing physical strength. A surprise attack could lead to their downfall regardless of their cultivation level. The possession of this earth demon bloodstone would increase one's chances of survival by 30%, rendering it a priceless treasure. Thank you, Senior Tsangyan. Chen Dong excitedly accepted it, for this was the most valuable gift he had received thus far. All eyes turned to the crown prince, curious about what gift he would present, as the royal family was the wealthiest among the four great factions. The crown prince smiled gently, producing a sheet of white paper from his bosom. Might I suggest, young sect master, that you take a guess at what this is? Upon seeing merely a piece of paper, Chen Dong immediately lost much of his interest. He lacked neither martial arts techniques nor skills. However, out of courtesy, he replied with a smile. Could it be an impressive martial art? The crown prince shook his head. No, please guess again, young sect master. Then it must be a profound martial skill. Chen Dong responded without a moment's hesitation. Not quite. The crown prince observed the curiosity of the onlookers and continued with a smile. This is my sister's marriage contract. My father intends to betroth her to you, young sect master. Chapter 47. Fury. Chen Dong was instantly intrigued by the prince's mention of a certain princess. It was the third princess, Zhao Shui. Zhao Dishing smiled faintly. With a sudden crash, Chu Mufeng's face contorted with anger as he crushed the teacup in his hand. The others present also changed their expressions dramatically, staring at Zhao Dishing in disbelief. I appreciate your majesty's goodwill, but my aspirations lie in martial arts, and I have little interest in romantic entanglements. This marriage contract should be given to someone else. Chen Dong suppressed the rage bubbling within him. Who was Zhao Shui? She was infamously known throughout the Yuan kingdom as a seductress, derisively nicknamed 10,000 Slaughters. As the moniker suggests, Zhao Shui had engaged with over 100,000 men. Among the most notorious incidents was the bizarre affair that occurred 3 years ago at Longtan, where all handsome men within a 100-mile radius vanished overnight. It was rumored that a dragon had transformed and abducted these beautiful men as consorts. However, those well-informed scoffed at such tales, knowing it had nothing to do with dragons. On the day of the incident, Zhao Shui had passed by Longtan and, driven by curiosity, ordered her subordinates to capture all the handsome men within the vicinity. That night, she fought against hundreds of beautiful men. By the following morning, Longtan was littered with the lifeless bodies of these men, all entirely unclothed. Upon hearing this news, the emperor was furious and ordered the execution of all the guards involved, sealing off the information immediately. While this could be concealed from the general populace, it could not be hidden from the other three major powers. Chen Dong had inadvertently heard others mention this incident, and at that time, he had thought that whoever married Zhao Shui would surely be doomed. He never expected that the emperor would betroth Zhao Shui to him today. Is that so? What a pity, Zhao Dishing expressed with a hint of regret on his face. His public humiliation of Chen Dong stemmed from jealousy of Chen's unique constitution and a command from his father to assert dominance over Qiu Yue sect. Although both were among the four major powers, there were distinctions in strength. The royal family was the most powerful, followed by Qiu Yue sect. Then Tianma Palace, and finally Yusho sect, which ranked last due to the absence of Nirvana realm beasts. In the past, the royal family had no fear of Qiu Yue sect harboring treacherous intentions, but the current situation was different. 3 disciples with unique constitutions had emerged from Qiu Yue sect, hinting that in a century, the other 3 powers would be under immense pressure. Therefore, the emperor's message was clear. Only one of Qiu Yue sect's 3 disciples with unique constitutions could remain, and who that would be depended on Chu Mufeng's choice. Chu Mufeng understood this as well, but was unwilling to compromise. If he could not protect his disciples' lives, what right did he have to be the sect leader? With a cold smile, he remarked, "Did the prince not mention having urgent matters to attend to? Now that the disciple ceremony has concluded, you may take your leave." A glint of coldness flashed in Zhao Dishing's eyes. As a nation's heir, being dismissed by someone was a matter of great embarrassment. Had Chu Zongzhu considered the consequences of such actions? Are you instructing me on how to conduct myself? Chu Mufeng retorted disdainfully. If Zhao Lanya were present, I might show him some deference, but otherwise, with these useless followers behind you, I have no need to regard you. Very well. We shall depart, Zhao Dishing exclaimed, rising abruptly from his seat, ready to leave the hall. Wait, Chen Dong interjected suddenly. After humiliating him, Zhao Dishing thought he could simply walk away. Does the young sect master wish to seek my guidance? Zhao Dishing halted, a mocking expression gracing his features. The prince is indeed astute. That is precisely my intention, Chen Dong replied earnestly. Ha ha ha. However, Zhao Dishing suddenly burst into laughter. Young sect master, I concede that your talent surpasses mine, but do not forget, I have been cultivating for over a century. Even if you began your training from the womb, you would have barely 20 years of experience. How could you possibly be my match? Whether one is a match is determined only through combat. Are you perhaps afraid, thus seeking excuses? Chen Dong taunted. Afraid? If it were the saintess or saint, I might be cautious. But you? What are you to instill fear in me? Zhao Duxing directed his gaze at Chu Mufeng. Chu Zongzhu, your disciple has issued a challenge. Should I strike hard? Do not hold me accountable. Chu Mufeng looked at Chen Dong. Donger, are you certain you wish to proceed? Rest assured, master. Since I dare challenge the prince, I am confident of victory, Chen Dong declared with conviction. Very well, I trust you. Do not hold back. The sect will support you should anything arise, Chu Mufeng nodded. The news of the duel between Chen Dong and Zhao Duxing quickly spread throughout Qiu Yue sect. Disciples from all four major powers gathered around the arena, eager to witness the impending clash. Who do you think will emerge victorious? It should be the prince. As it is said, he has recently broken through to the Law Avatar realm. While Chen Dong is rumored to be at the first level of the Purple Mansion realm, a significant gap in cultivation. No, I believe Chen Dong must have some hidden cards. The outcome remains uncertain. The crowd engaged in fervent discussions, with over 90% believing Zhao Duxing would win, while only a small minority held faith in Chen Dong's triumph. Younger sect master, I was initially worried about failing and facing my father's wrath. But it seems you have delivered the opportunity right to me. Zhao Duxing chuckled with delight. To repay you, I have decided to leave you with a complete corpse. Chen Dong, too, harbored thoughts of vengeance. A gentleman may wait 10 years for retribution, but a villain never delays. He clearly belonged to the latter. Many wished to kill me, but those individuals are now buried beneath several feet of earth. Then I shall be the first to end your life. As Zhao Duxing finished speaking, a colossal law avatar, 10 zhang in height, materialized behind him. Upon closer inspection, the avatar bore a striking resemblance to Zhao Duxing, as if carved from the same mold. Divine Fist of the Emperor. Zhao Duxing bellowed, stepping forth with the speed of a released arrow, launching a punch toward Chen Dong. Simultaneously, the law avatar mirrored his movements, delivering a punch aimed at Chen Dong as well. The power was formidable, yet the speed was lacking. Chen Dong shook his head, a look of disdain flashing in his eyes. However, to onlookers, he appeared frozen in fear. What is happening? Why does Chen Dong stand motionless? Has he been paralyzed by fear? I expected a battle, yet it seems Chen Dong may be instantly defeated. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chapter 48. Arrogance in a fleeting moment. Just as Zhao Duxing's fist was a mere foot away from Chen Dong, he suddenly moved. With a flash of lightning beneath his feet, Chen Dong instantaneously appeared 100 meters away, employing the newly acquired martial technique, Lei Dan Fa. The impact of the technique was astounding. Even with the protective formation on the arena, massive stones were sent flying, and a deep pit of 5 to 6 zhang was formed on the ground. How could this be possible? Zhao Duxing's face was filled with disbelief. The Tianzi Xingquan was the royal family's most formidable martial art, rated as a 6th-tier superior skill. Under normal circumstances, a single blow from him would be enough to obliterate not just a mere peak Zifu realm martial artist, but even an ordinary 3rd-tier Fa Xiang realm practitioner. Indeed, the life essence of the Yin Yang Jing could significantly augment the potency of martial arts. Earlier, when he vanquished the foreign celestial demons, Chen Dong pondered whether the life essence could enhance the power of the Lei Dan Fa as it did with the Wu Xingquan. Today's trial proved to be exhilaratingly fruitful. Though he was merely at the peak of the Zifu realm, the speed he unleashed was comparable to that of a peak Fa Xiang realm expert. How could Zhao Duxing, being only at the 1st tier of Fa Xiang, hope to strike him? If the crown prince possessed such meager strength, it would indeed be a profound disappointment. Chen Dong shook his head, a smirk of derision escaping his lips. Not only did he intend to kill, but he also sought to crush Zhao Duxing's spirit. What arrogance! He had merely been warming up, not even utilizing 1/10 of his power. Zhao Duxing was internally alarmed, now considering Chen Dong a more terrifying figure than Su Wan and Huangfu Jingyan combined, yet his words betrayed no hint of retreat. As his voice fell, he stepped forward, palms converging as he forcefully struck the ground. The Fa Xiang behind him mirrored his actions, 2 colossal palms merging to form a size of 5 to 6 zhang, crashing down towards Chen Dong below. If this strike landed, it would undoubtedly reduce him to a mere pulp. However, Chen Dong had no intention of taking it head-on. As the enormous palms descended with overwhelming pressure, He swiftly maneuvered and appeared behind Huang Fujingyun. Bang! The Fa Xiang's palm slammed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust and obscuring the view entirely, leaving everyone uncertain if the attack had connected. Did it hit? It was unclear. The smoke was too thick to discern. Surely it must have struck. After all, Chen Dong was merely at the peak of the Zifu realm. Having evaded the Crown Prince's initial assault, he must have employed some secret technique, and his remaining life essence could not possibly suffice to evade the Crown Prince's second strike. The onlookers, unable to witness the arena's events, began to murmur anxiously. In contrast to earlier, when 90% believed Chen Dong could not contend with Zhao Dishing, now roughly 30% felt he could indeed triumph over the Crown Prince. This was bad. Chen Dong's speed was too swift to be caught. Amid the ongoing speculation from the crowd, Zhao Dishing at the center of the arena was acutely aware that his previous attack had failed to connect. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, his breath growing rapid and erratic, as if an invisible hand were tightening around his heart. For the first time in over a century, he felt the chilling proximity of death. Surely, the Crown Prince must have finished his turn. It was now my turn to retaliate. Just then, a voice whispered in Zhao Dishing's ear, prompting him to swiftly turn around, only to find a large hand appearing with blinding speed, seizing his throat in an iron grip. Cough, cough. Zhao Dishing's face flushed crimson, the life essence within him ceasing to flow, and the Fa Xiang gradually dissipated into the ether. Simultaneously, the dust cleared enough for the spectators to witness the unfolding events. How could this be? What had transpired in that brief moment? How could the Crown Prince be captured by Chen Dong? Shock and horror rippled through the crowd. Although a fraction had believed Chen Dong would win, they had expected a fierce battle, culminating in a narrow victory. No one anticipated Chen Dong would effortlessly vanquish the Crown Prince, without even a hair's breadth of contact. Moments ago, the Crown Prince had claimed to use merely 1/10 of his strength. One could only wonder how much he had summoned now. Chen Dong smiled contemptuously. Cough, cough, Chen Dong. If you possess the audacity, then slay me. Otherwise, upon my return, I shall summon the elite troops to reduce you to ashes. I will ensure that all men associated with you are consigned to servitude, never to rise again. As for the women, the ugly shall be forced to mate with beasts, while the beautiful shall be relegated to the brothels, becoming military concubines. Zhao Dishing, humiliated before the multitude, felt a scorching flush of shame. He yearned to burrow into the earth. To salvage his dignity, he could only utter threats. He did not genuinely believe Chen Dong would dare to kill him, for such an act would provoke a clash between the royal family and the Qiu Yue sect. I have never encountered such an absurd demand. Someone openly seeks death. Chen Dong shook his head, replying, since that is the case, I shall grant your wish. Crack. A crisp sound echoed as Chen Dong snapped Zhao Dishing's neck, his head drooping lifelessly. If one were to observe closely, they would notice the wide-eyed expression of Zhao Dishing, filled with disbelief, as if he could not fathom that the Crown Prince of a nation had met his end in such a manner. The Crown Prince is dead. It is over. The Dahuang Kingdom shall undergo a transformation. How dare Chen Dong? Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in chaos, standing in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the reality before them. You insolent wretch! How dare you murder the Crown Prince? I shall apprehend your entire clan and make a spectacle of them. The eunuchs accompanying Zhao Dishing felt as if the sky were collapsing. The Crown Prince's death within the Qiu Yue sect, regardless of the reasons, would ensure their execution upon return. Now, the only recourse was to capture Chen Dong, the murderer, and present him before the emperor to plead for mercy, thereby preserving a slim chance of survival. As the words left their mouths, several elderly eunuchs soared into the air, hurtling toward Chen Dong. How bold of you to act against the Qiu Yue sect. It seems you are eager for death. Though Chu Mufeng was also taken aback, he was seasoned by the storms of life. Since the events had transpired, there was no point in lamenting. The priority was to mitigate the losses as much as possible. A colossal hand, measuring 100 zhang, suddenly materialized above his head, swiftly descending upon several elder eunuchs. The ground trembled with a resounding crash, causing the lower-ranked martial artists to be knocked unconscious by the shockwave, while those of higher cultivation struggled to maintain their footing, channeling all their energy to withstand the impact. As the dust settled, several pools of internal essence emerged on the ground, remnants of the elder eunuchs. Zhao Dishing intended to harm the young master of Qiu Yue sect, yet he proved to be nothing more than a mere facade, easily vanquished by the young master in a swift counterattack. Would you not agree? Chu Mufeng appeared to regard this as a trivial affair, smiling as he cast his gaze towards the disciples of Tianma Hall and Yusho sect. Chapter 49. Nangong Xian. Indeed, I have witnessed it, just as Master Chu has stated. The esteemed Qing Song Jinren nodded incessantly like a chick pecking at grains, fearful of inciting Chu Mufeng's ire, which could lead to their demise. I too have seen it. Zhao Dixing's inferiority in skill has led to his deserved fate. Song Yin echoed in agreement. Despite his robust appearance, his thoughts are remarkably astute. Originally, the three major factions had agreed to exert pressure on Chu Mufeng during the disciple initiation ceremony. However, after careful contemplation, the members of the Tianma Hall and the Yusho sect deemed such an action too perilous and subsequently abandoned the plan. In retrospect, this decision was undeniably sagacious. Had they proceeded, escaping from Qing Yu sect alive would have been questionable. Qing Song Jinren and brother Song Yin truly possess wisdom. Chu Mufeng nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the bald elder beside him. Gushan, I entrust this matter to you. I must take my leave for a while. Of course, master, please do not hesitate, the bald elder replied with a nod. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the Dharma manifestation realm, placing him among the top 5 within Qing Yu sect. Chu Mufeng gazed at Chen Dong. Donger, accompany me. Chen Dong flew over and respectfully responded. Yes, master. The two figures transformed into a streak of radiant light, vanishing into the horizon in an instant. Upon witnessing Chu Mufeng and Chen Dong's departure, the previously quiet crowd erupted into murmurs. What do you think the master has summoned the young master for? It must be a reprimand. Although Zhao Dixing was at fault, the young master's act of killing has undoubtedly brought great trouble to Qing Yu sect. I share the same sentiment. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Dong's thoughts paralleled those of the onlookers, believing that Chu Mufeng had called him over for punishment regarding the earlier incident. However, he was no pushover. A cold smirk formed in his heart. If Chu Mufeng truly intended to do so, he would not hesitate to turn against him and escape from Qing Yu sect. Donger, do you know why I summoned you? Chu Mufeng inquired ahead. He was unaware of Chen Dong's current thoughts. Otherwise, he would have surely choked on his own blood. Disciple is unaware. I humbly request master to enlighten me. Chen Dong replied respectfully. Firstly, having killed Zhao Dixing, the emperor will surely send someone to assassinate you. To preserve your life, you must seek refuge in my cave dwelling. Secondly, I wish to introduce you to your Shirmu. Chu Mufeng paused. Now I understand, master, Chen Dong replied, feeling relieved. He had no intention of defecting from Qing Yu sect unless absolutely necessary. The two stopped by a picturesque lake. Chu Mufeng produced a token from his robe, channeling his energy into it, causing the token to emit a brilliant glow. In the next moment, the lake split in two, revealing a straight pathway in between. Let us proceed, Chu Mufeng said, putting away the token. Yes, Chen Dong memorized every step. He recalled that the token Chu Mufeng gifted him as a meeting token was identical. Walking along the path, they soon entered a fragrant valley filled with birdsong. Your Shirmu should be preparing dinner. Let us rest for a while. Chu Mufeng entered a humble thatched cottage, found a mat to sit on, and casually picked up a book from the nearby table. Chen Dong, not daring to act carelessly, stood respectfully by the side. Darling, you have returned, suddenly. A melodious voice sounded from outside the cottage just as Chen Dong's legs began to tire from standing. He immediately turned to see a beautiful woman approaching, carrying a basket. The woman wore a simple long dress, her figure graceful yet frail, as if she might topple at the slightest gust of wind. Her porcelain-like face bore a sickly pallor, and her lips showed no trace of color. It seemed that Xu Yaoying's suspicions were indeed accurate. Nangong Xian had sustained severe injuries, which explained her prolonged absence from the cave. Without needing to guess, Chen Dong recognized the identity of the beautiful woman before him. She was his Shirmu. Yinner, come here, let me introduce you. This is my newly accepted disciple, Chen Dong. Chu Mufeng immediately set down the book and stepped forward to take the basket from the woman's hands. Disciple pays respects to Shirmu. Without hesitation, Chen Dong approached Nangong Xian and knelt before her. Darling, let us step inside for a moment. Nangong Xian seemed to disregard Chen Dong entirely, leaving him behind as she entered the inner room. What is happening? Chen Dong was filled with a myriad of questions. He believed he had not offended Nangong Xian in any way. If anything, it was his close relationship with Xu Yaoying that could be deemed contentious. However, disregarding the fact that Nangong Xian remained secluded, it was implausible for her to be aware of that secret. Chu Mufeng was equally bewildered by the scene. Earlier that morning, His wife had expressed a desire to meet Chen Dong, yet now that he had arrived, her demeanor was chillingly indifferent. He suppressed his confusion and said, "Donger, your Shermu may be feeling unwell, which is why she did not acknowledge you. I shall check on her." Chen Dong could only nod. Disciple understands. "Dear, did you not express a wish to meet Donger this morning? Why the cold demeanor just now?" Chu Mufeng inquired upon entering the room. "Earlier, I indeed wished to see your newly accepted third disciple, but now I no longer have that desire," Nangong Xian replied coldly. "Why?" Chu Mufeng was even more perplexed. "Your newly accepted third disciple is far too reckless. He dares to kill even the crown prince. Who knows what chaos he may unleash in the future?" Nangong Xian articulated her concerns. "This matter cannot solely be blamed on Donger. Zhao Dishing provoked him despite being outmatched, and Donger acted in self-defense," Chu Mufeng explained. "Regardless of the reasons, Chen Dong has brought immense danger to Qiu Yue sect. I suggest you sever your master-disciple relationship with him immediately and hand him over to the emperor to avert a catastrophe," Nangong Xian proposed. "That is impossible," Chu Mufeng rejected without a moment's hesitation. "If Donger is handed over to the emperor, he will undoubtedly meet his demise. It is better for one to die than for many within Qiu Yue sect to perish." Nangong Xian scoffed. "Do not even mention it. My mind is made up. For now, let Donger remain in the cave, and I shall visit the palace first to discuss matters." Chu Mufeng's tone was resolute and left no room for debate. "As you wish. I simply do not recognize this disciple," Nangong Xian remarked nonchalantly. "It turns out this is the reason." Chu Mufeng and Nangong Xian believed that Chen Dong could not hear their conversation, unaware that the Yin Yang Jing had the effect of enhancing both vision and hearing. Even though the room was surrounded by seals, every word of their dialogue was captured by Chen Dong without omission. "Although I had never intended to let you go, I am even less inclined to do so now." Chen Dong recalled the pitiful appearance of Nangong Xian moments ago, and a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Chapter 50. Capturing Su Wan Donger. "Your Shermu is feeling unwell and prefers solitude. Allow me to take you to another place to reside," Chu Mufeng announced as he exited the room. "Yes, master," Chen Dong replied, aware that this was merely an excuse, though he was wise enough not to expose it. The two made their way to the opposite side of the valley, where several thatched cottages were situated. "Donger, you shall stay here. I have matters to attend to, but remember, do not venture outside without my command," Chu Mufeng instructed earnestly. "Disciple understands," Chen Dong nodded, knowing that Chu Mufeng was heading to the imperial palace to address the circumstances surrounding Zhao Dishing's demise. Regrettably, Nangong Xian harbored significant malice toward him, which precluded him from earning system currency. He lay on the ground, a hint of regret etched on his face. Time swiftly passed, and half a month flew by. During this period, Chen Dong spent his days in the library, poring over books, and retired to bed before nightfall. One morning, as he stepped from his room, he spotted Chu Mufeng approaching him with haste. He promptly advanced, feigning respect. "Master, you have returned." "Indeed," Chu Mufeng nodded. "I have resolved the matter concerning Zhao Dishing. You are free to go out now." Disciple is at fault for causing trouble for master. Chen Dong immediately knelt, displaying a facade of guilt. Chu Mufeng shook his head. "It was no trouble at all. I had a confrontation with Zhao Longya, who was no match for me, so this matter can be considered settled." Although Chu Mufeng spoke lightly, Chen Dong understood the gravity of the situation. The palace was fraught with peril, where even a Nirvana realm expert could meet their end if careless. A wave of warmth surged within him. "Master's profound kindness, disciple cannot repay," Chen Dong expressed, bowing deeply 3 times. "Rise, Donger. My actions are not solely for you, but for the entire Qiu Yue sect," Chu Mufeng said, assisting Chen Dong to his feet. "When you achieve success in your cultivation, do not forget your roots in the Qiu Yue sect and lend support when needed." Disciple will never forget. Chen Dong forced tears from his eyes, feigning deep gratitude. Leaving the cave, he soared toward the peak where Su Wan resided. Previously, they had struck a wager. Should he surpass Huangfu Jingyun in strength, she would offer her purity to him. Although he had not directly defeated Huangfu Jingyun, he had slain Zhao Dishing, who was stronger, thus winning the wager in a roundabout way. Now, it was time to collect his reward. "Senior sister, I have come to fulfill our wager," he called out loudly at the entrance of Su Wan's cave. With a resounding thud, the stone door of the cave rose, and Su Wan's voice echoed from within. "Little junior brother, you have truly exceeded my expectations. Come in." "Fortune favored me," Chen Dong modestly replied, though he did not hesitate to step inside. Upon entering the familiar room, he found Su Wan reclining on the bed, her eyes flickering with bewitching violet flames, as if they could consume one's sanity. "Senior sister, this is rather ungracious of you," Chen Dong said, channeling his yin-yang technique, which instantly cleared his mind, restoring his rationality. The alluring vision before him shattered. Before him sat Su Wan, fully dressed and perched at the edge of the bed, her expression filled with disdain and cold amusement. It was evident that the enticing scene he had previously witnessed was merely an illusion. The reality was now laid bare. "You were able to resist the influence of the Wanyao body?" Su Wan's smile faltered, disbelief clouding her features. She had wagered with Chen Dong, believing him incapable of winning. However, upon learning of his victory over Zhao Desheng, she felt as if the sky had fallen, regretting her decision to toy with fire. In the initial days that followed, Su Wan felt immense trepidation, fearing Chen Dong would come to confront her. Yet after waiting for over 10 days without any sign of him, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had forgotten about the wager. Little did she know, just as she was about to dismiss the matter entirely, Chen Dong appeared at her door. Su Wan shared a deep bond with Huangfu Jingyun and had intended to bestow her purity upon him on their wedding day. Naturally, she was reluctant to fulfill the wager. After much contemplation, she devised a plan to create an illusion, allowing Chen Dong to engage with her in a dreamlike embrace. This way, she could honor the agreement without losing her virtue, a perfect solution. However, to her astonishment, Chen Dong inexplicably broke free from her fantasy, rendering her schemes futile. "Perhaps my disinterest in feminine allure has shielded me from the Wan Miao body's influence," Chen Dong mused as he approached the bed, lifting Su Wan's chin. "Senior sister, since I have slain Zhao Desheng, I am certainly capable of defeating brother Huangfu as well. Surely, you would not wish to see any misfortune befall him? Are you threatening me?" Su Wan's expression shifted to one of anger, no longer addressing him as little junior brother. "Senior sister may interpret it as such." Chen Dong nodded before lifting Su Wan and laying her gently on the bed. "You are a beast." Su Wan trembled, yet did not dare to resist, fearing that Chen Dong might genuinely bring harm to Huangfu Jingyun. "If I am a beast, then it is you, senior sister, who has been sullied by a beast," Chen Dong replied with a smile. As he spoke, he drew the bed curtains closed. Chapter 51. The 9th level of Yuan Dan realm 3 days later. "Enough. How much longer do you intend to torment me?" A look of anger flashed across Su Wan's face. The original agreement between them was that once Chen Dong surpassed Huangfu Jingyun in strength, she would accompany him for a night. Yet now, 3 days had passed, and Chen Dong still lingered in the cave dwelling. Even a clay figurine would have some temper. How much more so for her, the esteemed senior sister of Qiu Yue's sect? Su Wan resolved that if Chen Dong did not leave soon, she would ensure that they both suffered the consequences together. "Sister Wan, please don't be angry. If you must blame someone, then blame your irresistible charm. How can a mere novice like me withstand it?" Chen Dong, noticing Su Wan's genuine anger, hurriedly dressed and got out of bed. A fleeting look of reluctance crossed his eyes, but for the greater good, he had to depart for now. Upon returning to his own cave dwelling, Chen Dong opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Dong, the sole host, realm, 9th level of Zifu technique. Yin Yang Jing. This technique is growth type, currently at mid-tier 6th grade. Martial skills. Thunder escape technique, upper tier 3rd grade, perfected, cannot be upgraded. 5 elements fist, upper tier 3rd grade, perfected. Cannot be upgraded. Currency, 800,000. It is time to advance to the Yuan Dan realm. After pondering for a moment, he opened the system store and began to select from the elixir section. Qian Kuan Dan. This elixir is crafted from 990 types of 3rd-tier spiritual herbs. A practitioner at the 9th level of Zifu who consumes it can transform their Zifu into a Yuan Dan. Price, 50,000 system coins. He commanded in his mind, "System, assist me in purchasing a Qian Kuan Dan." Ding. The host has purchased 1 Qian Kuan Dan, deducting 50,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 750,000 system coins. As the system announcement concluded, a powerful elixir appeared in midair. Chen Dong grasped it and swallowed it whole. Boom. Soon after, a thunderous sound echoed within the training room. Had it not been for the protective formations, all the inner sect members would likely have been drawn to the commotion. The disturbance caused by his breakthrough was nearly 10 times that of an ordinary practitioner at the same realm, truly alarming. Inside Chen Dong's dantian, The 9 layers of Tao foundation instantly transformed into a swirling mass of purple liquid under the potent effects of the Qian Kuan Dan, gradually coalescing until it finally became a golden Dan. The Yuan Dan realm. I have finally broken through. Chen Dong opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Through his relentless efforts in cultivation, his strength had advanced once more. He accessed the system store again, entering the elixir section to select his next items. The goal was to elevate his realm to the peak of Yuan Dan realm. 4th tier low-grade Yu Tai Dan. For practitioners below the 4th level of Yuan Dan realm, it can increase 1 Yuan Dan. Price, 30,000 system coins. 4th tier mid-grade Yu Tai Dan. For practitioners below the 7th level of Yuan Dan realm, it can increase 1 Yuan Dan. Price, 60,000 system coins. 4th tier upper-grade Yu Tai Dan. For practitioners below the 1st level of Fa Xiang realm, it can increase 1 Yuan Dan. Price, 90,000 system coins. Chen Dong commanded in his mind. System, assist me in purchasing 2 4th tier low-grade Yu Tai Dan, 3 4th tier mid-grade Yu Tai Dan, and 3 4th tier upper-grade Yu Tai Dan. Ding. The host has purchased 2 4th tier low-grade Yu Tai Dan, deducting 60,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 690,000 system coins. Ding. The host has purchased 3 4th tier mid-grade Yu Tai Dan, deducting 180,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 510,000 system coins. Ding. The host has purchased 3 4th tier upper-grade Yu Tai Dan, deducting 270,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 240,000 system coins. The system's announcements rang out consecutively. 9 pills the size of Longan appeared before Chen Dong, and he seized them all and swallowed them at once. As the Yu Tai Dan entered his abdomen, they were immediately refined by the Yin Yang Jing, and the powerful medicinal energy caused the golden Dan to split into 2. Then, the 3rd golden Dan appeared, followed by the 4th, 5th, until the 9th golden Dan emerged. At the 9th level of Yuan Dan realm, the next step is to condense the Fa Xiang. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Now, his strength could not only rank among the top 3 in the Yuan Kingdom, but also within the top 10. It is time to upgrade the 5 elements fist and thunder escape technique. Otherwise, they will lag behind my strength. He commanded in his mind. System, please upgrade both the 5 elements fist and thunder escape technique to upper tier 4th grade. Ding. The 5 elements fist has been successfully upgraded to upper tier 4th grade, deducting 100,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 140,000 system coins. Ding. The thunder escape technique has been successfully upgraded to upper tier 4th grade, deducting 100,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 40,000 system coins. After the System S announcements, the attribute panel was updated once again. Host, Chen Dong, the sole host, realm, 9th level of Yuan Dan technique. Yin Yang Jing, this technique is growth type, currently at mid-tier 6th grade, martial skills. Thunder escape technique, upper tier 4th grade, perfected, cannot be upgraded. 5 elements fist, upper tier 4th grade, perfected, cannot be upgraded, currency, 40,000. Just then, a series of 9 bell tolls echoed throughout Qiu Yue sect. What is happening? Chen Dong stepped out of the cave dwelling, a look of confusion on his face. The 9 tolls signified that all inner sect disciples and elders were required to promptly gather at the main peak hall. With questions swirling in his mind, he flew toward the main peak hall. Inside the main peak hall, Chu Mufeng sat at the highest position, his expression fraught with concern. The elders standing below also wore solemn expressions. As Chen Dong flew into the hall and surveyed the surroundings, he found a spot next to Huangfu Jingyun. Brother Huangfu, do you know why the master has summoned us? Huangfu Jingyun, upon seeing Chen Dong, nodded in greeting. The Starfall Hall relic is about to open. Master has summoned us to discuss the list of those who will enter. Starfall Hall. Chen Dong furrowed his brows. Junior brother, you joined too late. It is understandable that you have not heard of Starfall Hall. It was a formidable sect in ancient times, but it was destroyed in a cataclysm. Huangfu Jingyun patiently explained. More than 1,000 years ago, the relic of Starfall Hall appeared above the Yuan Kingdom, and the 4 great powers sought to explore it. They discovered that only youth under 200 years of age could enter. Subsequently, the 4 great powers agreed to send 10 qualifying members from each sect, and when those individuals returned, their storage bags were filled with rare spiritual herbs that had become extinct in the outside world. Ever since, every 50 years, the 4 great powers have sent 10 qualifying disciples to enter. Chen Dong nodded in understanding. I see. Just then, Su Wan's figure flew into the hall, standing between Chen Dong and Huang Fujingyun. "Wana, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Huang Fujingyun asked with concern. It was only because he noticed that when Su Wan had entered moments ago, a fleeting expression of anguish had crossed her face. "Brother Yin, you need not worry. I am merely slightly injured from my martial arts training." Su Wan forced a smile, striving to conceal her discomfort from Huang Fujingyun. "Waner, how could you be so careless as to sustain injuries while practicing martial arts?" Huang Fujingyun, oblivious to her distress, chuckled and shook his head. "Senior sister, I possess a family heirloom ointment that can heal all external wounds instantly with just a touch," Chen Dong remarked, seemingly anticipating her plight, as he retrieved a wooden box from his storage pouch. "Humph, remove your foul object. I would rather perish than use something from a shameless person like you." Su Wan turned her head away, disregarding Chen Dong entirely. "Waner, why do you ignore junior brother?" Huang Fujingyun furrowed his brow at this scene. In the past, he would have dismissed such matters without a thought. However, the current situation was different. Chen Dong, despite his youth, possessed formidable strength and would undoubtedly become the foremost figure in the Deyuan kingdom. If one could secure his favor, they could navigate the realm with ease. Even if such a connection proved elusive, it was imperative not to offend him. Su Wan was at a loss for words, her frustration boiling over as she stamped her foot, inadvertently aggravating her injury, which intensified the pain etched across her face. She promptly turned away, ignoring both men. "Junior brother, perhaps Waner is merely in a foul mood and does not mean to disregard you. Please do not take it to heart," Huang Fujingyun said awkwardly. "I understand," Chen Dong replied with a smile, for he was ever magnanimous and would not harbor anger over such trifles. Chapter 52 Departure. A continuous stream of inner disciples soared into the Grand Hall. "Among the 10 coveted spots to enter the Xingyun Temple ruins, aside from my 3 disciples, the remaining 7 will be selected from among you." Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chu Mufeng rose from his seat and gazed down at the crowd. Indeed, no one dared to question Chu Mufeng's decision. All the elders and disciples displayed expressions of deep respect. As his words echoed, the elders and disciples flew out of the hall to determine how the remaining 7 spots would be allocated. Within the Grand Hall, only Chu Mufeng and the 3 individuals remained. "Donger, Waner, Yinner, this expedition into the ruins is extraordinary. The other 3 major factions may very well unite against the Qiu Yue sect. You must exercise caution upon your entry," Chu Mufeng warned, his expression grave. The disciples understood. Chen Dong nodded on the surface, but in his heart, he held a different opinion. With his current strength, even if the inner disciples of the other 3 major factions joined forces, they would pose no real threat. "Rest assured, Master, as long as the 3 of us work together, even if we are not a match for the other 3 factions, self-preservation will not be an issue," Huang Fujingyun replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Su Wan furrowed her brows. If given the choice, she would prefer not to encounter Chen Dong, let alone act in concert with him. To avoid worrying Chu Mufeng, she refrained from expressing her feelings directly and planned to separate from Chen Dong once they entered the ruins. "That is good." A satisfied expression graced Chu Mufeng's face. He had previously feared that the 3 disciples would be at odds, falling prey to the 3 major factions one by one. Now, seeing their harmonious rapport, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Meanwhile, outside the Grand Hall, fierce competition ensued. All the inner disciples yearned to enter the Xingyun Temple ruins. The reasons were manifold. Within lay countless spiritual herbs capable of enhancing one's strength, and refining them on-site would go unnoticed. Moreover, any treasures obtained would be purchased by the sect at half the price upon their return. In short, the rewards far outweighed the risks. Before long, several thousand inner disciples had fought for and selected 5 men and 2 women. Those not chosen should not be disheartened. If this time does not work out, there will be future opportunities. "You 7, come with me." Elder Chu indicated to the other disciples that they could leave. Yes, the 7 selected inner disciples followed respectfully behind. Among them, 1 was at the 9th level of the Yuandan realm, 2 at the 8th level, and 4 at the 7th level. Chen Dong's gaze swept over the 7 who entered, instantly discerning their realms. "Elder Chu, you will lead the expedition into the Xingyun Temple ruins. I will lend you the Qingjiao," Chu Mufeng stated, waving his hand, summoning a massive azure flying vessel in the center of the hall. Upon closer inspection, the vessel's bow and stern were intricately carved with lifelike dragon heads, and its hull was adorned with peculiar scales, exuding an imposing aura. In truth, this flying vessel was crafted from a complete juvenile dragon, though though it had yet to reach maturity. I assure you, I will not disappoint and will return all disciples safely. Elder Qiu nodded, moving to the deck of the vessel. Seeing this, Chen Dong immediately followed suit, as did the other 9. Steady yourselves, Elder Qiu reminded them as he gripped the formation plate, channeling his vital energy into it. Whoosh! In the next moment, the vessel soared into the sky, transforming into a streak of azure light that shot toward the horizon. Once we enter the ruins, we will still rely on the young sect master for guidance, a female disciple said respectfully as she approached Chen Dong. The other 3 major factions may target me. Following me will only lead you to a dead end. It would be wiser to act separately, Chen Dong replied without hesitation, feeling no obligation to take along those whom he barely knew. I see. The female disciple's eyes dimmed with disappointment. Her cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Yuan Dan realm, and without a strong backing, she faced a significant risk of perishing in the ruins. The other 6 inner disciples also displayed expressions of disappointment. Their fervent struggle for a spot was predicated on the belief that Chen Dong's protection would ensure their safety within the ruins. Now, learning that he would not be accompanying them, a sense of regret welled up within them. Huangfu Jingyun raised an eyebrow at Chen Dong's decision to act alone, but remained silent. For him, there was no greater fortune than to accompany Chen Dong. If he could not, it mattered little. With his and Su Wan's capabilities, as long as they were not confronted by the elite of the 3 major factions, their lives would be safe. However, would the 3 major factions unite against him and Su Wan? The answer was, of course, no. Chen Dong's displayed talent and strength surpassed that of both of them combined. Only if the 3 major factions were entirely irrational would they dare to act against them. Upon hearing this, Su Wan finally breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that if she refused to act alongside Chen Dong, he might reveal her predicament to Huangfu Jingyun. Now, seeing him voluntarily choose to act alone, the burden weighing on her heart was finally lifted. The location of the Xingyun Temple ruins lay at the very center of the Diyuan Kingdom, several 100,000 miles away from the Qiu sect. Even Elder Qiu, a 9th-level expert in the Fa Xiang realm, took 3 days and nights to arrive. Is this the entrance to the Xingyun Temple ruins? Chen Dong looked ahead, where the previously bright sky suddenly darkened, revealing a vast vortex that emerged within their sight. Everyone, descend, Elder Qiu commanded as he retracted the flying vessel, and the group collectively flew down. Below the vortex, 3 factions had already gathered. Among them, the group on the far left wore clothing embroidered with patterns of demonic beasts and were accompanied by small animals, unmistakably the disciples of the Beastmaster sect. The leader was none other than the person Chen Dong had encountered before, Qing Songzhenren. On the far right stood a group clad in black, their skin a deep bronze, unmistakably members of the Tianma Hall. The leader was also someone Chen Dong recognized, Song Yin, who had attended his apprenticeship ceremony. As for the group in the middle, they were all donned in 5-clawed python robes, clearly a uniform of princes. The leader was a eunuch dressed in yellow. How intriguing. Chen Dong's gaze lingered on 2 uniquely featured princes. The first individual is a diminutive figure, standing at a mere 3 feet tall, with a glimmer of intelligence often flickering in his eyes, unmistakably a clever person. The second is a rotund giant, towering at least 9 feet, his gaze vacant and devoid of brilliance, clearly a fool. At this moment, the little figure perches upon the broad shoulders of the hefty man. The 2 engaged in a whispered conversation, their faces adorned with an enigmatic smile. The young disciple, that little one, is named Zhao Ziyuan, possessing only the strength of the 1st layer of the Yuan Dan realm, which renders him seemingly insignificant. However, he is adept at employing cunning strategies, thus warranting caution. As for the towering figure, he is known as Zhao Batian. His prowess is exceedingly formidable, having transcended into the Fa Xiang realm 5 years prior, and now he stands at least at the 3rd layer of the Fa Xiang realm. Furthermore, this individual possesses a formidable physique, his strength immense, and his body impervious to blades and arrows, having once slain an opponent across a significant realm. Together, these 2 could contend with even ordinary practitioners at the 9th layer of the Fa Xiang realm, posing a considerable threat to our expedition. A grave expression crossed Huangfu Jingyun's face. He had previously suffered significant setbacks at the hands of these 2 when he was still naive. I comprehend the situation. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Having slain Zhao Dushing, he had already forged an irreconcilable enmity with the royal family. If the opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to see the entirety of the royal lineage entombed within the ruins. Elder Fa Shan, You have certainly kept us waiting. The eunuch clad in yellow squinted upon spotting the members of the Qiu Yue sect. This was unavoidable, given that the Qiu Yue sect was the farthest away. Fa Shan approached with a smile. Let us first unlock the ruins, and we can engage in idle chatter later. Then let us proceed to unveil the ruins. Song Yin nodded, choosing to let the matter rest. One could only wonder what treasures might be extracted from within. How splendid it would be if there were spiritual herbs of the 6th tier or above. A flicker of hope ignited in the eyes of the true Manqing Song. Among them, he was the eldest, having lived for over a millennium. If he could not ascend to the Nirvana realm soon, his vitality would inevitably dwindle. The 4 ascended above the vortex, each retrieving a fragment of a token from their robes, casting them into the swirling depths. Chapter 53. The strong beyond the Emperor realm. A deep hum resonated as 4 fragments of a token swiftly coalesced into a singular, complete entity. Subsequently, the token emitted a beam of light directed towards the swirling vortex. In the next moment, a passage materialized within the whirlpool. "All right, you may enter," commanded the figure, as a weary expression flickered in his eyes. "Understood." The 9 individuals led by Huangfu Jingyun immediately soared into the vortex, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Observing this, Chen Dong followed suit. In an instant, the world before him dimmed, and he felt himself spinning in a dizzying whirl before arriving in an unfamiliar realm. Surrounding him were remnants of crumbling walls, as if the area had recently endured a cataclysm. He furrowed his brow, pondering, this hardly appears to be a place where spiritual herbs could flourish. "Ah, little junior brother, you are unaware, aren't you?" Huangfu Jingyun, noticing Chen Dong's bewilderment, patiently elucidated, "The spiritual herbs are located within the central medicinal fields, safeguarded by arrays, entirely untouched by destruction." "Now I see." Chen Dong nodded in understanding. "Are you truly not joining us in our pursuits?" Huangfu Jingyun inquired. "No, you may proceed without me." Chen Dong declined with a shake of his head. "Very well," Huangfu Jingyun acquiesced, turning his gaze to Su Wan and the others. "Let us embark." Aiming to acquire a 6th-grade spiritual herb. "Indeed," Su Wan affirmed, and in an instant, the group vanished into the horizon. Merely some spiritual herbs held no allure for Chen Dong. His reason for abstaining from accompanying Su Wan and her companions was to confront the members of the royal family who had entered. After surveying his surroundings, he concealed himself behind a withered tree. Before long, members of the 3 major factions appeared upon the ground. "We have finally arrived," Zhao Ziyuan, perched upon Zhao Beishan's shoulder, expressed with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. "Third Prince, shall we first eliminate the members of Qiu Yue's sect, or seek treasure?" queried a gaunt middle-aged man, resembling a slender bamboo pole, who was the leader of the Tianma Temple, known as Shouhou. "Naturally, we shall pursue the treasure first. Let the Qiu Yue sect members serve as our laborers for the time being," Zhao Ziyuan replied without hesitation. "Truly worthy of the 3rd Prince, capable of devising such intricate schemes," remarked a hawkish-nosed man, the leader of the Yusho sect, nicknamed Feiying. "Let us proceed this way," Zhao Ziyuan stated, producing a map from his bosom. After careful examination, he pointed westward. Watching the 3 factions depart, Chen Dong emerged from behind the withered tree, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He had initially planned to strike once the royal family and the 2 factions separated, but unexpectedly overheard a significant secret. "I shall follow for now. If the treasures prove worthless, I can act later." With that thought, he swiftly pursued them. As time passed, the night soon enveloped the land. "This is it." Zhao Ziyuan signaled Zhao Batian to halt, leaping down to stand before a stone tablet measuring 10 feet in height. Years of weathering had obscured much of the inscription, rendering it nearly illegible. Yet, Zhao Ziyuan deciphered it through conjecture. In the year 169, 201 of the ancient era, the lord of the Starfall Palace, driven by selfish desires, abducted all the world's exquisite maidens, inciting the wrath of both gods and men. Upon learning of this, the righteous 9 sects united to obliterate the Starfall Palace. However, the palace's lord had transcended the Emperor realm, reaching the threshold of the immortal stage, and could not be slain by mere mortals, thus sealing him here. Any future arrivals who behold this tablet must heed. Do not advance another step, for violators shall face peril to their lives. Feiying's face contorted with disdain. What nonsense danger! Countless epochs have passed since the ancient era. Even if an immortal were present, they would have perished, let alone this lord of the Starfall Palace, who is merely a half-immortal. Shouhou shook his head, Precisely because of this, we dare approach to investigate. Otherwise, a mere breath from the Starfall Palace's lord could spell our demise thousands of times over. Zhao Ziyuan unfurled the map. We shall advance another 3,000 meters to reach the ceiling site. Though there is a 90% chance of safety, it is wise to remain cautious. The group proceeded onward. Chen Dong, observing the stone tablet, felt a surge of astonishment, while he held little regard for ordinary treasures. The relics of a being who transcended the Emperor realm piqued his interest immensely. It could be said that even a single hair from such a formidable entity would surpass any weapon of lower than 7th grade in sharpness. He promptly followed suit. Zhao Ziyuan and his companions halted at the edge of a mysterious altar, where they beheld a pitch-black coffin suspended in midair, adorned with enigmatic runes. These runes bore resemblances to menacing skulls, roaring beasts, and colossal swords capable of cleaving the heavens, among others. This must be the site that seals the lord of the Starfall Palace, Fei Ying remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he advanced ahead of the others, seizing the moment while they remained in awe. Chapter 54. The Sacrifice. Alas, that scoundrel Fei Ying has taken the lead. The lean monkey's expression shifted, and he hurriedly followed suit. Two imbeciles. Zhao Ziyuan's face bore a scornful look. He had previously cautioned these two against reckless actions. Yet, upon sighting the treasure, their insatiable greed overwhelmed them, erasing his warnings from their minds. The foremost figure of the Yuan kingdom. No, once I acquire the treasures within, I shall ascend as the preeminent figure of Nanhuang. Gazing at the enigmatic coffin suspended in the air, a glimmer of greed flickered in Fei Ying's eyes as he placed his hands upon the coffin lid, poised to push it open. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events transpired. A powerful suction emanated from the coffin lid, causing Fei Ying's hands to sting inexplicably, as if some unseen force had sliced his palms, blood swiftly pouring from the wound and flowing into the coffin. What is happening? Third prince. Save me. Fei Ying's expression transformed drastically. He attempted to retract his hands, only to find it utterly impossible. The suction intensified, and in mere moments, he had lost the majority of his blood, his complexion turning ashen. Fortunately, I reacted a bit slower. The lean monkey, witnessing this scene, instinctively halted, swallowing hard, a sense of perverse delight blossoming in his heart. Deservedly so. A cold smile crept across Zhao Ziyuan's face, feigning ignorance to the cries for help. Su Shidi, Feng Shidi, Lu Shimi, come quickly and lend me a hand. With Zhao Ziyuan ignoring him, Fei Ying could only turn to his fellow disciples of the Beastmaster sect for aid. To his dismay, upon hearing his plea, the disciples all recoiled in fear. What a joke! Better a dead friend than a dead stranger. At this moment, even familial bonds might not compel assistance, let alone those devoid of blood ties. Caw! The eagle perched upon Fei Ying's shoulder, sensing its master in peril, soared above the coffin, extending its iron-like talons in an attempt to rescue him. Yet, as the eagle's claws grazed Fei Ying's hand, a tremendous suction descended from above, instantly rupturing its resilient skin, its lifeblood drawn into the coffin. In an instant, a 9th-level Yuan Dan realm beast was drained dry, leaving behind nothing but an empty shell that fell at Fei Ying's feet. Shire. Witnessing the demise of his companion of a century, Fei Ying's eyes widened with rage, letting forth a mournful wail. However, in the next moment, the last drop of blood within him was siphoned away, leaving him sprawled upon the coffin like a mere human skin. Third prince, this coffin devours people. What shall we do now? The lean monkey, paralyzed with fear, would have fled in shame had he not been surrounded by witnesses. Zhao Ziyuan's expression turned grave. Despite his extensive knowledge, this was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. Just as he pondered his next move, the coffin began to tremble violently, the mysterious runes upon it slowly fading. If my conjecture is correct, these enigmatic runes were employed by the 9 major sects to seal the master of the Starfall Hall, and to unlock the coffin, a copious offering of martial artist's blood is required. A glimmer of insight danced in Zhao Ziyuan's eyes as the fate of Fei Ying became clear. Observing the dazed disciples of the Beastmaster sect, a cruel smile emerged upon his lips. As the saying goes, one must select the softest persimmons to squeeze, and without Fei Ying's protection, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect were the softest of targets. Lao Lu, incapacitate all the disciples of the Beastmaster sect and toss them beside the coffin. Zhao Ziyuan patted Zhao Batian beneath him. Rest assured, third brother, I promise not a single disciple of the Beastmaster sect will escape. A simple-minded smile adorned Zhao Baitian's face. As his words fell, he moved swiftly to a disciple of the Beast Master sect, delivering a powerful punch to the disciple's dantian. Bang! Pain flickered across the disciple's face, and his vision darkened as he fainted. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Zhao Batian seized the disciple by the collar and hurled him towards the coffin. Zzz. The disciple was instantly drained of his blood, becoming nothing more than a human skin, whisked away by a gust of wind. After absorbing the disciple's lifeblood, the mysterious runes on the coffin faded even further. Flee! The remaining disciples of the Beast Master sect, witnessing this horror, instinctively turned to escape, though they could not comprehend the situation. The sight of their comrades perishing before their eyes spurred them into action. Where do you think you're going? Zhao Batian maintained his simple-minded expression, yet, to the observers from the Tianma Hall, it appeared terrifying. He glanced at the fleeing disciple and summoned a colossal 30-zhang tall avatar, taking a single step that placed him several kilometers away, capturing the disciple in his grasp. Before long, the remaining 7 disciples of the Beast Master sect were also apprehended and placed upon the coffin. Zzz. In an instant, the 7 disciples were drained of their blood, and the mysterious runes upon the coffin now shimmered with only a fraction remaining. Brother Lean Monkey, what shall we do? A trembling disciple from the Tianma Hall inquired, now fully aware that Zhao Ziyuan's massacre of the Beastmaster sect was to unravel the coffin seal. However, even with 10 disciples combined, they had only managed to dissipate half of the seal. To fully unlock it, at least 10 more souls were required. Undoubtedly, Zhao Ziyuan's next target would be the disciples of the Tianma Hall. Do not panic. I have devised a way to survive. Though fear gripped him, the lean monkey feigned calmness as he approached, declaring, Third Prince, to completely unseal the coffin, we require at least 10 more individuals. We could capture all the members of Qiu Yue's sect for sacrifice. That is indeed a splendid idea. Zhao Ziyuan nodded in agreement. Yet, just as the lean monkey felt a sense of relief, he heard Zhao Ziyuan's next words. But why should I go far afield, wasting time and energy? Third Prince, you cannot do this. We are partners, and if today's events were to leak. The lean monkey threatened Zhao Ziyuan, but before he could finish, a colossal hand descended, grasping his head and lifting him off the ground. Zhao Ziyuan, may you meet a wretched end. I will haunt you even in death. The slender monkey's head bled profusely, his vision gradually blurring as his arms fell limply to his sides. If you transform into a ghost, I shall slay you once more, Zhao Batian remarked innocently. As his words echoed, he discarded the monkey's corpse onto the coffin, which instantaneously morphed into a desiccated cadaver. The crowd scattered, determined that at least one individual must survive to unveil Zhao Ziyuan's deeds to the other 3 major sections. The members of the Tianma Palace exhibited far greater composure than those of the Beastmaster sect, aware that collective congregation would lead to their utter annihilation. Hence, they promptly fled in all directions. Each of you pursue one. Ensure no one escapes, or we shall face dire consequences. Zhao Ziyuan commanded his brethren. Rest assured, third brother, none shall elude us. The princes immediately set forth, each targeting a disciple of the Tianma Palace. In the span of a tea's brewing time, the 9 princes returned, each bearing the lifeless body of a Tianma Palace disciple, which they laid upon the coffin. The coffin voraciously absorbed the blood of the Tianma Palace disciples, causing the mysterious runes inscribed upon it to dissipate substantially. Third brother, what shall we do if there is still a shortfall? The 4th prince inquired, his brow furrowed. It is uncertain where the Qiu Yue sect resides in the medicinal fields, making it difficult to locate them in the short term. Zhao Zong gazed at his 8 half-brothers before him, a fleeting glimmer of compassion crossing his eyes, only to vanish almost instantaneously. A person of ambition must not be hindered by trivialities, nor can they harbor the sentiments of a gentle-hearted individual. He closed his eyes and commanded Zhao Batian, 6th brother, eliminate everyone present besides you and me. Third brother, we are blood brothers. How could you sacrifice us for mere external possessions? The 4th prince gazed at Zhao Ziyuan in disbelief. Yet, what awaited him was not a response from Zhao Ziyuan, but the ruthless hand of Zhao Batian. With a crack, Zhao Batian snapped the 4th brother's neck and cast him upon the coffin, then swiftly approached the 5th brother, repeating his earlier actions. Before long, apart from Zhao Ziyuan and Zhao Batian, all the princes had been offered as sacrifices to the coffin. However, even after absorbing the blood of these princes, some mysterious runes remained intact. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ziyuan and Zhao Batian stepped back a few paces, eyeing each other warily. At that moment, Chen Dong emerged from the shadows, applauding with his hands. What a splendid performance this has been. Chapter 55. Seizing the body indeed. It is often said that one may traverse great distances only to find what they seek right before them. And so it was that as my brother and I lamented the absence of a third companion, you appeared unbidden. Upon encountering Chen Dong, Zhao Ziyuan displayed no fear. Instead, a smile graced his visage. Lao Lu, should we eliminate him, the coffin's seal will be completely undone, Zhao Baishan affirmed with a nod. The two, who had once been wary of each other, found their camaraderie rekindled in Chen Dong's presence. With a decisive stomp, Zhao Baishan swiftly closed the distance to Chen Dong, his large hand reaching out. Seeking death, Chen Dong's eyes glinted with a frigid light as the yin-yang jing coursed through him, igniting flames upon his right fist, which he hurled towards Zhao Baishan's descending hand. A resounding crack echoed as their limbs collided. The sound of shattering bones piercing the air. Pain etched itself on Zhao Baishan's face as he staggered backward several paces. Third brother, this man's strength is terrifying. I am no match for him. How can this be? Zhao Ziyuan could scarcely believe his eyes, witnessing for the first time his undefeated sixth brother being repelled. There is nothing impossible. Creatures like you, mere ants, cannot fathom the vastness beyond your own realm, Chen Dong sneered. Adhering to the principle of striking when one is down, transforming into a streak of lightning. Where is he? Zhao Baishan found it impossible to discern Chen Dong's movements. To him, it appeared as though Chen Dong had vanished into thin air, cold sweat soaking his garments, chilling his back. Perish. Chen Dong materialized behind Zhao Baishan, his fingers splayed as he seized the man's head and forcefully drove it down onto the coffin. A sickening thud resonated as Zhao Baishan's forehead caved in, blood pouring forth as he collapsed onto the coffin, his life essence drained away. With the final arcane symbol upon the coffin vanishing, the lid creaked open of its own accord. Grandfather, spare my life. Zhao Ziyuan, witnessing the spectacle, knelt in utter submission. The seal upon the coffin has been broken. Even if you kill me, you shall gain nothing. Conversely, should you allow me to live, I shall willingly surrender all the treasures within the coffin. Chen Dong's lips curled into a cold smile as he approached Zhao Ziyuan, seizing him by the throat. With a sharp crack, Zhao Ziyuan's head fell limply. Foolish one, the treasures within the coffin are rightfully mine. Chen Dong cast aside Zhao Ziyuan's lifeless body. In fact, I have just eliminated an adversary. What remnants might a being surpassing the Emperor realm leave behind? With exhilaration coursing through him, Chen Dong approached the coffin, peering within. Inside the grand coffin were but 3 items. A man of exquisite countenance, a palm-sized piece of golden paper, and lastly, a scroll of painting. Chen Dong felt no disappointment. He understood that countless epochs had elapsed since ancient times, and ordinary treasures had long perished in the sands of time, leaving only the extraordinary behind. He first picked up the golden paper to examine it. What a discovery! Moments later, a flicker of intrigue danced in Chen Dong's eyes. He had initially believed that the golden paper contained the techniques or martial arts practiced by the master of the Xingyun Temple during his lifetime. To his surprise, upon reading it, he discovered it detailed a secret art known as Qiu Yue, which purportedly enhanced a man's prowess in matters of intimacy. According to the inscriptions, a minor mastery could allow one to engage with 10 women nightly, while a major mastery could permit 100. As a virtuous gentleman, how could I possibly cultivate such a thing? Chen Dong's face twisted in disdain as he bit his finger, allowing his blood to drip onto the golden paper. In the next instant, the paper transformed into a beam of golden light that surged into his mind. After assimilating the memories of Qiu Yue, Chen Dong reached for the scroll, unfurling it atop the coffin. The scroll depicted a breathtaking landscape, yet beyond its beauty, there seemed to be nothing extraordinary. Employing the same method, he bit his finger once more, letting his blood fall upon it. With a hum, the scroll absorbed his blood, soaring into the air and expanding tenfold, enveloping him within. What is this? A treasure of the cave heavens. Chen Dong found himself standing on an endless plain, gazing at a thatched cottage that mirrored the scene from the painting. Unsure of how to exit, this thought crossed his mind just as he was suddenly illuminated and returned to the realm of reality. What a magnificent treasure! Chen Dong delightedly examined the scroll in his hands. It was an invaluable artifact, its worth surpassing even 1,000 countries combined. He stored the scroll within his dantian and turned his gaze towards the man in the coffin. A warrior of the Emperor realm was a veritable treasure trove. Even a single strand of hair could rival a 7th-tier weapon. The master of the Xingyun Temple, having surpassed the Emperor realm to reach the threshold of the immortal stage, was on the cusp of ascension to the celestial realm. The corporeal form of such an entity was worth 10 times more than the combined value of the golden paper and the scroll. If I could refine this body into a puppet, it would surely dominate the world. As Chen Dong prepared to lift the corpse into his storage pouch, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A dark light burst forth from the corpse's brow, and before Chen Dong could react, it surged into his own brow. Ha ha ha! At last, someone has fallen for it. Within Chen Dong's consciousness, a figure of unparalleled arrogance laughed boisterously, his features identical to those of the corpse. Chapter 56. Puppet, is this an attempt to seize my body? With his vast knowledge, Chen Dong quickly discerned the intentions of the remnant soul of the Lord of Xingyun Palace. He immediately sat down, circulating the Yin Yang scripture. Child, do not resist futilely. Just willingly offer your flesh to this Lord, and I shall use your body to dominate the world, attracting all the world's most exquisite women. In due time, you shall also be remembered in history. Seeing Chen Dong's desire to resist, the Lord of Xingyun Palace quickly resorted to persuasion. Although his current soul power was but a fraction of its former might, he could forcibly consume the soul of a 9th-level Yuan Dan warrior, albeit at a significant cost to himself. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to compel his opponent to abandon resistance. Dream on. Even without you, I could still conquer the world and gather all the beautiful women. Chen Dong retorted with a cold smile, unmoved by the promises of the Lord of Xingyun Palace. The primordial energy of the Yin Yang scripture flowed from his dantian into his sea of consciousness. You refuse to heed my kind counsel. Just wait. Once I devour your soul and seize your body, I shall have all your friends and family killed. Noting that his attempts at persuasion were failing, the Lord of Xingyun Palace switched tactics and resorted to threats. Your threats may work on others, but they hold no weight with me. In this world, I care only for myself. The fate of others is of no concern to me. Chen Dong remained unfazed by the threats, continuing to channel the primordial energy of the Yin Yang scripture into his sea of consciousness. Within that realm, his once ethereal soul gradually began to solidify as it absorbed the primordial energy. This is impossible. What sort of miraculous technique is this? Who are you? Are you a reincarnated immortal? The Lord of Xingyun Palace exclaimed in shock, rendered speechless by the sight before him, despite his millions of years of existence. Only a technique cultivated by an immortal could yield such astounding results, exponentially enhancing soul power in an instant. You, an insignificant insect, could never fathom the complexities of the universe. My identity is beyond your comprehension. In the sea of consciousness, Chen Dong feigned profundity, aiming to overwhelm the Lord of Xingyun Palace with his imposing presence. With that, he lunged at the Lord. And if you are indeed a reincarnated immortal, what of it? You are still merely at the 9th level of Yuan Dan. If I must perish, you may not escape unscathed. The Lord of Xingyun Palace, now frightened to his core, felt no inclination to resist and immediately turned to flee. How can I allow you to rest easy while I am tormented? As long as you linger in my sea of consciousness for a day, I shall have restless nights. A glint of cold determination flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Regardless of the cost, he was resolved to eliminate the Lord of Xingyun Palace. The two engaged in a relentless chase. In the blink of an eye, 9 days passed. Child, you have forced my hand. The Lord of Xingyun Palace declared, exhaustion etched on his face. He had come to understand that no matter how humbly he bowed or how he played the fool, his opponent would not relent. Rather than continue fleeing until his soul power was depleted, leading to an effortless demise at his opponent's hands, he resolved to fight back while he still possessed a modicum of strength, willing to perish together. Finally, you cease your flight. I shall see how you intend to perish together with me, Chen Dong remarked, feeling a sense of relief. The ruins would soon close. Had the Lord continued to flee, even if Chen Dong managed to kill him, he would be trapped here for 50 years. Very well, behold. The Lord of Xingyun Palace's face morphed into one of determination as he uttered the words, self-destruct technique. With that, he charged towards Chen Dong. Petty trick. Chen Dong's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this move. The primordial energy from the Yin Yang scripture surged into his sea of consciousness once more. Instantly, he was enveloped in a shield of black and white. Boom. The explosion echoed throughout the sea of consciousness. Yet as the shockwave approached Chen Dong, it was entirely absorbed by his protective barrier. The unfortunate lord of Xingyun Palace believed that this would gravely injure Chen Dong, only to discover that not a single hair on Chen Dong's body was harmed. Is this a fragment of memory? After the explosion, the lord's soul transformed into countless specks of light scattered throughout Chen Dong's sea of consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Chen Dong wasted no time in activating the yin-yang scripture. Countless light particles surged into Chen Dong's body, their pace quickening until, half an hour later, they vanished completely. This was the greatest harvest of the ruins. Chen Dong opened his eyes, excitement flickering within. Through the memory fragments, he learned that the lord of Xingyun Palace had transformed his flesh into a puppet prior to his attempt at seizing another's body. The downside was that his body had lost its vitality and could not be used as material for crafting. However, it possessed the incredible advantage of being able to unleash the power of a half-step immortal platform 3 times, each time lasting half an hour. From this moment forth, no one shall dare to command me. As his consciousness withdrew from the sea of consciousness, Chen Dong regained control of his body. He looked upon the puppet before him and summoned the Shanhe Tu from his dantian, drawing it in. Next, he had to deal with Huangfu Jingyun. Chen Dong had not forgotten his second objective, to bury Huangfu Jingyun within the ruins. Only then could Su Wan be persuaded to return. As he flew towards the location of Qiu Yue sect's members, the altar suddenly collapsed, and all the corpses fell into the abyss. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of Qiu Yue sect gathered around a medicinal field, greedily gazing at its contents. At the center of the medicinal field stood a sapling over half a meter tall, adorned with 12 yellow fruits resembling infants. Gulp! Huangfu Jingyun could not help but swallow hard, excitement evident in his voice. It's the 7th grade low-tier Di Shengua. Legend has it that consuming one can extend life by 365 years. Just one Di Shengua was worth more than all the spiritual herbs combined from their last expedition, let alone the 12 present. Su Wan was equally exhilarated. There are 9 of us here. If each of us takes one, we can submit the remaining 3 and surely be rewarded with 6th grade techniques and martial arts. Upon hearing Su Wan's words, the others began to breathe rapidly, their eyes fixated on the Di Shengua hanging from the tree. Suddenly, the woman who had hesitated on the deck, wishing to act alongside Chen Dong, inquired, "What about the young master? If we do not give him one, he will surely be incensed upon discovering it." Upon hearing her words, the crowd exchanged furtive glances, none daring to voice their thoughts. "This can be easily resolved," Huangfu Jingyun interjected with confidence. "As long as we consume the Daikengua immediately after breaching the formation and vow to keep this matter a secret under the direst of penalties, the junior master shall remain oblivious to it forever." At his pronouncement, all present nodded in agreement. "It is the young master's own fault for not joining us," they murmured. "Indeed, he has no claim to any credit. Why should he be entitled to one?" They speculated on whether the young master would regret this decision, realizing that such a rare treasure as the Daikengua might never again cross his path in a lifetime. Even for those at the Nirvana realm, pleased with the group's reaction, Huangfu Jingyun affirmed, "Well, delay may lead to unforeseen changes. Now, pair up and unleash your full power against the formation. Let us strive to breach it by tomorrow morning." "Yes," came the immediate response, as 2 disciples drew their weapons to attack the formation, while the others remained vigilant, casting wary glances around, fearful of the other 3 major factions' arrival. Chapter 57. The Death of Huangfu Jingyun. Under a sky adorned with countless stars, Chen Dong, relying on the residual vitality he had previously left on Huangfu Jingyun, finally located the medicinal field where the members of Qingyu Zone were gathered. This is the earth ginseng fruit. Gazing at the golden fruits hanging on the saplings, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "This treasure is fated to be mine. I absolutely cannot allow it to fall into others' hands." Chen Dong pondered deeply, contemplating how he could monopolize these earth ginseng fruits. A brilliant idea suddenly struck him. He picked up a stone from the ground and, looking at Huangfu Jingyun, who was seated in meditation a distance away, hurled it with great force. Bang! Before the stone could reach Huangfu Jingyun, it was shattered by his protective vitality, startling him awake as he scanned his surroundings with a wary gaze. "Who? Saint Sun, what happened?" 2 disciples on duty approached, inquiring about the commotion. Su Wan and the remaining disciples also turned their attention toward him. "Someone just threw a stone at me," Huangfu Jingyun said, rising to his feet, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "Who would be so bold as to harm Brother Yin?" Su Wan remarked, channeling her vitality and surveying the vicinity. Stay here and do not move. I will go check it out. Huangfu Jingyun decided after a moment of contemplation. Among his peers, he possessed the greatest strength. He was confident that, even if there were hidden ambushes, he could escape unscathed unless faced with Zhao Ziyuan and Zhao Batian. Brother Yin, please be careful. If you notice anything amiss, notify us immediately, Su Wan urged, nodding in agreement. Although she longed to accompany Huangfu Jingyun, she feared it might be a ruse to lure him away with the intention of seizing the 12 earth ginseng fruits. Do not worry. If this person were exceptionally powerful, they would have revealed themselves already, Huangfu Jingyun reassured her, attempting to feign nonchalance. Since this individual is hiding, it is clear they are not at the level of Fa Xiang. That is good to know, Su Wan replied, finally at ease. With Huangfu Jingyun possessing a powerful physique, as long as he was not confronted by a Fa Xiang realm martial artist, he could escape any danger. Little did they know, this would be their final farewell. Huangfu Jingyun soared toward the direction from which the stone had been thrown, vigilantly scanning his surroundings, his sword gripped tightly in hand. Could it be a member of the royal family? It should not be. If the person who had just attacked him were a royal spy, they would not have acted so rashly, and would instead have returned to inform Zhao Ziyuan of the presence of the earth ginseng fruits. It must be members of the Tianma Temple or the Yusho sect. Which faction could it be? Huangfu Jingyun's mind raced with speculation regarding which force had uncovered their secret. However, after flying for a considerable distance without encountering any trace of a person, he was about to turn back when a familiar voice called out from behind. Is Brother Huangfu searching for something? Startled, he turned to see Chen Dong approaching with a peculiar smile on his face. Huangfu Jingyun, sensing an instinctive chill, suppressed his unease and asked, Junior brother, what are you doing here? Did you see anyone else around? Anyone? No. Chen Dong shook his head. There is only me here. Why do you ask, Brother Huangfu? None at all. Huangfu Jingyun frowned. Someone attacked me while I was meditating. I distinctly saw them fly in this direction. Are you referring to the person who threw the stone at you? Chen Dong asked earnestly. I know where that person is now. Yes, that person struck me with a stone. You actually know their whereabouts? Splendid. Quickly tell me their location. Huangfu Jingyun smiled broadly. Yet, the next moment, his smile froze. Wait, junior brother. How do you know I was struck by a stone? At that moment, Chen Dong had closed the distance to within a meter of Huangfu Jingyun. Because that person is me. With that, he swiftly extended his arm, gripping Huangfu Jingyun's neck and lifting him off the ground. Cough, cough. Junior brother, what are you doing? Put me down. Huangfu Jingyun struggled against Chen Dong's hold, only to find his vitality had ceased to flow, rendering him powerless. Brother Huangfu, you may rest easy. I will take care of senior sister for you, Chen Dong stated without further ado, and with a swift motion, he snapped Huangfu Jingyun's neck. Then, with a flick of his fingers, a flame ignited, instantly reducing Huangfu Jingyun's body to ashes. In his past life, while watching television, he had never understood why so many villains, despite being in a position of power, would indulge in excessive monologues only to be overturned by the protagonist. Were he in their place, he would never commit such a blunder. The first step was complete, now on to the second. Chen Dong accessed the system shop, navigating to the talisman section, and purchased a high-grade 4th-tier puppet talisman. Ding. Host has purchased a high-grade 4th-tier puppet talisman, deducting 30,000 system coins, leaving a balance of 0. The system's voice resonated as he activated the puppet talisman, transforming into the likeness of Huangfu Jingyun. Huangfu Jingyun stretched his limbs and then flew toward the direction of the Qingyu Zong members, with Chen Dong following closely behind. Saint Lady, why has Saint Sun not returned for so long? Could he have encountered some misfortune? One male disciple expressed his concern as Huangfu Jingyun's absence lingered. His worry was not for Huangfu Jingyun's well-being, but rather for the potential loss of the earth ginseng fruits that were within his grasp. Do not speak nonsense. Brother Yun possesses countless trump cards. Even Zhao Batian would need to exert considerable effort to kill him, Su Wan retorted, displeased. The lack of any activity indicates that the assailant is likely hiding, and Brother Yun is currently searching. I spoke without thinking, the male disciple apologized, slapping himself twice upon seeing Su Wan's anger. Wanner understands me well. There is no one in this world who can kill me. Just then, Huangfu Jingyun appeared within their sight. Brother Yun, what is the situation? Did you catch the assailant? Su Wan flew forward to inquire immediately. No, that villain fled too swiftly. I did not catch even a glimpse of them. Huangfu Jingyun shook his head. I feared it was a diversion to draw me away while targeting the earth ginseng fruits, so I returned quickly. It does not matter if you did not find them, as long as the earth ginseng fruits are safe, Su Wan replied nonchalantly. Saint Lady, Saint Son, the formation has been breached. At that moment, the formation surrounding the medicinal field was finally shattered by two male disciples, revealing the earth ginseng fruit trees to everyone's astonished gaze. Wonderful. Huangfu Jingyun immediately soared over, collecting the earth ginseng fruit trees into his storage bag, while the others looked on in bewilderment. Chapter 58. The performance, your revered son, what are you doing? Did we not agree to divide one fruit each and surrender the remaining 3 to the sect? Questioned a perplexed disciple. Do you truly believe that you worthless wretches could share in the treasures with me? Such a notion is nothing but a daydream. Upon hearing this, Chen's heart ignited with fury. It became evident that he had been excluded from their plans. He immediately commanded his puppet to move and appeared before the disciple, delivering a fierce strike to the disciple's dantian. Bang! The disciple's body was sent flying, tumbling several times before collapsing motionless on the ground, a significant amount of yuan qi leaking from him, indicating the shattering of his dantian. Huangfu Jingyun, are you not afraid of the sect's law enforcement? Seeing Huangfu Jingyun dismissively incapacitate his questioning disciple, the remaining disciples felt a chilling sense of despair and began to voice their concerns. Ridiculous. Do you think I would ever return to Qingyuzhou? Huangfu Jingyun sneered coldly. With that, he propelled himself toward another nearby disciple. Bang! The second disciple had no time to react as he too was struck and sent crashing to the ground, his yuan qi dissipating and his dantian utterly destroyed. Huangfu Jingyun has gone mad. Everyone flee. In the face of such brutality, even the simplest minds comprehended that Huangfu Jingyun not only intended to hoard all the earth ginseng fruits for himself, but also aimed to eliminate them. The remaining 5 disciples instinctively turned and sprinted in all directions. However, it was too late to escape. A frigid glint flickered in Huangfu Jingyun's eyes as he tapped his storage bag, producing a massive black bow, which he strung with 5 iron arrows glimmering ominously. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. He loosed 5 arrows in rapid succession, each one seeming to tear through space itself, transforming into streaks of light as they sped towards the fleeing disciples, covering a distance of 1,000 zhang in the blink of an eye. Ah! The cries of anguish rang out as the 5 disciples were consecutively struck in their dantians, their bodies plummeting from the sky. Having completed this grim task, Huangfu Jingyun cast not a glance at the fallen, striding towards Su Wan. Yun, brother Yun. Su Wan felt an unfamiliarity in Huangfu Jingyun at that moment. Were it not for the knowledge of him being an only child, she might have mistaken him for a sibling. Wan, or do you trust me? Huangfu Jingyun gazed at Su Wan with fervent intensity as a radiant Dan bottle materialized in his hand. I trust brother Yun. You must have your reasons for this, Su Wan hesitantly replied. In that case, drink this vial of water, Huangfu Jingyun urged, extending the Dan bottle toward her. Brother Yun would never harm me, Su Wan silently reassured herself, then decisively accepted the bottle, uncapping it, and tilting her head back to consume its contents entirely. What Su Wan did not expect was that the moment the mysterious liquid entered her abdomen, a flush spread across her face, her eyes brimming with seduction. Brother Yun, what is this water? Realization struck her suddenly. She felt a wave of weakness wash over her, collapsing helplessly to the ground. This is water that will leave you yearning for ecstasy. Huangfu Jingyun's face twisted into a lascivious grin. Brother Yun, why are you doing this? Su Wan, now aware of the implications of the potion, questioned in confusion. Simply put, I desire your body. Huangfu Jingyun's expression darkened menacingly. You wretched girl, have you taken a liking to another man, refusing to yield yourself to me? Su Wan stared at Huangfu Jingyun in disbelief, shocked by his words. A profound sense of despair engulfed her as she replied, Water has not fallen for anyone else. As for my body, I intended to offer it to you on our wedding night. With a disdainful look, Huangfu Jingyun scoffed, No need. What I desire will be taken by force. As he spoke, he approached Su Wan, squatting down, and with a swift motion, tore open her skirt, revealing her fair skin. Brother Yun, I can offer myself to you today, but could we perhaps find another place? There are others watching. Tears streamed from Su Wan's eyes. Her disappointment in Huangfu Jingyun was profound, yet out of respect for their past acquaintance, she considered acquiescing to him. Why go elsewhere? I revel in the presence of others. It heightens my excitement, Huangfu Jingyun replied, loosening his belt as he spoke. You see, during my visits to the pleasure houses, I would often summon a dozen women, yet I would only engage with one, leaving the rest to watch. Su Wan's tears flowed freely now. If she had held any glimmer of hope for Huangfu Jingyun previously, it had been extinguished. She fell silent, closing her eyes in resignation. Do not be anxious. Soon you shall grasp the heights of earthly bliss. Huangfu Jingyun discarded his outer robe and reached out to caress Su Wan's face. Stop. At that moment, a booming voice erupted, and Su Wan saw Chen rushing toward them, his face etched with urgency. The embers of hope that had flickered dimly in her heart reignited at the sight of him. Junior brother, you have arrived just in time. Let us revel together, you above and I below. Huangfu Jingyun called out to Chen. Bah, Chen, a paragon of virtue, would never stoop to such despicable actions, Chen replied with righteous indignation. Though I hold great admiration for senior sister, I would pursue her through honorable means, not through such underhanded tactics. Since you refuse to heed my invitation, do not blame me for my ruthlessness, Huangfu Jingyun sneered, redonning his robe. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike. Such audacity. Chen met his blow with one of his own. Bang! The two forces collided, sending both Chen and Huangfu Jingyun stumbling back a few steps, their first encounter evenly matched. Again, Huangfu Jingyun bellowed, launching another strike. Wind and cloud palm. Chen casually named a technique, countering with another palm strike. Thus, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, trading blows for hundreds of rounds, each gaining and losing the upper hand, though overall remaining evenly matched. Little shitty. At the tender age of merely 20, you possess such formidable prowess that you can rightfully be hailed as the foremost genius of the Diyuan kingdom. Suddenly, Huangfu Jingyun ceased his actions, saying, Shi Xiang, I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you any longer. With those words, he vanished in a few swift movements from the medicinal field. Where do you think you're going? Chen Dong initially pretended to pursue him, only to feign noticing Su Wan lying on the ground. He then donned an expression of hesitation before ultimately deciding to abandon the chase after Huangfu Jingyun and instead approached Su Wan. Shiji, how are you? After running several kilometers, Huangfu Jingyun was suddenly enveloped in a flash of yellow light, which transformed into a talisman. Shortly thereafter, this talisman vanished from sight, only to reappear nestled in Chen Dong's embrace. Chapter 59 Departure Man, I Want a Man. As soon as Su Wan spotted Chen Dong, she rushed towards him, showering his face with fervent kisses. Senior sister, please calm down. Chen Dong gently restrained Su Wan's exuberance. Although he relished the moment, he had to assume the role of a restrained gentleman for the sake of his long-term aspirations. He retrieved a universal detoxification pill from his storage bag, grasped Su Wan's chin, and deftly flicked it into her mouth. Gulped. Instinctively, Su Wan swallowed the pill, her eyes gradually regaining clarity. Senior sister, are you feeling better? Concern reflected on Chen Dong's face. Thank you. Su Wan expressed heartfelt gratitude, astonished that her savior would be Chen Dong. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Chen Dong replied, shaking his head. It's just that Huangfu Jingyun is far too cunning. I refrained from pursuing him out of concern that you all might be devoured by the beasts. Upon hearing that name, Su Wan fell silent. After a long pause, she finally spoke. Unless he remains in the ruins for eternity, stepping outside will surely lead to his demise. Chen Dong nodded in agreement. That is indeed a possibility. May I ask you a question? Su Wan hesitated briefly, but her curiosity compelled her to continue. What question? Chen Dong inquired. Intrigued. I assure you, I shall divulge all that I know. Lowering her head, a faint blush crept across Su Wan's face as she whispered, Why did you administer the detoxification pill instead of taking advantage of me? Chen Dong replied without hesitation, Because I am enamored with you as a person, not merely your physical form. Then why did you force me into that situation earlier? Su Wan's head dropped lower, the blush spreading to her ears. At that moment, I was envious of Huangfu Xixiao. Why should he have the privilege of winning your heart? Had I encountered you before him, I would have surely pursued you as well. Chen Dong fabricated a compelling excuse. I would never develop feelings for you, Su Wan declared, her expression haughty, yet her heart felt as sweet as honey. Is that so? Observing her demeanor, Chen Dong realized she had succumbed to his sweet words. He clasped Su Wan's hand, feigning deep affection. Waner, rest assured, I shall treat you well in the future. Do not call me that. Su Wan's eyelashes fluttered, her heart racing like a startled deer. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but found Chen Dong's grip unyielding. "I will call you that," he insisted, drawing her into an embrace. Su Wan feigned a struggle before surrendering, burying her head in Chen Dong's chest, murmuring, "I hope you are not another Huang Fujingyun. I assure you, I am not the fickle type." Chen Dong gently stroked her back. Just then, a sudden cough startled them both. Chen Dong turned to see a disciple whose cultivation he had just incapacitated with a puppet talisman. He inwardly scoffed, but feigned concern as he approached the disciple. "How are you faring, junior brother?" "Cough, cough. Young master. I have been rendered powerless by that scoundrel Huang Fujingyun. I am now even less than a mere mortal." The disciple's eyes reflected despair. To be stripped of one's cultivation is akin to annihilating an entire family. Huang Fujingyun's malice knows no bounds. "If I encounter him again, I shall seek vengeance for you," Chen Dong declared, fury etched across his face. With that, he set the disciple down and walked toward 6 others. Before long, 7 disciples lay in a row upon the ground. After completing this task, Chen Dong retrieved 7 ordinary healing pills from his storage bag and administered 1 to each. "My cultivation, Huang Fujingyun, may your ancestors suffer eternally," lamented one disciple. "You should be more optimistic. As they say, better to live poorly than to die well. In your next life, you could become a wealthy man, taking several concubines. That is not an unworthy choice." Chen Dong admonished with righteous fervor. He was not surprised by the disciples' thoughts of despair. Nearly all martial artists possess enemies, and once their cultivation is lost, they are condemned to a life worse than death. "Rest assured, should I come across a treasure capable of restoring your dantians, I shall inform you at the earliest opportunity," Chen Dong promised, confident in his skill of making grand promises. "You are truly kind to us, young master." The 7 disciples expressed gratitude, their faces tinged with guilt as they recalled their previous actions. They wished to vanish into the ground. "Enough of this. The ruins are closing soon. Let us hasten our departure." Chen Dong waved his hand, summoning a white cloud beneath him. With great effort, the 7 disciples rose from the ground, ascending onto the cloud. At the entrance of the ruins, Master Qi, "Who do you think among the 4 great factions has acquired the most spiritual herbs this time?" The eunuch in yellow secretly smirked, confident that, barring any unforeseen events, the Qiu sect would have suffered complete annihilation. "Certainly the royal family. In terms of strength, our 3 factions combined are no match for the 2 princes, Zhao Ziyuan and Zhao Batian." Elder Qi shook his head in agreement. "Ha ha ha. Elder Qi truly possesses self-awareness." The eunuch in yellow laughed heartily. "This expedition to the Xingyun Hall ruins should be credited to Chief Guizhen. Upon returning, the Emperor may reward you with a 6th-tier breakthrough pill. When you achieve the Nirvana realm, do not forget your old friend." Realizing the disparity in both power and status, the real man Qingsong approached, eager to flatter the eunuch. Of course," the eunuch beamed, stroking his false beard with pride. "And I, too, will prepare a generous gift for Chief Guizhen," Song Yin added, equally eager to ingratiate himself. As the 4 plotted, a vortex above suddenly revealed a passage. Chen Dong, steering the white cloud, emerged from the passage and landed beside Elder Qi. Everyone except Huang Fujingyun has returned alive?" The eunuch's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if something had gone awry. However, upon seeing the 7 disciples of the Qiu sect, stripped of their cultivation, his anxiety eased. This must have been a deliberate act by the 3rd prince, intended to ensure these Qiu sect disciples live a lifetime of torment. Chapter 60. Irrefutable. The elder Chu Shan, upon not finding the figure of Huang Fujingyun amidst the crowd, instantly changed countenance and stepped forward to inquire, "Why has the Holy Sun not emerged? What transpired within?" Chen Dong spoke solemnly. "In a secluded medicinal field, we discovered 12 earth ginseng fruits. Huang Fu Shixiang, in his greed to monopolize these spiritual fruits, incapacitated several junior brothers before fleeing." "What?" Elder Chu Shan's expression was one of disbelief. Having watched Huang Fujingyun grow, he found it hard to accept that he could commit such an act. "It is true," Su Wan lamented, "Huang Fujingyun is a mere hypocrite. He has concealed his true nature so well that we failed to notice it. Tempted by the earth ginseng fruits, he could no longer restrain himself and revealed his true colors. Indeed, I can attest to that. I can also bear witness. What the young master states is entirely accurate. Huang Fujingyun is a soulless beast." Seeing Elder Chu Shan's lingering doubt, the 7 disciples rallied behind Chen Dong in support. Faced with their unanimous assertions, Even if Elder Qiu Shan harbored 1,000 misgivings, he had no choice but to accept this disheartening truth. He sighed. It truly is a case of knowing a person's face, but not their heart. For the sake of some spiritual fruits, the Holy Sun has committed such heinous acts. Elder Qiu Shan spoke with apparent simplicity, yet who could remain unmoved by the allure of 12 earth ginseng fruits? The eunuch in yellow approached the members of Qingyu Zong, his tone laced with mockery. 12 earth ginseng fruits. If only I could have one. Upon first hearing of the earth ginseng fruits, Jinren Qingsong's eyes sparkled, but they quickly dimmed. He realized that as long as Huangfu Jingyun was not a fool, he would understand that emerging from the ruins would be a dead end. The wisest course of action would be to cultivate within until achieving the nirvana realm. At that point, no one would be able to harm him. Elder Qiu Shan, your sect truly fails to discern character, allowing such a morally bankrupt individual to become the Holy Sun. Had this been our Tianma Hall, such a situation would never have arisen. Seizing the opportunity to mock, Song Yin approached with a smirk. Why don't you present all the spoils of this expedition? Elder Qiu Shan ignored the three of them and instead instructed Chen Dong and his companions to hand over the spiritual herbs acquired from the ruins. These are my spiritual herbs. Elder Qiu Shan, please take a look. Chen Dong presented the prepared storage bag, having already concealed the true treasures within the Shanhua Tuesday. Over 100 fourth-tier spiritual herbs and a dozen fifth-tier spiritual herbs. Quite commendable, Elder Qiu Shan remarked as he opened the bag and found it filled with herbs, his mood lifting significantly. These are my spiritual herbs. Su Wan handed over her storage bag. 50-odd fourth-tier spiritual herbs and 3 fifth-tier spiritual herbs. Barely acceptable. Elder Qiu Shan scrutinized it, unable to suppress a frown. This was far less than he had anticipated. However, when the remaining 7 disciples submitted their storage bags, his expression fell dramatically. The combined total was only 90-odd fourth-tier spiritual herbs and 7 fifth-tier spiritual herbs. Had he not confirmed through divine sense that these disciples possessed no other storage bags, he might have suspected they had hidden the herbs. Elder Qiu Shan, we spent most of our time on the formations in the earth ginseng fruit field, hence we only gathered this amount, the disciples explained. Noticing the elder's displeased demeanor. Enough. This cannot be held against you. Had the Holy Sun not committed such acts, a single earth ginseng fruit would equate to 106th-tier spiritual herbs. Elder Qiu Shan understood that the fault lay not with the disciples, but with Huangfu Jingyun, who had hoarded all the earth ginseng fruits for himself. Ha ha ha, Elder Qiu Shan, it seems your gains this time will be the least, the eunuch in yellow jeered. In previous instances, even the lowest performing Yusho Zong managed to acquire over 500 fourth-tier spiritual herbs and 40-odd fifth-tier spiritual herbs. The royal faction, being the most successful, typically amassed over 1,000 fourth-tier spiritual herbs and around 100 fifth-tier spiritual herbs. Elder Qiu Shan, it appears you will face repercussions from Sect Master Chu upon your return. Jinren Qingsong relished the misfortune. Elder Qiu Shan need not worry too much. Sect Master Chu is known for his discernment. This mishap is not your fault. He will only reprimand you verbally. No substantial punishment will follow. Song Yin feigned consolation. Boom. At that moment, the passage within the swirling vortex suddenly closed. In the next instant, the vortex vanished from everyone's sight. The three who had been laughing moments ago now wore expressions of frozen shock. Why have the three of you ceased your laughter? Do you not enjoy mirth? Elder Qiu Shan, momentarily stunned, quickly retaliated upon witnessing this scene. This is impossible. The eunuch in yellow's countenance darkened. His Highness the Third Prince is exceptionally wise, and His Highness the Sixth Prince is invincible below the Nirvana realm. How could they possibly perish within the ruins? It's over, it's all over. Jinren Qingsong collapsed to the ground. Despair etched on his face as he murmured to himself. This expedition to the Starfall Hall ruins saw the Beastmaster sect deploy nearly all their formidable disciples. Should they all fall within the ruins, the next generation of the Beastmaster sect would find themselves at a loss, and it would not be long before they faded from the ranks of the four great factions. Damn it! What transpired within the ruins? Song Yin cursed. His expression, though calmer than Jinren Qingsong's, was not much better. The disciples of Tianma Hall present constituted a significant portion of their elite. Should these disciples perish in the ruins, while it might not result in Tianma Hall's immediate fall from the four great factions, it would take them several centuries to recover. Among all present, only Chen Dong knew the truth behind the deaths of the disciples from the three major factions. However, he was not foolish enough to disclose it. Observing the once arrogant trio now appearing as wilted as frostbitten eggplants, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. It was you. It must be you. Out of jealousy for His Highness the Third Prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince's talents, you conspired against them. Suddenly, the eunuch in yellow seemed possessed, his gaze fixed intently on the members of Qiu Yue. Could it be that Chief Steward Gu Zhen has lost his wits? With the prowess of His Highness the Third Prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince, even if all disciples of Qiu Yue combined, they could not withstand even a moment. How could they possibly harm them? Xushan Zhonglao coldly snorted. Although the Qiu Yue harbored no fear of the imperial family, it did not wish to be unjustly smeared. Indeed, given the incompetence of the Qiu Yue, it was unlikely that they could inflict any harm upon His Highness the Third Prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince, who were surely perished in the vicinity indicated on that map. It was only then that the yellow-robed eunuch realized that the primary objective of the disciples from the three major factions was to seek the treasure. However, he could not possibly admit his mistake. Thus, he sneered and remarked, "That cannot be ruled out. It is entirely possible that you have resorted to some nefarious means, exploiting the goodwill of His Highness the Third Prince and His Highness the Sixth Prince to bring about their demise." Chapter 61. The death of Elder Chu Shan and the unreasonable actions of Supervisor Chu Jin. Elder Chu Shan's expression grew cold as he chose to ignore the provocations and turned to Chen Dong and the others, stating, "Let us depart." As his words fell, he retrieved the Qing Jiao from his storage pouch and hurled it into the sky. The Qing Jiao expanded in the wind, transforming into a grand flying vessel of 100 zhang. To think one could simply leave after taking a life was rather naive. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the yellow-clad eunuch. With several princes dead within the ruins, his survival hinged upon atoning for his misdeeds. The optimal opportunity for atonement lay in burying all disciples of Qiu Yue here. With a swift motion, the yellow-clad eunuch extended his fingers, causing the floating Qing Jiao to rapidly diminish until it was no larger than a palm, which he grasped firmly. Seeking death, Elder Chu Shan's countenance darkened. This act was a blatant attempt to humiliate him before his disciples. If he were to endure this, he would never again hold his head high within the sect. Suddenly, a colossal law avatar, towering 90 zhang, appeared behind Elder Chu Shan and struck toward the position of Supervisor Chu General in response. The yellow-clad eunuch revealed a hint of disdain, summoning a similarly sized law avatar, which retaliated with a punch. Although both avatars matched in size, the onlookers could clearly discern that the yellow-clad eunuch's avatar was noticeably more solid. With a resounding thud, the two fists collided. The yellow-clad eunuch's avatar remained steadfast, while Elder Chu Shan's avatar staggered back 3 steps. The disparity was evident after their initial clash. The residual force of their confrontation whipped up a tempest, knocking down 7 disciples of Qiu Yue, leaving them bloodied and bruised. "Keep your distance," Chen Dong instructed as he stepped forward, releasing a surge of vitality that materialized into a protective barrier. "Thank you, young sect master," the 7 disciples expressed, regaining their footing, albeit shaken as they glanced at the 2 towering law avatars before retreating. "Elder Chu Shan, if your abilities are limited to this, then all members of Qiu Yue shall meet their end here," taunted the yellow-clad eunuch, who then produced a silver hammer from his storage pouch. In the blink of an eye, the hammer expanded to an enormous size, held firmly by the law avatar behind him. "Bloodbath of the 8 desolations," he bellowed, as the avatar wielded the hammer and prepared to strike Elder Chu Shan. "Do not revel too soon. The outcome remains uncertain," Elder Chu Shan retorted, his expression shifting as he retrieved a small green dagger from his storage pouch. The dagger swiftly grew to a comparable size, grasped firmly by his own law avatar. "Annihilation, return to the void," he declared, flames erupting from the blade as it swung fiercely toward the silver hammer. With a thunderous crash, the knife and hammer clashed, reverberating through the air and causing the ground within a 10-mile radius to collapse. The might of a law avatar was indeed capable of moving mountains and filling seas. "This is dire. Elder Chu Shan may be defeated," Chen Dong observed, his gaze sharp as he perceived the law avatar of Elder Chu Shan faltering, showing signs of cracking. As if to confirm his fears, a scream echoed from within the avatar just as the thought crossed his mind. "Ah!" Elder Chu Shan cried out as the avatar shattered, sending him crashing several dozen miles away into the rocks. Uft! A sharp stone pierced his body, and after coughing up several mouthfuls of blood, his eyes dimmed. "Overreaching yourself, you foolish insect." The yellow-clad eunuch laughed heartily, casting a cruel smile at the trembling disciples of Qiu Yue in the distance. It is over. Elder Chu Shan has been slain by this eunuch. You shall be next. Despair washed over the faces of several disciples at this moment. Who could possibly come to their rescue? Are we to perish? Su Wan inhaled deeply, her body quaking under the immense pressure as she gazed at the advancing yellow-clad eunuch, preparing to self-destruct. Just then, a warm, powerful hand rested upon her shoulder. Do not fear. While I am here, no one can harm you, Chen Dong assured her, contemplating the appropriate excuse to offer once he had vanquished the yellow-clad eunuch, lest he expose his true abilities. Who are you? Su Wan questioned, bewildered. Die? The yellow-clad eunuch approached Chen Dong and Su Wan, his avatar lifting its foot to crush them. The thought of annihilating two extraordinary talents with unique physiques thrilled him immensely. An idea has struck me. Chen Dong's eyes brightened as he conceived an excellent excuse. Fixing his gaze upon the imposing law avatar above, he declared resolutely, You, eunuch, you have slain Elder Chu Shan. I shall burn my entire lifespan to avenge him. With his words, he channeled the yin-yang scripture, his aura intensifying 100-fold. 5 Elements Fist. Chen Dong shouted as a fiery fist erupted from his arm, rocketing toward the colossal law avatar above. The flame-infused fist expanded rapidly, 1 zhong, 3 zhong, 10 zhong, until it reached a formidable 100 zhong in size. The yellow-clad eunuch's heart seized with fear upon witnessing the colossal inferno hurtling toward him. Yet, before he could react, both he and his law avatar were vaporized by the searing heat. This Chen Dong has actually slain Supervisor Chu Zhen? Su Wan rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Pinching her delicate arm, she confirmed it was not a dream. Her senior brother, Chen Dong, was astonishingly powerful, capable of eliminating a law avatar at the 9th level. But wait, how had that rogue Huangfu Jingyun escaped from Chen Dong's grasp before? You are truly foolish. Did you not hear senior brother Chen Dong mention that the secret technique he had just employed consumes lifespan? Several disciples of Qiu Yue gazed at Chen Dong with admiration and gratitude. Jinren Qing Song, Jinren Song Yen, do you both also believe that the deaths of my disciples are linked to our Qiu Yue? Chen Dong, with his blood vessels sealed within, rendered his face devoid of color, resembling one stricken by a grave illness. The strike I executed moments ago consumed merely 1/3 of my lifespan. With such an assault, I am capable of unleashing 2 more. Jinren Qingsong and Jinren Song Yin exchanged glances, shaking their heads vigorously as if to dismiss a persistent drumbeat. Certainly not. Life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth is determined by the heavens. The demise of those disciples stemmed from their ill fortune, entirely unrelated to Qiu Yue. It is possible that Chen Dong, the young master, harbors some misunderstanding towards us. In truth, our relationship with the Chief of Roots is merely one of casual acquaintance. Chapter 62. The beautiful woman in palace attire. This is satisfactory. Chen Dong nodded in approval, his fingers outstretched, and, with a swift motion, he drew the storage pouch that had fallen from the yellow-clad eunuch into his grasp. Without meticulously examining its contents, he extracted a green dragon and tossed it into the air, addressing the assembly. Esteemed junior brothers and sisters, please wait a moment while I fetch the body of Elder Chu Shan. With that, he soared into the distance without awaiting their response. Upon reaching Elder Chu Shan's lifeless form, Chen Dong first examined the storage pouch, ensuring that the spiritual herbs within remained intact, before lifting the corpse and returning. With a thud, he cast Elder Chu Shan's body onto the flying vessel and summoned a cloud to materialize before his companions. Everyone, please board. Once all disciples had entered the vessel, Su Wan followed suit. She approached Chen Dong. Concern etched on her face. Junior brother, having lost 1/3 of your lifespan, will this affect your future cultivation? To claim that it would not have repercussions would be a falsehood. Chen Dong paused briefly before responding. However, as long as I can avenge Elder Chu Shan and safeguard your lives, I would gladly bear any cost. Su Wan's gaze flickered, her words caught in her throat. In stark contrast to Chen Dong's selflessness, the selfishness of Huangfu Jingyun rendered him utterly contemptible. She felt immense relief that her virtue had been entrusted to Chen Dong rather than Huangfu Jingyun. Chen Dong's noble deeds would forever be etched in her memory, and upon returning, she resolved to construct a shrine in his honor. Suddenly, one disciple knelt, bowing deeply 3 times towards Chen Dong. Had it not been for senior brother Chen's repeated acts of self-sacrifice, I would have perished long ago. In the future, wherever I may be of assistance to you, I shall not hesitate. Another disciple followed suit, kneeling and offering 3 bows. I too, said yet another, and soon, several disciples had dropped to their knees, their faces alight with gratitude. Dear junior brothers and sisters, there is no need for such excessive reverence. My good deeds are never done for reward. With a gentle gesture, Chen Dong lifted them with an invisible force. Their gratitude deepened. For to be a junior of such a virtuous individual was a fulfillment in itself. The flying vessel traversed at great speed, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. With Chen Dong's prowess, he could have returned to Qiu Yue sect in a single day and night, but to maintain the facade, he deliberately slowed their pace, extending the journey several-fold. The vessel hovered above the inner hall. Let us proceed, Chen Dong said, retracting the vessel and leading Su Wan and the others into the grand hall. What transpired? Why have Elder Chu Shan and Yin not returned? And who is responsible for the loss of your cultivation? Chu Mufeng sat upon the hall's dais, his expression darkening at the absence of 2 and the incapacitation of 7 disciples. Master, the royal family fell victim in the ruins for reasons unknown, and the head eunuch shifted the blame onto our Qiu Yue sect. Elder Chu Shan objected and was slain on the spot. As for senior brother Huangfu, he discovered 12 earth ginseng fruits within the ruins and chose to keep them for himself, hence he did not emerge. The loss of our cultivation occurred while attempting to thwart senior brother Huangfu. Chen Dong explained, his head bowed. What? Chu Mufeng sprang to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. The royal family had always been at odds with Qiu Yue sect. But how could Huangfu Jingyun commit such an act of treachery? Wait, if the head eunuch killed Elder Chu Shan, how did you all survive? Chu Mufeng's eyes glinted with suspicion. The child, in his youth, acquired an unnamed piece of parchment that recorded a secret technique. By sacrificing lifespan, one can instantaneously amplify their strength hundreds of times over. Upon witnessing Elder Chu Shan's demise, I did not hesitate and employed the technique, sacrificing 1/3 of my lifespan to slay the head eunuch, thus allowing us to return alive. Chen Dong articulated the premeditated explanation. I see. Chu Mufeng did not doubt Chen Dong's words, acknowledging the existence of many secret techniques capable of temporarily enhancing strength, albeit at a significant cost. The consequences ranged from years of stagnation in cultivation to severe injuries that could render a practitioner bedridden for decades, or even shortening their lifespan to mere hours. Since Huangfu Jingyun has betrayed Qiu Yue sect, Donger, you have achieved a remarkable feat from this moment forth. You shall be recognized as the holy son of Qiu Yue sect. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Mufeng resolved to elevate Chen Dong's status. Thank you, master. A smile graced Chen Dong's face, though internally, he placed little value on such an honorary title. He preferred tangible benefits. He produced Elder Chu Shan's storage pouch. Master, these are the spiritual herbs obtained during our expedition in the ruins. Chu Mufeng extended his hand, and the storage pouch flew into his grasp. Upon inspection, he frowned. The yield is only half of last time. It seems we must conserve resources going forward. Master, if there is nothing more, I shall take my leave. Elder Chu Shan's body remains aboard the vessel, and I intend to find an auspicious site for his burial. Having established a persona of reverence for the elderly and compassion for the young, Chen Dong did not mind the added inconvenience. Elder Chu Shan had perished for the sect, and it was only fitting. You may go with honor. Chu Mufeng nodded, then addressed the remaining 7. You may recuperate within the sect for a month before descending the mountain. Understood. Chen Dong exited the grand hall, with Su Wan trailing closely behind. They ascended the vessel to retrieve Elder Chu Shan's body, making their way toward the rear mountain. Lord Chu, may I request an audience with you? At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the skies above. Chen Dong looked up to see 36 young maidens, adorned as palace attendants, gracefully descending while bearing a resplendent palace. In the next instant, a pristine jade curtain parted, revealing a stunning woman clad in palace attire. This enchanting woman possesses a breathtaking beauty, her figure exuding grace and elegance with every gesture, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, yet imbued with the majesty and dominance of a ruler of this world. A truly exquisite lady, more stunning than any woman I have ever encountered. A look of astonishment flickered in Chen Dong's eyes. Despite his indifference to feminine allure, he found himself unable to avert his gaze. Stealing a few more glances. Chapter 63. The transaction. How did Her Majesty the Empress arrive here? Su Wan, oblivious to Chen Dong's expression, gazed gravely at the regal beauty in the air, for the woman before them was one of the rare Nirvana realm powerhouses of the De Yuan kingdom. It was she. No wonder she possessed such unparalleled elegance. Chen Dong's eyes reflected understanding. The current empress in Jilan was not only a Nirvana realm expert, but also the most beautiful woman in the Yuan kingdom. 600 years ago, the reigning monarch Zhao Longyu was merely an inconspicuous prince among many, with the crown prince being his elder brother, and in Jilan serving as the crown princess, thus his sister-in-law. The two were akin to celestial beings, a match made in heaven. However, an unforeseen event transpired. One night, news spread through the palace that the emperor was unwell and wished for the crown prince to visit him. The crown prince, without a hint of suspicion, promptly set aside his affairs and entered the palace under the escort of an imperial eunuch. Yet, the following morning, an earth-shattering revelation echoed throughout the realm. The crown prince had allegedly plotted treason, attempting to ambush the ailing emperor, and was slain by the guards on the spot. This news sent shockwaves throughout the Yuan kingdom, as countless citizens questioned its veracity, unable to fathom that the benevolent crown prince could commit such an act of rebellion. In the face of the public uproar, the emperor remained unfazed and issued a shocking edict. He would elevate the crown princess to the position of empress. At this juncture, anyone still oblivious to the underlying motives was indeed foolish. It was evident that the emperor had set his sights on the crown princess, intentionally orchestrating the crown prince's downfall. Just when everyone presumed that the crown princess would refuse the emperor's outrageous demand and stand by her husband, another surprise unfolded. That very night, the crown princess accepted the edict and entered the palace to serve the emperor. Upon hearing this news, countless individuals condemned her as shameless, labeling her a wanton woman who would compromise her integrity for wealth and status. Yet, others argued that she was coerced. Refusal of the imperial decree could jeopardize the lives of her entire clan. Human nature is often fickle. Although this incident initially sparked immense controversy, it was soon forgotten as time passed. Thus, later generations remained largely ignorant of the affair, believing that Jilan had only ever consorted with the emperor. It was not until 300 years later that another unforeseen event transpired. The ninth prince Zhao Longyu, the current emperor, seemingly stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter and, within a few centuries, cultivated himself to the Nirvana realm, subsequently bribing the entire imperial guard to orchestrate a coup. After 3 months of fierce battles, the emperor was compelled to take his own life, and the ninth prince ascended the throne with ease. Upon his ascension, Zhao Longyu wasted no time in issuing his first decree, elevating his former sister-in-law, now stepmother, and Jilan, to the position of empress. The uproar this announcement incited was no less than the original incident. One involved fratricide and the usurpation of a wife, while the other entailed patricide and the seizure of a mother. Such is the nature of beauty, which often begets calamity. Uncertain of the empress's sudden visit to Qiu Yue, Chen Dong pondered whether it was due to his slaying of the crown prince. Recovering from his reverie, he recalled that Zhao Desheng, whom he had slain, was indeed the only son of the regal beauty before him. Is she beautiful? At that moment, Su Wan's voice, tinged with jealousy, broke in. Although she recognized the disparity between herself and Jilan, she could not help but feel discomfort. Not at all, in my eyes. This so-called beauty of the Yuan kingdom pales in comparison to your mere fingertip. That is more like it. Su Wan's lips curled upward. Although she knew it was but a fabrication, she relished the flattery. The two proceeded to carry the corpse of Elder Shan towards the back mountain, allowing him a few more days of existence. The empress, observing Chen Dong's departing figure, felt a chill pass through her regal eyes. The enmity of a mother bereaved of her son is not one to be taken lightly. Were it not for Chu Mufeng's audacity, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate Chen Dong on the spot. Of course, with Her Majesty's presence, even if Chu Mufeng were occupied, he would find a moment to extend his hospitality. Chu Mufeng emerged from the grand hall and approached Jilan, gesturing for her to enter. In this expedition to the remnants of the Starfall Hall, all disciples of the 3 major factions had perished, while Qiu Yue had emerged with a plethora of spiritual herbs, likely soon to surpass the royal family in power. Walking side by side, Jilan and Chu Mufeng entered the grand hall. Upon entering, she commenced with flattery. Not at all. Qiu Yue's gains this time were merely half of past harvests. And merely maintaining their strength is already commendable. I would not dare to presume to surpass the royal family, Chu Mufeng humbly replied. Seated in their chairs, Jilan, no fool, did not take Chu Mufeng's words at face value. However, her purpose in visiting Qiu Yue today was not for such trivial matters. A flash of white light flickered in her hand, revealing a small, entirely red knife, 3 inches in size. I have heard that the Zong master has yet to acquire a suitable weapon. This Li Huadao, a 6th grade superior item, was procured by me at an auction, and I wish to bestow it upon you, Zong Master Chu. Upon hearing this, Chu Mufeng's countenance darkened rather than brightened. As the saying goes, extraordinary occurrences imply ulterior motives. His relationship with the royal family was far from amicable, and for them to present such a precious treasure at the onset hinted at significant schemes. He shook his head, stating, "No reward without merit. Should I find myself in need of a suitable weapon, I shall procure one from the hidden armory when the time is right. Your Majesty should reclaim this precious blade." And Jilan smiled charmingly. "This blade cost me several million low-grade yuan stones. I could not possibly give it to you without reason. To be frank, I have come to Qiu Yue with a request. Oh, I am but a humble individual. I am uncertain how I might assist your Majesty." Chu Mufeng replied, puzzled. "I seek to exchange this blade for Chen Dong's life. May I ask for your thoughts on this matter, Zong Master Chu?" And Jilan stated directly. Chu Mufeng's expression darkened immediately. "Your Majesty is not jesting, are you? The Emperor previously agreed not to pursue the demise of the Crown Prince when he lost to me. Zong Master Chu has misunderstood. I am not here as the Empress today, but rather as a mother," and Jilan insisted, undeterred. "Although Chen Dong possesses a unique constitution, he is yet to mature. In terms of value, he pales in comparison to a 6th grade superior treasure blade. There is no need to elaborate. I, Chu, would never barter a disciple's life for a precious artifact. If the Empress has no further matters to attend to, she may take her leave from Qiu Yue." Chu Mufeng spoke with unwavering resolve, and Jilan, recognizing Chu Mufeng's steadfast demeanor, understood that further discussion would be futile. She promptly retracted the precious blade and resolved to implement her secondary plan. "Very well, since the sect master Chu is unwilling to engage in a transaction, I shall not press the matter. However, it has been quite some time since I last saw Sister Xian. I wonder if sect master Chu might allow me a moment to reminisce with her." Chapter 64. Transformation pills. "Certainly, my lady may rest within the cave abode. Please feel free, your Majesty." Chu Mufeng acquiesced to the request. "Then I shall not disturb the esteemed Chu Zongzhu." And Jilan nodded and departed from the grand hall, transforming into a fleeting shimmer, arriving in an instant at Nangong Xian's cave dwelling. She conveyed her voice within, "Sister Xian, I have come to see you." Before long, the lake parted in two, revealing a narrow path. And the voice of Nangong Xian echoed, "What brings my sister here?" And Jilan entered the cave, traversed the valley, and adeptly found a position to sit within the thatched cottage. "Sister has come to surprise you." A flicker of confusion crossed Nangong Xian's pale visage. "Oh, I wonder what this surprise is." And Jilan gracefully extended her hand, and 2 white jade pill vials floated in the air. This vial on the left is called the Butian Dan, capable of healing the concealed injuries left by a martial artist's breakthrough. The vial on the right contains a 6th grade high-quality Pijing Dan, which offers a 50% chance for a 9th level Fa Xiang realm martial artist to break through to the Nirvana realm. What? Excitement surged across Nangong Xian's delicate face as she beheld the long-desired items before her, unable to maintain her composure. "Sister Xian may look at them, of course." And Jilan smiled knowingly as the 2 jade vials glided towards her. Nangong Xian reached out with trembling hands, uncorked the vials without hesitation, and probed within with her consciousness. After a considerable time, an expression of reluctance flickered in her eyes as she returned the vials. It was indeed the Butian Dan and Pijing Dan, both of 6th grade high quality. She understood very well that these 2 pills were exceedingly precious and that the giver would never part with them without a significant motive. To gain an advantage in the forthcoming negotiations, she suppressed her greed and feigned calmness. "Sister may take these pills back. I have grown accustomed to a peaceful life and wish to avoid a life of conflict." And Jilan, however, would not be deceived by Nangong Xian's words. She knew her sister all too well and was aware of her immense ambition. To achieve her goals, she would resort to any means necessary. "Sister, you yourself would hardly believe those words. Let me be straightforward. These 2 pills are not given freely, but rather, I wish to ask you to do something." Nangong Xian's curiosity was piqued. "What is it?" "With your Nirvana realm strength, you cannot accomplish it, and I am but a cripple now. How could I be of assistance?" And Jilan replied with a smile, "This matter is one that only you can handle within the entirety of the Yuan kingdom. Even combined, the emperor and I cannot achieve it." The confusion in Nangong Xian's heart deepened. "Sister, please do not speak in riddles. Just tell me the truth. Sister wishes for you to administer a transformation pill to Chu Zongzhu." And Jilan revealed the purpose of her visit. The air fell silent in an instant. Nangong Xian's expression changed drastically, revealing anger. "Sister cannot be jesting. Are you not aware that I have been married to him for hundreds of years?" And Jilan shook her head. "It is precisely because I understand this that I say you are the only one capable of accomplishing this task in the Yuan kingdom. 2 mere pills, and you expect me to commit regicide? Sister, you are perhaps thinking too simplistically." Nangong Xian's face displayed disdain. "Do not feign ignorance, dear sister. While others may not understand you, I certainly do." A hint of mockery crossed in Jilan's lips. "You once sacrificed several hundred years of sisterhood for a 6th-grade low-quality Pijing Dan." The woman she referenced was none other than Qiu Yue. "If you missed this opportunity, sister, you may never have a chance to restore your cultivation." Nangong Xian inhaled deeply, making a difficult decision in her heart. And a smile graced her face. "Sister has misunderstood my intentions. My meaning is that Chu Mufeng is my one true love. Hence, 2 pills are insufficient. I require additional compensation." And Jilan was momentarily taken aback, knowing how shameless Nangong Xian could be, yet she did not expect her to stoop to such a degree. However, as long as it resolved the issue with Chu Mufeng, even doubling the price was worth it. She immediately retrieved a storage pouch from her waist. Within, there lies a 6th-grade high-quality treasured blade, along with over 30 million low-grade yuan stones. I wonder if this meets your requirements. That is sufficient. Nangong Xian eagerly accepted the offering. Seeing this, and Jilan produced 2 items from her bosom. One was a palm-sized green box, and the other was a 1-inch white talisman. The contents of this box are 7th-grade low-quality transformation pills. Upon contact with water, they dissolve instantly, being colorless and tasteless. Martial artists below the rank of respect cannot mobilize their yuan energy within an hour after consumption. As for this talisman, it is my communication talisman. Once the task is accomplished, you may use it to inform me immediately. Nangong Xian secured the 4 treasures. "I shall message my husband, Chu Mufeng, to return shortly. Sister need only wait outside for a few hours." "Very well, I shall await your good news." With those words, and Jilan departed from Nangong Xian's cave, mindful that lingering too long might arouse Chu Mufeng's suspicions. Watching in Jilan's departing figure, Nangong Xian pondered briefly before retrieving Chu Mufeng's communication talisman. "My husband works diligently day and night. He must be weary. I shall prepare a sumptuous meal to reward him." At the Jinbao Pavilion, as Chu Mufeng placed the spiritual herbs he had retrieved from the Xingyun Temple ruins down, he noticed the communication talisman in his arms glowing. After receiving the message, a smile graced his face. "My lady has worked hard. I shall return at once." Having sent the message, Chu Mufeng promptly secured the treasure pavilion's entrance and flew at full speed towards the cave. Crossing the valley, he arrived at the thatched cottage, and upon seeing the industrious Nangong Xian, he approached and embraced her slender waist. "My lady seems to be in good spirits. Has she encountered some joyful news?" Nangong Xian turned her head, a long-lost smile illuminating her face. "Indeed, I have encountered something very delightful, but I cannot reveal it to my husband just yet. I shall tell you during our meal." Chu Mufeng released Nangong Xian and took a seat at the table. "Very well, let us dine quickly. Do not rush. It shall be ready shortly." Nangong Xian knelt down. Gazing at the wine jar into which she had infused the Huachi Dan, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. However, her moment of indecision was fleeting, and she swiftly opened the jar, a smile gracing her lips as she approached the dining table to pour a full bowl for Chu Mufeng. "My dear husband, this is what we buried on our wedding day. Today, you shall drink it all." Chu Mufeng lifted the large bowl and consumed it in one gulp. After setting it down, he raised his hand to wipe the corner of his mouth, exclaiming, "What a fine wine, rich and fragrant." Chapter 65. The fall of Chu Mufeng. In light of this, my lord should indulge in a bit more. Nangong Xian, well aware of Chu Mufeng's formidable prowess, swiftly poured another bowl of strong liquor infused with Huchi Dan, knowing that it was unlikely to render him utterly powerless. "Very well, I shall drink to my heart's content today." Chu Mufeng raised the second bowl, tilting his head back to drain it, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Before long, the jug was emptied. Observing this, Nangong Xian promptly sent a message to Jilan. My lady, why do I feel something amiss? It seems as though the vital energy within my dantian has been restrained by some force, unresponsive to my commands. Chu Mufeng initially intended to mobilize his energy to expel the liquor from his system, only to discover that not a sliver of his vitality would obey him. Nangong Xian offered no reply, her gaze shifting to the exterior. You have fallen victim to my Huchi Dan. Within an hour, you shall be reduced to a mere mortal. At that moment, a beautiful woman clad in palace attire entered the room. My lady, why? Upon seeing Jilan, Chu Mufeng's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. He had been drugged. He stared at Nangong Xian in disbelief. I apologize, but the Empress has bestowed far too much upon me. Nangong Xian's demeanor remained remarkably calm, as if she had merely performed a trivial act. Wretched woman, I shall slay you. Chu Mufeng, initially believing that Nangong Xian had poisoned him out of coercion, was aghast to learn that her motives were driven by selfish gain. He raised his hand, intending to strike her flawless visage. Setting aside the facts, have you not erred as well? Had you procured the 6th grade Butiandan and Paijingdan for me sooner, I would not have resorted to such measures. A cold smile appeared on Nangong Xian's face as she seized Chu Mufeng's striking arm and violently flung him aside. With a thud, Chu Mufeng landed on the ground, rage surging within him at her words. He felt as if his lungs might burst, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth. So you are this venomous vixen. I regret ever desiring your beauty. I should have wed Su'er. Su'er, the name on his lips, referred to his childhood betrothed. They had once been inseparable until one fateful day when he encountered Nangong Xian, whose beauty far surpassed that of his fiancée, and he fell hopelessly in love, pursuing her with fervor. After decades of relentless effort, he finally won her heart, and they wed in haste. When Su'er learned of this union, she left home the very next day and never returned, becoming a source of perpetual regret for Chu Mufeng. Regretting now was far too late, and I might as well reveal a secret. Su'er did not merely leave home. I deceived her into being killed. Do you know? I have never encountered such a foolish woman. She even suggested becoming your concubine. How could I possibly spare her? A smirk of derision graced Nangong Xian's lips. Ah, wretched woman. May you suffer a miserable end. Chu Mufeng's eyes burned with fury. Had looks been lethal, Nangong Xian would have perished countless times. Whether I meet a good end remains uncertain, but you shall not have such a fate. Nangong Xian turned to Jilan. Sister has fulfilled her promise. The rest is in your capable hands. Please step aside for now. And Jilan nodded, her heart swelling with delight at the sight of Chu Mufeng's suffering. This was the consequence of disrespecting my authority. Approaching him, she brandished a small black knife. Chu Zongzhu, do you now regret offending me? Wretched woman, my deepest regret is not having killed you sooner. Chu Mufeng retorted disdainfully, defiant even at death's door. And Jilan's lips curled into a cruel smile, and without hesitation, she drove the blade toward his groin. With a swift stroke, Chu Mufeng was rendered a eunuch, collapsing into unconsciousness. No matter how strong one might be, without vitality, they are but fish on a chopping board, awaiting their fate. And Jilan, observing Chu Mufeng's pained unconsciousness, felt no shred of compassion as she swiftly unleashed 4 more strikes. The knife sliced through him with ease, severing his limbs, blood gushing from the wounds and staining the floor crimson. Ah! Chu Mufeng's anguished cries echoed, his expression contorted in agony, beads of sweat cascading from his brow. No one who has offended me has ever escaped unscathed. And Jilan's eyes gleamed with malice as she surveyed Chu Mufeng's closed eyes, lifting the knife to extract his eyeballs. Ah! Wretched woman, kill me. With his sight extinguished, Chu Mufeng succumbed to despair, yearning for death. Wanna die? It is not so simple. And Jilan grasped his cheeks, forcing his tongue out, and with a swift motion of her knife, severed a 2-inch length from it. Boo-hoo! Without his tongue, Chu Mufeng could no longer utter curses, only emit mournful cries. Very well, now you may perish in your suffering. And Jilan withdrew her knife, coldly regarding the man sprawled on the ground. Time slipped away, and soon, Chu Mufeng's blood drained, his body grew cold. The once mighty figure of the Diyuan kingdom met his end in utter humiliation. Congratulations, sister, on fulfilling your wish. Nangong Xian, not even glancing at Chu Mufeng's corpse, stepped forward with an ingratiating smile. This is all thanks to your assistance. Otherwise, I would not have stood a chance against Chu Mufeng. With the formidable threat eliminated, and Jilan felt an overwhelming joy, knowing no force could now threaten the royal family. How does sister plan to deal with those old fellows from Qingyuzhong? Once they learn we orchestrated Chu Mufeng's demise, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. Nangong Xian cautioned. That is simple. For now, do not spread the news of Chu Mufeng's death. Once I break through to Nirvana realm, we will publicly claim he perished due to a fit of madness. At that point, if those old fellows comply, all will be well. If not, we shall send them to join Chu Mufeng. The reason Enjilan refrained from eliminating Nangong Xian was to manipulate the entirety of Qingyuzhong through her. I comprehend now. Nangong Xian nodded and inquired, by the way, should I lure Chen Dong, who murdered His Highness the Crown Prince, to you? No need, Enjilan replied, shaking her head. He is merely an insignificant insect, hardly worthy of my concern. After you break through to the Nirvana realm, you may deal with him at your leisure. Just remember one thing. Do not allow his demise to be too swift. Rest assured, sister, when the time comes, I will ensure that Chen Dong suffers a fate even more tragic than Chu Mufeng, Nangong Xian replied with a smile. Chapter 66. The ninth layer of the Dharma manifestation realm. Chen Dong and Su Wan arrived at the back mountain, seeking a spot blessed by the wind and water, where they interred the late elder Chu Shan. Having completed this solemn task, the two ascended towards the inner peak. He paused at the entrance of his cave dwelling and extended an invitation. Wanner, you have yet to visit my cave. Would you care to join me for a drink? Indeed. I find myself rather thirsty, Su Wan replied, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, shyly nodding. Deep within her heart, she understood that descending into his abode would likely lead to far more than just quenching her thirst. Yet, it was precisely this prospect that delighted her. Before they knew it, 7 days had swiftly passed. It was time to make the leap into the Dharma manifestation realm. Chen Dong sat cross-legged on his bed and opened his attribute panel. Host, Chen Dong, Soul Host, Realm, 9th layer of Yuan Dan cultivation technique. Yin Jing. This technique is of a growth nature, currently at the 6th tier, superior grade. Martial skills. Thunder escape technique. 4th tier, superior grade, perfected, cannot be upgraded. 5 elements fist. 4th tier, superior grade, perfected, cannot be upgraded. Currency. 3,100. 000. He accessed the system store and navigated to the elixir section. Heavenly Harmony Pill. Crafted from 360 strains of 5th-tier spiritual herbs. This superior grade elixir guarantees a 100% success rate for practitioners at the 9th layer of Yuan Dan to form their Dharma manifestation, priced at 200,000 system coins. In his mind, Chen Dong commanded, System, purchase 1 Heavenly Harmony Pill for me. Ding. The host has purchased 1 Heavenly Harmony Pill, deducting 200,000 system coins, leaving 2,900,000 system coins. As the system's notification faded, he gazed at the white elixir floating before him, seized it, and swallowed it whole. Upon entering his abdomen, the Heavenly Harmony Pill instantly transformed into a powerful medicinal force, dissolving the 9 golden pills within his dantian and coalescing into a small figure that bore a striking resemblance to Chen Dong. This figure represented his Dharma manifestation. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Chen Dong felt a monumental shift in his power following his breakthrough into the Dharma manifestation realm. From this moment forth, he would stride confidently through the Deyuan kingdom, provided he did not encounter those reclusive, formidable beings of the game's ethereal realm. Nevertheless, for the sake of prudence, it would be wise to advance through a few more minor realms. He reopened the system store, navigated to the elixir section, and began to select more potions. 5th tier inferior grade manifestation pill. For practitioners below the 4th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm, guarantees a 100% increase of 10 zhang in their Dharma manifestation, priced at 150,000 system coins. 5th tier medium grade manifestation pill. For practitioners below the 7th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm, guarantees a 100% increase of 10 zhang in their Dharma manifestation, priced at 250,000 system coins. 5th tier superior grade manifestation pill. For practitioners below the Nirvana realm, guarantees a 100% increase of 10 zhang in their Dharma manifestation, priced at 350,000 system coins. In his heart, Chen Dong commanded, System, procure 2 5th tier inferior grade manifestation pills, 3 5th tier medium grade manifestation pills, and 3 5th tier superior grade manifestation pills. Ding. The host has purchased 2 5th tier inferior grade manifestation pills, deducting 300,000 600,000 system coins, leaving 600,000 system coins. Ding. The host has purchased 3 fifth-tier medium-grade manifestation pills, deducting 750,000 system coins, leaving 850,000 system coins. Ding. The host has purchased 3 fifth-tier superior-grade manifestation pills, deducting 1,050,000 system coins, leaving 800,000 system coins. With the system's announcements complete, Chen Dong looked at the 9 pills hovering before him, grasped them, and swallowed them all in one go. 10 zhong, 30 zhong, 50 zhong, 90 zhong. The Dharma manifestation within Chen Dong's dantian rapidly expanded, soon reaching its limit, signifying his advancement to the 9th layer of the Dharma manifestation realm. Next came the martial skills. He opened his eyes and commanded, "System, please elevate both the 5 elements fist and thunder escape technique to the 5th tier, superior grade." Ding. The host has successfully upgraded the 5 elements fist to 5th tier, superior grade, deducting 300,000 system coins, leaving 500,000 system coins. Ding. The host has successfully upgraded the thunder escape technique to 5th tier, superior grade, deducting 300,000 system coins, leaving 200,000 system coins. With the system's notifications concluded, the attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Host, Chen Dong, Soul Host, Realm, 9th layer of Dharma manifestation cultivation technique. Yin Yang Jing. This technique is of a growth nature, currently at the 6th tier, superior grade. Martial skills, thunder escape technique, 5th tier, superior grade, perfected, cannot be upgraded. 5 elements fist, 5th tier, superior grade, perfected, cannot be upgraded. Currency, 200,000 Your Excellency, the Holy Son, and Your Excellency, the Holy Maiden, the sect master's wife requests your presence in the main hall, stating she has important matters to announce. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the cave. Chen Dong promptly closed the attribute panel, opened the door, and saw a demure maid standing respectfully at the entrance. He immediately inquired, "Has my master emerged from her seclusion? Did she mention what the matter is?" At that moment, Su Wan also flew out from the cave, her face marked with curiosity. The maid shook her head, replying, "In response to the Holy Son, I do not know." Su Wan waved her hand, signaling the maid to depart. She turned to Chen Dong. "Little junior brother, we should hasten to discover what has transpired. My master has been in poor health, and her emerging must signify something of great importance." Chen Dong nodded in agreement. Indeed, the two transformed into streaks of yellow and purple light, heading towards the main hall. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of the main hall and stepped inside. Within the grand hall, nearly all the elders had gathered. Upon witnessing this assembly, Chen Dong's curiosity deepened. What significant matter could necessitate the presence of all the prominent figures within the sect? The Holy Son has arrived. Elders approached one after another to greet him, having learned of Chen Dong's sacrifice of his own lifespan to avenge Elder Chu Shan. Thus, upon seeing him again, they felt an extraordinary sense of camaraderie. Indeed, Chen Dong nodded at each in acknowledgement before asking, "Elders, do any of you know what significant event has warranted our assembly?" "We are uncertain." The sect master's wife's maid merely indicated there was something important to discuss. As for the specifics, she said we would know upon arrival. "I am in the same predicament." All the elders shook their heads, their expressions reflecting profound confusion. Seeing this, Chen Dong could only bury his own bewilderment deep within. Time swiftly passed as the crowd awaited, and before they realized, an hour had slipped away. Will the sect master's wife be arriving, or not? If she does not arrive soon, I shall take my leave. I have urgent matters to attend to and cannot waste time here. A chorus of grumblings erupted among the elders, with some already heading towards the door, intent on departing. "Elders, please do not be anxious, for I have arrived." At that moment, a beam of white light ascended to the apex of the grand hall, revealing Nangong Xian in a flowing white gown, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow as she gazed down upon the assembly. When did Shenyang recover from her injuries? Moreover, she has transcended to the Nirvana realm? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow, acutely aware that something was amiss. Chapter 67. A thunderbolt on a clear day. Nirvana realm at this moment. The elders also recognized the cultivation level of Nangong Xian, their faces instantly lighting up with joy. "Congratulations, madam, on your breakthrough to the Nirvana realm. Our Qiu Yue sect has finally produced its second Nirvana realm warrior. With this, Our sect can now contend with the royal family. The elders believed that Nangong Xian had summoned them merely to announce this momentous news. And they stepped forward with flattering smiles, their previous discontent dissipating. Merely a stroke of luck. Nangong Xian shook her head, her expression suddenly shifting to one of profound sorrow. However, I did not call you here today for this reason. Not for this reason. The elders were taken aback, gazing at Nangong Xian's mournful countenance, a foreboding feeling creeping into their hearts. Last night, my husband passed away due to a misfire in his cultivation. As she spoke, tears welled up and streamed down her cheeks, painting a picture of heart-wrenching sorrow. Boom. The news sent shockwaves through the grand hall. Impossible. The sect master's cultivation is unparalleled. How could he have perished in such a manner? One elder exclaimed. Madam, where is the sect master's body? We must examine it. Clearly, these elders, having lived for several centuries, were not easily swayed by Nangong Xian's solitary account. Furthermore, her long-standing concealed injuries had mysteriously healed, allowing her to ascend to the nirvana realm, casting further doubt upon her claims. Enough. Nangong Xian abruptly ceased her weeping, her voice rising sharply. In terms of relationship, I was the sect master's wife for hundreds of years. His death pains me more than anyone else. Yet, once life has departed, it cannot be returned. We must look forward. I have already laid him to rest in the place he chose. Do you intend to disturb his spirit? Upon hearing her explanation, the elders not only remained unconvinced but became even more suspicious of a concealed conspiracy. The more Nangong Xian resisted their request to see Qiu Mufeng's remains, the more they believed something was amiss. You vile woman, what have you done to the sect master? An irate elder stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of insults at Nangong Xian. Seek your own demise. Nangong Xian's eyes turned cold as she raised her hand and struck the cursing elder. Bang! The elder had only just broken through to the first level of the Dharma aspect realm. How could he withstand the full force of a Nirvana realm warrior? He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath. Boldness. To dare to kill and silence. The remaining elders glared at Nangong Xian with fury etched upon their faces. In an instant, they all unleashed their Dharma aspects, intent on subduing Nangong Xian. Overestimating yourselves. A flicker of disdain crossed Nangong Xian's eyes. The gap between the Dharma aspect realm and the Nirvana realm was vast. Even 100 of the former could not match a single one of the latter. Since these old fools refused to heed her words, she would send them to meet Qiu Mufeng. Icicle palm. Nangong Xian uttered softly, a blue hue appearing on her palm, causing the temperature within the grand hall to plummet dramatically. In the next moment, she struck out towards all the elders. Swish! A powerful chill swept through the hall, and before the elders could react, they were encased in ice, their Dharma aspects shattering upon release. You refuse to heed the path to heaven, forcing your way into the abyss. Since you are so ungrateful, I shall send you down to meet Qiu Mufeng. By the way, you guessed correctly. His death is indeed related to me, and it was a most tragic demise, leaving no complete remains. Nangong Xian sneered, lifting her right foot. With a mere stomp, the elders would be reduced to a pile of ice shavings. Master's wife. They say a day as husband and wife equates to 100 days of grace. You and Master have been wed for hundreds of years. Why would you harm him? At this moment, Chen Dong made his move, swiftly appearing behind Nangong Xian and delivering a chop to the back of her neck. Bang! Nangong Xian suddenly felt her strength drain away, collapsing into Chen Dong's embrace. This is impossible. How could you possess such strength? Fear washed over Nangong Xian's face, stripping her of her previous arrogance. Chen Dong shook his head. Nothing is impossible. How could a frog in a well comprehend the vastness beyond? Crack! Simultaneously, all the elders encased in ice broke free. Ha ha! You scheming woman! You never anticipated that the Holy Sun would fail you. Holy Sun, quickly strip this woman's cultivation and have her suffer 1,000 cuts. Indeed, this wretched woman dared to plot against the sect master. She must not be allowed to die painlessly. The elders surrounded Nangong Xian, their eyes filled with hatred, as if they wished to devour her whole. Chen Dong, I am your master's wife. You cannot harm me, or it would be an act of great treachery. Nangong Xian trembled in fear, casting a pleading glance at Chen Dong, hoping for mercy. Is that so? Chen Dong scoffed. Yet I recall you did not acknowledge my identity before. Nangong Xian was left speechless, unaware of how Chen Dong had come to know this matter, for logically, Qiu Mufeng should not have disclosed it. She could only continue to feign vulnerability. Donger, What I said before was all nonsense. You must not take it to heart. If you spare me, I can fulfill any of your wishes, including serving you tea, washing your feet, and warming your bed." Upon hearing her words, the elder's expressions shifted, fearing Chen Dong, in his youthful exuberance, might succumb to the allure of the Qiu sect's most beautiful woman and let her go. "Holy son, do not be deceived. This vile woman, who now dares to harm the sect master, would surely do the same to you in the future. Indeed, the Qiu sect has countless beauties. There are many women far better than this venomous creature. And despite her plotting against the sect master, she is still, in name, his wife. Should you take her in, how would the world perceive you?" Chen Dong's expression darkened immediately. "Am I perceived as a lecherous man in the eyes of all you elders?" Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, the elders not only displayed no hint of displeasure, but rather felt a sense of relief within. As long as the Holy Son had no interest in the vile Nangong Ziyin, everything was acceptable. However, in the next moment, they heard Chen Dong speak again. "I would appreciate it if you esteemed elders could step outside for a moment. I have some private matters to discuss with this wretched individual." Chapter 68. The Substitute Talisman. Saint Sun, you are being foolish. Saint Sun, the allure of beauty is a double-edged sword. Saint Sun, you are treading a path of no return. Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily sought to dissuade him. In their eyes, the Saint Sun's decision to dismiss them was undoubtedly a test of Nangong Ziyin's sincerity. Silence. A glint of cold light flashed in Chen Dong's eyes as he regarded the elder who first spoke. With a mere gesture of his fingers, he seized the elder by the throat, lifting him off the ground as he struggled helplessly. With a sharp crack, he snapped the elder's neck, and with a forceful throw, he sent the lifeless body crashing against the pillar. "You may say whatever you wish about me, but you shall not tarnish my master's reputation. The reason I asked you to leave was due to my suspicion that there are conspirators within the sect. I intend to interrogate this wretched woman further, not because I am enamored by her beauty. Should anyone dare utter another word of nonsense, they shall meet the same fate." Chen Dong's expression was one of intense fury, his gaze dark and threatening towards the elders. Should anyone dare to disrespect him again, he would unceremoniously send them to the underworld. Now I understand. The Saint Sun is truly righteous. We have misunderstood him. Observing Chen Dong's wrath, both the elders who believed him and those who did not were visibly shaken, their expressions shifting to ingratiating smiles as they dared not voice a single doubt. With that, the elders all turned and exited the hall, leaving only Chen Dong and Nangong Ziyin behind. What a bunch of spineless sycophants. Chen Dong thought to himself, smirking coldly. After all, in this world, a fist is far more convincing than reason. Donger, in terms of cultivation, my master may not be as skilled as in Jilan, but when it comes to the art of seduction, my master would undoubtedly claim the title of the best in the Yuan kingdom. As long as you spare her life, my master will ensure your every desire is fulfilled. Seeing this scene, Nangong Ziyin mistakenly believed that Chen Dong was captivated by her beauty, and she sighed with relief. Her lips formed a slight pout, her eyes holding a glimmer of sorrow yet inadvertently revealing a hint of longing, evoking both sympathy and fascination. She was adept at enticing men, knowing that such a delicate, playful smile could ignite their possessiveness and desire to protect. Enough. Chen Dong scoffed coldly. His heart was unwavering and resolute, impervious to mere beauty. With a thought, the Shan He Tu emerged from his dantian, expanding to a size of 30 feet as it swept towards Nangong Ziyin. Impossible. Chen Dong is merely a brash youth. How could he possibly resist my allure? As she witnessed this, Nangong Ziyin assumed the Shan He Tu was an offensive weapon aimed at her destruction, her expression shifting to one of alarm. With a swift motion, the Shan He Tu offered no chance for resistance, enveloping her and then shrinking back to the size of a palm, returning to Chen Dong's dantian. He hastily accessed the system shop and navigated to the talisman section. Low-grade substitute talisman. This talisman can transform into the appearance of any person at the user's discretion, capable of speech and movement, yet possessing no cultivation power. Duration, 1 minute. Price, 100 system coins. Mid-grade substitute talisman. Duration, 3 minutes. Price, 500 system coins. High-grade substitute talisman. Duration, 10 minutes. Price, 1,000 system coins. In his mind, he commanded, "System, purchase a high-grade substitute talisman for me." Ding. The host has purchased one high-grade substitute talisman, deducting 1,000 system coins. leaving a balance of 199,900 coins. The system's voice echoed as he materialized a yellow talisman in his hand. He promptly infused it with his energy, activating its power. The talisman radiated a brilliant light, and in an instant, it transformed into the likeness of Nangong Xian standing on the ground. It resembles her perfectly. Even if my master were resurrected, she would not discern its falsehood within a short span. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction and called out to the elders outside. "Elders, you may enter. I have concluded my inquiries." Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, all the elders returned to the hall, their expressions clouded with confusion. Unable to discern his intentions, "Wretched woman, if you think my youthful vigor makes me susceptible to your beauty, you are gravely mistaken. Today, I shall make it known that, regardless of a woman's beauty, to me, they are but fragile skeletons." Chen Dong absorbed the elder's bewilderment, stepping forward to stand before Nangong Xian. He seized her by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. "Chen Dong, you are the most resolute man I have encountered. To perish by your hand would render my life without regret." A look of determination crossed Nangong Xian's face as she closed her eyes, awaiting her demise. All the elders held their breath, disbelief etched across their faces as they witnessed the unfolding scene. They had braced themselves for Chen Dong to spare Nangong Xian, but now it appeared he intended to publicly execute this wretched woman. With a decisive grip, Chen Dong tightened his hold, and with a sharp snap, Nangong Xian's neck was broken, her life extinguished on the spot. He discarded her lifeless body onto the ground and flicked his fingers, sending a flame that instantly reduced her to ashes. Having completed this act, Chen Dong turned to the assembled elders. "Do you now believe my words? Indeed, we have underestimated the Saint Sun's character." They all nodded in unison, deeply impressed by Chen Dong's decisive actions, no longer daring to harbor doubts. "There is no need for any of you to feel guilt. Your intentions were noble, and I understand." A satisfied glimmer shone in Chen Dong's eyes before he suddenly shifted his tone. "With my master slain by that wretched woman, and Qiu Yue sect now leaderless, I wonder if any of you have suitable candidates in mind? The Saint Sun's cultivation is unparalleled, and he has avenged our sect leader. In my opinion, he is the most fitting to assume the role of sect leader." "I second that." "I also second that." No one opposed. All the elders unanimously agreed that only Chen Dong was worthy of becoming the sect leader. Firstly, the Saint Sun's character had been validated. Secondly, he was the only one within Qiu Yue sect possessing the strength of nirvana. Given such overwhelming support, it would be ungrateful for Chen Dong to refuse. His objectives achieved, he felt a surge of elation. "Greetings, sect leader." An astute elder promptly knelt before Chen Dong. Observing this, the remaining elders followed suit, kneeling before him in reverence. "All right, rise." Chen Dong's thoughts drifted back to the day he first crossed over, when he had no choice but to kneel before Bai Fuyao for his life. Now, the tables had turned, and it was everyone else kneeling before him. Chapter 69 Ascension Among All. Su Wan was the only one who did not kneel. She stepped forward and inquired, "Little junior brother, has Nangong Xian, that vile woman, revealed the whereabouts of our master's remains?" Although Chen Dong had usurped the position of sect leader, she felt no anger. Rather, she was quite elated. Firstly, she recognized that Qiu Yue was at a critical juncture, requiring a resolute and iron-willed individual to emerge. Secondly, the higher Chen Dong's status rose, the more it affirmed her discerning eye. Chen Dong shook his head. "No, but I have a rough idea of where it might be." If he was not mistaken, Chu Mufeng must have been killed by Nangong Xian within the cave dwelling. The group hovered above the lake, and Chen Dong declared, "This is it." He retrieved the token given to him by Chu Mufeng during his apprenticeship, channeling his energy into it. With a resounding boom, the lake parted, revealing a narrow path in the center. The group soared into the opening. Upon reaching the thatched cottage and witnessing the scene within, their expressions shifted dramatically, filled with fury. "Master, your death is so tragic." Chen Dong approached, knelt down, and upon gazing at the mangled corpse, tears refused to flow. He resorted to pinching his eyes hard, and suddenly, tears streamed down uncontrollably. Seeing this, Su Wan expressed her concern. "Little junior brother, now is not the time for sorrow. We must first lay our master to rest." Chen Dong rose, sobbing, and replied, "All right." The group pieced together Chu Mufeng's remains and proceeded to the burial ground of the Qiu Yue's past sect leaders, where they laid him to rest. "Sect leader, do not grieve any longer. Death is irreversible. If the late master were aware that you avenged him, he would surely smile in the afterlife." An elder, witnessing Chen Dong's sorrow, approached to offer consolation. Chen Dong wiped away his tears, forcing a smile. Elder Gu is right. Let us return to discuss the matters of succession. The news of Chu Mufeng's demise at the hands of Nan Gongxian soon spread throughout Qingyuzhou. Accompanying this revelation was the announcement of Chen Dong's ascension to the 9th level of the Xiang realm and his extraordinary feat of defeating Nan Gongxian. Initially, disbelief swept through the ranks, with many assuming it was a jest. However, when an elder declared that the succession ceremony for Chen Dong would be held that afternoon, the truth became undeniable. Why would the sect leader treat Nan Gongxian so well, only for that wretched woman to betray him? Many expressed their indignation, lamenting the deceptive nature of appearances. I had only seen Nan Gongxian once. She appeared gentle and virtuous, yet in truth, she is a venomous woman. Killing her was too lenient. She ought to be stripped of her powers and displayed on the sect's enforcement platform, enduring a fate worse than death. All present exhibited expressions of rage, their sympathy for Chu Mufeng deepening. Fortunately, with the Holy Sun present, Qingyuzhou would not fall from the ranks of the 4 great powers. The Holy Sun, recognized as the greatest talent of the Yuan nation, had attained nirvana realm strength at the tender age of 20, a feat unparalleled in history. The appearance of the Holy Sun at Qingyuzhou was indeed a privilege for them. In the outer sect, at Wangyue Peak, Qiu Yue rushed into Bai Fuyao's chamber without knocking, her face alight with excitement. Sister, have you heard? The late sect leader was killed by his wife, and Dong Ge is to succeed as the new sect leader. Yes, I just received this news myself. Bai Fuyao sat at the tea table, feigning calmness, yet her trembling jade hands betrayed her. A cup slipped, shattering upon the ground. If she had harbored any discontent regarding her role as Chen Dong's maid before, it had now vanished entirely. The maid of the sect leader undoubtedly held a status far superior to that of an ordinary Xiang realm warrior. At Jishou Peak, Chu Yaoying gazed at the communication talisman in her hand, a tear of joy escaping her eye. She had once thought revenge impossible, yet unexpectedly, she heard this delightful news. If there were any regrets, it was that she could not witness Nan Gongxian's demise at Chen Dong's hands. In the southern region of the Yuan nation, an elder from the Beastmaster sect approached their leader, Imo Yizhen Ren, with a communication talisman in hand. Sect leader, urgent news from our spies at Qingyuzhou. Draped in a black robe, Imo Yizhen Ren, despite being over 1,000 years old, appeared as a middle-aged man. He accepted the talisman and probed its contents with his consciousness. Interesting, Chu Mufeng has indeed fallen to Nan Gongxian, and more intriguingly, his disciple Chen Dong has ascended to the 9th level of the Xiang realm at merely 20 years of age, even defeating Nan Gongxian. Rising from his seat, he resolved to visit Qingyuzhou and ascertain the truth of this legendary talent of the Yuan nation. Meanwhile, in the northern region, a senior elder from the Heavenly Demon Hall approached the Hall Master, Heisha Zhenren, with a similar urgent communication talisman. Though Heisha Zhenren also exceeded a millennium in age, he maintained a youthful appearance, resembling a mere adolescent. Upon receiving the talisman and probing its contents, he transformed into a wisp of black smoke and sped toward Qingyuzhou. In the eastern region, a palace maid approached Zhao Longya and Jilan, who were relaxing in a hot spring, delivering the news, Your Majesties. Qingyuzhou has reported that Nan Gongxian was slain by Chen Dong, who is to inherit the position of sect leader this afternoon. What? And Jilan sprang up, disbelief etched across her face. The little insect she had thought she could crush with ease had transformed into a colossal dragon in just 7 days, filling her with unease. It is of no consequence. Nan Gongxian has merely just broken through to the nirvana realm, and her foundation is not yet solidified. Moreover, having not engaged in combat for decades, it is quite normal for her to stumble in the midst of adversity. Therefore, Junshu, you should personally visit Qingyuzhou and, in front of all the disciples, incapacitate Chen Dong, thus rendering him humiliated and unable to lift his head again. Zhao Longya waved his hand dismissively and spoke nonchalantly. As his words fell, a eunuch concealed in the shadows emerged, respectfully stating, "Leave it to this old servant." In the next moment, the eunuch vanished from the palace. Chapter 70. The 3 supreme Nirvana realm warriors time swiftly transitioned to the afternoon. At Jingxing Peak, before the ancestral tablets of the sect's past leaders, disciple Chen Dong, amidst a dire crisis, assumed the position of the 360th leader of Qingyu sect. Here, I vow to lead everyone in flourishing the Qingyu sect, and to venture beyond the great abyss kingdom. Standing before the spirit tablet, Chen Dong displayed an expression of utmost reverence. Upon concluding his speech, he placed the 3 incense sticks into the bronze censer on the table. Salutations to the sect leader. Below, all the elders and disciples knelt in unison. Please rise. Chen Dong turned and nodded. Thank you, sect leader. The elders and disciples stood. At this moment, all outer disciples and servant disciples ceased their tasks and gazed upward. There, a vast celestial screen was broadcasting the enthronement ceremony at Jingxin Peak Live. Is this truly the new sect leader? He appears rather youthful. Does he genuinely possess the strength of the Nirvana realm? Upon witnessing Chen Dong's appearance, countless disciples harbored doubts, questioning whether he truly possessed the extraordinary abilities rumored about him. Such a significant event, and no one thought to inform me. Qiu sect truly underestimates the Tian Mahal. Just then, a plume of black smoke swept from the horizon, transforming into the figure of a youth. A hint of disdain gracing his lips. What Brother Haisha said is accurate. Qiu sect's actions clearly demonstrate a lack of regard for us. Concurrently, the crow transformed from the real person, Mo Ya, also arrived, reverting to human form. Your thoughts align with mine. It seems there is no longer a need for Qiu sect to exist today. A hunchbacked old eunuch descended, the oldest Nirvana realm warrior within the royal family, Lu Jin. You 3 have already paved the way to your demise by not coming in person. Chen Dong's countenance darkened. The protective array of Qiu sect could only repel warriors of the law manifestation realm. Before those of the Nirvana realm, it was as fragile as a mere piece of paper. However, this was not the reason the 3 had barged in. He had been troubled about how to establish his authority to ensure obedience among all disciples, but unexpectedly, just as he was about to doze off, someone delivered a pillow to him. Ha ha ha, a boy who has yet to grow a single hair dares to speak so arrogantly. You must not know the meaning of death. Mo Ya laughed heartily, for this was the most amusing joke he had ever heard. Youthful arrogance is one thing, but it must be directed towards appropriate targets. You may act brazenly before others, but in my presence. Such arrogance will lead to suffering beyond imagination. Haisha Jinren sneered repeatedly. The 3 of them were long-established Nirvana realm warriors, incomparable to the likes of Nangong Xian, a mere novice who had just broken through to the Nirvana realm. Had Chen Dong knelt and begged for mercy from the outset, he might have had a sliver of hope for survival. Now, he was left with no path but to death. Foolish. Lu Jin shook his head in disdain. His only concern had been whether Haisha Jinren and Mo Ya Jinren would side with Chen Dong. Now, witnessing Chen Dong offend the 2 with just a few words, the stone weighing on his heart was lifted. Is that so? I am eager to see whether you perish first or I do. A cruel smile appeared on Chen Dong's face. As his voice fell, he activated the Yin-Yang Sutra, and a towering golden avatar, 99 zhang high, manifested behind him. The early bird catches the worm. Those who are slow shall suffer. Although his strength could easily crush the 3, he chose the most prudent approach. As his words echoed, the avatar reached for the nearest Haisha Jinren. Seeking death, Haisha Jinren roared, his black energy swirling as a towering black avatar, also 99 zhang tall, emerged behind him, launching a fist towards Chen Dong. Boom. However, an astonishing event transpired. As the 2 avatars collided, the black avatar shattered instantaneously into countless fragments, while the golden avatar remained completely unscathed, even maintaining its speed as it swiftly approached Mo Ya Jinren, seizing him in its grasp. Release me, Chen Dong. If you dare harm a single hair on my body, it will incite a war between the Beastmaster sect and Qiu sect, and you will be unable to bear the consequences. Mo Ya Jinren struggled incessantly, but could not escape from the golden avatar's grasp, ultimately resorting to verbal threats. Nonsense. Once I eliminate you, the strongest warrior of the Beastmaster sect is merely at the 9th level of the law manifestation realm. How could they pose a threat to Qiu sect? Chen Dong scoffed. Today, I shall ensure that everyone understands that regardless of who they are, anyone who offends me is destined for death. With that, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the golden avatar tightened its fist. Crack. The sound of shattering bones resonated, followed by a scream. The esteemed sect leader, one of the most formidable warriors in the Great Abyss Kingdom, was crushed just like that. Drip, drip. Blood fell from the golden avatar's colossal hand, and this terrifying scene rendered everyone breathless. Flee. Upon witnessing this, Mo Ya Jinren was instantly paralyzed with fear, his pants wet with terror, having lived over 1,000 years. It was his first encounter with such a frightening and brutal figure. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a swarm of crows, dispersing in all directions. In terms of strength, he might be the weakest among the three, but when it came to fleeing, the other two combined could not match him. Where do you think you're going? Since Chen Dong was intent on establishing his authority through bloodshed, he would spare none. With a mere thought, a massive fireball appeared in the golden avatar's hand, and in the next moment, it soared into the sky, exploding at an altitude of 10,000 zhang. Swish, swish. The sky was instantly engulfed in flames, and countless smaller fireballs plummeted downward at great speed. Boom, boom, boom. Once again, a shocking scene unfolded. These small fireballs struck the crows, instantly melting them. However, when these fireballs landed on the disciples of Qiu Yue sect, they did not even singe a hair. Such terrifying control over power is unparalleled in the Great Abyss Kingdom. As the majority of the crows perished, Imo Yijinren's true form was finally struck by a fireball, emitting a wail. Chen Dong turned his gaze in that direction, and at the same time, the golden avatar stepped forward, seizing Imo Yijinren's true form. Crack! Subsequently, Imo Yijinren was crushed. Following this, the remaining crows transformed into black energy, dissipating into the ether. Silence and utter silence. In less than a minute, two formidable warriors of the Deyuan Kingdom, renowned for their invincibility, were slain by Chen Dong with a mere gesture. The combat prowess exhibited by Chen Dong now eclipsed that of the previous foremost figure of Deyuan, his master, Chu Mufeng. It's your turn, old dog. Chen Dong shifted his gaze towards the hunchbacked eunuch. Grandfather, spare me. I am not acquainted with Zhao Longyu at all, Lu Jin pleaded, suddenly kneeling. Faced with the specter of death, his previous arrogance evaporated. It was far too late for mercy now. A cold smile crept across Chen Dong's face. He could not allow an enemy to lurk in the shadows. He immediately commanded the golden Dharma form to strike down upon Lu Jin. A thunderous roar erupted as the ground trembled violently, and Lu Jin was reduced to a mist of blood, utterly obliterated. After completing this grim task, Chen Dong retracted the Dharma form and wore a benevolent smile as he addressed the elders and disciples below. Very well, everyone, return to your cultivation. With that, he did not wait for a reply and vanished from sight, soaring towards his cave abode. The sect master is truly formidable. Indeed, those were three Nirvana realm warriors, dispatched as easily as one crushes an ant. There had been concerns that the strength of Qiu Yue sect would wane following the death of the old sect master, relegating it to the lowest tier among the four great powers. However, it now appeared that under the leadership of the new sect master, surpassing the royal family was merely a matter of time. If there had been any doubts regarding Chen Dong's strength moments ago, they had vanished entirely. Upon returning to his cave, Chen Dong promptly sealed the door. With a thought, the Shan He too emerged from his dantian, transforming into a Tinzhong form that hovered before him. In an instant, he slipped into the Shan He two's dayhim. What is this? Chen Dong furrowed his brow as he noticed a magnificent palace suddenly materializing on the once boundless plain. Intrigued, he pushed open the grand doors of the palace and stepped inside. After traversing several corridors, he arrived at the innermost chamber, where, through the window, he glimpsed a graceful figure within. Chapter 71, The 9 Levels of Nirvana Creek. Chen Dong pushed open the door and entered the room, casting his gaze toward the spot where the woman had just been. To his surprise, his heart raced upon seeing a beautiful woman clad in delicate pink gauze, bending over to arrange the mattress, her flawless figure fully displayed. My lord, you have returned. Upon hearing the door open, Nangong Xian turned around, and upon recognizing Chen Dong, she immediately approached him with a charming smile. What did you call me? Chen Dong felt his heartbeat quicken. Although he was not particularly fond of feminine allure, he found himself captivated by her presence. Of course, my lord. From this moment on, I shall be your woman. A blush crept across Nangong Xian's face, but in order to preserve her life, and to break through to a realm beyond nirvana, she felt compelled to make this declaration. Then I shall accept you, Chen Dong replied, no longer inclined to refuse her. He could never bring himself to betray a woman. My lord, accept me, and you shall never regret it. A broader smile graced Nangong Xian's lips as she sighed with relief internally. Her life was finally secured. Is that so? Chen Dong teased. I do not expect your heartfelt devotion, merely hope you will not meet a fate akin to Chu Mufeng, who perished in a horrific manner. That shall not happen, Nangong Xian said, her smile tinged with embarrassment as she felt exposed by his words. Let us hope so, Chen Dong nodded, harboring skepticism towards Nangong Xian. However, with the yin-yang scripture capable of counteracting myriad poisons, he felt relatively secure against potential treachery. 3 days later, Chen Dong sat cross-legged before his bed, gazing at the attribute panel before him, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. The abundance of system credits was sufficient for him to ascend to a higher realm. Host, Chen Dong, the sole host, realm, 9th level of law manifestation cultivation method, yin-yang scripture. This is a growth-type method, currently at low-grade 7th stage, martial skills, thunder escape technique, high-grade 5th stage, perfected, cannot be advanced, 5 elements fist, high-grade 5th stage, perfected, cannot be advanced, currency, 14 million nirvana, here I come. Chen Dong opened the system shop and navigated to the elixir section. Nirvana pill. This elixir is of low-grade 6th stage. When consumed by a warrior at the 9th level of law manifestation, it guarantees a breakthrough to nirvana, priced at 1 million system credits. He commanded in his mind, system, exchange for 1 nirvana pill. Ding. The host has exchanged for 1 nirvana pill, deducting 1 million system credits, leaving a balance of 13 million system credits. As the system announced, Chen Dong gazed at the fiery red elixir suspended before him, grasped it firmly, and swallowed it whole. Boom. The yin-yang scripture instantaneously refined the nirvana pill, and a powerful surge of medicinal energy surged into his dantian, shattering the golden figure within, only for it to reassemble anew. Is this the nirvana realm? Chen Dong contemplated the immense vitality coursing through him, puzzled as to why such a breakthrough was so effortless. Given that fewer than 10 individuals among the billions in Diyuan country had achieved it, he reopened the system shop, continuing his selection. 100 Calamity Pill. This elixir is of low-grade 6th stage. Warriors below the 4th level of nirvana may consume it for 1 rebirth, priced at 600,000 system credits. 1000 Calamity Pill. This elixir is of medium-grade 6th stage. Warriors below the 7th level of nirvana may consume it for 1 rebirth, priced at 1 million system credits. 10,000 Calamity Pill. This elixir is of high-grade 6th stage. Warriors below the venerable realm may consume it for 1 rebirth, priced at 6 million system credits. He commanded in his mind, system, exchange for 200 Calamity Pills, 3,000 Calamity Pills, and 3 10,000 Calamity Pills. Ding. The host has exchanged for 200 Calamity Pills, deducting 2 million system credits, leaving a balance of 8 million system credits. Ding. The host has exchanged for 3,000 Calamity Pills, deducting 3 million system credits, leaving a balance of 5 million system credits. Ding. The host has exchanged for 3 10,000 Calamity Pills, deducting 8 million system credits, leaving a balance of 7 million system credits. As the system concluded its announcements, 8 white elixirs appeared before Chen Dong, and he swiftly consumed them all. Boom. The powerful medicinal energy instantly shattered the golden figure within his dantian, which then reformed anew. Once, twice, thrice, until the 9th time. With each rebirth, the golden figure within the elixir gained more vitality. After 9 rebirths, the golden figure within his dantian suddenly opened its eyes, releasing 2 beams of golden light. Next came the martial skills. Chen Dong continued to command in his mind, system. Enhanced the 5 elements fist and thunder escape technique to high-grade 6th stage. Ding. The host's 5 elements fist has been upgraded to high-grade 6th stage, deducting 5 million system credits, leaving a balance of 2 million system credits. Ding. The host's thunder escape technique has been upgraded to high-grade 6th stage, deducting 5 million system credits, leaving a balance of 700,000 system credits. With the system's final announcement, the attribute panel underwent a significant transformation. Host, Chen Dong, the sole host, realm, 9th level of nirvana cultivation method, yin-yang scripture. This is a growth-type method, currently at low-grade 7th stage, martial skills, thunder escape technique, high-grade 6th stage, perfected, cannot be advanced, 5 elements fist, high-grade 6th stage, perfected, cannot be advanced, currency, 700,000. Chapter 72, The Minotaur Buzz. At that moment, the communication talisman in his arms suddenly illuminated. Chen Dong closed the attribute panel, retrieved the talisman, and extended his consciousness into it. Master, my father sent word yesterday that our family is under siege by demon beasts and is in grave peril. I hope you can extend your hand for rescue. A contemplative expression emerged on his face. After a moment, he rose, stored the Shan He Tu into his dantian, and vanished from his spot. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the palace nestled halfway up Wang Yue Peak. Master, have you agreed to help? Bai Fuyao paced anxiously at the entrance of the grand hall, her face a portrait of urgency. With each passing minute, her father's life hung more precariously in the balance. Suddenly, upon seeing Chen Dong finally appear, she hurried forward to inquire. What connection do I have with your father? Why should I rescue a stranger? Chen Dong shook his head in refusal. He would not engage in endeavors devoid of benefit. Upon hearing this, Bai Fuyao's face drained of color, and she nearly faltered. Taking a deep breath, she revealed her trump card. Master, my younger sister is only 9 years old and has never ventured outside to witness the world. It would be a tragedy if she were to perish. Chen Dong's eyes brightened. He nodded and replied, Your sister is as dear to me as my own. Fear not, I shall ensure she remains unharmed. With that, a surge of vital energy erupted from within him, enveloping the two and carrying them skyward. 3 hours later, this is it. Chen Dong descended, gazing at the immense city before him, its entrance adorned with 3 grand characters. Bai Yao City. The name of this city derives from the first ancestor of the Bai family, and the Bai clan stands as the preeminent force within its walls, even commanding respect from the city lord's residence. At this moment, the once bustling city gates were devoid of any figures. Scattered across the vast expanse were merely a few tattered garments. How intriguing! It appears that the assailants of Bai Yao City are at least of the Nirvana realm. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Dong's eyes. Generally, creatures of such caliber possess intelligence surpassing that of humans and would not engage in self-destructive actions. With a sense of curiosity, the two ventured further into the city. What brutal methods! After taking only a few steps, Chen Dong beheld a ground littered with bones, both large and small, male and female. A rough count revealed at least several thousand remains. Father's sister. Bai Fuyao's complexion shifted dramatically, worry flashing in her eyes as her pace quickened. Continuing forward, they encountered yet another pile of bones, followed by a third, fourth, and fifth. Truly, these were heartless beasts. After walking for so long, not a single living soul was in sight. Had all been consumed by the demon beasts? Chen Dong had once believed himself to be a villain, yet in comparison to these inhumane monsters, he seemed almost benevolent. Little beauty, cease your futile struggles, lay down your weapon, and allow this king to cherish you properly. At that moment, a lascivious laughter echoed from ahead, followed by an irate female voice. In your dreams, even in death, I will not grant you your wish. The next instant, the owner of the lascivious laughter spoke again. Even if you take your own life, it matters not. Your corpse will remain warm for a time, and I shall indulge myself while it lasts. Chen Dong and Bai Fuyao soared towards the source of the voices. Before them, 2 factions stood in opposition. On the left, a group of finely attired young men and women brandished swords and daggers, their expressions taut with tension. Opposing them were 3 minotaurs, towering over 3 meters, their muscular forms intimidating. Simultaneously, both groups noticed Chen Dong and Bai Fuyao, their faces lighting up with delight. The former saw the arrival of additional strength, enhancing their chances of overcoming the beasts. The latter, however, were captivated by Bai Fuyao's stunning beauty, igniting the desires of the 3 minotaurs. Ha ha ha! The legendary beauty of the human race truly lives up to the tales. Not only is she stunning, but her fair skin appears as if one could draw water from it. The minotaur at the center gazed hungrily at Bai Fuyao, licking his crimson lips as if he intended to devour her whole. Brother, it seems we made the right choice. Had we remained in our mountain lair, we would never have the chance to indulge in such a gem. The minotaur to the left was equally entranced, unable to suppress his salivation at the sight of Bai Fuyao's flawless legs. Had I known such a breathtaking woman awaited us, I should have refrained from wasting time on those of lesser beauty. The minotaur on the right shook his head, regret flashing in his eyes. Seeking death, Chen Dong's expression darkened, daring to lay claim to his woman. Even the demon emperor could not save these 3 beasts today. With that, he extended his right hand, summoning an invisible force that enveloped the 3 monsters. With a resounding crack, their bodies exploded, utterly annihilated. These 3 minotaurs were merely of the Yuan Dan realm. With his current strength, a mere breath could extinguish them dozens of times over. Nirvana realm experts? As Chen Dong did not conceal his aura, the young men and women easily deduced his level. All filling their eyes. Let us depart. Chen Dong disregarded the young crowd, turning to Bai Fuyao. He was not one to meddle in affairs. Had it not been for the Minotaur's intentions towards her, he would not have intervened. With their objective achieved, it was time to leave. Wait, senior. Suddenly, a young man came to his senses and rushed over as he saw Chen Dong preparing to leave. What is it? Chen Dong halted, frowning. Senior, Baiyao City is fraught with danger. Could you possibly escort us to safety? The boy's face bore a hint of embarrassment. I cannot. I have other matters to attend to. Chen Dong shook his head without hesitation. He was no do-gooder and stated plainly, life and death are dictated by fate. Should you fall here, it is merely your destiny. Having spoken, he took Bai Fuyao's delicate hand and walked past the crowd. As a strong individual, should you not care for the weak? The young man's expression darkened. To turn a blind eye to death is akin to murder. Senior, have mercy and guide us out of the city. Indeed, for you it would be but a simple gesture, requiring little effort. Others joined in, pleading for Chen Dong's assistance. Chapter 73. Rescuing lives. Since you wish to understand the distinction between witnessing death without intervening and committing murder, allow me to enlighten you. Chen Dong paused, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. If it were anyone else, they might truly fall victim to the moral coercion of these young people. However, he would not. For the premise of moral coercion is the existence of morality. As his words faded, a massive fireball erupted in his palm, which then transformed into a dozen smaller fireballs, hurtling towards the crowd. Panic ensued. Witnessing this scene, a wave of regret washed over everyone. They should not have dared to provoke a practitioner of the Nirvana realm. If their chances of survival had once been slim, they now faced certain death. In the face of this life-threatening crisis, their speed doubled, and they fled without a backward glance. Yet, no matter how swift their escape, they could not hope to match the speed of the fireballs, and in an instant, they were all struck. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed through the streets, while the ground became littered with charred corpses. Let us depart, Chen Dong said with a cold smile. Those who had offended him, regardless of age or gender, faced only a path to death. The two continued forward, soon arriving at the entrance of Bai Fu. This was an expansive estate, with numerous entrances and exits, reflecting the Bai family's extraordinary status in the Deyuan kingdom. However, the once pristine walls were now stained with blood, and the grand red doors lay torn and toppled beside them. It was clear that the Bai family was enduring an unprecedented calamity. Master, follow me, Bai Fuyao said, her face etched with urgency as she darted inside. Chen Dong trailed closely behind, entering the inner courtyard and traversing numerous corridors. They finally encountered the Bai family members, though the situation was dire. In the vast open space stood a colossal iron cage, within which 5 people were imprisoned. Opposite them, a massive iron pot boiled over, while a bull-headed creature, towering at least 5 or 6 meters, stirred the contents with a wooden stick. I haven't tasted the flesh and blood of a practitioner of the Dharma realm in ages. Today, old bull shall feast. The creature's words elicited expressions of despair from those within the cage. Was this the younger sister of Bai Fuyao? Chen Dong did not glance at the bull-headed monster. A mere insect who had just broken through to the Nirvana realm was beneath his notice. His gaze remained fixed on the iron cage, where 4 middle-aged men and a young girl were held captive. The little girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, wore a pink dress and had a round, healthy face with bright, sparkling eyes, reflecting the beauty of the world. Such a charming girl would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty rivaling Bai Fuyao in her youth. Just then, the bull-headed monster sniffed the air and detected 2 unfamiliar scents approaching. It turned to investigate, spotting Chen Dong and Bai Fuyao. Simultaneously, the 5 prisoners in the cage followed its gaze and saw the approaching duo. "Yao or run," shouted one of the plain-clothed middle-aged men, his face paling. He was Bai Fuyao's father, Bai Changhong. "Where do you think you're going?" The bull-headed monster set down its stick, a cruel smile spreading across its face. "Though you are merely at the Purple Mansion realm, it is better than nothing." The creature referred to Bai Fuyao, having sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from Chen Dong. There were 2 possibilities. Either Chen Dong's cultivation vastly exceeded its own, rendering it unable to detect his aura, or he was a mere mortal or cripple, devoid of any energy. The bull-headed monster assumed the former, believing its innate abilities allowed it to ascertain a person's age through their aura. Chen Dong's aura was youthful, suggesting he was no older than 20 years, Even if he were a reincarnated celestial being, it was improbable he would be at the Nirvana realm. Run? Bai Fuyao scoffed, her expression dismissive. With my master here, no one in the Yuan kingdom can harm me. With her arms crossed, she coldly declared, I shall remain right here and see what you can do, monster. Ah, you infuriate me, daring to be so arrogant before me. The bull-headed monster, agitated, had never encountered such audacity. Even the strongest in the Yuan kingdom, Chu Mufeng, would not dare to act so presumptuously in its presence. Yet this little girl had the audacity to do so. Who had granted her such courage? As its words fell, the creature stomped its feet, instantly appearing before Bai Fuyao with a massive hand reaching for her. It's over. The 4 individuals in the cage felt their hearts sink at this sight. Bai Changhong feared for his daughter's safety, while the others thought that if Bai Fuyao could escape to seek help, perhaps they still had a glimmer of hope to survive. Who gave you the audacity to lay hands on my woman? At that moment, Chen Dong spoke. As his words echoed, a towering golden Dharma form, 99 zhang high, manifested behind him, its massive hand striking towards the bull-headed monster. Boom. The entire Bai estate trembled as if shaken by a cataclysmic earthquake. As the dust settled, everyone gazed into the pit, where the bull-headed monster lay, bloodied and motionless. Its eyes wide with shock. This is impossible. How could such a powerful being exist in the Yuan kingdom, a place of desolation? Chen Dong approached and lifted the creature, astonished. To withstand a blow from me and remain alive, you may indeed be considered a formidable opponent. Cough, cough, release me, and I shall become your servant. The bull-headed monster coughed, though its pride was wounded. Serving such a powerful being was not entirely beneath its dignity. Alas, I only accept female servants, Chen Dong replied, shaking his head in refusal. He would not keep any man in his service. With that, he twisted with great force, and with a crack, the bull-headed monster's neck fell limply. A dignified king of the Nirvana realm, so easily vanquished? The 4 prisoners in the cage rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Had it not been for the pain from their handcuffs, they would have thought they were dreaming. Could it be that this seemingly unremarkable youth is a formidable being of the Zun's realm? Upon contemplating this, the 4 could not help but draw a sharp breath. The Yuan kingdom had existed for millennia without a single Zun's emerging, and yet, they had encountered one now. Father, little sister, how are you? With the crisis averted, Bai Fuyao promptly approached the bull-headed creature, retrieved the key from its waist, and made her way to the iron cage. Chapter 74, Feather Transformation Gate. With a resounding clang, the iron cage swung open, and the 5 individuals confined within hurriedly emerged, dropping to their knees before Chen Dong. Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving our lives. Chen Dong extended his hands to assist them, saying, there is no need for such formality. Upholding justice is the duty of our martial practitioners, especially since Xiao Yao is my maid and you are her elders. I could not stand idly by. Upon hearing this, Bai Changhong's face lit up with excitement. It is an honor for my daughter to serve such a distinguished elder. A maidservant of a revered figure holds a status not far removed from that of a princess of the Yuan kingdom. In fact, should this maidservant gain further favor, her status could rival that of the Empress of Yuan. The other 3 middle-aged men cast glances of envy, lamenting their lack of a daughter as beautiful as hers. If all goes well, Bai Changhong would soon command respect throughout Yuan. This place is perilous. Let us speak in a safer location. With a thought, Chen Dong enveloped everyone in a protective aura and soared towards the sea of clouds. Within half a day, they descended at the main hall of the Qiu Yue sect. Master of the sect. Upon seeing Chen Dong, the disciples on duty immediately paid their respects. It was now clear, this man was the master of the Qiu Yue sect, which explained his formidable strength. Bai Changhong and the others exchanged knowing glances, for they had heard tales of the greatest warrior of Yuan being the master of the Qiu Yue sect, and now they understood the rumors were true. Entering the grand hall, Chen Dong turned and knelt before the little girl, playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. This girl has a special connection with me. She shall henceforth be my direct disciple. His tone was commanding rather than negotiable, implying that Bai Changhong had no grounds for refusal. However, Bai Changhong was not foolish. Such an opportunity was too good to pass up. He promptly urged his daughter, Linger, do not hesitate to pay your respects to your master. Bai Linger blinked her innocent eyes, pondering her father's words for a moment before suddenly kneeling and adorably exclaiming, I pay my respects to my master. Excellent. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Bai Fuyao. Xiao Yao, you shall instruct Linger in her foundational techniques. Yes, master. Bai Fuyao's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt as she stepped forward to take her sister's hand, standing by her side. Chen Dong then regarded Bai Changhong and the other three, contemplating their arrangements. After a brief pause, he spoke, "The Qiu Yue sect does not harbor idlers. Though I am the master, I must uphold the rules. If you wish to remain, you may take positions as stewards within the sect. If not, you may rest for a few days before departing." "Yes, we are more than willing." Bai Changhong and the others eagerly nodded. They were now without a home, and as long as they had food, they dared not hope for more. Master of the sect. Just then, an elderly man flew into the hall. He was the elder responsible for managing personnel at the Qiu Yue sect. "Elder Xiao, this little girl is my newly accepted disciple. Please register her at once. Additionally, these four have encountered a beast attack and are now homeless. Allow them to serve as stewards in the outer sect," Chen Dong commanded. "This, I shall attend to it immediately," Elder Xiao hesitated, aware that Chen Dong's actions were clearly against protocol. However, recalling Chen Dong's previous ruthless methods, he dared not refuse. Turning to the group, he smiled, "Please follow me." "Thank you, Elder Xiao." Bai Changhong and the others expressed their gratitude as they followed him out of the hall. Bai Fuyao scooped up her sister and hurried after them. The grand hall was left with only Chen Dong. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed from outside. "I am the envoy of the Feather Transformation Gate. Master of the Qiu Yue sect, come to the palace at once." Feather Transformation Gate. Chen Dong furrowed his brow, promptly flying out to investigate. He beheld a 3-foot-long white scroll suspended in the sky, adorned with crane motifs on either side and inscribed with golden characters in the center. The voice had emanated from this very scroll. "Master of the sect." This scroll appeared out of nowhere. We know not its origin. The disciples on duty knelt, their faces etched with anxiety, beads of cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. "Do not worry. This is not your fault." Chen Dong waved his hand, signaling the disciples to return to their positions. Grasping the scroll with a sweeping motion, it descended into his hands. He was no stranger to the Feather Transformation Gate, a powerful ancient force that had persisted since the primordial era, one of the two dominant powers in the southern region. The other was the Faxian sect. Previously, within the ruins of the Xingyun Palace, the stele had recorded the 9 gates of justice, which included these two formidable factions. It was said that even an outer disciple of the Feather Transformation sect possessed the strength of the Nirvana realm, capable of overwhelming ordinary martial practitioners from the outside world. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Dong resolved to meet the envoy of the Feather Transformation Gate and discern their intentions. With a puppet forged from the master of the Xingyun Palace in his possession, he felt assured even in the presence of the Xian Tian Empress of the Feather Transformation Gate. With this in mind, he took flight towards the palace. Chapter 75. The Girl in the Red Dress. Tianhua City, the capital of the Deyuan Kingdom. After a leisurely flight of 6 hours, Chen Dong finally arrived at the gates of the royal palace. "Halt! Who goes there?" Upon noticing an approaching figure, the guards immediately unsheathed their long blades, ready to spring into action. "Silence!" Chen Dong bellowed, releasing an aura of authority that caused all the guards to kneel, expressions of agony etched upon their faces. "Calm down. Master Chen, these individuals are unaware of your identity. Please show them mercy." At that moment, an elderly eunuch clad in purple hurried over from within the palace, a servile smile plastered on his face. "This time, I shall let it slide, but do not let it happen again." Chen Dong snorted coldly, retracting his imposing presence and choosing not to dwell on these insignificant beings. "Hurry and step aside. Open your eyes and recognize this esteemed individual, the master of Qiu Yue sect. If you dare act so foolishly again, no one will come to your aid." The eunuch reprimanded the guards, and after his admonition, he resumed a cordial expression, bowing and gesturing for Chen Dong to proceed. "Master Chen, this way please. The emissary from Yuhua sect has been waiting for you for a while." "Is the emissary male or female, young or old?" Chen Dong inquired as he walked. In response to Master Chen, "The emissary is a young, beautiful woman," the eunuch replied with a grin. "Is that so?" Chen Dong's interest piqued, and his pace quickened. The two soon arrived at the entrance of the Jinwan Hall. "Master Chen, I shall not intrude. Please, proceed." The eunuch bowed his head and slowly retreated. Chen Dong strode into the grand hall, his gaze directed toward the highest seat. The throne, originally belonging to Zhao Longya, was now occupied by a tall girl in a red dress, who immediately regarded him with a scrutinizing gaze upon his entrance. Below her, Zhao Longya and Njilan stood cautiously, not daring to breathe. This girl in the red dress was likely an inner disciple of Yuhua sect, possessing the strength of a venerable, or else these two would not be so apprehensive. In an instant, Chen Dong made the correct deduction. However, he was not merely concerned with the girl's prowess, but rather her beauty. She resembled a rose blooming amidst flames, her figure graceful, yet exuding an air of superiority. Particularly striking were her proud eyes, akin to a phoenix soaring in the heavens, looking down upon the world as if all things were beneath her notice. Such a woman would evoke a desire to conquer in any normal man, and Chen Dong was no exception. "How dare you keep us waiting for so long?" The girl in the red dress spoke icily. Zhao Longya and Jilan exchanged glances, delighting in the spectacle. Previously, they believed that Chen Dong had merely been fortunate in slaying Nangong Xian, and with Lu Jin, who possessed the strength of the sixth stage of the Nirvana realm, he would undoubtedly meet his doom. Little did they know, Chen Dong was far more cunning than anticipated. He possessed the strength of a venerable but chose to masquerade as a weakling, luring his foes into a false sense of security. Now, having offended the emissary of Yuhua sect, he would find himself with no escape, regardless of his might. "Emissary, please do not be angry. I encountered a beast invasion on my way here, and to protect the lives of millions, I had no choice but to delay." Chen Dong offered an appropriate excuse. "I see. I misjudged you." The girl in the red dress nodded, her anger dissipating. "You believe this?" Zhao Longya and Jilan exchanged incredulous looks, realizing that although the emissary was powerful, her intellect left much to be desired. Such a feeble lie would scarcely convince even a child. "Do you know why I summoned you here?" the girl inquired suddenly. "We do not know." Zhao Longya and Jilan's expressions tightened. "And you?" She turned her gaze to Chen Dong. "If I am not mistaken, the emissary must have summoned us regarding the beast crisis." Chen Dong replied thoughtfully. His reasoning was sound. The emissary would not come to Diyuan Kingdom without cause, and the recent strange events in the kingdom were linked solely to the beast attack. "Indeed, you are correct." The girl in the red dress rose from her seat and approached the three. "Recently, a beast transcended its tribulation and became an emperor. The Xiantian Empress of our sect and the Qingli Empress of Feixian sect acted immediately to suppress it. However, this cunning beast shattered the beast-locking tower and unleashed millions of beasts. For the sake of the populace, the Xiantian Empress and the Qingli Empress issued a decree. Any warrior above the Nirvana realm who accumulates 10 million points may become an outer disciple of Yuhua sect and Feixian sect." Upon hearing this, Chen Dong and the others were filled with confusion, unable to discern the connection between the two. Noting their expressions, the girl explained, "You may gather all forces to hunt the beasts and collect their corpses. The points awarded are as follows: 1 point for a beast of the post-Nirvana realm, 10 points for a beast of the innate realm, 100 points for a beast of the Purple Mansion realm, 1,000 points for a beast of the Yuan Dan realm, 10,000 points for a beast of the Law Manifestation realm, 100,000 points for a beast of the Nirvana realm, and 1,000,000 points for a beast of the Venerable realm." "What? Such a splendid opportunity?" Zhao Longya and Jilan's faces lit up with excitement, realizing the immense value of this prospect. Becoming an outer disciple of Yuhua sect was far more prestigious than being a ruler of a nation. "No matter the cost, I shall gather 10 million points." Chen Dong's eyes gleamed with determination. The Zitsong continent boasted a list of breathtaking beauties, with the Xiantian Empress ranked 9th and the Qingli Empress ranked 7th. It would be a grave pity if he could not share a night with such celestial beings in this lifetime. "This is a beast transformation bag crafted by our sect. Once you place the beast corpses within, they will be instantly transformed into blood beads, and the points will be displayed." The girl in the red dress was not surprised by their reactions. With a graceful wave of her hand, 3 black silk bags floated in the air. "Beast transformation bag." Each of the 3 stepped forward to take one, examining it closely. "Very well. I must proceed to other kingdoms to announce the commands of the 2 empresses, so I shall not waste any more time here. I will return in a month. Should you fail to gather 10 million points by then, there will be no rewards." The young girl in the red dress, having finished her words, transformed into countless petals that soared into the sea of clouds. The 2 empresses remain a distant aspiration, and the pressing matter at hand is how to subdue Jilan. Watching the girl depart, Chen Dong withdrew his gaze and turned towards Jilan. Although this renowned beauty of Diyuan Gua could not be compared to the empresses on the list of unparalleled beauties, she was nonetheless a rare gem in the realm of mortals. A despicable man like Zhao Longya was utterly unworthy of her. Contemplating this, An expression of regret crossed his face as he approached the two and said, "In my youthful arrogance, I acted without restraint, and today, I must apologize to both of you." Zhao Longya and Jilin exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by Chen Dong's unexpected demeanor. Chen Dong bent slightly and continued, "Our primary objective now is to gather the corpses of demon beasts, aiming to amass 10 million points to become outer disciples of Yuhua Men, to avoid unnecessary conflict. I am willing to acknowledge Brother Zhao as my elder brother and sister and as my sister-in-law." This revelation caught Zhao Longya and Jilin off guard, both surprised by Chen Dong's humility. However, they understood his reasoning. No personal vendetta could eclipse the importance of their status as outer disciples of Yuhua Men. With this realization, Zhao Longya stepped forward to assist Chen Dong, saying, "Dear brother, you speak too modestly. I too have erred in the past, failing to guide my son properly, which fostered his arrogant disposition." And Jilin, witnessing this, echoed his sentiment, "Let bygones be bygones. From this moment onward, we must coexist harmoniously." Chen Dong nodded in agreement, declaring, "Then let us all strive together to gather 10 million points, so we may journey to Yuhua Men together." After a courteous exchange, he departed from the palace. "My dear, do you believe Chen Dong's actions are sincere or feigned?" And Jilin asked, her smile fading as a cold expression enveloped her features. The enmity of a slain son is a grudge that cannot be overlooked. Whether his intentions are genuine or not, he cannot escape death. However, our immediate priority is to accumulate 20 million points to become outer disciples of Yuhua Men, Zhao Longya replied with a cold smirk. Chapter 76. The meeting of the four maidens. Upon returning to Qingyu Zone, Chen Dong immediately summoned all the elders and disciples of the sect. "What has transpired? I am uncertain. Let us hurry. We will understand upon arrival." Countless elders and disciples, roused from their meditative states by the incessant bell tolls, dared not voice their grievances and swiftly soared towards the main peak. In less than half an hour, all the elders and inner disciples gathered at Jingxin Peak. Chen Dong emerged from the grand hall, surveying the crowd below with a righteous expression. "I have received word that numerous Suyao towers in the southern domain have been destroyed, releasing countless demonic beasts that are now ravaging the populace of myriad nations. Although Qingyu Zone is relatively weak, we shall not stand idly by while the common folk suffer. Henceforth, all capable individuals shall descend the mountain to eradicate these beasts. Rest assured, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. For every demonic beast carcass you bring back, I shall bestow honors accordingly." Upon his words, the crowd erupted in excitement. "Rest assured, esteemed sect leader, we shall annihilate all the invading beasts of Dayuan Nation. Indeed, let those vile creatures find no return." Naturally, no one opposed such an endeavor that promised both reputation and reward. "Very well." Chen Dong smiled. "You may depart at once." "Yes." All the elders and disciples nodded in unison and turned to soar down the mountain. "Immediately report to me in the grand hall of Jingxin Peak." Chen Dong took out a communication talisman, sending messages to Qiu Yue, Bai Fuyao, Su Wan, and Chu Yaoing. He would not allow those dear to him to partake in such perilous tasks. At Ymen, Wanhua Peak. "Sister, Dong Ge has summoned us to the inner sect immediately." Qiu Yue pushed open Bai Fuyao's door. "I have received the message as well," Bai Fuyao nodded, taking her sister's hand as they stepped outside. The three women flew towards the inner sect. At Ymen, Xixiup Peak. "Could it be that they have found a treasure to restore my Dantian?" Chu Yaoing gazed at the communication talisman for a moment before vanishing from sight. At the inner sect, Shengf Peak. "What is my junior brother up to? I suppose I should check it out." Su Wan exited her meditative state, stowing the communication talisman before leaving her cave dwelling. At the entrance of the inner hall, the five maidens arrived almost simultaneously, casting curious glances at one another. "What are we doing standing outside? Please, come in." At that moment, Chen Dong's voice echoed from within. "Ladies, please proceed." Bai Fuyao, displaying great tact, stepped aside to allow Chu Yaoing and Su Wan to enter first. "Chu Yi, please, after you." Su Wan initially found Chu Yaoing strikingly familiar and, after a brief moment of recollection, remembered her as the sister of her master. However, she had heard that Chu Yaoing had lost her powers due to a powerful beast during an expedition and had not been seen for quite some time. She wondered what brought her to seek Chen Dong. Could it be that they were acquainted? "You are Xiao Wan, are you not? It has been ages. I hardly recognized how much you have grown." Chu Yaoing nodded, recognizing Su Wan as the disciple of Nangong Xian's husband. Indeed, Qiu Yue has a remarkable memory. Our last encounter was decades ago, Su Wan replied with a smile. The two spoke as they entered. Sister, the identities of these two women. Qiu Yue furrowed her brow, her mind racing with speculation. Sister, it would be wise to prepare ourselves. We may soon find ourselves with many more sisters. Bai Fuyao was unfazed, for she anticipated such developments. The concern for the two sisters was not that they might be overshadowed by other women, but rather that they might not be forsaken. As she spoke, she held her sister's hand, trailing behind. I should have foreseen such a day would come, Qiu Yue mused. And after a moment of contemplation, she hurried to catch up. Husband, did you summon me because you found a treasure to restore my Dantian? Chu Yaoyin inquired directly upon entering. Not regarding this matter, Chen Dong replied, observing the flicker of disappointment in Chu Yaoyin's eyes before he added. However, I have made progress and soon shall acquire a precious pill for Dantian restoration. Thank you, husband. A joyful smile graced Chu Yaoyin's face. How could this be? Su Wan stood in shock, disbelief etched on her features as she looked at Chen Dong and Chu Yaoyin. Xiaowan, what troubles you? Chu Yaoyin, noting Su Wan's distress, inquired with concern. I am fine. Su Wan's heart was icy, yet she forced a smile. Nonsense. Your complexion is ashen, and you claim to be fine? Chu Yaoyin frowned. By the way, did you come to seek my husband for something? I am not here seeking the sect leader. Rather, the sect leader has summoned me. Su Wan's gaze fixed intently on Chen Dong, demanding an explanation. Master, you have called us here for a significant reason. Please, do share. Just then, Bai Fuyao sensed the tension in the air and swiftly redirected the conversation. The envoy from Yuhua Gate has reported that numerous Suiyao towers in the southern domain have collapsed, allowing countless demonic beasts to invade the Yuan nation. I feared for your safety, which is why I summoned you here. Moreover, there is another reason. The envoy mentioned that should I place the hunted demonic beasts into the prepared transformation bags, I would earn points. 1 point for the post-celestial realm, 10 for the innate realm, and so forth, with 100,000 points for the venerable realm. Upon accumulating 10 million points, I could become an outer disciple of Yuhua Gate. I have already dispatched all disciples of the sect to hunt the beasts. If they discover that you have not participated, it would undoubtedly dampen their morale. Thus, I advise you to remain here for the time being, Chen Dong explained. What? The faces of all present paled in shock. Su Wan could no longer ignore the complex relationship between Chen Dong and Chu Yaoyin. Her expression turned urgent as she exclaimed, what will become of us if you become an outer disciple of Yuhua Gate? Unaware of the underlying tension in Su Wan's words, Chu Yaoyin's expression shifted as she spoke. If you join Yuhua Gate, who knows when we shall meet again? Although Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue had never heard of Yuhua Gate, they could discern from the expressions of Chu Yaoyin and Su Wan that this was decidedly not a favorable development. Though the two did not voice their concerns, worry was evident on their faces, fearing that Chen Dong might forsake them, their palms clammy with cold sweat. Chapter 77 The Despair of Chu Yaoyin. You need not worry about this. I shall take you all with me when the time comes. Chen Dong was exceedingly pleased with the performance of the several women, as it indicated his significance in their hearts. With a thought, the Shanhatu emerged from his dantian. What is this treasure? Confusion appeared on the faces of the women, as they failed to comprehend the connection between the two. This is called Shanhatu, a treasure of the cave world, capable of housing living beings. A profound smile graced Chen Dong's countenance. What? Upon hearing this, the women were struck by astonishment. It is rumored that only celestial artifacts possess such capabilities. However, the southern region spans countless miles, and even a Nirvana realm warrior would not be able to traverse even a fraction of it in their lifetime. There are but a few celestial artifacts, all held by the reigning emperors. How could an ordinary Nirvana realm warrior like Chen Dong acquire such a precious artifact? I shall show you the world within. Chen Dong refrained from elaborating on the origins of this treasure, wishing to maintain an air of mystery. As his words fell, everyone was drawn into the Shana Tuesday. The richness of the primordial energy here was at least tenfold that of the outside world. Even a pig could attain enlightenment in such an environment. Gazing at the unfamiliar palace before them and the almost tangible primordial energy in the air, the women finally believed Chen Dong's words. He truly possessed a cave world treasure capable of housing living beings. Master, you have returned. At that moment, a pitiable beauty emerged from the palace. Nangong Xian, Chu Yaoyin exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes wide with incredulity. How could a dead person suddenly come back to life and appear in Chen Dong's cave treasure? Shiji, you are not dead? Suwon was momentarily stunned, but upon recovering, she rushed forward to grasp her hand. Of course, I am not dead. The master would never bear to kill me. Nangong Xian shook her head with a gentle smile. Master? The women turned to Chen Dong, their expressions filled with disbelief. You all can reminisce here. I must go out to hunt demonic beasts and will return to see you later. Chen Dong frowned, intending to leave the Shanhatu for a while. You cannot leave. Qiu Yue suddenly grasped Chen Dong's arm with fervor, as if she were finally recognizing him. You must explain to me why you are doing this. Suwon's state was no better than Qiu Yue's. She had once believed Chen Dong to be a man worthy of lifelong trust, only to discover that he was no different from Huang Fujingyun, a beast with a human facade. She fought back tears, eager to see how he would explain himself. Only Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue maintained a semblance of calm. For them, having an additional sister or one less sister made little difference. Explain? A cold smirk appeared on Chen Dong's face. I, Chen Dong, have never felt the need to explain myself to others. As his words fell, he activated the Yin-Yang scripture. Qiu Yue was immediately struck by an irresistible force emanating from Chen Dong. Before she could utter a word, she was cast back, landing on the ground. She burst into tears. You are not human. Suwon was taken aback by this scene. It was her first encounter with Chen Dong's ruthless side, leaving her speechless. I do not care what past grievances exist between you. From this moment forward, you must coexist peacefully, or you shall never leave. Chen Dong warned. Rest assured, Master, I shall treat Yao Mei as my own sister. Nangong Xian stepped forward to help Qiu Yue up. Get away from me. Stop pretending to be sympathetic. Qiu Yue forcefully shrugged off Nangong Xian's arm and turned to Chen Dong. One of us must perish. It shall either be her or me. Chen Dong regarded her with disdain, completely ignoring Qiu Yue, and with a thought, departed from the Shanha Tuesday. Ha! Men truly are all scoundrels. Qiu Yue laughed heartily, her voice tinged with melancholy. Yao Mei, it seems after all these years, you remain as clever as ever. A look of derision crossed Nangong Xian's face as she glanced at Suwon, conceiving a clever idea. Wanner, come inside with me. Shiji has something to discuss with you. Yes, Shiji. Suwon hesitated, glancing at Qiu Yue, wanting to say something but swallowing her words. Ultimately, she shook her head helplessly and followed Nangong Xian into the palace. Sister Qiu, please do not cry. At this juncture, we have no opportunity for regret. Bai Fuyao stepped forward to offer comfort. If you wish to play the role of a mediator, spare me. I would rather die than live under the same roof as Nangong Xian. Qiu Yue's expression was frigid. Sister Qiu, if I were you, I would feign submission for now. Once you have regained the precious Dan in your dantian, you can devise other plans. Qiu Yue suggested, her eyes darting. Upon hearing this, the coldness in Qiu Yue's expression lessened somewhat, and she expressed a hint of gratitude. Thank you both for your advice. I know what to do now. No need for thanks. Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue exchanged glances, both relieved. Their intention was to leave a favorable impression before Chen Dong. In the outside world, although these two young women were not particularly strong, they were not lacking in wits. Even though Chen Dong's physical form had left the Shanhatu, his consciousness remained within, concerned that Qiu Yue might consider ending her own life. Witnessing the actions of Bai Fuyao, and Qiu Yue brought a smile to his lips. The hardest part had finally passed. Next, he needed to gather 1,000,000 points. Chen Dong produced the demon transformation bag given to him by the Yuhua sect envoy, awaiting the disciples of the sect to submit the remains of demonic beasts. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. On the first day, Chen Dong acquired over 600,000 points. On the second day, he garnered over 500,000 points. On the third day, he attained over 400,000 points. Until the 7th day, when he earned merely a few 100,000 points. As he witnessed the diminishing points day by day, he could no longer remain seated and struck the large bell once more. Ding 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 ding. The elders and disciples who received the news promptly emerged from their caves and soared towards Jingxin Peak. Unlike the previous gathering, where nearly all elders and disciples had appeared invigorated, this time they all bore expressions of fatigue, some even adorned with injuries. Approximately an hour later, all the elders and disciples remaining in the sect converged at Jingxin Peak. You have truly disappointed me. At that moment, Chen Dong's figure flew out from the great hall, his expression one of dismay as he gazed down at the crowd. As warriors, we ought to spare no effort in protecting the common people, even at the cost of our lives. Each minute you rest, countless innocents perish at the hands of demonic beasts. What difference is there between such inaction and murder? Chapter 78. The Annihilation of Qiu Yue Sect Master. We have endeavored to save the common folk, yet the number of monstrous beasts is overwhelming, rendering our efforts futile, which is why we are resting. An elder stepped forward to explain. Are you implying that I am unjustly accusing you? A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Dong's eyes as he raised his hand, enveloping the elder in a powerful force. Bang! In the next instant, the elder's body exploded. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. They were taken aback that merely contradicting Chen Dong would lead to such a brutal demise. Such tyrannical actions surpassed even Zhao Longya's cruelty. From this moment forth, each of you must present a corpse of a beast of the same realm every day. Otherwise, you will meet the same fate as the elder just now. Chen Dong's gaze was icy as he surveyed the crowd below. Do you understand? Understood. They all replied, their hearts seething with anger towards Chen Dong. Yet the weight of his tyranny kept them silent, forcing smiles onto their faces. Excellent. A satisfied expression graced Chen Dong's features. As long as you fulfill this requirement, I shall triple your rewards afterwards. Thank you, Master. The expressions of the crowd brightened slightly. If they could weather this calamity, they would soar to great heights, and if necessary, they could leave Qiu Yue Sect. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, brave men will emerge. For the following days, Chen Dong amassed over 1 million points daily. However, the toll on the elders and disciples was immense, with many choosing to withdraw from Qiu Yue Sect. Just hold on for another half-month to reap the rewards. Do you truly intend to give up now? Chen Dong proposed, deciding to enhance the incentives further, tripling the original rewards. This calmed the crowd momentarily. Time passed, and over 20 days slipped by. Not only had they gathered 10 million points, but they had also doubled their gains. Chen Dong sat in the grand hall, his gaze fixed on the transformation pouch in his hands, the figures showing 36 million. Master, it is time to distribute our rewards, is it not? At that moment, a voice called from outside the hall. Such a spoilage of mood. Chen Dong's expression turned frigid as he stored the pouch and exited the hall, finding all the elders and disciples gazing at him with anticipation. In the span of a month, Qiu Yue Sect had suffered devastating losses, with fewer than 1/10 of their original number remaining. Most of those who survived were gravely injured, many missing limbs or afflicted by deadly toxins. Of those who remained alive, 9 out of 10 intended to claim their rewards and depart Qiu Yue Sect, seeking to live in obscurity for the rest of their lives. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Since I promised you rewards, I shall not renege. Chen Dong spoke with a benevolent smile, though a hint of mockery flickered in his eyes. He had always taken advantage of others. None had ever benefited from him. As he finished speaking, he activated the Yin Yang Sutra, causing a towering golden Dharma image to manifest behind him, standing 99 zhang tall. Master, what are you planning to do? The overwhelming pressure emanating from the golden Dharma caused the faces of the onlookers to change dramatically, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. Even at their peak, they could not match Chen Dong, and now, with most of them injured, should he harbor murderous intent, the outcome would be catastrophic. What do you think I intend to do? Chen Dong's face twisted into a sinister grin as he commanded the golden Dharma to strike down upon the gathered crowd. Boom! A massive crater formed in the earth, claiming dozens of elders and disciples, leaving behind nothing but destruction. Everyone, flee Qiu Yue Sect at once and remember to expose Chen Dong's heinous actions. Witnessing this scene, terror and fury washed over the crowd as they turned to escape, no longer daring to claim any rewards. I wonder if you still dare to seek benefits from me? A sneer curled Chen Dong's lips as he produced a token, infusing it with energy, which erected a barrier sealing off Qiu Yue Sect. The elders, desperate to survive, burned their essence and rushed over 100 li, only to crash against the formation. Chen Dong, may you meet a wretched end. Despair enveloped the crowd, knowing that Chen Dong would not spare them today, and they unleashed venomous curses. Whether I meet a wretched end remains uncertain, but all of you shall perish today, Chen Dong scoffed, as the golden Dharma unleashed a cruel massacre, the cries echoing through the night until dawn broke. Once a verdant Qiu Yue Sect, now the mountain peaks were stained with blood. The centuries of accumulation of Qiu Yue Sect now belong to me. I dare say even an ordinary elder from Yuhua Sect would not possess such wealth. Chen Dong's thoughts turned as the Shanhua map flew from his dantian, expanding to tens of thousands of zhang in size, hovering above Qiu Yue Sect, consuming all valuables within. Thus, the once mighty Qiu Yue Sect faded into obscurity from the Daiyuan kingdom. Yuhua Sect, I am coming. After completing his tasks, Chen Dong vanished from sight, reappearing 10 li away. His destination being the royal palace. My husband, we still lack over 600,000 points. It seems only one of us can reach Yuhua sect. Tomorrow marks the last day of the month-long period, yet only Zhao Longya's transformation pouch had reached 10 million points, while Jilan's pouch contained only 300,000. Time is running short. I shall go to Yuhua sect first and figure out how to bring you there once I am settled. Zhao Longya pondered before speaking. That appears to be the only course of action, and Jilan nodded, a trace of reluctance flickering in her eyes. Yuhua sect, one of the 9 ancient powers, had an intensity of competition far exceeding that of the Yuan kingdom, making it incredibly challenging to establish oneself. This farewell might very well be eternal. Master Chen, this way please. Upon returning to the royal palace, the guards, having learned their lesson, respectfully cleared a path for Chen Dong. As he entered the grand hall, he saw Zhao Longya and Jilan wearing expressions of concern, prompting him to inquire, "And Gu, Sister Jilan, have you gathered the 2 million points?" Upon seeing Chen Dong, the two initially wished to ignore him, yet the fear of needing his assistance in the future compelled them to force a smile. "Dear brother, do not mention it. I have amassed a total of 10 million points, yet your sister-in-law possesses only 3 million points. It seems we may not be able to enter Yuhuamen. In the future, I shall rely on you to look after my husband at Yuhuamen. Lacking points? Why not come to me for a loan?" Amidst the astonished gazes of the two, Chen Dong produced his demon-transforming pouch, revealing the digits inscribed upon it. Chapter 79, Bestowing Points 36 million. Zhao Longya and Jilan exclaimed in disbelief, their eyes filled with incredulity. The royal family, despite mobilizing the entire nation, could only accumulate a little over 13 million points. Given that the strength of the Qiu sect was inferior to that of the royal family, how could they possibly possess several times more points? Could it be that the Qiu sect fortuitously encountered several revered beasts that perished together? Sister-in-law, please take out the transformation bag. I will transfer 7 million points to you, Chen Dong said with a slight smile, choosing not to divulge the means by which he had acquired such a multitude of points, wishing to maintain an air of mystery. All right. And Jilan's face illuminated with a joyful smile as she retrieved the transformation bag and handed it over. She had anticipated a lengthy separation from her husband, perhaps never to meet again, yet unexpectedly. A delightful surprise awaited her. Done. After receiving Jilan's transformation bag, Chen Dong opened it and transferred a portion of the blood pearls from his own bag, displaying a total of 10 million points before he ceased. Thank you, dear brother. Otherwise, we would have been at a loss. Zhao Longya expressed his gratitude, resolving in that moment to ensure Chen Dong's future safety. No need for thanks. These surplus points are of no use to me, Chen Dong replied, well aware that Zhao Longya's gratitude was not entirely sincere, yet he remained unconcerned, as he had already devised a plan to sow discord between the two. After a round of polite exchanges, he departed from the palace. My husband, now we need not part ways, and Jilan remarked, gazing at the transformation bag in her hands, a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Fortunately, we did not sever ties with Chen Dong last time. He believed we genuinely sought reconciliation, which is why he gifted you 7 million points, Zhao Longya observed, his gaze revealing a spark of wisdom. In light of Chen Dong's significant assistance, let us ensure he remains whole, and Jilan remarked, a cold smile gracing her lips as she put away the transformation bag. I share your thoughts, Zhao Longya chuckled. The next morning, as Chen Dong meditated, a commanding voice resonated from outside. He stepped out of his room to behold a colossal flying vessel hovering above the palace, casting a shadow over the entirety of the sunlight. At a glance, the vessel appeared to be at least 10,000 zhang in size. A girl clad in red gradually descended, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, swiftly arriving at the entrance of the grand hall. Messenger, we are here. Zhao Longya and Jilan emerged from the hall, approaching the girl in red and presenting their transformation bags. Excellent. All is in order. The girl in red accepted the transformation bags, noting the 10 million points within, a slight smile breaking through her icy demeanor. She then cast her gaze toward Chen Dong's position. Messenger, this is my storage bag. Chen Dong moved beside the trio, retrieving his transformation bag and extending it to the girl in red. 30 million points. The girl in red received the transformation bag, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her ice-like eyes. Among the thousands she had encountered in the land of 100 nations, fewer than 10 had amassed such a sum of points, and those individuals hailed from large royal families with revered elders aiding them in hunting beasts. Chen Dong, relying solely on his nirvana realm cultivation and lacking a powerful backing, was the first of his kind. Merely luck, Chen Dong said with an apologetic smile, resembling a bashful youth. Luck is a part of strength. The girl in red shook her head, suddenly manifesting a red light in her hand, which transformed into 3 wooden tokens, each flying toward the trio. These are your identity tokens. With them, you may freely enter and exit the outer gate of the Yuhua sect. Messenger, may I inquire about the significance of the 2,000 contribution points inscribed here? Chen Dong asked, examining the token to find his lifelike portrait and name on one side, while the reverse depicted a mountain shrouded in celestial mist alongside a series of numbers. 2,000 contribution points? Why do we not have any? Zhao Longya and Jilan exchanged glances at their tokens, discovering the number 0 inscribed on them. Quite simple. Your transformation bags contain 10 million points, which suffices to grant you entry to the outer gate of the Yuhua sect. Chen Dong's transformation bag, with 30 million points, deducting 10 million, leaves him with 20 million, automatically converted into 2,000 contribution points. The girl in red calmly explained, having anticipated their inquiry. Messenger, what are the applications of these contribution points? Chen Dong inquired, fully expecting this turn of events, having suspected that surpassing the 10 million points threshold would yield additional benefits. The Yuhua sect possesses a contribution hall. As long as your contribution points are sufficient, you can exchange them for any treasures, including top-tier techniques and martial arts. The girl in red patiently elucidated. I see, Chen Dong nodded, realizing that these so-called contribution points were akin to system currency in a store. The only distinction lay in the fact that the system store could exchange for all worldly treasures, while the Yuhua sect's contribution points, though claiming to procure any item, likely lacked the variety found in a system store. Dear brother, your fortune is remarkable. Even before entering, you have amassed a considerable amount of contribution points. Zhao Longya and Jilan regarded Chen Dong with envy, knowing intuitively that this was no trivial sum. Enough, let us converse aboard the flying vessel. The girl in red gestured, signaling for Chen Dong and the others to join her. Yes, Zhao Longya and Jilan displayed respectful expressions, refraining from casual speech as they followed the girl in red onto the flying vessel. Chen Dong hurriedly pursued, inquiring, may I ask, esteemed messenger, what is your name? This girl in red, in terms of beauty, was not inferior to Jilan, and her cultivation far surpassed her. If he could win her favor, his strength would undoubtedly soar. You are not yet worthy to know my name. The girl in red replied, a hint of pride flashing in her eyes. As one of the most exceptional disciples of the Yuhua sect, she had reached the 9th level of the revered realm at a mere 20 years of age, just one step away from breaking through to the saint level and becoming an elder of the sect. Chen Dong, despite being a prodigy, was still beneath her notice. Is that so? Chen Dong gazed upon the graceful silhouette of the girl in the red dress, a sudden surge of desire to conquer her igniting within him. He pondered whether she would retain her haughty demeanor when he one day found her beneath him on the bed. The four soon ascended onto the flying vessel. The crowd was immense. As Chen Dong surveyed his surroundings, he discerned that at least 500 or 600 individuals stood upon the deck, each possessing at least the strength of the first level of the Nirvana realm, with some formidable figures reaching the 9th level of Nirvana. Chapter 80. The boy in purple robes. The Yuhua men is separated from the land of Baigua by over 1 billion miles, requiring approximately half a month to reach. You 3 should find an unoccupied room to settle in, instructed the girl in the red dress before vanishing without a trace. With a rumble, the flying vessel began to move, disappearing from Yuangua in mere moments. Elder brother, sister-in-law, let us take a look ahead, Chen Dong suggested, withdrawing his gaze to address Zhao Longya and Jilian. Indeed, Zhao Longya and Jilian nodded. Ever since their arrival, the surrounding men had been fixated on Jilian, which infuriated the two, yet their inferior strength held them back from reacting, prompting them to hastily depart. From the lofty status of a sovereign and sovereign consort, they had suddenly found themselves in a position of utter vulnerability, leaving them somewhat disoriented. Such a beautiful woman. If only I could possess her, it would be sheer ecstasy. I particularly enjoy the allure of virtuous women, especially when they are forced, their eyes filled with a sense of grievance yet unwilling to resist. There will be opportunities. Once we enter Yuhua men, many matters will no longer be within our control. And Jilian had donned a fitted red gown today, accentuating her alluring figure. As she walked away, a lecherous glimmer flickered in the eyes of nearly every man present. "This room will suffice," Chen Dong declared, halting to push open an unoccupied chamber, then turning to Zhao Longye and Anjilian. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, I shall take my rest now." "Very well," they replied in unison. After exchanging glances, they chose a room directly opposite. It was time to inform everyone about the annihilation of Qiu Yue. Upon entering the room, Chen Dong promptly closed the door, and with a thought, the Shan He too emerged from his dantian, hovering within the confines of the chamber. With a swift motion, he stepped into the Shan He too's day. The scene shifted, and he found himself at the entrance of a lavish palace, the doors perpetually open due to the absence of outsiders. "Everyone, please gather. I have something of great importance to discuss," Chen Dong called out loudly, his voice resonating across several miles. Before long, several enchanting figures emerged from within the palace. "Master, what is it you wish to convey?" Nangong Xian inquired, gracefully approaching Chen Dong, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders to provide a gentle massage. Seeing this, Suwan furrowed her brow but refrained from speaking. "Master, please proceed. We are all ears," the others chimed in. At that moment, Qiu Yue revealed a seductive smile, kneeling before Chen Dong and lightly tapping his knees with her delicate hands. A flicker of surprise crossed the eyes of the women, not anticipating Qiu Yue's boldness. Bai Fuyao and Qiu Yue exchanged glances, a hint of regret passing between them. They vowed not to allow others to overshadow them next time. "Aunt Qiu, I am truly pleased to see you so open-minded," Chen Dong remarked with satisfaction. He had intentionally refrained from entering the Shan He too for over half a month to make the others anxious and reluctant to defy him. However, he had not expected the results to exceed his expectations. "Master, I was once foolish and spoke against you. Such behavior will never occur again," Qiu Yue admitted, a blush gracing her cheeks as she uttered these words, feeling a wave of disgust within. Yet, for the greater good, she had no other choice. "Very well," Chen Dong thought to himself, his heart brimming with joy. However, on the surface, he feigned a look of sorrow. "I have some unfortunate news to share. Just a few days ago, Qiu Yue was obliterated by a ninth-tier monster. All the elders and disciples perished, and I am the sole survivor." "What?" Upon hearing Chen Dong's words, the women appeared as if struck by a thunderbolt, their smiles frozen in disbelief. As they stood in stunned silence, memories of friends they had known for decades flooded their minds, their eyes glistening with sorrow, knowing they would never see them again. "The monster was exceedingly powerful. Even with my full strength, I was no match for it. Had I not escaped swiftly, I too would have perished at Qiu Yue." A grave expression settled on Chen Dong's face. "Junior brother, this is not your fault. You did your utmost." Suwan consoled, suppressing her grief. "Indeed, master, as long as you have acted with integrity, that is sufficient," they chimed in. "Do not dwell in sorrow. Rather, transform your grief into motivation, striving to break through to the saint realm and avenge those who perished unjustly." Seeing this, the women forced smiles upon their faces, offering words of encouragement to Chen Dong. "You speak the truth. I have been too troubled." Chen Dong mused for a moment before feigning enlightenment, allowing a smile to return to his face. The space within the Shan He too was over 100 times that of Qiu Yue, where he had stored various treasures and set seals. As long as he did not disclose the truth, the women would remain unaware that the true culprit behind the destruction of Qiu Yue was none other than himself. "You, a trifling third-tier Nirvana realm waste, are not worthy of such a stunning wife. Hand her over so we may enjoy her." A crude laugh echoed from outside the Shan He Tuesday. "What is happening?" Chen Dong furrowed his brow, hastily exiting the Shan He too without a word to the women. Upon emerging into the external room, he retracted the Shan He too into his dantian, opened the door, and stepped outside. Before him, he saw Zhao Longye slumped on the ground, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression one of seething rage. Standing beside him, Anjilian wore a similarly grim countenance, her fury almost palpable. Before them stood a slick-haired boy in purple robes, wielding a folding fan, leering greedily at Anjilian's delicate form. Beside him were several elderly men clad in black, their toothless grins revealing predatory gazes, as if they wished to devour Anjilian, occasionally swallowing in a most lascivious manner. "Should you wish to lay a hand on my wife, you shall have to step over my corpse," Zhao Longye declared, rising to block Anjilian, his face resolute. He would not permit anyone to humiliate his wife. "Darling," Anjilian was deeply moved, tears brimming in her eyes. If anything were to happen to Zhao Longya, she would not wish to live. What is happening? It appears that these two individuals emerged for a breath of fresh air, when suddenly, the gentleman from Ziyuxuan took an interest in the woman, attempting to take advantage of her. Naturally, her husband would not permit such a transgression, resulting in him suffering grave injuries. What a tragedy, as yet another beautiful matron is on the verge of being despoiled. A steady stream of onlookers gathered, quickly filling the open space. Upon sighting the young man in purple, they shook their heads in sorrow, believing that Jilan was certainly doomed to fall into the clutches of evil today. It turns out that although this young man in purple is shameless, his martial prowess is exceptionally formidable. At just over 40 years of age, he has reached the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, just one step away from breaking through to the esteemed realm. Furthermore, he has previously vanquished a chivalrous hero who sought to uphold justice. Despite that hero being at the 1st level of the esteemed realm, on this grand flying vessel, it is likely that only the emissaries of Yuhua men could surpass him. Chapter 81. My father is Zhigang, refusing the toast only to drink the penalty wine. If you insist on courting death, then do not blame me. A glint of cold light flickered in the eyes of the youth clad in purple as he channeled his vital energy, transforming his palm into a jade hue, and swiftly struck towards Zhao Longya's chest. Not good. Zhao Longya's expression changed drastically, hastily crossing his arms to shield himself. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, and Zhao Longya was sent flying, crashing forcefully against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood. An innocent man bears the burden of a beautiful jewel. Even if I do not covet your wife today, she will inevitably attract the attention of other men in the future. Blame your own weakness. The purple-clad youth sneered disdainfully, disregarding Zhao Longya, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, and shifted his gaze towards Jilan. My dear, I have already stated that this useless man cannot protect you. Only by following me will you avoid being bullied by others. Enraged to the point of laughing, and Jilan had never encountered such shamelessness. You should abandon that thought. I will never leave my husband. Is that so? A flicker of anger crossed the youth's eyes as he moved to stand before Jilan, reaching towards her delicate bosom. Witnessing this scene, the crowd shook their heads. The outcome was already determined. No matter how defiant one may be, it is futile in the face of absolute power. Stop! Just then, a thunderous voice erupted. Chen Dong, who had concealed himself in the shadows for a considerable time, emerged to save the fair maiden at this critical moment. Almost instantaneously after the voice rang out, he was beside Jilan, seizing the purple-clad youth's lecherous hand. In the next moment, he twisted it forcefully. Ah, my hand! Pain etched across the youth's face, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he nearly lost consciousness. Even a beast knows pain. Yet this was merely the beginning. A cruel smile crept upon Chen Dong's lips as he raised his right foot and delivered a heavy kick to the youth's groin. With a sound akin to an egg shattering, the youth's expression of agony intensified. Collapsing to his knees, his right hand clutching his groin, blood staining his purple attire. How is this possible? One strike has incapacitated Ziyuxuan. Could he be a revered sage? No, he cannot possibly be a revered sage. Yuhua Min does not recruit warriors with cultivation surpassing the Nirvana realm as disciples. Hiss, are you implying that this person is an unparalleled genius capable of combating beyond his level? Everyone inhaled sharply, astonished by Chen Dong's ruthless tactics and formidable strength. Brother, are you all right? After all was said and done, Chen Dong did not cast a glance at the purple-clad youth, instead turning to Zhao Longya, his face displaying concern. I am fine, thanks to my wise younger brother's arrival, or else my sister-in-law would have suffered. Zhao Longya rose from the ground, gratitude evident on his face, nearly believing he was doomed. Good to hear. Chen Dong nodded. Then his expression darkened as he looked at the group of black-clad elders. Quickly come and apologize to my brother and sister-in-law, or else the fate of the purple-clad youth will be yours. Spare us, Lord. The faces of the black-clad elders changed drastically, hastily kneeling before Zhao Longya and Jilan, repeatedly bowing their heads in supplication. I shall let you off this time. Should there be a next, do not blame my ruthlessness. With Chen Dong beside him, Zhao Longya felt emboldened, threatening the group. We will not. The black-clad elders quickly kowtowed several more times, and after finishing, cautiously stood up and slowly backed away. Haha, you are finished. At that moment, the purple-clad youth, enduring the pain, stood up, rage burning in his eyes. My father is Zhigang. He is an elder of Yuhua Min, possessing the cultivation of a first-level sage. Crushing you will be as simple as stepping on an ant. You have ruined me today, causing the Z family to face extinction. When my father learns of this, he will ensure that all 9 of your clan suffer a fate worse than death. Not even a fly will survive. What? Hearing the youth's words, everyone was taken aback, stunned by his background. My wise brother, what should we do? Zhao Longya's face paled, his earlier joy evaporated, replaced by profound anxiety. A sage-level expert, even the weakest first level, would not be something the 3 of them could contend with. Though Jilan remained silent, the deep furrow of her brows indicated her distress. It is too late to feel fear now. The purple-clad youth reveled in their expressions. If you had been more accommodating, would such calamity have befallen you? Oh, is a first-level sage-level warrior truly formidable? Chen Dong finally spoke, a dismissive smile gracing his face. With the half-step Xian Tai realm puppet from Xing Yundian at his disposal, even a mere first-level sage-level warrior would pose no threat, not even a first-level emperor. In terms of background, he was superior to anyone present. I see you are so frightened you have become foolish to utter such mad claims. Not to mention the outside world. Even among the 9 major forces, breaking through to the sage realm is akin to ascending to the heavens. The purple-clad youth sneered coldly, dismissing Chen Dong's words as mere bravado to save face before the crowd. I did not understand what it meant to be a stubborn duck, but now I finally comprehend. That is a sage, one of the pinnacle existences of Zizong continent, and yet he is questioned for lacking strength. Even the most talented genius requires time to grow. Having offended such a powerful figure, it seems there will be no time for growth. The crowd shook their heads, mischief dancing in their eyes, eager to see how Chen Dong would fare. Would he kneel and beg for mercy from the purple-clad youth, or would he leap from the flying vessel, fleeing into the territory of Fei Xianmin? What are you doing here? A cold voice suddenly interrupted their thoughts as a messenger from Yu Hua Min approached slowly. What is happening here? The girl in the red dress surveyed the bloodstains, as well as the heavily injured Zhao Longya and the purple-clad youth, her expression instantly darkening. Messenger, it is like this. This purple-clad youth was harassing my brother and sister-in-law, and unable to bear it, I taught him a little lesson. Chen Dong stepped forward to the girl in the red dress, recounting the events in their entirety. Esteemed messenger, my father is named Zi Gang, possessing the cultivation of a first-level sage, and serves as an elder of the Yuhua men. I wonder if you are acquainted with him? The youth clad in purple approached the girl in the crimson dress with the urgency of one who has discovered a beacon of hope, eagerly uttering his father's name. Ah, Elder Zi Gang, indeed I am familiar with him. No wonder you possess such remarkable charm. The girl in the red dress responded, nodding at the purple-clad youth with a benevolent smile. However, her demeanor swiftly shifted to one of discontent as she directed a fierce gaze toward Chen Dong. Is incapacitating another's lower body merely a lesson? Witnessing this scene, Zhao Longya and Jilan felt their previously anxious hearts settle in trepidation. In stark contrast, the purple-clad youth wore a triumphant grin, regarding Chen Dong as one would a lifeless corpse. Chapter 82 Arrival at Yuhua Gate. In my perspective, as long as one is still alive, it is merely a trivial matter. Moreover, is not the father of young Master Z an elder at the Saint Realm of Yuhua Gate? Surely, it should not be too difficult for him to procure a treasure capable of reconstructing a physical body. Chen Dong's expression remained remarkably calm, as if discussing an inconsequential issue, revealing no trace of fear. You speak nonsense. Treasures capable of reconstructing a body are not easily acquired. Zi Yuxuan retorted vehemently, asserting that his father, having only fortuitously broken through to the first level of the Saint Realm, was among the lowest-ranking elders of Yuhua Gate. Even a top elder at the 9th level of the Saint Realm would find it exceedingly difficult to obtain such a treasure. The probability of him ever restoring his lower body in this lifetime would not exceed 1%. You possess quite a sharp tongue. However, no matter how eloquently you speak, it cannot absolve you of your culpability. The girl in the red dress revealed a cold smile. From this moment forth, you are not permitted to leave this room, lest you wish to incur my wrath. Is that so? Chen Dong replied with a mischievous smile. If my memory serves me correctly, prior to reaching Yuhua Gate, everyone retains their original identity. Thus, whatever transpires during this period does not violate the sect's rules. It seems you are quite knowledgeable, the girl in red remarked, raising an eyebrow. However, you seem to have overlooked one crucial detail. As an inner disciple of Yuhua Gate, I possess the authority over the life and death of all outer disciples. I could eliminate you right now without consequence. That is quite simple. Chen Dong laughed, and before the words left his lips, he appeared before the purple-clad youth, seizing him by the throat and twisting with force. Crack! The purple-clad youth perished instantly, disbelief etched across his features. Chen Dong cast the lifeless body of the youth off the flying vessel and turned to face the girl in red. The reason you targeted me earlier was to curry favor with Elder Zgang, now that his son has met his demise on the journey. Do you still wish to engage in futile endeavors? Silence enveloped the scene, a profound stillness. Everyone gazed at Chen Dong as if he were mad. The identity of the purple-clad youth had been exposed, and he dared to commit murder, effectively severing his own escape route. A flicker of intrigue crossed the girl's eyes. She began to regard Chen Dong with newfound seriousness, someone she had previously dismissed entirely. Very well, you have successfully piqued my interest. If you can survive in the hands of Elder Zgang, I shall grant you an opportunity to pursue me. With that, she vanished from sight. Chen Dong was not surprised. Her reaction aligned perfectly with his expectations. Observing the surrounding onlookers who were now too frightened to utter a word, he frowned and said, "What are you staring at? Hurry and leave, or I shall throw you all off the vessel." Upon hearing this, the crowd scattered in terror. Having witnessed Chen Dong eliminate the purple-clad youth, they felt insignificant in comparison, fearing that they might suffer the same fate at any moment. "Brother, perhaps we should take advantage of the darkness to leave the vessel and return to Diyuan Kingdom to gather our friends and family, then find a secluded place to hide?" Zhao Longya's expression fluctuated, eventually settling into a resigned sigh as he contemplated this singular method of survival. "It seems we must proceed with that plan." And Jillian nodded. Although she was not fond of hiding, the present circumstances left her no choice. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, do not worry. In my youth, I was once a disciple of a formidable Emperor Realm expert. A mere first-level elder in the Saint Realm is hardly a threat to me." Chen Dong concocted a somewhat credible lie to reassure the two. "Is that truly the case?" Zhao Longya and Jillian's eyes brightened. If so, they need not fear retaliation from Elder Zgang. Rather, it was likely he would fear their vengeance. "I assure you, I never speak falsely." Chen Dong's demeanor was earnest. "Moreover, how could I jest with my own life? That is indeed a valid point." Zhao Longya and Jillian exchanged glances, coming to trust Chen Dong's words, their hearts simultaneously easing. Fortuitously, they had chosen to reconcile with Chen Dong earlier. Otherwise, they might never know how they met their end. After a courteous exchange, the three returned to their respective chambers. Time passed swiftly, and soon, over 10 days had elapsed. The flying vessel halted above a mountain shrouded in mist. All emerged from their rooms to gather on the deck. The girl in red spoke, her voice resonating throughout the entire vessel due to the infusion of her essence energy. Chen Dong stepped out and followed the crowd to the open space on the deck, with Zhao Longya and Jillian standing to his right. "Stay close behind me and do not wander. Otherwise, should you fall victim to the formation, there will be no room for regret." The girl in red glanced over the crowd, then transformed into hundreds of petals, drifting toward a grand hall below. Seeing this, Chen Dong and the others promptly followed. Registration Pavilion. This was the name of the hall below. The petals were formed into the red-dressed girl, who respectfully stood at the entrance of the hall. "Disciple Huiyun, I have not disgraced my mission, successfully gathering 3,000 bags of demon beast blood pearls." As she spoke, a brilliant light emanated from the storage bracelet on her left wrist, and a multitude of demon transformation bags soared into the palace. "Excellent, a total of 3,900 bags. You have indeed put in great effort." After a lengthy pause, an ancient voice resonated from within the palace, followed by an elderly woman clad in a gray robe, leaning on a cane, her hair white and face lined with wrinkles emerging. In response to Elder Huorong, this disciple was solely responsible for gathering the transformation bags. Had it been another disciple, they would have accomplished the same task. The girl in red's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Her former arrogance vanished. This was because the elderly woman before her was a 9th-level existence in the Saint Realm, merely a step away from becoming an emperor. "Do not be modest. Your ability to undertake this task speaks volumes of your exceptional talent and intellect." The elderly woman extended her hand, marred with dark spots, upon which a yellow elixir bottle floated. With a wave, the yellow bottle flew toward the girl in red. "Thank you, Elder Rong, for bestowing this elixir. I shall never forget your immense kindness." The girl, now referred to as Huiyun, displayed a radiant expression, gazing at the bottle as if it were an extraordinary treasure. Indeed, for her, The contents of this bottle were worth 10 times more than any rare gem. After attaining the 9th level of the Zun's realm, one enters the realm of the sage. To transcend into this domain, one must comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Even for an unparalleled genius, a methodical understanding may require thousands of years. However, possessing a low-grade 9th-tier Dan of laws can eliminate millennia of arduous cultivation, allowing one to break through to the sage realm within 3 to 5 years. The rarity of such a precious elixir is truly astonishing. Even an ordinary elder at the 9th level of the sage realm would find it exceedingly difficult to procure one. Only an existence like Elder Rong, who has 1 foot in the realm of the emperor, could casually produce it. No need for thanks. This is what you deserve, Elder Rong remarked, shaking her head and gesturing. You may go. I will take care of these disciples. Understood, Qiu Yue replied respectfully, vanishing at the doorway of the palace. It turns out his name, Qiu Yue, truly reflects his essence. Chen Dong contemplated as he watched the figure of the girl in the red dress depart. Chapter 83. The Demon Emperor. All of you, follow me, Elder Rong stated, his expression devoid of emotion as he cast a glance over the gathered individuals before turning to stride into the palace. Instantly, everyone fell in line behind him. At the center of the grand hall stood a black stone tablet, measuring roughly 10 feet in size. This was the Zonman's Soul Establishment Tablet. Simply placing one's hand upon it would signify a complete initiation into the sect. Elder Rong elucidated. Now, arrange yourselves in a queue and approach one by one. Understood, the assembly replied respectfully, and the foremost elder stepped forward to place his hand upon the tablet. With a resonant hum, the Soul Establishment Tablet illuminated, emanating a formidable pulling force. A fleeting expression of anguish swept across the elder's face as he felt a fragment of his soul being drawn forth. All right, the next, Elder Rong remarked with a hint of disdain, signaling for the elder to withdraw. Following him, a burly man approached the tablet, placing his hand on it. Once again, the tablet glowed, and a similar expression of pain crossed the man's features. Next, the cold voice of Elder Rong rang out. The third to approach was a rotund man, followed by a one-eyed youth, and then a young lad with a severed arm. In no time, only Chen Dong remained among the thousands who had yet to complete the process. Next, Elder Rong's impatient voice echoed once more. I'm coming, Chen Dong responded as he stepped to the tablet and placed his hand upon it. The stone instantly illuminated, and a powerful suction emanated from within. At that moment, the yin-yang scripture within him activated autonomously, resisting the pull. What is happening? Confusion flickered in Chen Dong's eyes as he sensed an unsettling feeling when the tablet lit up moments ago. Fortunately, the activation of the yin-yang scripture quelled his unease. All right, you may all leave. With the tokens previously issued to you, you are free to find an unoccupied cave dwelling. Additionally, entering the dining hall and the library will require these tokens. And such resources are not complimentary. They must be purchased with contribution points. However, the last individual who established their soul, remain. I have a task for you. A peculiar glint appeared in Elder Rong's eyes. Brother, we shall take our leave now. Zhao Longya and Njilon bid farewell to Chen Dong before following the others out of the grand hall. Moments later, only 2 individuals remained in the hall. Elder Rong, may I inquire what matter you wish to discuss with your disciple? Chen Dong asked respectfully. Follow me. Elder Rong replied without directly addressing the question, opening a side door and leading him deeper into a courtyard. Bang! As soon as Chen Dong entered the room, the door closed automatically behind him. Young man, what is the name of the cultivation technique you are practicing? What is its rank, and from where did you acquire it? Elder Rong turned to question him. In response to Elder Rong, the technique I practice is called Zuo Wang Jing, ranked as a low-grade 7th tier, passed down from my ancestors. Chen Dong fabricated a name casually. Is that so? A cold smile appeared on Elder Rong's face. A mere low-grade 7th tier technique capable of resisting the Soul Establishment Tablet soul extraction? Do you take me for a child of 3? Indeed. It seemed the tablet harbored some sort of issue, likely a tool employed by the Yuhua sect to control its disciples. Chen Dong quickly pieced together the situation, realizing that Elder Rong summoned him here either to silence him or to interrogate him about his technique. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. With a thought, he intended to summon the puppet hidden within the Shanhe, a being at the brink of the immortal platform realm, planning to turn the Yuhua sect into a river of blood before making a dignified exit. Young man, take another look at my appearance now. At that moment, Elder Rong's voice transformed, shifting from an elderly tone to a soft, delicate one. In the next instant, a fissure appeared in the center of Elder Rong's brow, and her form was torn apart from within, revealing a young woman. This young woman appeared to be in her mid-20s. Her eyes as cold as a frigid pond, glimmering with serpentine vertical pupils. Her skin, as pure as snow, was adorned with a layer of iridescent scales that were barely perceptible. It was evident that she was not of the human race, but rather of the demon clan. You are the demon empress who was ambushed by the Xiantian empress and the Qingli empress? Chen Dong recalled the tale he had heard from Huiyun and asked uncertainly. Indeed, I am called Kai Yin. I was originally a wild serpent dwelling in the mountains, but through a fortuitous encounter, I consumed a bloodline herb and evolved into the 9-colored devouring python. After over 30,000 years of arduous cultivation, I ascended from being a mere ant to the ruler of the world. Yet, I did not anticipate that those two wretched beings, the Xiantian Empress and the Qingli Empress, would covet my physical form and launch a surprise attack on me. To survive, I had no choice but to burn the newly formed imperial blood, nearly falling back to the 9th level of the Saint Realm. However, even after that, those two wretched beings did not intend to let me go, issuing a bounty in the southern region for my capture. Little did they know that I would hide within the Yuhua sect. Sometimes, the most perilous places are the safest. The young woman nodded, recounting her recent tribulations. I see, Chen Dong said, his expression shifting to one of understanding, but he soon furrowed his brow. Why disclose this to me? Are you not afraid I will inform others? Or do you intend for me not to leave alive? Certainly not. Kai Yin shook her head. I have no desire to harm you. The reason I share these matters is to provide you with a means to hold leverage over me. Why is that? Chen Dong was perplexed. Creating unnecessary trouble for oneself is an act only a fool would commit. Because I wish to obtain the cultivation technique you practice, Kai Yin replied earnestly. It may aid me in recovering from my injuries. That is impossible. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Dong firmly rejected her. As the Yin-Yang scripture pertained to the existence of his system, he would never divulge it even to those closest to him, let alone someone he had just met. Do not be so hasty in your refusal. I can exchange other treasures, Kai Yin remarked, her brow furrowing. This matter is non-negotiable. Even if you offered the entirety of the southern region in exchange, I would not acquiesce. Chen Dong decisively declined, leaving no room for contemplation. It is of utmost importance for your majesty, the empress, to recuperate from her injuries. Thus, I shall not intrude further. Having spoken, he turned and departed from the chamber. It seems a more prudent strategy must be devised. As she gazed at Chen Dong's retreating silhouette, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Kai Yan's eyes. Originally, she had intended to employ the technique of soul-searching to extract information about the martial arts. However, in that fleeting moment, an unprecedented sense of peril arose within her heart. It is worth noting that even when previously ambushed by the combined forces of Xuantiang Empress and Qingli Empress, she had not experienced such a feeling. This revelation compelled her to swiftly alter her approach, opting to feign vulnerability in hopes of eliciting Chen Dong's sympathy, yet to her astonishment, he remained entirely unyielding. Chapter 84. The first level of the Honored One. Dear brother, this is the location of our marital cave dwelling. Once you assist Elder Rong in completing his task, you may come and reside here together. As Chen Dong stepped out of the palace, the communication talisman in his arms illuminated, prompting him to retrieve it and receive the information within. All right, I shall come at once. He certainly would not refuse such a favorable opportunity, promptly agreeing. With a thought, he instantly transported himself several dozen miles away. Moments later, he arrived at a secluded valley shrouded in mist, where the exterior stone walls were adorned with spiritual vines, some even blossoming. A massive stone door barred the entrance to the passage, shimmering with enigmatic runes. With a creak, the stone door swung open, revealing Zhao Longya stepping forth, a hint of excitement gracing his features. Dear brother, how do you find this cave dwelling selected by elder brother? Quite splendid, with breathtaking scenery and abundant vitality, Chen Dong nodded. This is precisely why Yuhua Min is so affluent, allowing us to reside here for free. Out in the world, a month's rent would cost at least 1,000,000 inferior yuan stones. Indeed, which is why elder brother relinquished the position of a monarch. Zhao Longya agreed wholeheartedly. Had I remained in Deyuan Kingdom, I fear I would never have transcended to the Honored One realm. As their conversation unfolded, they ventured into the valley. Upon entering, Chen Dong was immediately enveloped by a surge of rich vitality, reaching the level of the Shanhua map. Within the valley, pavilions and towers flourished, and a small stream meandered through, teeming with countless fish and shrimp. Zhao Longya halted before the largest pavilion, gesturing toward a smaller one opposite. "Brother, you shall reside in that one. We can look out for one another in times of need." "Very well, elder brother, go about your business and do not mind me." Chen Dong was thoroughly satisfied with the location. The plan he had been contemplating now had the opportunity to unfold. "Then I shall not disturb you any longer," Zhao Longya replied with a slight smile before entering his own pavilion. With a creak, Chen Dong pushed open the wooden door, ascending to the second floor of the pavilion. Standing before the window, he had a clear view of the scenery in the opposite room. At that moment, Jilan was retrieving elegant garments from her storage bracelet and neatly arranging them in the wardrobe. Time swiftly passed into the evening, the moon obscured by dark clouds, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. With a creak, Zhao Longya opened his door and stepped out, not looking back as he spoke. "Jilan, I shall attempt to break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm tonight, so I will not return to sleep. You should rest early by yourself." "I understand, my lord. Do not rush. The best outcomes come in due time." And Jilan's voice floated down from the second floor. "Rest assured, I am well aware," Zhao Longya replied, his figure fading from sight. "Excellent. Heaven is aiding me," Chen Dong thought as he stood at the window. He promptly opened the system store. Disguise pill. After a martial artist consumes this pill, they can mimic any appearance, voice, and aura for 1 hour. Note: first tier superior corresponds to the acquired realm, second tier superior corresponds to the innate realm, and so forth. Without hesitation, Chen Dong purchased 3 6th-tier superior disguise pills. Ding dong. The host has purchased 3 6th-tier superior disguise pills, deducting 600,000 system coins, leaving 100,000 system coins. As the system's voice faded, he looked at the 3 white pills that had suddenly appeared in his palm and swallowed them whole. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped Chen Dong. His figure grew more robust, and his facial features sharpened, resembling Zhao Longya perfectly. "As long as I am cautious, Jilan will surely not detect anything amiss." Chen Dong took out a mirror, gazing at the familiar face within, a smile gracing his lips. Exiting his pavilion, he approached the door of the opposite pavilion and gently pushed it open, then proceeded to the second floor. Clop, clop, clop. Following the sound, Chen Dong entered a brightly lit room, excitement coursing through him. "My lord, were you not going to attempt to break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm? Why have you returned so suddenly?" And Jilan, about to undress for bed, paused in surprise upon seeing Chen Dong, her expression shifting to one of confusion as she recognized him. "There will be plenty of time for cultivation. There is no need to rush this moment. Besides, it has been a while since I enjoyed intimate moments with you." Chen Dong approached, wrapping his arms around Jilan's waist and whispering in her ear. "How annoying." And Jilan blushed, casting him an exasperated glance. This dullard had finally woken up. 3 hours later, Chen Dong left the pavilion, invigorated, and made his way towards the training room. He randomly entered a training chamber, sitting cross-legged on a mat while opening his attribute panel. Host: Chen Dong, the sole host, realm. First level of the Honored One cultivation technique. Yin Yang scripture, a growth-type technique, currently at 7th tier mid-grade. Martial skills. Thunder escape technique. 6th tier superior, perfected, cannot be upgraded. 5 elements fist, 6th tier superior, perfected, cannot be upgraded. Currency. 5 million time was of the essence. To avoid revealing his identity and to prevent Zhao Longya from returning unexpectedly, he engaged in a few dual cultivation sessions within Jilan before departing, resulting in a modest gain of system coins. However, it was sufficient for him to break through to the Honored One realm. Chen Dong accessed the system store. Honored One pill. This 7th tier superior pill guarantees 100% breakthrough to the Honored One realm for a Nirvana realm 9th level martial artist. Priced at 3 million system coins. He clicked to purchase without hesitation. Ding dong. The host has purchased 1 Honored One pill, deducting 3 million system coins, leaving 2 million system coins. The moment the system's voice concluded, a purple pill appeared before Chen Dong. He seized it and consumed it. Upon entering his abdomen, the pill was instantly refined by the Yin Yang scripture and subsequently absorbed by the golden figure within his dantian. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted within the training room, nearly shattering the formation. Uncertain how much time had passed, Chen Dong suddenly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He looked anew at his attribute panel. Host: Chen Dong, the sole host, realm. First level of the Honored One cultivation technique. Yin Yang scripture, a growth type technique, currently at 7th tier mid-grade, martial skills. Thunder escape technique, 6th tier superior, perfected, cannot be upgraded. 5 elements fist, 6th tier superior, perfected, cannot be upgraded. Currency, 2 million. Regrettably, had I been able to dual cultivate until dawn, I could have surely transcended to at least the 4th level of the Honored One realm or upgraded the 5 elements fist and thunder escape technique to 7th tier superior. Chen Dong shook his head with a hint of regret. Fortunately, he currently possessed 2 million system coins, sufficient to purchase 10 high-grade 6-stage transformation pills. If he could devise a way for Zhao Longye to spend a few more nights away from home, he would be able to fulfill his desire. With this thought, the last trace of discontent in Chen Dong's heart dissipated, and he joyfully rose to his feet, exiting the training room. Just then, the door to Zhao Longye's training chamber swung open abruptly, revealing him with a dejected expression as he stepped out. "Brother, what troubles you?" Chen Dong inquired, feigning ignorance. "Oh, do not mention it. I have once again failed to break through to the 4th stage of nirvana," Zhao Longye replied, his face etched with disappointment. "Is that so?" Chen Dong raised an eyebrow. "I have yet to encounter any significant obstacles in my cultivation. Perhaps I cannot offer you much assistance." Zhao Longye wore an expression of exasperation, remarking, "Look at what you're saying. Does that even make sense?" Chapter 85. The Quest for Vengeance. Who is Chen Dong? Come forth and meet your demise. A brazen voice suddenly echoed from beyond the valley. What is happening? Chen Dong's gaze sharpened. Having only entered the Yuhua Min a day prior, it was perplexing that anyone would know his name. Could it be that someone had come to avenge the purple-clad youth aboard the flying vessel? A suspicion began to form in his mind. "Dear brother, how have you offended the original disciples of Yuhua Min?" Zhao Longye asked, his expression grave. After witnessing Chen Dong's ruthless methods, none of the warriors aboard the vessel dared to cross him again. Thus, the visitor from outside must surely be a former disciple of Yuhua Min. I do not recognize the individual outside, but if I am not mistaken, he is undoubtedly sent by Elder Z Gang, Chen Dong reasoned. Having just broken through to the 1st level of the Venerable Realm, he felt a surge of eagerness. If someone sought death, he was more than willing to oblige. "Brother, you need not emerge. I shall silence that person," he assured Zhao Longye with a nod. "Very well, be cautious, dear brother." Zhao Longye hesitated, aware of his own limitations. He realized that even if he stepped out, he would only be a hindrance. So it was better to remain within the valley. The stone door swung open, and Chen Dong stepped outside. Before him stood a white-clad man with a face as handsome as jade, arms crossed, and wielding a green longsword, casting a menacing gaze into the valley. Upon seeing Chen Dong emerge, he immediately scrutinized him from head to toe. "I expected a formidable adversary who dared to slay Elder Z Gang's son. Instead, I find a mere waste without any backing," he sneered. Chen Dong, unassuming in his ordinary attire and devoid of any notable treasures, was naturally perceived as a pauper. Being poor implied a humble origin, and such individuals posed no threat if eliminated. It turns out to be senior brother Wei Kitchen. How has this new disciple offended him? A fellow disciple, who had only joined the day before, recounted that this unfamiliar youth was named Chen Dong, known for his arrogance and reckless actions, having killed Elder Z Gang's son. As a disciple of Elder Z Gang, Wei Kitchen would undoubtedly seek vengeance upon learning of this transgression. "Ah, I see," murmured the old disciples nearby, quickly drawn to the unfolding drama and whispering amongst themselves. Wei Kitchen, an inner sect disciple with the strength of the 3rd level of the Venerable Realm, would likely bring about a grim fate for this newcomer. Deservedly so. A talent from a small place daring to kill the kin of an elder in Yuhua Min must be made an example of, otherwise, who would fear reprisal in the future? Indeed, he brought this upon himself. Had he prostrated and begged for mercy from Elder Z Gang's son, he would not be facing such calamity today. The older disciples regarded Chen Dong as a mere clown, eagerly anticipating his tragic downfall. "Do you have any final words?" Chen Dong asked, his expression remarkably calm, unwilling to stoop to the level of a dying man. "How dare you speak with such bravado when death is upon you? Had you begged for mercy, I might have spared you some suffering. But now, I am enraged and shall ensure your demise is excruciating." Wei Kitchen roared, his fury ignited by Chen Dong's insolence. He intended to shatter Chen Dong's limbs and display his broken body atop the outer sect's main peak, then use soul-piercing nails to eternally torment his spirit. Only in this manner would future disciples think twice before offending him. As he spoke, Wei Kitchen unleashed his divine sense, and his sword emitted a resonant hum, vibrating with anticipation. In the next moment, the sword was drawn, hurtling towards Chen Dong. An insignificant insect challenging the heavens, Chen Dong scoffed, his face betraying a cold smile. When he saw the flying sword approach, he did not flinch. Instead, he activated the yin-yang scripture, his right hand morphing into a blend of black and white hues. Is he resigned to certain death, relinquishing all hope? Onlookers believed that Chen Dong, in fear of torment, intended to die beneath the flying sword. Whoosh! The sword swiftly closed the distance, poised to pierce Chen Dong's heart. But its trajectory aimed for his right rib instead. Do you wish to die? It shall not be so simple. I have vowed to ensure your death is the most brutal imaginable, and I will not renege on my word. Wei Kitchen sneered, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Clang! At the critical moment, Chen Dong extended his hand, seizing the sword that was about to impale him. With a powerful grip, he crushed it. Crack! The sound of metal shattering echoed as the sword disintegrated into countless fragments, falling to the ground like tofu. No! Wei Kitchen gasped, disbelief flashing in his eyes. This sword was a 7th-tier top-grade artifact. With it, he had once triumphed over a 5th-level venerable realm demon king. How could it be that today, it was destroyed by Chen Dong? How could a mere ant from a small place possess such formidable strength and audacity? That sword was worth several 100 million low-grade yuan stones. Even selling Chen Dong would yield less than 1% of its value. Uft! The connection to his spirit severed. Wei Kitchen coughed up blood, his energy waning. A tempest of rage brewed upon his face. You insolent beast! I merely jested, and you respond with such brutality? A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Chen Dong's eyes. Is that what you call brutality? I have much crueler methods. As his words fell, he vanished from sight. Where is he? Wei Kitchen's countenance shifted dramatically, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart as he prepared to flee. The opponent's strength was overwhelming. He needed to summon his senior brothers to vanquish this threat. I am right here. Chen Dong reappeared behind Wei Kitchen, delivering 2 swift kicks that struck his joints. Ah! Wei Kitchen let out a pained scream. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he knelt, his face contorted in agony. Dare to insult me, and I shall ensure your death is far from peaceful. Chen Dong grasped Wei Kitchen's head, twisting with great force. With a sickening sound, the head was severed, and the lifeless body collapsed to the ground. This. Witnessing this scene, all present were struck dumb, stammering in shock, unable to utter a word. Particularly those who just moments ago spoke with arrogance, declaring that Chen Dong deserved his fate, now find their legs trembling incessantly, some even succumbing to fear to the point of incontinence. They had not anticipated 2 crucial points. Firstly, the formidable strength of Chen Dong, which allowed him to effortlessly vanquish seasoned disciples of the inner sect. Secondly, the ruthlessness of Chen Dong's methods, which surpass even the brutal killings of the demonic clans. Chapter 86. Contribution Hall. What? Do you wish to test the hardness of my fist? Chen Dong seized Wei Kitchen's storage bag, observing the pallor of fear that washed over the faces of the onlookers. With a sudden commotion, the disciples nearby turned and fled, leaving only one disciple adorned with the characters for contribution embroidered on his attire. Chen, Brother Chen, greetings. The male disciple forced a smile onto his face, summoning his courage to approach Chen Dong. What brings you here? Chen Dong furrowed his brows, noting the trepidation in the other's demeanor, yet sensing he would not leave without a purpose. In response to Brother Chen, I am from the Contribution Hall. I have come to inform several brothers that each outer sect disciple must submit 1,000 contribution points each month or risk expulsion from the Yuhua sect. The disciple from the Contribution Hall spoke with newfound bravery. He quickly added, Brother Chen, this regulation has been established since the founding of the sect. It is not directed specifically at you. A gentle smile graced Chen Dong's face. Why are you so fearful? Do you think I would devour you? Or do you perceive me as a villain in your heart? The disciple from the Contribution Hall immediately shook his head. I am not afraid. Not at all. Chen Dong's expression darkened. Are you implying that I possess no deterrent power? The disciple from the Contribution Hall suddenly knelt, tears streaming down his face. Brother Chen, I did not mean that. What I meant to convey is that you are indeed fearsome, yet I am not afraid. No. What I meant is that while your strength is indeed formidable, you appear rather unthreatening, which is why I do not fear you. Chen Dong chuckled with delight. Very well, I understand your meaning. You may return now. I will submit the 1,000 contribution points by the end of the month. Thank you, Brother Chen. The disciple from the contribution hall sighed with relief, rising and fleeing without a backward glance, vowing in his heart that even if expelled, he would never return. Creak. The stone door swung open abruptly. Zhao Longye emerged from the cave. A hint of ingratiation on his face. My esteemed brother, slaying a master realm expert is as effortless as crushing an ant. Your strength far surpasses that of my elder brother by 100-fold. It was merely luck, Chen Dong humbly replied. The two entered the cave, and the stone door closed once more. Initially, it was believed that joining the Yuhua sect would eliminate worries regarding cultivation resources. However, it was unexpected that a monthly submission of 1,000 contribution points was now required. A shadow of concern crossed Zhao Longye's face. He certainly did not wish to be sent back to the Yuan country in disgrace. This is quite normal. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Although the Yuhua sect is immense, its cultivation resources do not simply fall from the sky. Chen Dong could understand this requirement. If the Yuhua sect demanded nothing from its disciples while freely offering such abundant benefits every month, that would be truly bizarre. Generally speaking, only when disciples are treated as mere cattle, ready for slaughter at any moment, would such a situation arise. With your strength, esteemed brother, securing 1,000 contribution points each month would be effortless. Even 10,000 would be within reach. However, for us as a couple, it poses a significant challenge. Even with our utmost efforts, we might not achieve it. Zhao Longye feigned hardship, hoping to persuade Chen Dong to help them gather the monthly contribution. Brother, you worry too much. Perhaps the tasks at the contribution hall are exceedingly simple. You and sister-in-law should try taking on a few tasks first. If it proves difficult, I can lend you some contribution points. Chen Dong was not naive enough to assist without cause. Besides, this presented a splendid opportunity to win over in Jilan. Let us hope so. Not having secured Chen Dong's assurance, Zhao Longye sighed in disappointment and returned to the loft to discuss the matter within Jilan. 2,000 points would suffice to remain in the Yuhua sect for 2 months, but it was still far from implementing the plan. It seems I must undertake a few lucrative tasks, Chen Dong pondered, making his way towards the contribution hall. Half an hour later, a colossal palace capable of accommodating tens of thousands of individuals came into view. One after another, Nirvana Realm outer disciples entered and exited. Upon entering, Chen Dong discovered the task board nearly filled with people. He scanned the surroundings and approached a position with relatively fewer individuals. Nirvana Realm Fire-tailed Scorpion Claws, 10 pairs. This is a low-tier 6th grade task, requiring a cultivation level of at least the 4th stage of Nirvana Realm. Reward, 10 contribution points. Heavenly Star Stone, 300 pounds. This is a mid-tier 6th grade task, requiring a cultivation level of at least the 7th stage of Nirvana Realm. Reward, 30 contribution points. Capture an adult Xianming python alive. This is a high-tier 6th grade task, requiring a cultivation level of at least the 1st stage of Master Realm. Reward, 100 contribution points. Why are the contributions so meager? Chen Dong frowned at the tasks displayed on the screen. He had no desire to run around aimlessly. Little brother, you seem to be a recent addition to the sect, correct? At that moment, a voice came from behind. Chen Dong promptly turned to see a burly man smiling at him. As the saying goes, one should not strike a person who extends a hand in goodwill. Although he did not comprehend the other's intentions, he politely nodded in response. Indeed, I just joined the Yuhua sect yesterday. The burly man nodded. That's precisely it. Typically, only newly initiated disciples would take on such tasks. Those of us seasoned disciples tend to engage in tasks without quantity limits. Tasks without quantity limits? A look of confusion appeared on Chen Dong's face. Pay close attention. I shall demonstrate just once. The burly man did not directly respond, but retrieved a storage bag from his robe and approached the counter, presenting it to the disciple there. Whoosh. The disciple swiftly accepted the storage bag, glanced inside, and placed it in his bosom before handing over a jade slip. The burly man took the jade slip, returned to Chen Dong, and presented it to him. Take a look at the tasks within. Hidden tasks? Chen Dong furrowed his brow slightly as he received the jade slip to examine. Capture the cubs of the 1,000-feather crane alive. This is a low-tier 6th grade task, requiring a cultivation level of at least the 4th stage of Nirvana Realm. Each living cub of the 1,000-feather crane rewards 50 contribution points. Goodness, a low-tier 6th grade task offers rewards exceeding those of a mid-tier 6th grade task. Moreover, there is no restriction on the quantity, which implies that, with a stroke of good fortune, one could potentially acquire thousands of contribution points in an instant. Chen Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. This task was perfectly suited for him. Indeed, wherever privileges exist, corruption and bribery are inevitable, and the truly valuable tasks are often concealed by the disciples of the Gongxian Hall. After perusing the tasks within the Jade Slip, he could only utter one sentiment. The tasks displayed on the screen are unworthy of pursuit. Surprised, are you? It took me quite a while after joining the sect to uncover this secret. The burly man was not taken aback by Chen Dong's reaction. His own initial response had been far more intense. Thank you for the information, brother, Chen Dong said, clasping his fists in gratitude as he returned the Jade Slip. No need for thanks, the burly man replied with a smile, reclaiming the Jade Slip. By the way, if you lack sufficient yuanshi to bribe the disciples of the Gongxian Hall, you may join us in undertaking this task. You? Chen Dong raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Indeed, along with my wife and 2 sworn brothers, the burly man confirmed with a nod. Is that convenient? Chen Dong felt a twinge of interest. Absolutely convenient. I shall take you to meet them at once, the burly man said, noticing Chen Dong's slight hesitation as he led him out of the palace. Upon stepping outside, they found 3 individuals already awaiting them. Among the 2 men, one donned a white robe and the other a yellow robe, both possessing rather unremarkable appearances. However, it was the woman who captured Chen Dong's attention. The beautiful lady appeared to be around 30 years old, clad in a simple, elegant dress that gracefully accentuated her exquisite curves. Her complexion, fair as snow, radiated a captivating charm, devoid of any makeup. What a refined beauty, he mused, comparing her favorably to a noblewoman like An Lan. Despite his indifference toward feminine allure, he found himself utterly mesmerized. Observing the burly man beside him, he could not fathom how these 2 had come to be together. Chapter 87. Mu Shui, dear husband, who is this? Mu Shui inquired, her expression revealing a hint of confusion as she noticed her spouse, Yi Hen, leading a stranger towards her. May I ask for this young man's name? The burly man, having realized he had neglected to ask Chen Dong's name, promptly turned to him and asked. My name is Chen Dong. You may call me Xiao Dong, Chen Dong replied, a warm smile adorning his face, exuding humility. This young man is Chen Dong, who has just joined our sect yesterday. I found him in a pitiable situation, so I invited him to join us on this mission. What do you all think? Yi Hen introduced Chen Dong's identity to his wife and 2 sworn brothers while seeking their opinions. Mu Shui nodded. Whatever my husband decides is fine with me. I have no objections. As long as my elder brother takes charge, it is all good. Having an extra person is beneficial. After all, there is no limit to the number of participants in this task, and it helps distribute the reward. The 2 middle-aged men concurred with her sentiments. Xiao Dong, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Mu Shui. The one in the yellow robe is Xiao Tian, and the one in white is Su Feng. They are all at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. As for me, I am Yi Hen, at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Upon receiving their agreement, Yi Hen proceeded to introduce everyone to Chen Dong. Feeling slightly bashful, Chen Dong said, Brother Yi, your cultivation levels are so impressive. I am merely at the 1st level of the Nirvana realm. Yi Hen patted Chen Dong's shoulder, saying, You are still young. Your cultivation will surely surpass ours in the future. Chen Dong shook his head. Who can predict the future? I mainly fear that I may hold you back during this mission. Ha ha, you need not worry about that. Even the mature Qian Yue is only at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. For this mission, you just need to keep watch. We will handle the rest. Yi Hen laughed heartily, clearly unconcerned about Chen Dong's abilities. Mu Shui added, Xiao Dong, do not feel burdened. When your cultivation surpasses ours in the future, you can take us on a few missions. Indeed, it's not as if we can only undertake this mission once. Stop being so sentimental. If we delay, Chen Yue might be hunted by others. The 2 middle-aged men chimed in to encourage him. Chen Dong nodded. In that case, I shall not decline. I will surely repay your kindness in the future. Yi Hen's face lit up with satisfaction. That's more like it. Let us set off. As he spoke, a flying boat emerged from his storage pouch, instantly expanding to a size of 30 zhang and hovering in midair. Following this, Yi Hen and the others leaped onto the vessel, and Chen Dong hurriedly followed suit. The flying boat transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Xuanwu Mountain is the largest mountain in the southern region, named for its main peak resembling a turtle. Countless branches extend from it, connecting 2 major sections. The nearest branch to the Liyuhua Gate is known as the Tian Li Mountain Range. Within the Tian Li Mountain Range lies a peak called Kai Xia Peak, which features a massive nest atop its summit, home to the renowned demonic beast, Qian Yue. It is rumored that Qian Yue possesses a trace of the Qing Yuan bloodline, and once activated, it attains the strength of a sage upon maturity. The truth of this rumor remains unknown to outsiders. They only know that this beast is exceedingly valuable. The feathers of Qian Yue are among the essential materials for crafting magical garments and are highly coveted by women of all ages. Once they appear in the market, they are quickly snatched up. Furthermore, the offspring of Qian Yue are considered a delicacy known throughout the Zhejiang continent, leading to an almost incessant demand for hunting them, pushing the species to the brink of extinction. Early one morning, a flying boat abruptly halted 30 miles from Kai Xia Peak, carrying a total of 5 individuals, 4 men and 1 woman. "All right, we have arrived," Yihen declared. This was not his first visit to Kai Xia Peak. However, his previous trip was in pursuit of a 7th-tier low-grade spiritual herb. This marks his inaugural journey to hunt Qian Yue. Mu Shui turned to Chen Dong, "Xiao Dong, let us disembark." Chen Dong nodded. "All right, Sister Shui." During the flight of several hours, he and Mu Shui transitioned from initial awkwardness to nearly conversing freely, as she seemed to regard him as a younger brother. Upon descending from the flying boat, Chen Dong and the others swiftly made their way towards Kai Xia Peak, aiming to capture all the Qian Yue offspring before nightfall. Upon reaching the summit of Kai Xia Peak, they beheld a gigantic nest housing several colossal white cranes, each measuring 100 zhang, currently resting. Beneath these majestic cranes lay over 100 smaller cranes, playfully frolicking about in a lackadaisical manner. "We've struck gold. Each Qian Yue offspring is worth 50 contribution points. With over 100 here, that amounts to around 7 or 8,000 contribution points. Each of us could earn over 1,000 contribution points." Yihen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Completing this task, combined with our previous contributions, we could avoid venturing out for 3 months and make a push for the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Mu Shui's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. She had been stuck at the 6th level for several years, and the lack of breakthroughs was due to her constant involvement in tasks, leaving her little time to cultivate. This task promised a bounty of contribution points that surpassed the total of her previous 10 endeavors. Indeed, one must be willing to part with their possessions to achieve their goals. Without contributing spirit stones to the contribution hall's disciples, such a lucrative task would not have come their way. The 2 middle-aged men also wore expressions of exhilaration. 8,000 contribution points, combined with my previous 2,000, is sufficient to fulfill our plans. Chen Dong remained composed, his expression unchanging as he silently calculated their strategy. Chapter 88. Peeping Yihen turned to Chen Dong and said, "Xiao Dong, you are on lookout here. If any other martial artists approach, notify us immediately." Chen Dong nodded, "I understand." Yihen then faced his wife and his 2 sworn brothers, Shuer, Erdi, Cindy. "I will handle all the adult Qian Yue, while you take care of the juvenile ones." "All right, leave it to us," Mu Shui and the 2 middle-aged men replied in unison. After assigning the tasks, Yihen retrieved a weapon from his storage bag, a black blade less than 3 feet long. With a powerful push of his legs, he soared into the air, landing 10 meters before the bird's nest. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck at the nearest adult Qian Yue. Sensing the danger, the creature's eyes snapped open, and it instinctively flapped its wings. With a swift maneuver, it evaded the fatal blow aimed at its neck. Though a small cut was inflicted on its abdomen. What incredible reflexes! Yihen thought, surprised that as a 7th-level Nirvana realm warrior, he was unable to slay a 4th-level beast even with a sneak attack. However, this was inconsequential. What mattered was that he had successfully driven an adult Qian Yue from its nest. "Onward!" Yihen shouted, charging towards the other 6 startled adult Qian Yue. The 6 creatures exchanged fearful glances, all taking to the skies, soaring 10,000 meters high to issue a warning to Yihen. "Stop your squawking. I cannot comprehend your avian language." Yihen scoffed, plunging into the clouds as he pursued the 7 adult Qian Yue. What a perfect opportunity. Mu Shui's eyes sparkled as she swiftly approached the nest, extracting a large bag to capture the juvenile Qian Yue below. Most of these young birds, at the Yuan Dan realm, were caught off guard and swiftly bagged. Only a few, positioned towards the back, managed to escape and scatter in all directions. Nowhere to run. Xiao Tian and Su Feng each produced similar-sized bags, each pursuing in different directions. Before long, All the juvenile Qian Yue were captured. After the task was complete, the 4 figures of Chen Dong and his companions vanished from sight. The 7 adult Qian Yue, witnessing this scene, realized they had fallen victim to an enemy's diversionary tactic. Anger surged within them as they launched an attack against Yi Hen. I have matters to attend to. I shall not play with you any longer, Yi Hen remarked, retreating while engaging in combat, swiftly flying toward the prearranged location and disappearing from sight in an instant. Boom. The 7 adult Qian Yue flapped their wings in rage, their fury echoing throughout Kai Xia Peak with earth-shattering force, causing rocks to crumble and dust to rise, obscuring the sky. After a long while, the cacophony finally subsided. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brother's strategy was indeed brilliant. We captured all the juvenile Qian Yue with scarcely any effort, Xiao Tian remarked. Indeed, I expected a fierce battle, yet it turned out to be so effortless, Su Feng agreed, both of them smiling as the most significant challenge had been resolved. Now, they only needed to return safely to Yu Huan Min, whereupon they could strive for the 7th level of Nirvana realm. We shall rest for the night and return to Yu Huan Min tomorrow, Yi Kong said, ignoring the two. He gazed at the darkening sky and frowned. The Tianli mountain range was home to countless martial artists, and any misstep could lead to encounters with treasure-hunting bandits. If possible, he wished to leave this place immediately. However, night had fallen, and traveling by flying vessel at night posed its own dangers with flying beasts. Thus, they had no choice but to spend another night in the Tianli mountain range. Mu Shui stepped forward to reassure him. Husband, there's no need for concern. We are on the outskirts of the Tianli mountain range, and even if bandits were to appear, they likely would not exceed the 9th level of Nirvana realm. Yi Hen nodded. That is true. As long as we do not encounter a transcendent bandit, we should be able to retreat safely with our strength. Sitting on a stone, Chen Dong curiously inquired, bandits? What are those? Mu Shui turned to Chen Dong. Bandits refer to martial artists who specialize in robbery. These individuals commit unspeakable atrocities. They are truly a pack of beasts in wolf's clothing. I see, Chen Dong replied, a look of understanding dawning on his face. Although he had committed numerous wrongdoings, he still held a moral line, far better than those bandits. Xiao Tian, wanting to ease Chen Dong's worries, feigned a relaxed demeanor. Xiao Dong, you need not fret. With us around, those bandits cannot stir up any trouble. Just focus on getting some sleep. Su Feng chimed in, exactly. If those bandits do show up, I will smash their heads in with my hammer. Yi Hen shook his head, chuckling at the boastful nature of his sworn brothers. However, he did not call them out, instead looking at Chen Dong and Mu Shui. Xiao Dong, you and Shuer should rest in the cave. We will take watch tonight. Chen Dong feigned reluctance. Isn't that inappropriate? I contributed nothing to capturing the juvenile Qian Yue, and if I do not lend a hand during the watch, wouldn't that mean I am taking advantage of your contributions? Mu Shui stepped forward, taking Chen Dong's hand and leading him into the cave. There is nothing inappropriate about it. It is settled. Chen Dong felt as if his hand was being held by a warm jade, a sensation of comfort washing over him, and he found himself reluctant to part ways. Initially feigning to decline, he was half-heartedly drawn into the cave. With a rustle, Mu Shui retrieved a folding screen from her storage bag, placing it in the middle of the cave before lying down fully clothed. Xiao Dong, get some rest, she said. A fleeting disappointment crossed Chen Dong's eyes as the screen completely obscured Mu Shui's figure, rendering him unable to see anything. All right. A night passed without incident. Where is Sister Shui? Chen Dong awoke the next morning to find the screen gone, along with Mu Shui's presence. He rose and walked outside. Yi Hen and the others were seated by the extinguished campfire, seemingly engaged in conversation. Chen Dong did not disturb the 3 individuals. Instead, he cast his gaze upon the ground surrounding him, where a pair of delicate embroidered shoe prints caught his eye. Following the direction of the footprints, he beheld a tumultuous river, alongside which lay a white plain skirt and 2 lace-trimmed undergarments. Ahead, a stunning woman, unclad, was bending over in the water, washing her hair. Gulp. Chen Dong instinctively swallowed, and despite his indifference towards the allure of women, he found himself captivated by the scene before him. Who is it? Mu Shui, hearing the sound, immediately shielded her modesty with her hands and turned to investigate. Oh no, I have been discovered. Chen Dong's expression changed abruptly as he employed the art of lightning escape, instantly positioning himself behind Mu Shui and covering her mouth. Chapter 89. Soul Possession 3 hours later. Beast, you are no human. How have we treated you? And this is how you repay us. Mu Xue's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks like rain on pear blossoms, evoking a sense of compassion. Just moments ago, Chen Dong had forcefully claimed her body. The fault does not lie with me. Had you been unattractive, I would not have harbored such desires, Chen Dong replied after a moment of silence. Upon hearing this, Mu Xue's phoenix-like eyes widened, flames of fury igniting within. Her previously gentle visage twisted with extreme anger, her luscious lips quivering slightly. How can there be such shamelessness in this world? Is this even human discourse? I fear even the most despicable of robbers from the Tian Li mountain range pales in comparison to Chen Dong's vile nature. Suppressing her rage, her body trembled as she commanded, "Get out. Never show your face before me again." Chen Dong shook his head. "That is not possible. Since I have tarnished your purity, I must take responsibility." Mu Xue laughed bitterly in her rage. "You have quite the imagination. Even if I were blind, I could never be attracted to a scoundrel like you." "Sister Xue, your words wound me deeply." Chen Dong's expression darkened. "Wounded? If my cultivation were sufficient, I would wish to kill you," Mu Xue retorted coldly. "It seems we cannot come to an agreement." Chen Dong, unperturbed, anticipated this outcome. With a thought, he prepared to summon the Shan He Tu to ensnare Mu Xue. "What have you done, beast?" At that moment, Yi Hen appeared by the river, his rage directed at Chen Dong. The two had not returned for several hours, and he had feared they were in danger, rushing out to search. To his horror, he found Mu Xue disheveled, sitting on the ground with tears streaming down her face, while Chen Dong was just donning his outer robe. At this moment, even a fool could understand what had transpired. Yi Hen could not fathom that his wife of many years would betray him. Thus, he concluded that Chen Dong must have coerced her. In his fury, Yi Hen overlooked a crucial detail. Chen Dong's displayed strength was merely at the first level of nirvana. So how could he force Mu Xue, at the 6th level, to engage with him? "Darling," Mu Xue's face paled. She had intended for Chen Dong to leave to prevent Yi Hen from discovering this incident, but she had not anticipated him witnessing it firsthand. "Alas, you should not have appeared now." Chen Dong sighed, shaking his head. Had Yi Hen arrived a moment later, he would have ensnared Mu Xue with the Shan He Tu, and there would have been no need for bloodshed. As he spoke, he swiftly activated the thunder escape technique, appearing before Yi Hen in an instant, seizing him by the neck and twisting it with force. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and before Yi Hen could resist, his life was extinguished. "Brother!" At that moment, Xiao Tian and Su Feng were drawn by the commotion, witnessing the horrific scene. Veins bulged on their foreheads like coiling dragons, exuding an almost palpable murderous intent. "Why must you force my hand? I do not wish to kill." Chen Dong discarded Yi Hen's lifeless body, inhaling deeply before employing the thunder escape technique once more, transforming into a streak of blue light and appearing behind them. He then grasped their heads, colliding them together with tremendous force. Bang! Their skulls burst as if struck by a hammer, blood staining the green grass. Boom! The headless corpses fell to the ground. No! Mu Xue felt darkness engulf her vision, nearly fainting. In mere moments, her decades-long husband and his 2 sworn brothers had been cruelly slain. Her heart sank, and life seemed devoid of meaning. She drew a dagger from her bosom, intent on ending her own life. Clang! A large hand suddenly seized the dagger, preventing any further movement. "Xuejia, you may choose to end it all, but what of your parents who raised you? Do you wish to see them perish because of your actions?" Chen Dong threatened. As he spoke, he released his grip on the dagger. Thud! The dagger fell to the grass, Mu Xue's eyes vacant as she muttered, "You are a devil." "Precisely," Chen Dong smiled, summoning the Shan He Tu to envelop Mu Xue. Having completed this, he inhaled deeply, collecting 3 storage bags and 3 spirit beast bags into his grasp. He paid little heed to the storage bags, presuming these paupers had nothing of value, and instead opened the 3 spirit beast bags. Inside, over 100 young Qian Yu cranes appeared listless, as if they had foreseen their grim fate at the hands of humans. Chen Dong closed the 3 demon bags, flicked his fingers, and the 3 corpses on the ground were instantly consumed by flames. It was time to return to Yuhuamin. A flying boat appeared in the sky, and he stood on the deck, a smile gracing his face. An hour later, Chen Dong returned to Yuhuamin, re-entering the contribution hall, placing the 3 spirit beast bags on the counter. "Could I trouble you, senior brother, to conclude this task for me?" The disciple at the counter opened the 3 spirit beast bags, a glimmer of surprise crossing his eyes. "So many young Qian Yu cranes. It appears this junior brother is in for a fortune. Please wait a moment, I will assist you with the task. As he spoke, he retrieved a token, scanning it over the young Qiu Yue cranes within the bags. Moments later, the token illuminated, and the disciple pressed it to his forehead. After a considerable time, he finally lowered the token, speaking with evident envy. Congratulations, junior brother. All the young Qiu Yue cranes you captured are of superior quality. Elder Long Yuan has additionally awarded you 3,000 contribution points on top of the task reward. Chen Dong humbly replied, it was merely luck. As he spoke, he produced his own token and handed it over. The disciple took the token, placed it on the formation disk, and input a series of numbers. When Chen Dong received the token again, the contribution points had increased from 2,000 to 12,300. Returning to his cave dwelling, he refrained from boasting before Zhao Longya and Jilian, instead entering the meditation chamber. Host, Chen Dong, the only host, realm. First level of venerable technique. Yin Yang Classic. This technique is a growth type, currently at the 7th tier, upper grade, martial skills. Thunder escape technique. 6th tier, upper grade, perfected, can be advanced. 5 elements fist, 6th tier, upper grade, perfected, can be advanced. Currency. 9 million. It seems that I am on the verge of breaking through several minor realms again. Chen Dong gazed at the attributes panel before him. His spirits lifted immensely. He accessed the system store and navigated to the elixir section. Ren Yuan Pill. This elixir is of the 7th tier, lower grade, suitable for venerable realm warriors below the 4th level, guaranteeing 100% breakthrough of one minor realm. Priced at 2 million system coins. D Yuan Pill. This elixir is of the 7th tier, medium grade, suitable for venerable realm warriors below the 7th level, guaranteeing 100% breakthrough of one minor realm, priced at 4 million system coins. Tian Yuan Pill. This elixir is of the 7th tier, upper grade, suitable for warriors below the Sage realm, guaranteeing 100% breakthrough of one minor realm, priced at 6 million system coins. Chapter 90. The water of fertility does not flow to foreign fields. Zhuanzhang Sichong. I have arrived. Chen Dong tapped twice on the purchasing point for Ren Yuan Dan behind him, and once on the purchasing point for D Yuan Dan. Ding dong. The host has purchased 2 Ren Yuan Dan, deducting 4 million system coins, leaving 5 million system coins remaining. Ding dong. The host has purchased 1 D Yuan Dan, deducting 4 million system coins, leaving 1 million system coins remaining. The system's voice resonated. Buzz. The space warped, and 3 white pills floated in the air. Chen Dong grasped them with a swift motion and tilted his head to consume them. The yin yang jing rapidly circulated, instantly refining the 3 pills. When he reopened his eyes, the yuan qi in his dantian had increased more than tenfold. Host, Chen Dong, the sole host, realm. Zhuanzhang Sichong cultivation method. Yin yang jing. This is a growth type method, currently of the 7th tier, upper grade, martial skills. Lei Dun Fa, 6th tier, upper grade, perfected, can be upgraded. Wu Xing Quan, 6th tier, upper grade, perfected, can be upgraded. Currency. 1 million. Closing the attribute panel, Chen Dong exited the training room. He made his way toward the loft of Zhao Longya and Jilan. Alas, the tasks of the Yuhuan men are exceedingly arduous. It seems we shall be sent back to the Yuangua. 1,000 contribution points per person. That is an utterly impossible task. In my view, the Yuhuan men is merely seeking a pretext to dismiss us, hoping to take advantage of those 2 bags of demon beast blood pearls. As he drew near, complaints emanated from within the loft. Big brother, sister-in-law, how have you fared? Chen Dong chuckled coldly in his heart, but adorned his face with a mask of concern as he pushed the door open and entered. In the hall, Zhao Longya and Jilan sat before a tea table, their faces etched with despair. Upon seeing Chen Dong enter, Zhao Longya sighed, don't mention it. Jilan and I selected the simplest task from the contribution hall, yet we still failed, earning not a single contribution point. To remain in the Yuhuan men, one must possess at least a cultivation of Nirvana Realm 7. And Jilan displayed a wry smile. It is indeed exceedingly difficult. I have toiled through 3 tasks and have only earned a few dozen points of contribution. Chen Dong sat down opposite them, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a small sip. Must we truly return to the Yuangua in disgrace? Upon hearing this, Zhao Longya and Jilan exchanged glances, a flicker of disappointment passing between them. They had initially contemplated borrowing 2,000 contribution points from Chen Dong, should he possess any surplus. Now it seemed he was struggling himself and would likely not lend them any. Have you two never thought of asking others for some contribution points, with the intention of repaying them double once you have the means? Chen Dong set down his teacup, feigning curiosity. Who says there are none? However, those who lend contribution points, upon seeing Jilan's beauty, reveal their true colors, proposing that she spend a night with them in exchange for 2,000 contribution points. Zhao Longya's face darkened with fury. Though he was not a paragon of virtue, he would never stoop to the depths of selling his wife for gain. The very thought of those who would make such demands disgusted him. What do they take me for? A prostitute? And Jilan's face contorted with disdain. Even if she were to remain at the third level of the Nirvana realm for her entire life, she would never resort to such degradation. How outrageous! To covet a beautiful woman as if they were mere animals. Chen Dong voiced his indignation. Alas, what can we do? Their power is formidable, and we cannot afford to offend them. If this were to Yuangua, I would condemn anyone who dared to gaze upon Jilan to obliteration. Zhao Longya spoke with resignation. As he finished his words, he rose from his seat. Brother, you and sister-in-law chat for a bit. I shall attempt to break through to Nirvana Realm 4. Having sacrificed 2 bags of demon beast blood pearls, it would be a shame to gain nothing. Chen Dong nodded. I wish my brother success in breaking through to Nirvana Realm 4. Let us hope so. Zhao Longya harbored little confidence, but he could only take a chance, disappearing from the hall. Let us not dwell on these unhappy matters. Come, let us drink tea. And Jilan rose and bent down to refill Chen Dong's cup. Sister Jilan, there is something I am unsure whether to mention. Chen Dong refrained from drinking tea, instead adopting a hesitant expression. What is it? Speak freely. And Jilan's curiosity was piqued. There is an old saying, the water of fertility does not flow to foreign fields. If you and my brother plan to acquiesce to the demands of those lenders, it would be a kindness to consider me. To be frank, I currently possess 3,000 contribution points and have long admired you, Sister Jilan. Chen Dong feigned a struggle, finally mustering the courage to express his thoughts. With a crash, and Jilan's teacup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Her face displayed disbelief, nearly convinced she was hallucinating. You get out. She trembled with rage, her chest heaving, her eyes ablaze with fury. Sister Jilan, my feelings for you are sincere. Chen Dong feigned deep affection in his gaze. Get out. Stay far away from me. Do not ever appear before me again. And Jilan's silver teeth ground together, unable to conceal the murderous intent in her eyes. Sister Jilan, please do not be angry. Take a look at this. Chen Dong, seeing his initial approach fail, resorted to a second tactic, coercion. He retrieved a recording stone from his storage bag, placed it on the table, and slid it toward Jilan. What is this? And Jilan initially intended to smash the recording stone, but, upon observing Chen Dong's confident demeanor, a sense of foreboding arose within her. She picked it up to examine it. Bang! Just a glance at the contents within the recording stone caused Jilan's complexion to change drastically, and she shattered it in shock. How did you obtain this? She exclaimed, staring incredulously at Chen Dong. Chen Dong shook his head. How I acquired it is a secret for now. If Sister Jilan does not wish for all the men in Yuhuamen to see you in the nude, you should acquiesce to my request. The contents of the recording stone depicted the scene from 2 nights prior when he had disguised himself as Zhao Longya and engaged in dual cultivation with Jilan. You must be dreaming. And Jilan, without a moment's hesitation, refused Chen Dong's demands. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong fell silent, instead wearing a smile as he sipped from the teacup on the table, savoring each small sip. Time passed slowly, and he had no idea how long it had been. I can accompany you for a night, but you must agree to 2 conditions. And Jilan was torn within, yet ultimately acquiesced to the demands, her countenance betraying a sense of humiliation. She wished to avoid notoriety within Yuhuamen, and, even more so, to spare her husband any disgrace. What are the conditions? I shall not refuse anything within my capability. Chen Dong was not surprised by this. A smile crept upon his lips that he could not suppress. First, you must not divulge this matter. Second, you are to grant me 2,000 contribution points, rather than merely lend them to me. And Jilan took a deep breath and articulated her requirements. Absolutely no problem. Chen Dong readily assented. In the midst of their conversation, he had already approached Jilan from behind, enveloping the warm figure of the beautiful woman in his embrace. Very well, I shall consider it as a mere bite from a dog. And Jilan's delicate body trembled, tears cascading down her cheeks, and she closed her eyes in anguish. Chapter 91. Baiwa Lu. The following morning. Jilan, please take out your token. I will transfer 2,000 contribution points to you. Chen Dong picked up the clothes from the ground and put them on. Here you go. and Jilan shot a cold glance at Chen Dong, then tossed her token over. I quite like you like this. If it weren't for the fear of my elder brother returning unexpectedly, I truly wouldn't want to leave. Chen Dong accepted Jilan's token, shook his head with a smile, and placed his token against hers. Buzz. A beam of light flashed. Chen Dong's contribution points on the token rose to 10,300, while Jilan's points increased from 0 to 2,000. Sister Jilan, now you and your elder brother have the opportunity to challenge the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. Chen Dong tucked his token away and tossed Jilan's token back. Hurry and leave, and remember to close the door. Upon seeing the 2,000 contribution points displayed on her token, Jilan's anger dissipated somewhat, but she still wore a frosty expression towards Chen Dong. All right, I will leave now. Chen Dong was not offended. He exited the loft and headed towards the training room. Creak. The stone door rose, and he stepped inside. Chen Dong sat cross-legged on the mat and opened his attribute panel. Host. Chen Dong, the Soul Host. Realm. 4th level of the Venerable Realm Cultivation Method. Yin-Yang Jing. This is a growth-type method, currently at 8th tier lower grade. Martial skills. Thunder Escape Technique. 6th tier upper grade. Perfected, can be upgraded. 5 Elements Fist. 6th tier upper grade. Perfected, can be upgraded. Currency. 50 million. It was worth the toil and strain. Such a substantial amount of system currency was enough to challenge the 9th level of the Venerable Realm, or even upgrade both martial skills to the 7th tier upper grade. A smile graced his face as he opened the system shop and navigated to the elixir section. Yuan Dan. This elixir is of 7th tier lower grade, suitable for martial artists below the 4th level of the Venerable Realm, with a 100 success rate of breaking through a minor realm. Priced at 2 million system currency. D. Yuan Dan. This elixir is of 7th tier middle grade, suitable for martial artists below the 7th level of the Venerable Realm, with a 100 success rate of breaking through a minor realm, priced at 4 million system currency. Tian Yuan Dan. This elixir is of 7th tier upper grade, suitable for martial artists below the Saint Realm, with a 100 success rate of breaking through a minor realm. Priced at 6 million system currency. He clicked the purchase button twice for D Yuan Dan and 3 times for Tian Yuan Dan. Ding dong. The host purchased 2 D Yuan Dan, deducting 8 million system currency, leaving 42 million system currency remaining. Ding dong. The host purchased 3 Tian Yuan Dan, deducting 18 million system currency, leaving 24 million system currency remaining. The system notifications sounded twice. 5 elixirs appeared before Chen Dong. He grasped them all and consumed them. Boom. The Yin-Yang Jing instantly refined all the elixirs, and the potent medicinal power allowed Chen Dong to break through several minor realms, reaching the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Opening his eyes, Chen Dong commanded in his heart, System, upgrade both the 5 Elements Fist and Thunder Escape Technique to the 7th tier upper grade. Ding dong. The host upgraded the 5 Elements Fist to the 7th tier upper grade, deducting 10 million system currency, leaving 14 million system currency remaining. Ding dong. The host upgraded the Thunder Escape Technique to the 7th tier upper grade, deducting 10 million system currency, leaving 4 million system currency remaining. Chen Dong looked once more at the attribute panel. Host. Chen Dong, the Soul Host. Realm. 9th level of the Venerable Realm Cultivation Method. Yin-Yang Jing. This is a growth-type method. Currently at 8th tier lower grade. Martial skills. Thunder Escape Technique. 7th tier upper grade. Perfected. Cannot be upgraded. 5 Elements Fist. 7th tier upper grade. Perfected. Cannot be upgraded. Currency. For million. Closing the attribute panel, Chen Dong exited the training room. Bang. At that moment, the adjacent training room suddenly opened, and Zhao Longya emerged with a face full of despair. Elder brother, have you failed again? Seeing this scene, Chen Dong displayed concern, his true intention being to rub salt into Zhao Longya's wounds. Don't mention it. I fear I shall never break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm in this lifetime. Zhao Longya spoke bitterly. Elder brother, there's no need to rush in cultivation. I have already given all 2,000 contribution points to Sister Jilan. You can stay at Yuhua Min for another month. I am certain you will break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. Chen Dong comforted. What about you? Zhao Longya was momentarily taken aback, stunned by this unexpected windfall. There's still a few days left. I plan to take on several high-reward tasks. If luck is on my side, I might gather 1,000 contribution points before the end of the month. Chen Dong replied nonchalantly. Xiandi, please allow me to bow to you. Zhao Longya's face revealed gratitude as he took a few steps back and bowed deeply to Chen Dong. He was not foolish. Even if Chen Dong's strength far surpassed his own, gathering 1,000 points in just a few days was an unrealistic endeavor. The other party's actions were clearly meant to leave the opportunity for breakthrough to them as a couple. There is no need for such formality. This is simply what a younger brother ought to do. Chen Dong stepped forward and raised Zhao Longya. The two chatted idly for a while before parting ways. Meanwhile, on another side, Chen Dong stood before a magnificent loft exuding fragrant aromas that could waft for 10 miles, as men with excited expressions entered one after another. This was indeed Bai Fuyao, the grandest brothel of Yuhua men. Here, as long as one possesses sufficient contribution points, one can indulge in the company of various exquisite women from all walks of life. These women are akin to the peach blossoms that bloom playfully in the early spring, exuding charm and vivacity. Some resemble the serene water lilies of a tranquil summer night, embodying grace and poise. Others are reminiscent of the flamboyant red maples that stand proudly against the early winter snow, dazzling in their brilliance. Yet, there are also those who evoke the pure and pristine essence of the cold plum blossoms in late winter. In essence, the women present here encompass both those found in the world beyond and those uniquely absent from it. Esteemed guest, why have you lingered outside for so long without entering? Observing Chen Dong standing motionless at the entrance, two elegantly adorned young women promptly descended from the loft to inquire about him. Chapter 92, The Heart-Eating Pill Come In. Chen Dong smiled, but secretly activated the yin-yang scripture, circulating his vital energy and instantly pushing away the two young women who had approached him. He was a man with a strong sense of cleanliness. He would never engage with women who were so alluring, their delicate arms resting on countless pillows and their lips kissed by thousands. Esteemed guest, please follow us. The two young women, upon sensing his discomfort, ceased to draw closer and instead maintained a forced smile as they led the way. This was not their first encounter with such a situation. In this line of work, being rejected was commonplace. Upon entering the pavilion, the ground floor was a grand hall filled with lavish square tables. At that moment, nearly every table was occupied by a man drinking, while young women knelt beside them in service. The second floor was lined with private rooms, all concealed by screens, rendering their interiors a mystery. As Chen Dong ascended the stairs,